Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 202, 9 Years Spring. Learn now. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Lu Sun, Tianlong, and the others burst into laughter. You must be joking. Learning now. Do you think that the way of tea is some ordinary workmanship of those street-side craftsmen? That you can master it just because you said so? This is an occupation. Even if you immersed yourself in it every single day, without countless years of effort, it would be impossible for you to bear results. You wish to pass the test just by learning right now. Will it kill you to be more humble? However, this was good as well. This way, you won't be able to lift your head when you lose later on. Lu Sun snorted. While the others were laughing over Zhang Xian's words, Wang Yu was on the verge of tears. She immediately sent him a telepathic message to persuade him otherwise. You mustn't agree. Lu Sun has specially learnt the way of tea and he is skilled in it. You don't even know what the way of tea is, yet you wish to compete against an initiate of the way of tea. Are you sure you aren't joking? I have seen reckless people before, but I have never seen such a reckless person. It's no problem. Knowing that she was truly concerned about him, Zhang Xian reassured her with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xian's will was resolute, Wang Yu panicked, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing how frivolous Zhang Laoshe was acting, Elder Tian's face darkened. He had immersed his entire life into the way of tea to master its way, yet this fellow, despite knowing nothing at all, said that he would learn it right now. Learn what? How will you learn? Do you think it's playing house? Do you think you will learn the art just by looking at it? Even the three master teachers were staring at one another, and deep wrinkles formed on their foreheads. They had heard of Zhang Laoshe's affair, but this was the first time they were meeting him in person. They didn't expect him to be such a reckless and frivolous person. If he truly had such a character, then despite his capability in imparting knowledge, they had to reconsider whether they should accept him as their apprentice. Let's begin then. Suppressing the displeasure he felt, Elder Tian gestured. The test is simple. Longer, you'll brew a pot of tea after which Lu Laoshe and Zhang Laoshe will speak of the brewing technique used and its tea aroma. The way of tea was similar to pill forging in some ways. It had gone through countless years of inheritance and there were countless schools and techniques. The same tea leaves, if brewed using a different technique, would have differing fragrances, textures, and colors. That was why there were no right or wrong methods in brewing tea. Rather, one could only say whether one was better than the other. A good brewing technique could unleash the full fragrance contained within the tea leaves, nourishing the spirit of those drinking it. Understood. The edges of Tianlong's lips curled up. He glanced at Zhang Xian before taking the tea tray and tea set from butler Tiangang's hands. First, he used warm water to heat up the tea set. Then, grabbing a few tea leaves, he placed them into the teapot and flushed it with boiling water. When the tea leaves were steeped, the fragrance of the tea immediately gushed into the air, causing a deep aroma to linger in the hall. To think that Tianlong would achieve such deep understanding of the way of tea despite his young age. I'm impressed. From the looks of it, Tian Laoshe has imparted all of his knowledge down to him. Soon, another incredible tea master will appear in the Tianxian kingdom. Upon seeing Tianlong's movements, the three master teachers nodded their head in approval. They had learnt the way of tea from Elder Tian, and even though they hadn't reached the level of an official tea master, they had immersed themselves in the art for many years, so they possessed a decent amount of knowledge in it. Thus, they were able to see that Tianlong's skills were extraordinary. There are 4 levels to the way of tea, namely redolent hue, essence restoration, infused intentions, and diffusing fragrance. Even though nothing much can be said about his character, it is a fact that he possessed outstanding skills in the way of tea. Judging from his brewing technique, he should have already reached the 2nd level, essence restoration. Afraid that Zhang Xian couldn't tell what was happening, Wang Yu was communicating with him via telepathy. The 1st level, redolent hue. It refers to the level where the tea one produces has reached a certain level of mastery in terms of aroma and color, making it pleasing to the eye and the nose. Don't underestimate this level just because it is the lowest one. In order to reach it, you need to have a clear understanding of the amount of water and tea leaves you must use, as well as the state of the tea set. Without years of hard work, it is difficult to reach this level. The second level, which is the realm which Tian Long is currently at, is called essence restoration. At this level, you are no longer just showing off your skill. Rather, at this level, you infuse the art of tea brewing into your bones, granting them the ability to pull the most basic fragrance of the tea leaves out, allowing others to taste the most authentic tea. As for the third level, infused intentions, it is similar to that of the level of the same name in painting. The tea maker now understands the very essence of the way of tea, reaching the level where they are able to infuse their own artistic conception into the tea they brew. Those drinking it can experience the emotions of the tea maker through the tea he produces. At this level, one can take the tea master examinations and become an official tea master. Last but not least, the fourth level, diffusing fragrance. At this level, one can allow the fragrance of the tea to travel vast distances, such that people within several thousand li can smell it. At the same time, they can also confine the fragrance of the tea to the cup, making it linger within the cup. Those drinking such a tea would feel as though they were drinking a heavenly elixir. Elder Tian has reached such a level, and you can see the steam lingering over top the cup of tea he has poured. Upon reaching this level, not only will one be able to experience the full fragrance of the tea will also be warm no matter when one drinks it. It won't turn cold with the passing of time, which would affect its taste. Huang Yu seemed quite knowledgeable of the way of tea, and she explained the various levels that a cup of tea could reach to Zhang Xian. Knowing that she was trying to help him, Zhang Xian nodded his head, grateful. After hearing her words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be impressed by how profound the art of tea brewing was. Just these 4 levels would require one to immerse themselves in the way of tea for their entire lifetime. While they were speaking, Tian Long finished brewing his tea. He slowly poured it out, the tea gushing out like a fountain. The delightful sound of the tea lapping against the sides of the teacup echoed in the air, as if created by an instrument. I've embarrassed myself. After pouring the tea into the teacup, the true fragrance of the tea immediately emanated all over the room. The aroma seemed to have some energizing quality to it, making everyone in the room feel refreshed. Tian Long smiled slightly in glee. Since he could reach the second level of the way of tea at his age, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses. He quickly shot his gaze to Huang Yu, thinking that she would feel deep respect for him and leap into his embrace. Yet it turned out that she wasn't looking at him at all. Rather, she was chatting with Zhang Xian. Tian Long's face immediately darkened, and he looked as though he would explode at any moment. It had taken him great effort to learn this tea brewing technique, and he wanted to flaunt it before the beautiful lady. Yet it ended like this. Zhang Xian. Tian Long diverted all of his anger onto Zhang Xian. Seeing his furious gaze, Zhang Xian blinked. I don't think that I've offended him. What's wrong with that fellow's head? Now that the tea has been brewed, who will go first? Elder Tian looked around. Allow me. Lu Sun stood up confidently. With an imposing disposition, he started to explain, Brother Tian's technique is called Root of the Fallen Leaves, and it comes from Master Changfeng from a century ago. He saw the growth of tea leaves over the course of 3 years when inspiration hit him, and he created this brewing technique. In the Root of the Fallen Leaves, every single tea leaf is placed into the teapot based on their maturity. This way, the tea leaves would be steeped in the same sequence as well. Tea leaves are similar to humans in that they have veins, and are interconnected with one another. Steeping in this manner would be like soaking the tree from its roots to its tip. This kind of progressive brewing technique brings out the very essence of the tea leaves, allowing the tea to reach the second level, essence restoration. At this point, he flicked his sleeves and chuckled lightly, Brother Tian, I wonder if what I have said is right or not. Brother Lu is indeed talented. Your words do not have the slightest bit of error, Tian Long replied. All right, since I'm done talking about the brewing method, I'll talk about the aroma of the tea then. Standing in the same place, Lu Sun took in the aroma of the tea and smiled. The fragrance lingers around my nose, making me feel like I am in a tea garden. If I'm not wrong, it should have reached the 4th level. In order to better differentiate between the level of the tea and its taste, some of the more incredible tea masters had allocated 9 different levels for the aroma of the tea as well. First level of tea aroma, sweet aroma. Second level of tea aroma, revitalizing spirit. Fourth level of tea aroma, alluring reminiscence. Ninth level of tea aroma, congregation of the 100 birds. Even though Tian Long had brewed a tea of the second level, his tea aroma had already reached the fourth level, alluring reminiscence. That is to say, upon taking a sip from this cup of tea, the aroma would permeate into one's dreams, making it hard to forget. After hearing Lu Sun's reply, Elder Tian nodded his head satisfied. As expected of Lu Sun Laosher, his understanding of the way of tea was completely accurate. I'm finished. Zhang Xian Laosher, it's your turn. Smiling faintly, Lu Sun turned to look at him. Me. You've already said everything, what else can I say? Wasn't this fellow too shameless? The question only asked them about the brewing technique and the tea aroma level, and he had already said everything. What else could Zhang Xian speak of? If Zhang Xian were to say the same things, Lu Sun could simply say that Zhang Xian had copied his answer. Brother Lu only spoke of the name of the brewing method. The way of tea is profound and deep, and there are still plenty of things to talk about. Zhang Laosher, could it be that you don't know the technique I use, and you don't know what to say? With a cunning smile on his face, Tian Long said, if that's the case, I think it would be best for you to just admit defeat to not make the atmosphere awkward. Admit defeat. That isn't my way of doing things. Zhang Xian shook his head. At this point, Zhang Xian's lips curled up as he looked at Tian Long playfully. Are you sure you want me to speak? Stop putting on an act here. Tian Long flung his sleeves out. All right then. Zhang Xian stood up. What Lu Laosher said is true, Tian Long did use root of the fallen leaves. This brewing technique should have been a highly profound technique that is capable of brewing tea of the third level, but, in his hands, its form has been completely misinterpreted and turned worthless. It's a failure. You. Tian Long nearly leapt in anger. You need not be in a hurry to deny my words. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. He walked over to Tian Long, casually lifted up the teacups to look at them, and slid his fingers across them. I need not say much about the tea set. In Elder Tian's residence, even if the equipment used isn't the best, it isn't too far from it. Let's begin from the moment you started brewing the tea. In the root of the fallen leaves, the progressive sequence of the action is of utmost importance. When hot water is poured into the teapot, the hot water would flow through the veins of the tea leaves, like the tea leaves are drinking the water. There is no problem with the sequence you placed the tea leaves into the pot, but you neglected the unique property of the tea leaves. The tea leaf you used is called 9 years spring. From the emergence of the tea leaves to its harvesting and drying, the optimal time for its consumption is 9 years. At that moment, its fragrance would be the strongest. On this point, I'm not wrong, am I? Zhang Xian looked at Tian Long. You right. Tian Long nodded his head. 9 years spring were extremely rare tea leaves. Putting aside the fact that its harvest was limited, it was rarely traded in the markets. Even for their Tian residents, it took them a long time before they managed to gather several tales of it. How did this fellow who didn't know the way of tea know of it? Chapter 203, Found the Wrong Person. Usually, 1 year is sufficient for tea leaves to mature for consumption. Yet this tea leaf needs an entire 9 years, showing its uniqueness. As a result, one needs to steep it for a longer period of time so that its fragrance can be further drawn out. Yet after pouring hot water in, you took out the tea leaves within 3 breaths. As such, it caused the fragrance that had accumulated in the tea leaves over a course of 9 years to not be fully released. This is your first failure. 9 years spring grow in humid lands. As such, the tea leaves contain moisture within. Before steeping it, one needs to wash it with slightly salted water first in order to revitalize the veins of the leaves, allowing the tea leaves to better release their fragrance. Yet, not only did you not wash it beforehand, you even used a dry preparation method star. Not only did this affect the texture of the tea, it even caused the level of the tea to drop an entire level. This is your second failure. Before starting on the preparation of the tea, it's right for you to warm the tea set. However, due to your excessive desire to flaunt your skills, you placed tea leaves into the teapot before you were done warming up the entire pot. Furthermore, the tea leaves were still at room temperature when you placed them in, resulting in a loss of heat. This is your third failure. Finally, when using the root of the fallen leaves to prepare the tea, in the very final step of pouring the tea into the teacups, you should do it within 3 breaths to ensure that their aroma and taste is the same. Yet you dragged it on for 7 breaths. As a result, the aroma and texture of the first cup and the fifth cup differs by almost an entire level. You can check it right now if you like. Although the first cup has reached the fourth level, the last cup is only at most at the third level. For there to be two different tastes for the same pot of tea, this is your 17th failure. All at once, Zhang Xian pointed out 17 of the other party's errors without any pause. Then he looked at Tianlong with sympathy. For such an amazing technique, the root of the fallen leaves, and such good tea leaves, the 9 years spring, to be brewed by you in such a manner, what else could it be if not worthless? You. Tianlong's face paled, as though he had met a ghost. He wanted to refute the other party's words, but he was unable to say a word. He had just learnt this brewing technique and it was natural that he would make many mistakes with it. Rationally, it wasn't a big deal. But how was the other party able to see through all of it? Wasn't he inept in the way of tea? His grandfather had said the same things as well. In fact, the other party pointed out even more flaws than his grandfather. His grandfather could only point out 4 or 5 of them, yet the other party spoke of 17 of them in a breath. Could it be that the other party's knowledge of tea brewing exceeded that of his grandfather's? How was that possible? Not just him, at that instant, the hall fell so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was staring at Zhang Xian as though they were looking at a monster. This was especially true for Lu Sun. His eyes were about to pop out onto the ground. He was proud of the fact that he was able to point out the brewing technique the other party used, as well as the level of the tea aroma. Yet, not only was the other party able to see through these as well, he was even able to point out the flaws in his tea brewing technique precisely. For a moment, he felt his face being brutally slapped. It felt fiery hot, as though it would tear apart at any moment. What exactly was going on? To be able to say so much about tea, to the point that you even have such an in-depth understanding of the 9 years spring. Are you a tea vendor? Elder Tian, may I know if my words are correct? Ignoring the astonishment everyone was going through, Zhang Xian chuckled and turned his eyes to Elder Tian. The tea brewing of a tea master was similar to a battle technique by a fighter, and the Library of Heaven's Path had compiled a book on Tianlong. If Tianlong hadn't provoked him, Zhang Xian couldn't have bothered with him either and wouldn't have embarrassed him in public. Yet the other party kept trying to taunt him, even making use of Lu Sun to humiliate him. If that were to be the case, then Zhang Xian felt a need to retaliate. Of course, he had also gone easy on the other party. He had only pointed out a portion of his flaws. If he were to speak of all of them, that fellow would probably end up like Apothecary by Ming, his confidence would be completely crushed and he would find himself coming to a standstill in the way of tea. What you said? Honestly, Elder Tian was unable to ascertain the authenticity of half of the words the other party had said. But for the other half, it was absolutely correct. Furthermore, for the half he wasn't sure of, based on his deductions from his knowledge and way of tea, they were likely to be true as well. With just a single glance, the other party was able to see through so many problems. Am I the tea master, or is he the tea master? Elder Tian looked like he had seen a demon. After hesitating for a long time, he continued, are all correct? All correct. Zhang Laosher's words are all correct. Hearing his verdict, a commotion broke out in the hall. This was especially so for Bai Sun and Huang Yu. They could see the frenzy in each other's eyes. On the way here, Zhang Laosher had been asking about the way of tea, and it was obvious that he was a total rookie on the subject. It was clear that he hadn't even heard of the term before coming here. They were still worried about what would happen after he lost to Lu Sun. Yet, to think that such a twist would occur instead. Brother, can you stop playing with our hearts? If you have such an in-depth understanding of the way of tea, why must you feign ignorance? He must have done it on purpose. When Huang Yu recalled how she sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian to explain the 4 levels of tea brewing to him out of goodwill previously, Huang Yu felt like spitting blood. Most probably, that fellow must have been laughing at her ignorance. It seems like Master Zhang was also like that during the painting examination. Just as Huang Yu was cursing the other party in her mind, she suddenly heard Bai Sun's perplexed voice. Upon hearing those words, Huang Yu suddenly recalled the matter as well. Back then, before painting, Master Zhang also seemed like a complete rookie, not knowing anything at all. But, after reading some books, he was able to create a painting of the 5th level easily. This fellow. What was going on? How could there be such a peculiar person in the world? Since it's right, does it mean that I've passed your test? Clasping both his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian returned to his seat and looked at him calmly. Before Elder Tian could even speak, Wang Chao abruptly stood up. The question that Elder Tian came up with was for Zhang Xian and Brother Lu to tell the brewing technique used and the level of the tea fragrance, and who was able to figure out both of them would be the victor. Brother Lu's answer of root of the fallen leaves and fourth level of tea aroma isn't wrong. On the other hand, Zhang Laosher said so much, but he left out the main point. Thus, it could be said that he had gone off topic, so I think that Brother Lu should be the victor. Indeed, even though Brother Lu didn't speak of the latter part, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know of it at all. He simply thought that it was off topic and didn't find the need to bring it up. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Tian Long's eyes lit up. If that fellow were to truly win this competition and become an apprentice of Lu Shi, wouldn't he be together with Wang Yu daily? If so, Tian Long wouldn't stand a chance anymore. So he couldn't allow the other party to succeed. Furthermore, he had just been insulted by the other party. With such an ideal opportunity to put him down, how could he let it slip past his fingers? Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian was stunned. He thought that he himself was a shameless person, to think that these two were able to top him at his field. Gone off topic. If spoken of, it was true that he had gone off topic, just that. Lu Laosher had already revealed the answer. If Zhang Laosher didn't say something else, wouldn't he just be repeating his answer? Huang Yu couldn't be a bystander to the situation any longer and stood up furiously. What kind of joke was this? You've already answered all that could be answered. What do you expect the other party to say under such a situation? If he answered just like you did, you would just say that he had copied you. On the other hand, if he said something else, you would simply say that he had gone off topic. No matter what, you all are star teachers. Can't you all at least spare a thought for your dignity? Enough, stop arguing. Seeing sparks flying from both sides, Elder Tian waved his hands. It's my negligence for coming up with such a question, so let's just drop this. Drop this. Zhang Xian stared at Elder Tian. It was clear that he was helping Lu Sun. But this came as no surprise to him either. It was the first time Elder Tian had met Zhang Xian. Naturally, the other party would help Lu Sun, who he was more familiar with. Tian Laosher. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ling frowned. Aren't you showing your favoritism too publicly? Enough, there's no need for you to say any more. This matter is my fault, so I'll come up with another question for the two of them. There's no need for us to fuss over this matter, Elder Tian interrupted impassively. Okay. Since his teacher had already put it this way, out of respect for the other party, Lu Ling didn't refute his words. He could only look at Zhang Xian apologetically. I apologize for my inappropriate choice of question on the way of tea previously. However, I can tell that the two of you are extremely knowledgeable in the way of tea. If we were to continue pitting you two in this field, it might breed discord among you two instead. How about this? Other than the way of tea, I am also slightly knowledgeable in the field of painting as well. Furthermore, I have just received an amazing painting recently. As teachers, you two should have some knowledge on painting as well. Thus, why don't I bring it out for you two to appreciate and appraise? Whoever's appraisal is more accurate will be the victor. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Tian stroked his beard and said, Painting. After hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian had to stifle in his laughter. If the other party had chosen to test him on something else, Zhang Xian would still have to dredge up the books from his library to look through them. But as for painting, there wasn't such a need at all. Since he was able to draw a painting of the 5th level, he had already reached the level of a grandmaster in painting. Are you sure that Lu Sun would be able to win against me? However, it wasn't surprising that the other party would make such a decision. After the previous incident, Elder Tian could see that Zhang Xian was knowledgeable of the way of tea. Even if he were to give another question on it, Lu Sun would still lose. Naturally, Elder Tian knew of Lu Sun's background. Lu Sun's father was Master Lu Chen, a true master painter, and since childhood, Lu Sun often came into contact with paintings. As such, his knowledge of painting far surpassed that of his way of tea. As a result, he decided to go ahead with a painting test. This way, he would be using Lu Xun's strength against Zhang Xian. However, it was a pity that he couldn't have imagined that, even Lu Xun's father, Master Lu Chen, would have to address Zhang Xian respectfully as a master. Do you two have any disagreements? After saying this, Elder Tian turned his gaze to the duo. Lu Xun dares not oppose Elder Tian's arrangements. Lu Xun clasped his hands and answered obediently, but on the inside, he was nearly dying of joy. Even though Tian Long had said that Zhang Xian was likely to be a master painter, Lu Xun had attributed the matter to just Zhang Xian boasting. He didn't pay it any attention. Also, he was much more proficient in painting than the way of T. Mochenzi, Yuanyu, Lu Chen, all of the works of the master painters and the books he had read when he was younger flashed through his mind. Slowly, a confident smile crept onto his face. What a joke! He had just taken the way of T to broaden his horizon, but painting was his specialty. As long as Zhang Xian wasn't a master painter, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Lu Xun was confident. What about Zhang Laoshe? Upon seeing him agree to it, Elder Tian nodded his head and turned to Zhang Xian. I agree. As well. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Competing in painting appraisal. The three master teachers, Huang Yu and Baisun, knew of Zhang Xian's background, and they stared at one another. A moment later, they simultaneously turned their gazes to Lu Xun, and the sympathy in their eyes was clear to see. The way of tea competition between them previously didn't cause a huge blow to Lu Xun, as it wasn't his field of specialty. As such, he didn't get discouraged even though he lost to Zhang Xian. But as for painting, he would probably cry himself to death this time. Sigh, poor child. Honestly, Lu Xun, you found the wrong person to compete with. There are two methods to preparing Chinese tea: dry preparation and wet preparation. In wet preparation, you need a special tea set, and after washing the equipment, you just pour the water on the tea set, which usually have a drainage section. As such, it is labeled wet preparation method. On the other hand, dry preparation is much cleaner. All of the unused water is dumped into the sink/waste container. Chapter 204, Lu Xun's Appraisal Skills. Initially, Lu Ling wanted to tell Elder Tian about the matter, but upon recalling how the other party interrupted his words, he decided not to say anything for fear of incurring his irritation. Since both of you are fine with it, Tian Gang, bring that painting over. After saying this, Elder Tian gestured. Soon, Tian Gang came over with a large but thin box in his embrace. This is the painting Lu Shi has gifted me. I believe it is fitting of the word perfect. No matter how many times I look at it, I can't help but compliment it. Today, you'll have the blessing to view the work of an incredible master. Elder Tian chuckled as he took out the painting from within the box. I really hope that I can meet a master painter of this caliber before my death and witness his extraordinary skills. Stroking the painting in his hands, respect gleamed in Elder Tian's eyes. There were many similarities between tea brewing and painting. Due to this, he also held a fervent passion for painting. Even though he had yet to reach the level of master, he was still quite knowledgeable in the field. All right, I'll stop talking. I'll let you guys see the painting now. Zhuang Xian, Jing Fei, since you two are skilled in painting as well, you should give your opinions on it too. He carefully unrolled the painting. An ink painting immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. A deer stood on a grass patch, eating the grass warily. Beautiful wild flowers bloomed throughout the surroundings, and for an instant, the spectators could really smell the scent of flowers. Even though it was just a flat painting, the wild deer seemed like it would leap out of the painting at any moment. This is a painting of the 5th level. Right after taking a look, Lu Xun's eyes narrowed and his breathing quickened. As someone from a distinguished painting family, he held a deep understanding of paintings. As such, he was able to see the ingenuity of the painting with a single glance. The level of the painting was clearly beyond that of breathtaking verisimilitude. Even when considering the entire Tianxian kingdom, it was possible that not a single painting of such caliber would be produced in the span of a century. Being able to appraise such a painting was a great honor for him. Even a master painter like his father had never seen a painting of this level. Indeed, it is a painting of the 5th level. However, it is a pity that the painter didn't leave behind his name and the name of the painting. Otherwise, I would have surely paid him a visit personally. Elder Tian shook his head in regret. All right, let's start the appraisal now. Whoever's appraisal is more accurate and on point will be the victor. This time, the 3 master teachers and I will be the judges, so there is no need to doubt the fairness of the judgment. This time, Zhang Laoshi should go first. Since Lu Xun was the one who spoke first last time, for the sake of fairness, Zhang Xian should be the one to go first this time. After Elder Tian finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. He couldn't stop himself from looking in the direction of Zhang Xian, only to see him staring at the painting with a dumbfounded look. Seeing him in such a state, Elder Tian frowned. A painting of the 5th level was profound, and it was easy for amateurs who didn't understand painting to lose themselves in the painting, unable to discern the painting aside from reality. Clearly, Zhang Laoshi was suffering from such an effect. How could a fellow who was unable to discern the painting from reality understand painting? It seemed like he made the correct decision choosing to conduct a painting test. This Zhang Laoshi shouldn't be a match for Lu Xun at all. Humph. After boasting so much, it turns out that you are only on this level. Master Painter. You must be joking. Upon seeing Zhang Xian losing himself in the painting, Tianlong sneered. If Master Yuanyu's words had raised his doubts, seeing the fellow in such a state now made all of them vanish. How could a true master painter be reduced to such a state upon seeing a painting of the 5th level? He must have been too astonished by the sight that he lost himself. Zhang Laoshi. Elder Tian called. Yes. Only then did Zhang Xian recover from his trance. With a bizarre expression, he said, "There's no need. I'll allow Lu Laoshi to go first. I will just listen to his appraisal first." "All right, I will go first then. However, I hope that you won't find any excuses when you lose later on." Seeing how the other party didn't even have the courage to go first, Lu Xun became disdainful of Zhang Xian. This fellow must have thought that the painting before him was too profound, and he didn't know how he should appraise it. That's why he allowed Lu Xun to go first. Afterwards, he could just make up some comments based on Lu Xun's words. "You might have been able to use that move just then, but now that I'm prepared, how can I allow you to do so again?" Flicking his sleeves, Lu Xun walked to the middle of the hall. Absolute confidence exuded from his body. As a painting of the 5th level, this painting is left behind by a painting grandmaster. As such, I dare not claim to understand the painting fully, and if there are any mistakes in my appraisal, I'll be depending on everyone here to correct me. Walking forward to the painting, Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with the disposition unique to a master. To appraise a painting of such level, you must slowly zoom in from outward, and slowly dive in from the details to its essence. Thus, I will first talk about the overall painting. Back then, during the competition on tea brewing, he had only spoken of the name of the brewing technique and the tea aroma level, allowing a lot of leeway for the other party to perform. This time, in preparation against that, he intended to speak of all he could on the painting. As long as I say everything that can be said, let's see what you will say later on. Since you like to fake it so much, I will see how you can continue acting when there's nothing for you to say. Even though the painter hasn't left his name behind for this painting, it contains a deep artistic conception within it. With just a single look you can feel you are in a vast grassland, surrounded by flowers, and watching a wild deer calmly eating grass. My guess is that the grandmaster who painted this painting must have been standing in a vast grassland, taking in the spectacle and tranquility of the sight when inspiration struck him, resulting in the creation of this masterpiece. If a name should be given to it, I think that it should be Burnished Blue Skies. Lu Xun said. Burnished Blue Skies. Not bad. That's an imposing name. I believe that it reflects the painter's state of mind then, awed by the sight before him. Tianlong praised. That's a true master painter, being able to see through the essence of the painting at once, inducing lofty thoughts in others. After that, I will go on to speak about its contents and the painting technique used. Clearly, this painting was painted using the double hook technique. First, the painter drew the outline of the objects before painting in the grand artistry, filling in the colors of the flowers, grasses, and the wild deer. Only through this painting method can one create such a grand painting with such powerful artistry. Lu Xun's eyes were glowing. Double hook technique. Don't you think that it is dual traversing dragons instead? Zhang Xian couldn't stop himself from commenting. Dual traversing dragons. Do you even know what that means? Before Lu Xun could speak, Tianlong had already burst into laughter. Dual traversing dragons is a technique that street-side craftsmen use when they're pressed for time. It is used for replicating a painting, and even so, only by replicating the same painting over and over again can one successfully replicate a painting down to the minute details. Yet, you say that this fifth-level painting is created through such a technique. Haha, are you sure you understand anything about painting? Tianlong wasn't the only one who stared at Zhang Xian in disdain. Even Elder Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Painting a painting of the fifth level through dual traversing dragons. That was like saying one could display the strength of the powerful dragon subduing palms through executing the basic long fists. Are you sure that you are a master painter and not a comedian? You sure have a vivid imagination. Lu Xun sneered. The contempt in his eyes deepened and his lips curled up in disdain. Disregarding the fellow who didn't know anything about painting, he turned to look at the painting again before continuing. I have just spoken of the overall picture, so I'll touch on the details now. On this aspect, the Grand Master has drawn them with painstaking detail, making them incredibly lifelike. Looking at these flowers, you can clearly see the veins in them. As for the deer, you can actually make out the fur on its body. As such, even though the painter is a Grand Master, he likely took a minimum of 2 or 3 days to finish this painting. Only through slowly sculpting the details can one bring out the minute details perfectly and elegantly, making it impossible for the audience to find any fault with it. I must say that this master's patience is outstanding. Awe flashed in Lu Xun's eyes. After pacing in front of the painting, he added, last but not least, even though this painting has profound artistry, and the painter's name isn't left on it, based on my years of experience of appraising paintings, I can roughly guess his identity. Oh. You're able to guess his identity? Who is it? Hearing his words, Zhang Xian couldn't resist asking. The strange look on his face deepened as well. Putting his hands behind his back, Lu Xun glanced upward, and with haughtiness and incredible confidence, he said, there aren't more than 7 masters in the surrounding kingdoms who are capable of painting such a grand and moving painting in the past century. Of the 7, only 3 of them have produced paintings of this sort in the past. And the 3 of them are, to wit, Senior Jin Montang from Beiwu Kingdom, Senior Wu Jieqiao from Hanwu Kingdom, and Senior Yun Shaoqing from Shenwu Kingdom. Senior Jin Montang left behind his masterpiece at the 18-Jiang waterfall, of which, the pine trees were painted with forceful strokes, giving the painting a prehistoric feeling. On this aspect, it felt extremely similar to how the wild deer and grassland were drawn, so he should be the most likely suspect. However, Senior Montang passed away 80 years ago, and if he had left behind this painting, it would likely have been discovered by someone already. Thus, it is highly unlikely for him to be the painter. As for Senior Wu Jieqiao, he specializes in painting animals. It's said that he once painted a white crane lying on the ground, and it attracted a flock of real cranes to wail for their companion's death, eventually dying from grief. Most likely, only someone of his level is capable of painting this wild deer. However, he only specializes in painting animals, not flora and fauna. Most probably, of the kingdoms nearby, the only one who can paint such an outstanding masterpiece is Senior Yun Shaoqing. More importantly, of the 3 grandmasters, he's the only one who is still alive. So my guess is that this drawing is a work of his. At which, Lu Xun stood proudly as he looked at Elder Tian. Good, your analysis is in-depth and logical. Elder Tian applauded. Did you see that? What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Not only was his analysis logical and backed by evidence, he was even able to deduce the likely painter of the work. As expected of Master Lu Chen's son, his knowledge and discernment were indeed outstanding. He would probably be the victor of this test. All right, Zhang Laoshe. It's your turn. After complimenting Lu Xun, Elder Tian turned to look at Zhang Xian. It's my turn. Are you sure you want me to speak? Zhang Xian asked. Of course. Why, do you want to say that I've already said everything, and that there's nothing left to add? The mockery in Lu Xun's eyes was clear. No. Actually, I can't think of anything to say. After contemplating for a long time, I only have 4 words for it. Zhang Xian said. 4 words. Elder Tian and Lu Xun looked at him, perplexed. Yep. Zhang Xian scratched his head embarrassed. If I'm not wrong. I painted this painting. Chapter 205, Is it my victory? You painted it. The hall fell completely silent. Then a commotion broke out. You said that this painting of the 5th level was painted by you. Zhang Xian, you are going to make me die of laughter. Even if you can't appraise anything about it, you should just admit your defeat. You don't need brag to such an extent. You sure are thick-skinned. Even if you want to brag, there should be a limit. Are you going to tell us that you are Grandmaster Yun Shaoqing next? Know your place. Do you know what a painting of the 5th level means? To think that you would dare to claim that you are the painter, stop joking. Tian Long, Lu Sun, and Wang Chao sneered. The three of them stared at Zhang Xian as though he were a fool. What does a painting of the 5th level mean? Currently, in the entire Tianxian kingdom, there wasn't a single person who was capable of producing a painting of such level. Not even Lu Sun's father, Master Lu Chen, was capable of such a feat, yet a mere low-level teacher of the academy who wasn't even 20 yet said that he had created such a painting. If this wasn't a joke, what could it be? Lu Ling, is this the person you intend to accept as your apprentice? He is arrogant and boastful. Do you think that it is fitting for such a person to be a teacher? Elder Tians flung his sleeves as his complexion darkened. Ever since Lu Shi had sent this painting to him, he had hung it on his wall and appreciated it every single day. Regardless of how many times he had seen it, he couldn't help but be impressed by it. All along, he had thought that it was a masterpiece from some grandmaster painter and admired him. Yet this fellow said that he was the one who painted it. It was an insult to this masterpiece. Tian Laoshi, this painting. Upon hearing his teacher's furious interrogation, Lu Ling looked slightly hesitant. Was really painted by Zhang Xian Laoshi. What, you admit that he's arrogant as well? Huh? What did you say? Halfway through the sentence, Lu Ling's words suddenly hit him and he almost fainted. With quivering lips, he asked, He painted it. Yes, this painting was painted by Zhang Laoshi a few days ago. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. Back then, when Huan Yu passed this painting to him so that he could pass it on to Elder Tian as a gift, her words also stunned him. Even in a Tier 2 kingdom like Beiwu, a painting of the 5th level was a hard-to-come-by treasure. Yet such a treasure came from the hands of a low-level teacher of Hongtian Academy, not even mentioning that the other party wasn't even 20 yet. Even though he had heard from his apprentice directly, he found the matter hard to believe. This. Elder Tian's eyes narrowed and his face flushed with embarrassment. If there were a hole in the hall at this moment, he would have dived in at that instant. As a master teacher, it was impossible for Lu Ling to lie about such things. That meant that the painting really came from the hands of Zhang Laoshi. Elder Tian had been speaking praises of the painter all along, saying that he would like to meet that painter before his demise, yet now that the painter was before him, he doubted his identity. I don't believe it. Even if he had started learning from his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to produce such an incredible work. Hearing Lu Shi admit to it, Lu Sun gritted his teeth. He had just praised the creator of the painting to the high heavens, be it his technique or his brush strokes. He even guessed the identity of the creator of the painting to be the esteemed grandmaster painter. It seemed that all that was missing was for him to bow in reverence to the painting. Yet, it turned out to be the one whom he had been trying to put down all along. This was unacceptable to him. I don't believe it either. Lu Shi, don't be fooled by him, Wang Chao bellowed as well. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xian had already walked up to the painting and his hands gently touched the painting. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the wild deer seemed to have suddenly came to life. Turning its head around, it leapt out from the painting, dancing for a moment before dissipating into thin air. This is Origin Spirit. The origin spirit which only the creator of the painting can trigger. A painting contains the blood, sweat, and tears of its creator, and as such, it is perfectly aligned with the creator's spirit. When a painting reaches the 5th level, as long as the creator touches it, the painting will automatically form a spirit. He really painted it. It was easy to determine the creator of a painting when it reached the level of spirit creation. As long as the creator were to come into physical contact with it, the painting would automatically display its ability to come to life. Seeing the wild deer running about, the aura of the painting seemed to resonate with Zhang Xian Laoshi. No matter how stupid a person, it was clear that the creator of the painting was him. How is this possible? Lu Sun staggered backward before falling onto the floor. He was on the verge of tears. Just a moment ago, he was still confidently uttering that the creator of the painting was definitely Grandmaster Yun Shaoqing, and that he had used the double hook painting technique. In the end, reality turned around and slapped him right in his face. "Brother, if I knew you are a Grandmaster painter, I would have never competed with you. Aren't I just looking for a beating?" Next to him, Wang Chao and Tian Long convulsed, on the verge of passing out. Especially Tian Long. He finally understood why even Master Yuan treated this fellow with utmost respect, even wanting to learn from him. A grandmaster who was capable of producing a painting of the 5th level was worthy of that much respect. "Grandmaster Zhang Xian, please pardon me for my blindness." With an awful complexion, Elder Tian stood up and clasped his hands together. In an instant, he seemed like he had aged a decade or more. Having immersed his entire life in teaching and enlightening others, he had enjoyed quite a tremendous reputation. To think that he would slip up here. Having Lu Sun compete with a grandmaster painter in a painting competition. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? He had intended to help Lu Sun become an apprentice of Lu Shi, but in the end, he simply made things worse. Furthermore, it was the worst kind of worse. It was no wonder that Lu Ling and the others were willing to drop their identities just to convince the other party to become their apprentice. If a grandmaster painter who was capable of producing a painting of the 5th level were to become an apprentice, he would immediately be eligible to take the master teacher examination. If he passed the examination, his teacher's reputation would definitely resound through the surrounding kingdoms. Without answering Elder Tian's words, Zhang Xian stood before the painting quietly, staring at it. "I painted this painting at Master Lu Chen's residence a few days ago. I wasn't standing on a grassland, and I didn't use the double hook painting technique either. What I used was the dual traversing dragons. Also, the painting took me 47 breaths, not the few days you spoke of. Dual traversing dragons. 47 breaths." Lu Sun's mouth twitched once more. Back then, he had said confidently that even if the one who painted the painting was a grandmaster, he had to spend at least a few days on it, and it was very likely that he was standing in the midst of a grassland, inspired by the sight before him. Yet, to think it was actually created at home, not to mention, in such a short period of time. And what that shocked him the most was that Zhang Xian used the replication technique, which only street-side craftsmen used, to produce a painting of 5th level. "You are about to pierce the heavens at this rate." Hearing those words, tears threatened to fall from Tian Long's eyes. Back then, he had humiliated the other party when he talked about this technique. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it turned out that the other party spoke nothing but the truth, and that he was just humiliating himself. Can dual traversing dragons, a technique used to hasten one's painting speed, really create such an incredible painting? Zhang Laoshi, exactly how incredible are you? Ignoring the duo, Zhang Xian touched the painting and said, "May I know if there's any brush and ink here?" "Yes, of course." Elder Tian gestured and Tian Gang immediately rushed out. Soon he brought in a brush and ink. Due to his agitation, he nearly tripped when entering the hall. As long as one wasn't a fool, it was clear that Zhang Laoshi was going to leave his name on this painting. The presence of a signature on a painting could change the value of a painting vastly. Often signed paintings tended to be 10 times more expensive. Not to mention, Zhang Laoshi was such a young grandmaster painter. In a few years' time, when he had become a master teacher and his name had rung loud throughout the surrounding kingdoms, the value of this painting with his name on it would definitely soar exponentially. Of course, the value of the painting was of secondary concern. More importantly, it was an incredible honor to see a grandmaster painter adding his own signature onto the painting. This painting doesn't have the imposing aura Lu Sun spoke of, and neither does it have a profound artistic conception. Thus, it isn't worthy of the name Burnished Blue Skies. At this, Zhang Xian dabbed the brush into the ink, walked up to the painting, and without any hesitation, his brush started to dance around. Shwa shwa shwa. 2 large words appeared on the top of the painting. Wild Deer. Seeing the name he had written, everyone was stunned. They thought that Zhang Xian would give it an awe-inspiring name. Wasn't Wild Deer too casual a name? Candid. "This is the level of a true grandmaster," spoke Elder Tian after a moment of silence. Indeed, the center of focus of this painting is the deer. Everything else in the painting frames it. All the artistry and dispositions contained within the painting are brought out through it. Even though the name, Wild Deer, sounds simple and unimpressive, it brings out the main content of the painting, bringing the entire painting up another level, Lu Ling commented in awe. Zhang Laoshe was indeed a remarkable existence. Putting aside the fact that he was able to become a painting grandmaster at such a young age, just the name he came up with was sufficient to bring the entire painting up another level. That isn't just it. If the painting were named Burnished Blue Skies, those who looked at the painting would be affected by it. Their focus would be brought to the contrasting elements instead of the true essence of the painting. On the other hand, Wild Deer might be a simple name, but it doesn't constrain your thoughts. It allows room for your imagination to run, adding to the disposition and artistry of the painting, said Zhuang Xian. Indeed, they are indeed divine words. Zheng Fei nodded his head. Just when he was about to say his piece, he suddenly paused abruptly and pointed ahead. Look. Everyone looked over, only to see the wild deer from the painting leaping out once more. It stared at Zhang Xian fondly and licked his hand a few times before slowly dissipating into thin air. This is spiritual wisdom. A spiritual wisdom realm painting. No, it hasn't reached that level yet, otherwise the wild deer would materialize for a longer moment than this. Even so, it isn't too far from it. Just by adding a name, the entire painting was raised by another level, and now, it was just a single step away from reaching the 6th level. Looking at the wild deer's appearance, everyone was stunned. All of their faces flushed with excitement. The first 4 realms of painting were reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude, respectively. The 5th realm was spirit creation. Above spirit creation, there was still a 6th realm, the spiritual wisdom they spoke of. It was said that all of the animals in a painting of this level would possess their own intelligence, and were able to absorb spiritual energy to maintain their form outside the painting for a short period of time, creating a mystical sight. Everyone here had thought that it was just a legend, but to think that they would have the honor of seeing it in person. Even though the wild deer in the painting was still unable to absorb spiritual energy to maintain its form for a longer period of time, just the fact that it was able to display its affection for its creator showed that it had started to gain intelligence. If it were nourished in a location where spiritual energy was in abundance for a century, it might just become a genuine painting of the 6th level. For just a name to bring the painting up nearly an entire level, the 2 words, wild deer, were indeed worth thousands of gold each. At this moment, everyone stared at the young man before them with fiery eyes. This was especially true for Huang Yu and Bai Sun. They were so excited their bodies were trembling. Ignoring their excitement, Zhang Xian placed the brush down and scanned the surroundings. I'm done with the appraisal. This test, is it my victory? Chapter 206, Gifting Tea Leaves. Only after hearing those words did everyone remember that the conclusion of the test between him and Lu Sun wasn't out yet. All eyes immediately shot to Elder Tian. You win. Elder Tian sighed bitterly. An appraisal competition against the creator of the painting. What a joke. It would be ridiculous to say that Zhang Xian had lost. More importantly, just by granting the painting a name, the painting was raised by nearly an entire level. Zhang Laoshe, here is your spirit-calming tea. Since Zhang Xian had achieved victory, Tian Gang handed the teacup to him. The steam from the tea still lingered above it and the fragrance tickled Zhang Xian's nose. Even before drinking it, Zhang Xian felt refreshed and energized just by the aroma itself. After taking the teacup, just when everyone thought that the young man would drink it and indulge himself in its fragrance, he simply tilted the cup and poured it onto the floor. The fragrance of the tea immediately diffused all around the room. Upon seeing such a valuable cup of tea being wasted, Lu Ling, Huang Yu, and the others were astonished. Disbelief shone in their eyes. This was spirit-calming tea, a tea which countless cultivators dream of, only to remain out of their grasp. Even Huang Yu, an assistant master teacher, wasn't qualified to drink it. To pour it away like that. What a waste of precious resources. Everyone looked regretful. Zhang Xian, my grandfather offered you such valuable tea out of goodwill, yet you poured it away like that. What do you mean by that? Tian Long abruptly stood up. His grandfather had his butler present Zhang Xian with the tea, but the other party poured it away in front of him. This was blatant disrespect for Elder Tian. Besides, even Tian Long wasn't qualified to drink the tea. Yet this fellow simply wasted it like that. He found it unforgivable. Infuriated, regardless of whether the other party was a grandmaster painter or not, he immediately rebuked him. Unfortunate. Ignoring the other party's howl, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked outside the hall. It seemed as though his attention was somewhere far away. He sighed. Stop putting up a front here. You are the one who poured away the tea, yet you're saying it's unfortunate now. Do you really take the Tian clan as people you can step on like that? Tian Long lashed out. He was the one who poured the tea out, yet he was saying that it was unfortunate now. What the hell are you trying to do? Are you doing it on purpose? Everyone else were perplexed as well. They had no idea what Zhang Laoshi was up to. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and the others stared at each other confused. As master teachers, they possessed incredible discerning capabilities, allowing them to see through many matters. Yet they realized that their discerning abilities were useless before him. They couldn't see through the other party's cultivation, his thoughts, or his intentions. He was a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Especially now. Despite the risk of offending Elder Tian, he spilt the tea on the floor. What was he up to? If things went on like this, there'd be no backing down anymore. They were considering whether they should step forward to mediate the situation. Just when everyone was feeling apprehensive of the fight that was about to occur, Zhang Xian turned around to look at Elder Tian. The tea leaves of spirit calming tea grow at the peak of the ice mountain, granting it its calming and revitalizing properties. It is harvested right after the blooming of its flowers. Usually, when brewed, it should allow one to maintain heart of tranquil water for 100 breaths. Yet this cup could only allow one to maintain the state for 12 breaths. For the effects of such fine tea leaves to be reduced to this state, if this isn't unfortunate, what else can it be? You. How did you know that this cup of tea could only maintain heart of tranquil water for 12 breaths? Elder Tian was initially infuriated by Zhang Xian's actions as well, but upon hearing his words, he was stunned. The effects of spirit-calming tea were clearly stated in the books to last for 100 breaths. However, no matter how Elder Tian brewed the tea, he was only able to maintain its effects for 12 breaths or so. Initially, he thought that it was due to the inaccuracies of the book, but hearing the matter from Zhang Laoshi's mouth at this moment, he was astonished. I thought you didn't drink the tea. If you didn't drink it, how could you have known the effects of my tea? The tea set, teacups, and teapot are the emerald radiance set personally created by Master Potter Wu Qingzi. As for the water, it came from the deep well in 3 Gardens platform, and it was exposed to the sun for 2 days straight before boiling it for an hour. And for the brewing technique, you use 7 hearts coiling hands to make the tea. In order to brew this tea, you have cleansed yourself, eaten a vegetarian diet for 7 days straight, and adjusted your state of mind to heart of tranquil water. You went for perfection on every single aspect, fearful that a mistake would occur in the midst of anything. However, it is unfortunate. The effects of the spirit-calming tea you brewed still weren't maximized. Even more so, it could be said to be a failed product. Zhang Xian gestured casually. Elder Tian was flabbergasted. He didn't even notice the teacup in his hands falling onto the table. The words of the other party were completely correct. The water used for steeping the tea leaves was indeed from the deep well in 3 Gardens platform, the brewing technique he used was 7 hearts coiling hands, and the tea set used was the emerald radiance set. Before brewing the tea, he did cleanse himself and abstain from meat for a week. He had kept all of these a secret, such that even Tian Long didn't know of it. Yet, how did Zhang Laoshi find out? More importantly, to know of all of them in detail. It was said that a grandmaster tea brewer could see through the flaws and problems within a tea just by looking, smelling, and tasting it. From there, they could offer the other party instruction, allowing the person to refine their skills. Could it be that Zhang Laoshi wasn't just a grandmaster painter, but a grandmaster tea brewer as well? If that were the case, if Zhang Laoshi offered him some advice, could it be possible for him to break through his bottleneck and reach an even higher level? Elder Tian trembled, agitated. Just when he was about to consult the other party on this matter, he heard Tian Long angrily howling, "To dare say that the tea which grandfather brewed is a failed product, who do you think you are? Do you think I won't teach you a lesson right now?" Upon hearing these words, Elder Tian's eyebrows twitched and he nearly passed out. In the way of tea, he had reached a bottleneck, and for many years, he had been stuck trying to surpass his limits. Right now, Given how the other party was able to see through the mistakes in his spirit-calming tea, if he were to offer him some advice, he might be able to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, his hopes were shattered with the words of this brat. Moreover, you wish to teach a person on the level of a grandmaster in the way of tea a lesson. You unfilial brute. If not for your prejudice of this Jean Lauscher, I wouldn't have been so biased against him. If I hadn't been so rude to him, the other party wouldn't have been so displeased. Damn it. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Shut up. Ah. Grandfather. Tian Long didn't expect his grandfather to bellow at him like that. Dumbfounded, he stood blankly on the spot. Go away, don't get in the way of us here. Waving him away, Elder Tian hurriedly stood up and walked over to Zhang Xian. Clasping his hands, he bowed earnestly, like a student meeting a teacher. With a respectful tone, he said, Zhang Lauscher is right, the tea I've brewed is indeed a failed product. It doesn't have the effects that a true spirit-calming tea should possess. He had no choice but to admit it. Given how the other party's words were all true, he had likely seen some problem. If he were to reject his opinion vehemently at this moment, he would simply incur the ire of the other party. If so, he would pass by this opportunity to reach greater heights. This spirit-calming tea can allow one to remain in the state of heart of tranquil water for 100 breaths. Hearing Elder Tian admit to it, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Everyone stared at the young man as though he were a monster. Especially so for Huang Yu and Bai Sun, they pulled their hair frenziedly. Wasn't Zhang Lauscher completely ignorant of the way of tea when he came? Why could he see through so much now, even making Elder Tian lower his position and admit defeat? Off to the side, Lu Sun and Wang Chao were even more so on the verge of insanity. Isn't this fellow garbage? To be a grandmaster capable of producing a painting of the 5th level at one moment, to able to impress Elder Tian in the field of way of tea in the other. Where can one find such incredible garbage? Zhang Lauscher, I hope that you can point out my mistakes so that I can correct them and not waste such precious tea leaves. After admitting that he was unable to fully unleash the properties of spirit-calming tea, Elder Tian looked at Zhang Xian respectfully. I have come to your Tian residence with the invitation of the 3 master teachers as a guest, yet all I've been welcomed with was contempt ever since my arrival, even to the point of being tested of my capabilities. At this, Zhang Xian shook his head as he glanced at the elder before him. Do you think this is the appropriate way to treat a grandmaster painter? Embarrassment flushed on Elder Tian's face. If the other party were just an ordinary noble, this matter would have no great import. But Zhang Xian was a grandmaster painter, and it was very likely that he was a grandmaster in the way of tea as well. It was one thing to not show a person of such identity the respect befitting of him, but to test him. This was clear contempt for him. The reputation of a master teacher mustn't be sullied, and the same could be said about grandmasters as well. Regardless of which occupation it was, reaching such a level meant that one had surpassed countless others and achieved an incredible level of mastery in the field. Even in conferred kingdoms, they were respected existences. Yet, in a moment of folly, Frankly, I don't want to say much. However, on account of your sincerity, I can offer you some advice. Zhang Xian glanced at him thinly. Red wine has to be enjoyed in a wine glass. Even wine has its own silverware, needless to say, tea. Spirit-calming tea has a calming property, but even though the emerald radiance set is a treasure left behind by an esteemed potter, it is hot in nature. Since heat breeds irritation, how can one remain calm? This is my first piece of advice. The way of tea is an art of tranquility. Your actions of cleansing yourself and abstaining from meat is a form of respect for the art. However, since it should be an art of tranquility, should there be a banquet for it? Given the commotion, your heart is already disturbed, so how can you brew the most perfect spirit-calming tea? This is my second piece of advice. You should keep these 2 points in mind. Perhaps this might be beneficial to your progress in the way of tea. I still have things to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Farewell. Zhang Xian waved and headed outside. Zhang Lauscher, please wait. Before Zhang Xian could step out of the hall, Elder Tian hurried forward. Zhang Lauscher, your advice has enlightened me. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. After which, he beckoned and a servant brought a box to him. Opening it gently, the deep fragrance of tea leaves gushed into the air. The tea leaves of spirit-calming tea. Given the quantity, 2 taels. Even considering the entirety of Tianxian Kingdom, only 3 taels are produced every year. But you want to gift 2 taels at once. Upon catching scent of the fragrance, the eyebrows of everyone here shot upward. They were all shocked by Elder Tian's gesture. This was definitely a huge gift. Importantly, even Emperor Shenjue didn't have much of a chance to drink it. Through this, it was clear to see how valuable the tea leaves were. Yet Elder Tian gifted 2 taels of tea leaves at once, an amount sufficient for one to brew more than a dozen pots. Wasn't this gesture of goodwill too generous? Looks like, even though Zhang Laosher's advice sounded ordinary, it has enlightened Tian Laosher. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to offer such a generous gift to him. While they were shocked by his gesture, they also understood that a gift didn't come freely. Elder Tian's action of giving so many tea leaves to the other party meant that the other party had pointed out the fundamental errors behind the tea he had brewed, and Elder Tian had benefited greatly from his words. Without even drinking the tea, with just a single look, he was able to point out the problems, resulting in Elder Tian gifting his tea leaves to the other party willingly. How many surprises did this Zhang Laosher hold within him? Was there still more to him that they didn't know of? Chapter 207, Returning to the Academy. After accepting the tea leaves, Zhang Xian went away without a peep. In the very first place, he didn't intend to attend this birthday banquet at all. If not for Huang Yu and Baisun's request, as well as for an opportunity to meet the 3 masters to ask them about the poison aura, he wouldn't have cared about Elder Tian one bit. Even if it was a funeral, he would have never came to such an event. Even though he didn't get an opportunity to ask the 3 master teachers of the matter, based on their attitude, they would likely come looking for him soon. It wouldn't be too late to ask them about it then. Since that was the case, there was no longer any purpose for Zhang Xian to remain there. As for why Zhang Xian was able to see the flaws in the tea Elder Tian brewed, the reason was simple. The moment Zhang Xian stepped into the hall, the other party was in the midst of brewing tea. As such, the library automatically compiled a book on it, and just by flipping through it, Zhang Xian would know everything about him. If not for that fellow intentionally trying to pit him against Lu Sun and siding with the latter, he wouldn't have been bothered about it and embarrassed the other party in public. You wish to make use of Lu Sun to humiliate me. What a joke. Those who try to slap my face will be sent flying with a slap of mine. It doesn't matter to me whether you are Elder Tian or whoever. There are no exceptions. Elder Tian, Your Majesty, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zheng Shi, will be taking our leave as well. Upon seeing Zhang Xian leave, Huang Yu and Baisun quickly followed behind him as well. They were the ones who brought Zhang Laosher here and they didn't think it appropriate for them to remain here given the situation. The moment they left, the room immediately fell silent. Grandfather, that spirit-calming tea. Why did you suddenly gift so much of it? Tian Long felt indignant. Even if the advice had helped his grandfather, there shouldn't be a need for him to shower the other party with such a generous gift. They had paid a huge price to get someone to pick and process the 2 taels of tea leaves for them. It wasn't something that one could just buy with money. Even his grandfather couldn't bear to drink it on casual occasions, yet to gift it someone else like that. Just thinking of it, Tian Long felt his heart ache. Much. It isn't much at all. Glancing at his grandson, Elder Tian shook his head. Even though his grandson seemed intelligent, and he had entrusted his expectations onto him, at this moment, it seemed that his character and magnanimity were severely lacking. Elder Tian is right. 2 taels of spirit-calming tea isn't much at all. Putting aside the fact that he had offered valuable advice to Tian Laosher, just the 2 words Zhang Laosher wrote on the painting are valuable, Emperor Shenjue said. The 2 simple words, wild deer, were truly a priceless treasure. It had raised the already valuable painting of the 5th level by nearly another entire level. Even if they gifted him all of the tea leaves in the Tian residence, they would have still made a profit. Not just that, by this kind gesture, they could reduce the hostility a Grandmaster Painter felt for them, perhaps befriending him even. I have benefited greatly from Zhang Laosher's advice. Tian Long, Tian Gang, I'll leave the birthday banquet to you too. I would like some time for myself to digest what I've learnt. Perhaps his words may allow my mastery in tea brewing to reach new heights. Elder Tian nodded his head before falling silent. Then we won't be imposing on Tian Laosher any longer. Lu Ling knew that the other party was inviting them to leave, so he left the hall along with Emperor Shenjue and the others. Your Majesty, we still have things to attend to, so we won't be returning with you to the royal palace. Upon leaving the Tian residence, the trio bade Emperor Shenjue farewell before leaving hurriedly. Needless to say, they were going to look for Zhang Laoshi. He is truly a god among men. Seeing how even the three master teachers were impressed by Zhang Laoshi, Emperor Shenjue commented in awe. After which, he turned to a eunuch and said, "Make preparations. I want to watch the teacher evaluation tomorrow as well." "Yes, Your Majesty," the eunuch replied. A while after the three master teachers and Emperor Shenjue left the Tian residence, Lu Sun and Wang Chao walked out of the mansion. The moment they left the perimeter of the residence, resentment and indignance immediately burned in their eyes. He is just a low-level teacher, why? Why? Damn it. Damn it. Lu Sun howled loudly. The hatred in his eyes was so deep it could dye a river black. He thought that the banquet for Elder Tian would be an impetus for a breakthrough, and he would successfully become Lu Shi's apprentice. Never in his dreams did he expect such a conclusion. The fellow he had been looking down on had trampled over his pride numerous times, riling him up so much that he was about to spurt blood. The strong sense of humiliation he felt made him want to go on a rampage. He, Lu Sun, as the son of the emperor's tutor, had lived a smooth-sailing life since childhood. All along, he had been the one who humiliated others. When had he ever suffered a setback of this sort? That fellow must have spent all of his effort and time studying painting and the way of tea, so his ability to impart knowledge must be bad. As long as you triumph over him in the teacher evaluation tomorrow, you should be able to return the shame to him, Wang Chao said. Even though Zhang Xian was talented, it was impossible for him to be talented in all aspects. Even if he were truly talented in all aspects, given the limited time and energy a human possessed, he would have to spend a bulk of his time researching painting and the way of tea, thus neglecting his education abilities. The duo were still rather confident in their abilities as teachers, so they didn't believe that they would still lose to Zhang Xian here. I must win the teacher evaluation tomorrow. Hearing his words, Lu Sun nodded his head. He had been humiliated enough today. He couldn't afford to lose to the other party anymore. Wang Chao, don't you know that apothecary? I would like to buy a few pills to give it a try. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Sun turned to look at his friend. Buy a few pills? You mean you want to? Upon recall, Wang Chao was horrified. He quickly shook his head, you can't do it. Even though that can raise your cultivation within a short period of time, it will damage the students' foundations, making it hard for them to improve in the future. I can't care about it anymore. I must win tomorrow. There's no retreat for me now. As long as I win and become Lu Shi's apprentice, I will be able to become a master teacher within 10 years. By then, I can easily repair the trauma they will suffer. In fact, by then, granting them a life of luxury wouldn't mean anything to me. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sun's eyes contained a frenzied gleam. This. Wang Chao hesitated. Wang Chao knew about his friend's talents. He was just a step away from becoming an official painter, and the moment he broke through this bottleneck, he would be eligible to take the master teacher examination. Given the experience he had accumulated as a teacher in the past few years, as well as his study on master teachers, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a master teacher within 10 years. Once he became a master teacher, it wouldn't be a difficult task to make up for these students' losses. He could easily provide them with a life of luxury then, and repairing their trauma wouldn't be impossible whatsoever. All right, we've no time to waste. It's fortunate we haven't returned the 3 million which we borrowed from Emperor Shenjue. That should be sufficient for us to buy 5 pills. Let's go and buy them now. I'm going to make them raise a storm tomorrow. Not only will I triumph over Zhang Xian, I will make everyone know that in the Hongtian Academy, I, Lu Sun, am invincible. Flinging his sleeves, Lu Sun roared. Okay, I'll go take a look now. Knowing that Lu Sun's mind was made up and that it was impossible for him to convince him otherwise, Wang Chao nodded his head. What Lu Sun said made sense, there was no retreat at this point. They had offended Yang Shi in the royal palace, making it nigh impossible for them to become his apprentice. The 3 master teachers had set their sights on Zhang Xian. If the 2 of them were to lose, there wouldn't be any chance for them anymore. Their only hope was the teacher evaluation tomorrow. They had to make everyone know that Lu Sun was the true star teacher in Hongtian Academy, the #1 teacher of the entire Tianxian kingdom. And that Zhang Xian was nothing at all. He wasn't even qualified to vie with them. Weren't you going to give this painting to Elder Tian? Why did it become Lu Shi's present instead? Before Zhang Xian could get too far, Wang Yu and Bai Sun caught up with him. Seated in the carriage, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the matter and asked. Back then, while Wang Yu and Bai Sun were competing over the ink daylily canvas, Zhang Xian suddenly produced paintings of the 5th level, and the pair immediately bought Zhang Xian's works instead. Back then, it seemed that they had intended to buy his painting to present it to another as a gift, so he was curious why it became a gift from Lu Shi instead. Also, where was the painting Bai Sun had bought? Actually, the reason why I asked for the ink daylily canvas was to help Lu Shi prepare a present for his teacher. Thus, it is natural that he was the one who presented it to him, Wang Yu said. As a junior, there's no need for me to present such a valuable present to Elder Tian even if I attended his birthday banquet. Ah. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Zhang Xian immediately understood what was going on. Indeed. As a junior, even if she visited Elder Tian, she only had to prepare a novelty of some sort. There was no need for her to present a treasure like the ink daylily canvas. Naturally, she had done it in Lu Shi's stead. As such, it was natural for the gift to be given to Elder Tian through Lu Shi's hands. What about you? As Zhuang Shi's student, there should be no need for you to prepare a gift in his stead, right? Bai Sun's relationship with Zhuang Shi was different from the relationship Wang Yu had with Lu Shi. The latter was in an apprenticeship whereas the former was just a student. Even though the two of them sounded alike, the standing and identity of the two were on two different levels. Wang Yu might have to look for a birthday present in Lu Shi's stead, but as a student, there shouldn't be any need for Bai Sun to do the same. Actually, Bai Sun scratched his head in embarrassment. It is because Xiao Yu wanted the ink daylily canvas that I asked for it as well. This way, I would have a reason to be with her. As for why I bought the painting from Master Zhang, it is for my father. He likes painting a lot as well. It turned out that this fellow only wanted the ink daylily canvas to flirt with Wang Yu. Just the thought of it was ridiculous. However, his choice wasn't wrong. Only by competing with Wang Yu could he meet her every day. This way, it would make it easier for him to court her as well. Just that, even though Bai Sun was interested in Wang Yu, the same could not be said about the latter. Most likely, the fellow was destined for heartbreak. Bai Sun was just a student of Zhuang Shi. There was no need for him to present a painting of the 5th level to Elder Tian. As an esteemed noble of the country, it wasn't difficult for him to find another suitable gift. As a result, Elder Tian only had the painting of the wild deer, and the other one was still in Bai Sun's possession. Master Zhang, I thought you didn't know anything about the way of tea. Then how did you? After a while, when Hongtian Academy was already in sight, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. That fellow had clearly shown his ignorance in the subject earlier, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. Yet how did he manage to point out the mistakes in Tian Long's and Elder Tian's ways of tea, even completely impressing Elder Tian? It's true that I didn't know anything about it. Even though there were many books regarding the way of tea in his head, he hadn't had the chance to browse through them yet. As a result, it wasn't a lie to say that he didn't know anything about the topic. Then, Wang Yu and Bai Sun were confused. If you don't know anything about the subject, how could you speak so confidently and stump them with your words? Shouldn't you come up with a better lie than that? I just happened to flip through a few books on the way of tea in the past and freely spoke of them. It was a coincidence that I managed to guess them correctly. Zhang Xian replied casually. Freely spoke of them. Bai Sun and Wang Yu stared at each other speechless. Brother, if you don't want to tell us the truth, just say so. You won't fool anyone with that ridiculous excuse of yours. Do the two of us look like fools to you? Since we've arrived at the academy, I'll be bidding you two farewell. Even though the duo clearly didn't believe his words, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to explain to them. With a smile, Zhang Xian hopped off the carriage. He had finally arrived at Hongtian Academy. After a few days of absence, he was curious to see how far Zhaoya and the others had progressed. Chapter 208, Inc. The Hongtian Academy was bustling with people. The freshman tournament was about to begin. 10,000 students had been enrolled in the academy, and after half a month of study, it was time to check on the results of their training. Who do you think will be first place in the tournament this time? I still think it's the person who got number 1 during the entrance examinations. Right after enrollment, his cultivation reached Fighter 2 Dan. A month has passed since then, so he should be much stronger by now. The freshman tournament isn't just reliant on strength. Besides, even if he was strong before his enrollment, it doesn't mean that he will still be strong now. I've heard that the few new students under Lu Laoshi who were going to participate in the teacher evaluation have all reached Fighter 2 Dan. Furthermore, they weren't his direct disciples. It will be hard to tell whether he can beat them. But that guy is a student of Lu Laoshi too, right? Seems like even if first place isn't that guy, it should be someone under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. Of course. Of the top 500 in the entrance examination, at least 300 of them have come under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. Even if they don't want to get first place, there must be someone that can match up to them first. By the way, who do you think will win in the teacher evaluation? Zhang Xian Laoshi or Lu Laoshi? Win. Are you stupid? Does that question even need to be asked? In what way is Zhang Xian Laoshi qualified to compete against Lu Laoshi? Even if the Education Bureau had intentionally suppressed him, causing his teacher qualification examination results to be reflected wrong, his result in the past year wasn't terrific either. That's true. See. To tell you the truth, I heard that the fellow intentionally provoked Lu Laoshi to make fame for himself. After causing his students' cultivation to go berserk, he still dares to challenge Lu Laoshi to a teacher evaluation. I really don't know how a person's skin can be so thick. The news that I've heard is completely different from yours. I heard that Zhang Xian Laoshi is a noble person, and has already reached Pishue realm. In order to uphold the Academy's prestige, he had been keeping mum about the matter, tolerating all of the insults by himself. I've also heard that. Rumors have it that his student was afflicted with innate sealed meridians, and he intentionally caused his student's cultivation to go berserk so that he could surpass his limits. That person is Zhao Yanfeng. I've met him a few times. Not only did Zhang Laoshi help resolve his problem, he even helped him break through his cultivation. Right now, he's already a Fighter 2 Dan expert. Grateful to Zhang Laoshi, he wanted to go under his tutelage once more. This event incurred Lu Laoshi wrath, resulting in Lu Laoshi challenging Zhang Laoshi to the teacher evaluation. Are you serious? Is that true? It's definitely true. I heard this info from a friend I'm familiar with. All kinds of discussions and theories floated around the place. Some said that Zhang Xian overestimated himself, while others said that he was forced to accept the challenge. At this point, it was hard to tell what the truth was anymore. Due to Yao Han's intentional spreading of the news of the Education Bureau, nearly everyone in the academy was aware of it now. However, most of the students were still hesitant to believe it. After all, Lu Sun's reputation in the academy was simply too great. Even though Zhang Xian had cleansed himself of the grief from scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, it was hard for him to establish a towering image in the hearts of the students within such a short period of time. However, Zhang Xian wasn't bothered by this matter at all. In any case, tomorrow's teacher evaluation would determine everything. Rather than wasting his time on this matter, he might as well focus on raising the strength of those students of his. Soon he arrived at his classroom. Zhang Laoshi, Zhao Ye and the others were all present. Each of them were spirited and emitted a powerful aura. Seeing the status of his students, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He was glad that he didn't waste his efforts. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ye, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, or Yuan Tao, each of them had improved significantly. They were completely different from how they were half a month ago. Not only this, even the students who had just listened in on the lessons, Wang Tao, Wang Yan, and Zhao Yanfeng, had also improved significantly. Even though Zhang Xian didn't conduct many lessons, every word in his lecture pointed straight toward the essence of cultivation. Learning under him helped them further comprehend cultivation as a topic, and naturally, this helped them raise their cultivation faster. What is that? After praising them, just when Zhang Xian was about to start meeting them one by one, Zhang Xian suddenly caught sight of something in the corner of the room. There were a few pots placed by the side and the contents inside them were all pitch black. Perplexed, Zhang Xian asked them, He clearly remembered not seeing such an object in the classroom before. Zhang Laoshe, it is ink. Wang Ying's face flushed as she said softly. Ink. Zhang Xian was confused. Why would there be a pot of ink in the classroom? What he taught was cultivation, not culture. There was no need for him or the students to paint beautiful ink paintings or write elegant calligraphy, so there was no reason for these objects to be in the classroom. That. Upon hearing his question, the several students fell into a silence of awkwardness. What's wrong? Could there be a reason behind this? Yuan Tao, speak. Seeing the bizarre expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Yuan Tao didn't expect Zhang Laoshe to single him out, and his face immediately scrunched up as though he had eaten a bitter gourd. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "It's like that. Due to the awakening of Zhao Xiaojia's pure yin body, she has become even more beautiful. As such, many students wish to court her." Court. Only then did Zhang Xian realize the change in Zhao Ya's appearance from the awakening of the pure yin body. Regardless of whether it was her looks or her nature, she seemed completely different from before. Compared to the domineering young mistress in the past, she was now an elegant young lady. In terms of appearance, she was superior even to Shen Bairu. It was no wonder that other students started to admire and approach her. So if someone comes to find her, what is the purpose of the ink? Zhang Xian was even more perplexed. Even if Zhao Ya became prettier and other men came to pester her, it would suffice to chase them away. In the academy, it was unlikely for them to go too far. Besides, the strength of his students had risen greatly. If someone tried to harass Zhao Ya, they would likely leave with a swollen face. By no means were Xingyang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao people who would allow others to climb over their head. It was impossible for them to watch obediently as others tried to poach Zhao Ya over to their sides. We have chased away all of the students, but... Yuan Tao scratched his head as he laughed awkwardly. But recently, 3 perverted old men had been loitering around the classroom. Based on their movements, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. So we prepared some ink to pour on them. It's rumored that ink can vanquish lust, and after they had been splashed by this ink, those 3 perverted old men should feel embarrassed to continue loitering here. Perverted old men. Zhang Xian was perplexed. Are you sure that they aren't teachers of the academy? I'm sure that they aren't. I know all of the teachers in the school, but there aren't any teachers with appearances like theirs. Just by looking at their leering faces, I'm sure that they are up to no good. The one who spoke this time was Xingyang. I kept seeing them hiding in the corner in the past few days, pointing to Zhao Ya and Wang Ying, discussing them. Sometimes, they even nodded their heads while smiling. I am sure that they are up to no good. Pointing to Zhao Ya and Wang Ying and discussing them. When did such shameless fellows appear in the academy? From the confidence in his student's tone, Zhang Xian didn't think that he was lying. His forehead wrinkled. For old men to be peeping on and discussing 16, 17-year-old girls. They were indeed lecherous. Zhang Xian also agreed with their opinions that the old men were up to no good and nodded his head. You all should be on guard. Zhao Ya and Wang Ying, don't go out by yourselves for the next few days. If you meet those 3 old men again, feel free to use the ink to splash them. Since they were able to get into the academy, they probably had esteemed identities. It was already embarrassing for them to be stalking young girls in public, and if they were to be splashed with ink, they should probably understand how shameful their actions were and leave of their own accord. Of course, he would try to remain in the academy for the next 2 days. If the old men were to strike once more, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson personally. Hooray for Zhang Laoshe. I've already said that Zhang Laoshe is an understanding person and he wouldn't blame us for that. Upon hearing Zhang Xian approving their actions, the students cheered happily. All right, let's get down to business. Yuan Tao, follow me in first. I'll take a look at how your cultivation is going. The teacher evaluation was tomorrow. So Zhang Xian needed a clear idea of the current strength of his students by today. At the same time, he could offer them some instruction. Perhaps, through this, they would improve a bit more before the duel with Lu Sun's students. Even if it was just a mild improvement, it might just be the determining factor in the battle. The duo walked into the partitioned room and Yuan Tao closed the door behind him. After which, Zhang Xian gestured. Show me your battle technique. Yes. Yuan Tao nodded his head. His fist shot out, making the wind howl. The might behind his fist was astonishing. Even though his cultivation didn't improve greatly, still in Fighter 1 Denjushi Realm Intermediate Stage, his strength was astounding. That punch of his had caused a sonic boom. This strength. Zhang Xian was surprised. His ability to produce a sonic boom with his fists meant that his strength and defensive ability had reached astonishing levels. Even Fighter 3 Denjinchi Realm cultivators might find it difficult to endure a punch with that power. As expected of the Emperor's bloodline. Even though only 10% of it has been awakened, it is still able to induce such an incredible growth in strength and defense. The unique constitutions were indeed extraordinary, befitting of their enormous reputations. Even though Yuan Tao's cultivation was still the lowest among his 5 students, his offensive and defensive abilities were extremely fearsome. Your cultivation still isn't good enough. Whenever you cultivate and gather spiritual energy, you are too focused on the absorption of spiritual energy, thus failing to align your physical condition along with it. I will impart you with a cultivation method now. As long as you cultivate with it, it shouldn't be difficult for you to reach Jushi Realm Advanced Stage today, said Zhang Xian, after taking a single look. After the other party had executed his punching routine, a new book on Yuan Tao formed in his head. After reading through the contents within, Zhang Xian gained a clear idea of the problems and flaws in Yuan Tao's cultivation. Yes. Yuan Tao hurriedly nodded his head and turned his attention to memorizing the cultivation method. It didn't take him long before he remembered the entire formula. Okay, call Zhaoya in. After instructing Yuan Tao on what he should do, Zhang Xian waved him out. Soon, Zhaoya walked in. The pure Yin body was indeed incredible. Upon its awakening, Zhaoya exuded the disposition of a fairy from the upper realms who had descended onto the mortal world. Not to mention, Zhaoya was originally a beautiful maiden. With the augmentation from her constitution, every single movement of hers exuded indescribable grace. Given her looks and nature, any male students matched against her will immediately admit his defeat upon seeing her smile. The heavens were indeed unfair. Given Zhaoya's outer appearance, if her opponent was a male, he might not even try to lay his hands on her. Show me your battle technique. Yes. Zhaoya nodded her head, clenched her fist, and punched out. The sound of wind filled the entire room. Your strength. After a book was formed in the library, Zhang Xian flipped it open and took a look. The next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Voila. Boom. What are you all doing? The nerve. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, he heard the sound of a pot shattering. After which, furious roars resounded. What's going on? Frowning, Zhang Xian immediately walked out of the room. Chapter 209, Poison Hall. It was already chaotic outside. Jing Yang was wielding a spear whereas Wang Ying was in a battle stance. Meanwhile Yuan Tao was carrying the tables and chairs in the classroom, glaring fiercely at the intruders. At the entrance of the classroom, ink was splattered all over the floor. There were 3 fellows who were drenched black standing at the entrance, fuming. Clearly, just when they were about to enter, Zhang Xian's students immediately threw ink at them. Zhang Laosher, these are the 3 shameless men who had been peeping on us every day. To still be peeping on girls at your age, don't you feel embarrassed? Upon seeing Zhang Xian walk out, Yuan Tao and Lu Yang hurriedly shouted at the trio. However, before they could finish speaking, they saw the mouth of the usually calm Zhang Laosher twitch, then his entire body staggered, and it seemed as though he was about to fall to the ground. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zheng Shi. Why are you all here? Back then, when he heard his students say that there were 3 lecherous old men hiding by the corner peeping on them, Zhang Xian took their words as truth. Never in his wildest dreams could he have expected that it would be the 3 master teachers. As master teachers, they could just walk in through the front door to look for me. Disguising themselves and hiding in the corner, what were they up to? Due to that, a misunderstanding arose and they were splattered with ink, causing this awkward situation. Not just that, they were even criticized as shameless and lecherous. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zheng Shi. Hearing the words that Zhang Laosher uttered, Jing Yang, Zhaoya, and the others staggered. The 3 master teachers arriving at the capital was a huge affair, and the students in Hongtian Academy had already long since heard of the event. Naturally, they also knew of their names as well. Initially, they thought that the few old men who had come to peep on them were just lewd perverts who were lusting over Zhaoya's beauty. To think that it would actually be the famous 3 master teachers in the capital. Weren't master teachers supposed to be prestigious figures who were difficult to even catch a glimpse of? Why did they suddenly appear here and stalk them? Zhang Laoshi, are you mistaken? Where can one find master teachers who act so pervertedly, wearing these kinds of clothes and hiding in the corner, afraid of us noticing them? Jing Yang couldn't help from saying. Mistaken. Zhang Xian nearly choked on his spit. The hell, what was with the students he was teaching? Other people usually brought trouble to their father and their grandfather. Yet his students were clearly intent on preparing his grave for him. The other party were all master teachers. With a single stomp of their legs, even Emperor Shen Jue would cower in fear. Yet, not only did you all not apologize after splattering ink on them, you even said that they were perverted. Perverted your head. Frankly, I really want you all to admit that it was your fault. This way, the problem can be settled easily. How do you expect me to deal with such a situation? Zhang Xian felt so depressed that he could cry. On the other hand, the 3 master teachers felt so infuriated that their lips were twitching non-stop. They felt so humiliated by this affair that the thought of suicide passed through their minds. Right after leaving Elder Tian's residence, they immediately rushed to the academy and headed to Zhang Xian's classroom. Yet the moment they walked in, they saw pitch-black ink flying right at them. Stunned by the sight before them, they didn't even have the time to react. The hell is going on? We are master teachers. Regardless of where we go, we are influential figures who are held in high regard. Yet why were we splashed with ink here? Why are we treated as perverts here? If word spreads, how can we face others? Zhang Laoshi, I am certain that it is the 3 of them. In the past 2 days, they have been loitering around the classroom, peeping on us. I find it hard to believe that they don't have any bad intentions in mind. Afraid that Zhang Laoshi might not believe Jing Yang's words, Wang Ying added on. I can also vouch for it. Even if they were reduced to ashes, I would recognize them. Lu Yang said decisively. Shut your traps. Seeing how these students were so unreliable and getting worse with their words, Zhang Xian couldn't stand it any longer. After bellowing at his students, he mustered his courage and walked up. Master teachers, I apologize for bringing you all trouble. I will teach them a lesson later. There's no need to worry about it. The ignorant aren't guilty. Forget it, it's our mistake as well. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Jing Fei squeezed out smiles on their crying faces. Yuan Tao, Jing Yang, hurry up and buy some clothes for the 3 master teachers. Seeing that the trio didn't intend to pursue this matter, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Kicking Yuan Tao and Jing Yang's rears, he roared. At this moment, everyone finally understood that these 3 lecherous old men were true master teachers. Their faces immediately turned green with fear. There wasn't anyone in this world who didn't know how fearsome a master teacher was. Yet they threw ink in the faces of 3 master teachers instantly, reducing them to such states. They truly felt like crying now. But, it really wasn't intentional. Who could have thought that noble master teachers would disguise themselves and loiter around their classroom to peep at them, even talking about them? This. Master teachers, have you been hanging around here for the past few days? Asked Zhang Xian after getting a towel for the trio to wipe away the ink from their faces. As master teachers, instead of indulging yourselves in the luxuries in the royal palace, why would you all come here? Even if you want to take me as your apprentice, upon knowing that I'm not here, there shouldn't be any reason for you all to be hanging around my students, talking about them. We. Hearing Zhang Xian's straightforward words, the 3 master teachers' mouths opened, but they couldn't say a single word due to awkwardness. What could they say? That they'd heard of his deeds, and that they wanted to see it for themselves. Peeping on his students to gather information on him. They would have to abandon their prestige as master teachers to say such words. I have an old friend in Hongtian Academy and he happened to be free the past few days. So we've been coming around to see him. Also, the atmosphere is not bad, so we thought that it would be good to spend our time here, the quick-witted Jing Fei said with a smile. Atmosphere is not bad. Zhang Xian looked at them with strangely. He had seen people who could speak lies with a straight face, but he had never seen someone who could spout such an obvious lie so brazenly. My classroom is at the very corner of the academy, the worst location in the compound. How inexperienced of the world must you be to think that the atmosphere is not bad? Besides, do you have friends in Hongtian Academy? Why haven't I heard of it? If you really have friends here, you would have come much earlier than this. Oh, is that the case? My students are still inexperienced, that's why they thought that you were up to no good. Please pay them no heed. In order to prevent the atmosphere from turning awkward, Zhang Xian didn't expose the blatant lie. Soon, Yuan Tao and Jing Yang returned with new clothes. After the three master teachers changed into them, they felt much more comfortable. Zhang Laoshi, you should probably know the reason why we came to look for you. Regaining the disposition of a master teacher, Lu Ling looked at the young men before him with a smile. After the past few days of observation, they were extremely pleased with both Zhang Laoshi and his students. They would have truly won the lottery if they could accept an apprentice of such caliber under their wings. Knowing that the three of them were true master teachers, the several students immediately focused all of their attention onto the conversation between them to see what was going on. I can roughly guess. The three master teachers hoped to take me in as your apprentice, right? Knowing that he had to face this sooner or later, Zhang Xian dived right into the subject. Apprentice. The three master teachers want to accept Zhang Laoshi as their apprentice. If Zhang Laoshi accepts it, he would be an assistant master teacher. Upon hearing those words, the faces of Zhao and the others immediately flushed with excitement. The dream of all teachers was to become a master teacher, and the requirement of being an apprentice of a master teacher eventually turned out to be the barrier preventing them from attaining their dream. Only when one became a master teacher's apprentice would one have the chance to become a master teacher. Instead of finding Lu Sun Laoshi, the three master teachers came straight for Zhang Laoshi. How could they not be excited? That's right. The three of us have such an intention. You can feel free to choose whomever you wish to join. Upon seeing that the other party understood the situation, Lu Ling nodded his head with satisfaction. Feel free to choose whomever he wishes to join. His students were so excited they wanted to jump up and down. That's to say that all three of the master teachers had their sights set on Zhang Laoshi. This. Zhang Xian scratched his head embarrassed. May I reject the offer? Putong. 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 Zhao and the others fell to the floor. For someone to reject becoming the apprentice of a master teacher. Surely we heard wrong. Reject. Unable to believe their ears, Lu Ling and the others were stunned. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian was destined for great heights. Honestly, Zhang Xian found Lu Ling and the others nowhere near good enough. We understand that we're being a little too rash on the matter, so you need not hurry to give us your reply. How about this, we'll give you some time to consider the matter. It isn't too late to reply to us tomorrow. Not expecting the other party to reject him, Lu Ling knew that he had been a little rash on this matter and smiled awkwardly. It's all right to answer tomorrow as well. Give it a good thought today. Without the identity of an assistant master teacher and a master teacher's recommendation, it is impossible for one to take the master teacher examination, Zhuang Xian added. Indeed. Given your capability and your talents, it is a waste if you don't become a master teacher. Jing Fei chirped in as well. Oh. I will think over the matter then. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Zhang Xian had decided to take the master teacher examination, but he was reluctant to acknowledge any of these three fellows as his teacher. It wasn't for any other reason than because these three had been trying to become Yang Shi's students. They were giving their all to become his students while trying to take Zhang Xian as their student. What in the world was this? That's good. We'll come over tomorrow then. Seeing that the other party didn't directly reject them, they heaved sighs of relief. Right, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Lu Shi, I happen to have a question to ask you three. Seeing that the other party didn't persist on the matter, Zhang Xian thought of the poison aura in his body and opened his mouth to ask the question. Oh. Feel free to speak of whatever it is that's on your mind. As long as it's something we know of, we'll try our best to help you. Lu Ling stroked his beard. Since that's the case, I would like to ask where I can find books on poison. The more, the better, Zhang Xian spoke. As Zhang Xian had no idea what the poison aura in his body was, it would be hard for him to ask the master teachers about it. Also, it might also result in unnecessary trouble, so he might as well just ask them for books. In any case, as long as there were sufficient books on poison, through the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian should be able to easily find out what poison it was, and solving the problem would be simple then. Books regarding poison. Not expecting the young men before them to ask such a question, the three master teachers exchanged glances. In the field of poison, no one can surpass the poison hall. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ling said this with a grim expression. Poison hall. Even though there were many books regarding poison in the Tianxian Kingdom book collection vault, there wasn't any record of such a location. Thus, this was the first time Zhang Xian was hearing the term as well. Yeah, poison hall. Lu Ling nodded his head. Chapter 210, Teacher Acknowledgement, First Half. Actually, the Poison Hall refers to the Poison Master Guild. Poison Master Guild. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes blankly. Since it's a guild, it should be called Poison Master Guild just like the Apothecary Guild, Blacksmith Guild, and Teachers Guild. Why would it be called the Poison Hall? The name sounded eerie. Do you feel like since it's a guild, it should just name itself as a guild just like the others? Are you wondering why it would be called the bizarre name of Poison Hall? Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubts, Lu Ling explained, actually, this has something to do with the identity of poison masters. Poison masters are adept in utilizing poison. Often, their means can get through the guard of others, inducing massive fear against them. Reviling their underhanded means, they are classified in the lower 9 paths. On the other hand, due to their fearsome means, countless experts of the continent allied together to deal with the Poison Master Guild. Back then, when the guild was destroyed, countless poison masters died in the ordeal. Afterwards, even though they had managed to pass down their heritage, in fear of the same thing occurring to them once more, they dared not appear in the world. As a result, they secretly formed the Poison Hall and hid amid the mountains and rivers. This is precisely the reason why even though there are poison masters, they are hard to find within the kingdom. If one has to speak of a place which has the most books on poison, it has to be here. It's just that even I cannot confirm its exact location. Lu Ling shook his head. Ah. Zhang Xian smiled wryly. In the end, Lu Ling's words turned out to be pointless. What Zhang Xian needed now were books on poison. If he was unable to find the Poison Hall, there wasn't any point listening to all of this. Playing with poison is extremely dangerous. Many poison masters, in order to concoct more potent poisons, often use their own bodies as test subjects. As such, very few of them live for long. Very few people want to come into contact with poison without sufficient reason. Zhang Laoshe, may I know what you intend to do by asking for books of this kind? The three master teachers were perplexed. Due to the lethal nature of poison, unless one possessed a great hatred for someone stronger than them and needed the strength of poison to exact their vengeance, very few people would dabble in it. Even if people didn't try the poison they concocted for themselves, coming into contact with poison daily would also result in minute doses of it being absorbed into their body daily. Eventually, it would accumulate, so most poison masters couldn't live for long. This had also caused most of their personalities to be eccentric. It could be said that just speaking of this occupation was sufficient to leave people apprehensive. Very few people would be willing to come into contact with it. This Zhang Laoshe refused to become their apprentice and asked them about this matter instead. The master teachers couldn't stop from feeling curious about this matter. I am just asking out of curiosity. Zhang Xian smiled. He couldn't speak about the matter of him being poisoned. Otherwise, it would lead to questions like, why isn't the poison acting up, or why is your Jinqi so pure, and eventually, it might expose the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path. This item was his greatest secret, and he would never tell anyone about it. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to say anything about the matter, Lu Ling asked no further either. After pondering for a moment, he added, actually, even though I don't know the exact location of the Poison Hall, I've heard that there is a Poison Hall branch in the Red Lotus Ridge, which is in the extreme northwest of Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom. Of course, this is only hearsay. As for whether there is truly a branch there, I can't really confirm it. Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom. Zhang Xian nodded his head. A book regarding the country appeared in his head. If they had a one-star master teacher backing the country, it would be eligible to be ranked as a Tier 2 kingdom. Given how Tianxian Kingdom had no master teachers at all, it could only be considered as an unranked kingdom. Tianwu Kingdom was the strongest kingdom of the surrounding territories, reaching the level of Tier 1. It was even higher ranked than the Beiwu Kingdom Lu Ling came from. It was said that there was a 2-star master teacher backing the country. This country wasn't too far from Tianxian Kingdom. They could even be considered as close neighbors since they both bordered the Red Lotus Ridge. Other than the Poison Hall, the Master Teacher Pavilion also has books on all occupations. Plenty of them are on poison too. Even though the quantity and quality can't be compared to the former, the size of its collection far exceeds that of some countries. If you only wish to gain an understanding of the occupation, you should visit the Master Teacher Pavilion to take a look. But of course, if you wish to enter the book collection vault, you have to first pass the Master Teacher examination. Zhuang Xian smiled. It seemed like he hadn't given up on the idea of having Zhang Xian come under him as his apprentice. Master Teacher Pavilion. Yeah. Even though master teachers come into the Teachers Guild in name, due to their prestigious identity, the guild isn't capable of interfering in their affairs. Thus, another autonomous organization was created to govern the master teachers and conduct examinations. It's known as the Master Teacher Pavilion. Zhuang Xian added, the Master Teacher Pavilion is actually just like any other guild. The treasures and secret manuals within are only accessible by master teachers. Its book collection vault contains the knowledge of countless occupations, so there's surely books regarding poison there. Oh. Zhang Xian nodded his head. It seemed that if he wasn't able to find the Poison Hall, becoming a master teacher and entering the book collection vault of the Master Teacher Pavilion could solve his current problem too. Alright, we hope that you can give this matter more thought. Given your talent, as long as you study diligently, you will surely be able to become a master teacher one day. You shouldn't think too much about other things. The four of them chatted a while longer, but upon seeing that the young man seemed to be truly disinterested in becoming their apprentice, Lu Ling offered Zhang Xian advice before leaving with the other 2. They knew that it was best to slowly convince a talented teacher like Zhang Xian instead of pressuring him. Perhaps he might truly change his mind within a couple of days. If they were to keep persistently questioning him about the matter, it might have the opposite effect instead. After the trio left, the several students immediately ran up to Zhang Laoshe. Admiration glimmered in their eyes. Did you see that? Other teachers would definitely lose their mind upon hearing that a master teacher wanted to accept them as their student, yet our Zhang Laoshe simply rejected 3 master teachers calmly. Isn't he too incredible? Don't give me those looks. I haven't settled the score with you all from the recent event. These brats had actually said that the 3 master teachers were lecherous peeping toms. It was fortunate that it was only Ink and the other party didn't intend to pursue the matter. Otherwise, even Zhang Xian would be stumped by this problem. After rebuking them, he went ahead to guide them one by one. After all was said and done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Even though these fellows were mischievous and unreliable, they were extremely serious in their training, not slacking off in the least. Other than Yuan Tao, his other students had all reached Fighter 2 Dan Dantian realm. Initially, he thought that the one who would improve the most would be Jing Yang, but contrary to his expectations, it turned out to be the weak-looking Wang Ying. In just a short few days, her cultivation had soared. Not only did she break through the Fighter 2 Dan barrier, she reached the pinnacle of Fighter 2 Dan intermediate stage, and she was currently just a step away from reaching advanced stage. The rate of her improvement was nothing short of shocking. Even though this last may seem airhead on the surface and she blushed easily when speaking with others, she actually possessed an extraordinarily determined will. When she hardened her resolve to accomplish something, not even Zhao Yu would be able to best her. His other students had also done well. However, that was to be expected. After all, he had imparted them with the cultivation techniques and battle techniques compiled by the library. If they were unable to achieve such a level of improvement, it would truly be embarrassing. Through the library, Zhang Xian could tell that his 5 students had been secretly cultivating a joint attack formation. Taking a single look, there weren't any disadvantages to the formation. Instead, it augmented their combined fighting power. As long as they weren't fooling around, Zhang Xian wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Nurturing a student was different from raising a plant or a pet. A teacher ought to guide them onto the right path and impart them knowledge to help with their cultivation. Otherwise, if a teacher restricted them in whatever they did, they would lose their independence, becoming nothing more than puppets. It was just like how the rote learning method in Zhang Xian's previous life had killed the creativity of numerous children, mass-producing adults who were only capable of testing well. Right after finishing his lecture, Zhang Xian would leave the classroom. In fact, there were times he would stay out for several days. While there were compelling reasons for his absence, Zhang Xian wasn't being irresponsible. Rather, he was worried that if he kept interfering in their training, it might impede them from becoming true experts in the future. A true teacher should impart knowledge and guide students, but not restrain them. In order to take the master teacher examination, I need to become an apprentice. But I don't want to acknowledge Lu Ling and the others as my teacher. After instructing his students one by one, Zhang Xian fell into a dilemma once more. Apprentice, master teacher, apprentice. It felt cyclical, leaving Zhang Xian with a splitting headache. Right, I can choose to become my own apprentice instead. After being conflicted for a period of time, a thought abruptly appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. Other than Zhang Xian, wasn't he Yang Shi as well? In the minds of others, Yang Shi was a master teacher as well. If Zhang Xian became his apprentice, wasn't he also qualified to take the master teacher examination? Even if Yang Shi was unable to provide a recommendation letter for him, he could ask Lu Ling and the others to do Southwest in his place. When Yang Shi asks for a favor, who wouldn't comply? I'll do it that way then. Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian left the academy and headed toward his mansion. If he wanted to become Yang Shi's apprentice, Yang Shi had to speak. Leaving the academy, Lu Ling and the others smiled bitterly at their failure of being unable to take Zhang Xian as their apprentice. Putting aside a remote country like Tianqian Kingdom, even in Beiwu Kingdom and Hanwu Kingdom, as long as they showed the slightest bit of intention of taking an apprentice, countless star teachers would come fighting for the position. Yet they had revealed their intentions clearly to this fellow, only to be rejected by him. They very much so wondered what was in his head. To be able to reach an astounding level of mastery in painting, pill forging, and the way of tea at such a young age, it is natural for him to be complacent. Lu Ling commented, remembering the varied and incredible feats the other party had done. Indeed. We need not hurry. Tomorrow is the teacher evaluation between him and Lu Sun. Perhaps he's thinking of achieving a flawless victory before coming under us. This way, it would be much more justified and glorious, Zhuang Xian guessed upon remembering the event. That's possible. The other two nodded their heads in unison. The reason for his rejection might be due to this matter as well. Otherwise, even if he was unwilling to become their student, would he be willing to give up on the opportunity to become eligible for the master teacher examination? This was the pursuit of all teachers in the world. It was just like becoming an expert in the path of cultivation, it was something that no one in the occupation would be able to resist. We must come over to watch tomorrow's duel. However, before that, should we deal with our personal affairs first? Lu Ling suddenly said. You mean, acknowledging Yang Shi as our teacher? Zhuang Xian's eyes lit up. It was impossible for a person to only have a single master in their entire life. This logic applied to master teachers too. Upon reaching higher levels, one could acknowledge another teacher to learn from them. Indeed. Since Yang Shi was able to easily help Shen Hong and Zheng Fei achieve breakthroughs, it is clear that his methods are much more advanced than ours. If we can acknowledge him as our teacher, we might be able to break through our bottleneck and gain the qualification to become two-star master teachers. In fact, we might even pass with a single attempt with his guidance. The more Lu Ling said, the brighter his eyes shone. A good teacher would be beneficial to their future development. After the past few incidents, Yang Shi had fully displayed his extraordinary capabilities. If they could acknowledge him as their teacher, they might be able to reach greater heights. Reaching the level in their dreams, but beyond their reach. Chapter 211, Teacher Acknowledgement, Second Half. To qualify for the two-star master teacher examination, besides possessing two supporting occupations, one's cultivation must also be at least of Zhongshe realm. Throughout the years, we have visited countless experts to seek advice on our cultivation, but even so, we are unable to make the final breakthrough. Our only hope is with Yang Shi. Zhuang Xian nodded his head as well. When one becomes a Zhongshe, his lifespan is increased. Just this in itself is an allure that no one is able to resist. Having been stuck in Hafzongshire for a very long time, they had visited numerous two-star master teachers, but even so, were unable to make that final leap forward. A few days ago, when they witnessed Yangshi guide the dying Shenhong to achieve a breakthrough, they could no longer hold themselves back. Since Shen Hong was able to do it, they are definitely able to do it as well. However, that is only if Yangshi is willing to guide them. No matter what, we should give it another try. Perhaps, we might be able to succeed. Since the moment Yangshi assisted him to reach Hafzongshire, the intention to acknowledge him as his teacher had already sprouted in him. But back then, his intentions were disregarded and he didn't dare to ask any further. But now, even Lu Shi and Zhuang Shi are trying hard, so naturally, he can't lag behind them. Alright, let's go and take a look. As they thought of this, the three master teachers hesitated no more and headed straight for the mansion. Brother Lu, I've bought the pills. Do you want to reconsider the matter? Are you really going to use it? In Lu Sun's classroom, Wang Chao stared at his good friend with worry. Even though these pills can generate a massive boost in one's cultivation within a short time span, there are heavy repercussions on the user's body. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Receiving the pills from his friend's hands, Lu Sun hesitated for a moment before commanding his students. Shortly, the students, whose name were on the teacher evaluation name list, appeared before him. Zhu Hong, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, Bao Chao, and Kong Jie. These five stood erect before Lu Sun, and every single one of them exuded a deep and powerful aura. After half a month of cultivation, just like Jing Yang and the others, they had all reached Fighter 2 Dan Dantian realm. However, unlike Wang Ying and the others, they had all reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm pinnacle, even before they acknowledged Lu Sun as their teacher, and all they were lacking was just an impetus for their breakthrough. Even Kong Jie, who is slightly inferior to the other four, with various resources focused on him, managed to achieve a breakthrough. Here is a pill. Consuming this pill expands your Dantian, allowing you to achieve a breakthrough by tonight to reach Fighter 3 Danjinchi realm. This way, you will definitely be able to achieve victory in the teacher evaluation. Lifting the pills in his hands, Lu Sun scanned the faces of his students. Without hiding anything, he spoke of the flaws of the pill as well. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Since it is able to help someone achieve a breakthrough so quickly, naturally, there are side effects. After reaching Jinchi realm, your cultivation speed will be decreased to be 70% of what it was previously. However, as long as I become a master teacher, I will make sure to resolve this issue. I will even accept you as my direct disciples and oversee your training personally. Of course. The choice is up to you. I will not force any of you. If you were to lose, it will only mean that our relationship as teacher and student has come to an end. After which, he placed the pill down and looked at them. Even though he had made his choice and bought the pills, he nevertheless left the final decision in the hands of his students. He desired victory but was still unable to bring himself to force his students to consume the pills against their will. There is a boundary that teachers should never cross. Teachers have their own dignity as well. Having taught innumerable students over so many years, he couldn't bear to stoop to such unscrupulous means for victory. I believe in Lu Laoshi. Without hesitating for long, Zhu Hong stepped forward. Training by the conventional route, it is nigh impossible to reach Jinchi realm without 2 to 3 years of effort. If this pill can allow one to achieve it in a single night, so what if their future cultivation will be affected? Who can guarantee that their cultivation would be smooth sailing? Furthermore, once they become a direct disciple of Lu Laoshi, this won't be a problem. When studying under the same teacher, there is a huge difference between a normal student and a direct disciple. Usually, when a teacher imparts knowledge, it was done with hundreds of people in attendance. Thus, it is impossible to offer pointers tailored to personal needs to every single student. In the case of normal students, they will have to undergo trial and error in order to find their way forward. It is as though a huge pot of vegetable being seasoned with the same seasoning, the flavor will only be average at best. However, being a direct disciple is different. It is as though a vegetable specially cooked in a small pot. His teacher holds personal consultations, offering one pointer so that he will not waste his time on useless things. Even if the pill does affect their growth, with this kind of guidance, they will still be in for a bright future. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong made a stand and swiftly swallowed the pill. The pill, upon being placed in his mouth, melted immediately, turning into a surge of unique energy which gushed through his meridians. Seeing that Zhu Hong had made his decision so quickly, Lu Xun nodded his head in satisfaction. He placed his hands on the other party's back and slowly infused Jinqi into the other party's body, guiding the surge of energy. After an unknown period of time, with a crisp sound, Zhu Hong stood up abruptly, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and the aura he exuded amplified greatly. Fighter 3 Dan, Jinqi Realm. Just as Lu Xun had said, consuming the pill raised his cultivation by an entire level. Incredible. I want to give it a try as well. Witnessing the person achieve a breakthrough successfully, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, Bai Chao, and Kong Jie could no longer hold themselves back and walked forward simultaneously. The rest of them had made up their minds as well. If Lu Laoshi really becomes a master teacher, as his direct disciple, their standing would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. With that in mind, they chose to take the pill as well. Soon, all of them reached Fighter 3 Jinqi Realm. Good, good. Seeing that all 5 students had reached Fighter 3 Jinqi Realm, Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Putting aside the freshmen, their current strength would allow them to compete even against top students who had been in the academy for several years. Tomorrow will be the day where I, Lu Xun, perform before everyone else. I shall astonish the entire academy and silence all of those discussions behind my back. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Xun regained the confidence which he lost during the day and roared mightily. So what if he is skilled in the way of tea? So what if he is a grandmaster painter? As a teacher, I, Lu Xun, am not inferior to anyone. You 3 master teachers, I will show you tomorrow that I am the best choice you can make. Old master, the 3 master teachers have been waiting for you for a very long time. Returning to the residence, Sun Chong immediately stepped forward to welcome Yang Shi. They're here. He was considering whether to send someone to invite them, but it turned out that the 3 fellows were even more enthusiastic than him. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. Walking into the lounge, he saw the 3 master teachers seated, and upon seeing Yang Shi enter the room, their eyes glittered with excitement. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, Jing Fei, pays respect to Yang Shi. The trio bowed immediately. May I know what you 3 have for me, visiting me at such a late hour? Zhang Xian sat down and instructed for a cup of tea. After a long and slow sip, he finally turned to look at them, his expression impassive. After a trip to the Tian residence and the academy, the sun had already set by the time Zhang Xian arrived at the mansion. Yang Shi, the 3 of us earnestly wish to acknowledge you as our teacher, and we hope that you can accept us. Lu Ling and the others quickly stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed deeply. Anxious, they sneaked glances at Zhang Xian. Age doesn't determine knowledge. Even though they are significantly older than Yang Shi. The other party is clearly more capable than them. Age isn't a determining factor for one to acknowledge a teacher. You wish to acknowledge me as your teacher. Lifting his cup, Zhang Xian removed the floating tea leaves elegantly. Even as he spoke those words, there wasn't the slightest hint of emotion on his face. After having disguised himself for the past few days, he is no longer the amateur whom anyone could see through easily. Every single movement of his carries authority and magnanimity. The atmosphere in the room stilled. Yes. Even though the 3 of us aren't talented, we can serve by your side and share your burdens. The breathing of the 3 master teachers hastened. The last few times that they were here, they did express their intention to acknowledge Yang Shi as their teacher, but they hadn't spoken of it clearly. Now that they've said it out loud, if they were to get rejected, it would be over. If I'm not wrong, the reason why you all wish to acknowledge me as your teacher is that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and you are unable to achieve a breakthrough. If you were to become my student, you might be able to make this final step and advance further. Without even lifting his head, Zhang Xian's voice was indifferent, as though a block of silent ice. Ah. Yes. Having their intentions exposed, Lu Ling and the others blushed in embarrassment. Seems that you are honest. Seeing that they didn't deny the matter, Zhang Xian nodded his head. We hope that Yang Shi can fulfill our wish. Lu Ling and the others gritted their teeth. Zhang Xian didn't reply. Instead, he slowly put down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the center of the room. The 3 master teachers were wondering what he was going to do when a calm voice suddenly sounded. I, Yang Shi, have traveled and visited countless countries. I prefer to live a quiet and tranquil life, so I don't reveal my identity easily. You probably haven't heard of my name, even in the other countries, am I right? When they heard the name Yang Xian, they had specially looked into the matter, but there isn't such a person in the surrounding kingdoms. Back then, they thought that the latter was simply using this fake name to impersonate a master teacher, but from the looks of it now, it seems like Yang Shi had just been keeping a low profile. If I don't want others to know that I am a master teacher, even if you were to check with the master teacher pavilion, you won't be able to find anything. Zhang Xian said. However, in Tianxian Kingdom, I revealed my identity, even helping others with their problems. Do you know why? The reason why Zhang Xian said all of that in advance was to lay the foundation so that they wouldn't doubt his identity. After all, the name Yang Xian is fake, and they won't be able to find this name in the Master Teacher Pavilion if they were to check. With these words, not only would the other party not doubt his words when they are unable to find it, they will even feel reverence for him. For his identity to be unable to found in the Master Teacher Pavilion. How incredible does he have to be? We apologize for our ignorance. Lu Ling and the others stared at Yang Shi. Actually, they had felt perplexed on this point as well. If such an incredible master teacher really chooses to blend in with the crowd, who will be able to tell his true identity? Yet, everyone in Tianxian Kingdom found out about his identity. During my travel, I happened to meet a competent youngster. Very satisfied with him, I accepted him as my direct disciple. However, I won't be staying here for long, and afraid that he might be oppressed by others, I revealed my status intentionally so as to give him a title. With both hands behind his back, Zhang Xian stood erect at the center of the hall, as though a towering mountain. A competent youngster. Accepted him as a direct disciple. Lu Ling and the others stared at one another. Suddenly, they thought of something and their eyes narrowed. Can it be that? Can it be that Yang Shi's direct disciple is Hongtian Academy's Zhang Xian Laoshi? If that is the case, everything makes sense. For a low-level teacher at a remote kingdom to be able to come up with such incredible theories and become a grandmaster painter, expert tea master, and more importantly, reject the apprenticeship of the three master teachers. Probably, only a student of Yang Shi is able to do so. Zhang Xian was delighted to observe that the other side had caught quickly, and he was able to save his saliva, nodding his head in satisfaction. Zhang Xian is my direct disciple. If you want to come under my tutelage, that would mean that he's your senior. Chapter 212, The Teacher Evaluation Arrives. Senior. The mouths of the three master teachers twitched and their bodies swayed. The twist came too abruptly. They were thinking of accepting the other party as their apprentice when all of a sudden, he had become their senior. To call a fellow who isn't even 20 their senior. The three master teacher felt dizzy. They found the relationship extremely peculiar. However, the bizarre expression on their face merely flickered on their faces for an instant. Agitation and excitement took over their expressions. Does Yang Shi mean that you are willing to accept us? Lu Ling suddenly came to a realization. Trembling in agitation, his face creased so tightly together that it seemed to be able to squeeze a mosquito to death. Since Yang Shi had told them to address Zhang Xian as their senior, doesn't this mean that he is willing to accept them as his student? Thank you, Yang Shi. Zhuang Xian and Jing Fei immediately knelt to the floor. Even though the other party hadn't expressed his intentions clearly, he wasn't objectionable to the issue. If they don't hurry up and the other party changes his mind all of the sudden, won't they cry themselves to death? These two fellows. Seeing his old buddies react so quickly, Lu Ling quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. Zhang Xian didn't turn around, and his expression remained completely calm. Since you have all become my students, I will assist you with your cultivation. However, I am used to wandering about and I won't be staying here for long. Even though Zhang Xian is my direct disciple, he is way too young and his cultivation is still immature. He might require your assistance. Teacher, rest assured. Since we've come under your tutelage, we will definitely follow your rules. Given that Zhang Xian is our senior now, as long as it is within our capabilities, we will make sure to assist him. Lu Ling and the others expressed their sentiments. There is a set of rules that when a master teacher accepts a disciple, a direct disciple is a rank higher than that of normal students. That is to say, Even if the direct disciple is the youngest of the lot, before the other students, he is still considered the senior. Even though it sounds peculiar, there had been many of such exceptions in the master-teacher pavilion, so it isn't anything significant. Since they had decided to acknowledge Yang Shi as their teacher, Zhang Xian would naturally become their senior. Thus, as juniors, they wouldn't spare any effort to assist him. Show me your battle technique. Having confirmed the teacher-student relationship with the trio, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Knowing that Yang Shi was going to guide them on their cultivation, they stood up immediately and excitedly. It didn't take long before the rustling of wind sounded in the room as the trio displayed their battle techniques. After an unknown period of time, the trio clasped their hands and took their leave. Even though they were still half Zhang Shi and they had yet to achieve a breakthrough, the excitement on their faces was almost impossible to hide. Actually, Zhang Xian was capable of helping the trio reach Zhang Shi realm on the spot, but if he were to do so, his pure Zhenqi and low cultivation realm would be exposed. This could have potentially led to countless troubles in the future. After some contemplation, he decided to simply point out the flaws in their cultivation. In his words, having pointed out their flaws, and it is a trial to the trio to achieve a breakthrough with the new knowledge. As one-star master teachers, if they are unable to achieve a breakthrough even after knowing all these, it would show that there are fundamental flaws in their talents, and he would have to reconsider his decision to accept the trio as his students. Hearing those words, the three master teachers didn't dare to say anything. They listened attentively to the flaws the other party spoke of, afraid that they would mishear anything. However, now that they know where their mistakes lie, given their knowledge and comprehension on cultivation, reaching Zhang Shi realm becomes only a matter of time. Old Master, Emperor Shen Jue is waiting outside. Zhang Xian was about to rest after dealing with the three master teachers when Sun Chang came in with the report. He's here. Can it be? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Have him enter. Soon, Emperor Shen Jue walked in, clasped his hands, and bowed. His gaze was filled with passion and reverence. Not only did he save the dying old ancestor, he even helped him reach Zhang Shi realm. Those feats are something that even a two-star master teacher would find hard to accomplish. Perhaps the person standing before him is a three-star master teacher, or even someone much more incredible. Even the emperor of a Tier 1 kingdom would find it hard to meet someone of his caliber. Reporting to Yang Shi, I have managed to gather the Tongxian realm secret manuals that you had me collect. His condition for treating Shen Hong was for Shen Jue to collect these Tongxian realm cultivation technique manuals in his stead. It has been a few days since then, and given the influence of the royal family, collecting thousands of such books wasn't any issue. Yang Shi, please look through them. As Shen Jue gestured with his hand, thousands of books stacked up in a pile before him. He brought all of the books in his storage ring. Walking forward to pick up a few books, Zhang Xian quickly flipped through them, placed them down, and proceeded to do the same with other books. From the very start, when Yang Shi had made such a request, Emperor Shen Jue was already perplexed why such an incredible master teacher would need Tongxian realm secret manuals. Upon seeing this situation, his confusion worsened. If the other party opens the book and reads through them, Emperor Shen Jue could have attributed the matter to him studying. But to flip through them just like that. What is he doing? Even though Emperor Shen Jue was perplexed, he didn't dare to mention anything. He stood obediently by the side, quietly observing. In a single go, Zhang Xian flipped through the thousands of secret manuals. Even though the manuals gathered were rather average in standard, the quantity more than made up for it. Given that Zhang Xian possessed the library of Heaven's Path, it is the best situation that could have happened. With a jolt of his mind, the books converged to form a single entity in the library. Tongxian Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. All right, I'm done. You can take them away. Zhang Xian casually waved his hands. Since he had already created replicas of all of the books in the library, there was no need for him to keep the physical copies. Emperor Shen Jue was taken aback. In order to gather all of these secret manuals, he had paid quite a substantial amount. Initially, he thought that Yang Shi would at least take a look. In the end, he simply casually flipped through them and returned them to him. Are these books not to your liking? If so, I can search for more. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Shen Jue couldn't help but ask. There's no need. I'm already done reading these books, you can take them back. Zhang Xian casually waved his hands. Done, reading these books. Emperor Shenjue nearly fell to the ground. What can you possibly have read like that? Casually flipping through those books like that, and you say that you are done reading them. Do your eyes grow on your hands? Even though he felt so stifled that he could spurt blood, he dared not to question any further. He kept all of the books in his storage ring, clasped his hands, and said, "Then, I'll be taking my leave." Zhang Xian casually waved him away. Emperor Shenjue returned back to the royal palace immediately after leaving the mansion. "Have you passed the books to Yangshi?" Old ancestor Shenhong walked over. "I passed him the books, but he didn't want them and he gave them back." Even until now, Emperor Shenjue had maintained his confused expression. Gave them back. Is Yangshi unsatisfied with the books? Then, has he finished reading them? He didn't read through them at all. Didn't read through them at all. Then, what did he want the books for? Shenhong was perplexed. He simply fiddled around with it. Fiddled. Shenhong blinked his eyes. I can understand if you wish to fiddle around with beautiful ladies, but why did you fiddle around with those books? Indeed, it is impossible for us to understand the minds of geniuses. After contemplating over the matter for an extremely long time, they finally arrived at this conclusion. After Emperor Shenjue left, Zhang Xian told Sun Chang that he would not be seeing anyone else, before returning to his room. Zhang Xian immediately turned his attention to the 7-den Heaven's Path divine art which was just formed. The opening of acupoints, the connecting of the meridians, allowing Jinqi to flow without any hindrance, that is Tongxian. The words appeared clearly in his mind. As this version of Heaven's Path divine art was formed by compiling thousands of secret manuals together, there were no problems with it all. Zhang Xian read and cultivated via the method explained within simultaneously. Pure Jinqi began to circulate within his body, and according to the unique cultivation method written in the perfect manual, the Jinqi revolved unceasingly. With just a single circulation, he had barged through the bottleneck and spiritual energy in the air surged into his body with hysteria. His Jinqi and strength improved exponentially. Tongxian Realm Primary Stage. Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage. In no time, he had achieved Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Along with the rise in my cultivation, my speed of improvement is slowing. Feeling that his cultivation had reached another bottleneck, Zhang Xian stopped. As Zhang Xian had to deduce the correct acupoints one by one in Pishue realm, it wasn't an accurate gauge of his cultivation speed. On the other hand, when he was at Dingli realm, cultivating via the complete version of Heaven's Path divine art, he took around 2 hours, but now it took a whole 10 minutes longer. Looks like the higher one's cultivation reaches, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Zhang Xian lamented with a grim expression. If anyone else were to know his thoughts, they would definitely want to strangle him to death. You call an additional 10 minutes difficult? Even top-notch geniuses, with the augmentation of countless treasures, to cultivate from Tongxian realm primary stage to pinnacle would take a minimum of 10 years of hard work. Yet, you only took 10 minutes more than 2 hours and you think that your cultivation speed has slowed. The heck, why don't you go and die? I should check out how much my strength has improved. Zhang Xian stood up and walked over to the strength measuring rock pillar. Using just the strength from his Jinqi, he sent his fist into it. A line of numbers slowly floated into view, 600 ding. A look of delight immediately appeared on Zhang Xian's face. At Pishue realm pinnacle, he had opened 108 acupoints, granting him an additional 108 ding of strength. In addition to the previous 20 ding, he possessed a total of 128 ding of Jinqi strength. Now that he has achieved a breakthrough, his strength increased by several folds. Usually, a Tongxian realm expert would possess 100 ding of strength at primary stage, 200 ding at intermediate stage, 300 ding at advanced stage, and 400 ding at pinnacle. With a Jinqi strength of 600 ding, Zhang Xian is able to match up to a half Zongshi. A Zongshi expert wields tremendous strength, and their blows easily exceed 1,000 ding. Those who possess strength between 400 ding and 1,000 ding are known as half Zongshi. If he were to add the 90 ding of strength from his physical body, his strength would almost reach 700 ding. With such strength, his prowess would be the top few even among half Zongshis. Finally, I possess the power to protect myself. Now that he has such commensurate and mighty power, coupled with his library of Heaven's Path ability to see through flaws, he can finally stand against top-notch experts within the country. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even since he noticed the poison aura within his body, the fear that someone is trying to kill him had been plaguing his mind. Without sufficient strength, if the enemy were to make another attempt, he definitely won't be able to resist. Now that Zhang Xian holds strength comparable to a half-zongshi, he finally regained his sense of security. After reinforcing his cultivation and adapting to his newfound strength, Zhang Xian walked out of the room. Unknowingly, a day had passed, and the sun was rising slowly from the east. Its radiance spilled over the horizon and scene of tranquility formed in the city. To think that it is already dawn. Looking at the rising sun, Zhang Xian realized that the freshman tournament and the teacher evaluation which he had waited for half a month has arrived. Chapter 213, The Shocked Qian Chao. Qian Chao is Pavilion Elder Qian's son. Initially, he had intended to slack off and take a good rest today, but his father forcefully dragged him to the teacher evaluation, filling him with resentment. "Father, you could have just asked someone to report the result of the teacher evaluation. There isn't any need for you to come here personally." Indignance showed through Qian Chao's face. "No matter what, you're one of the few subjects whom His Majesty values highly. You didn't even attend the duel between the North Marquis and Swift General previously, so why would you spectate some trivial duels among students?" He really couldn't understand his father's thoughts. For a pavilion elder who doesn't even need to bow down to His Majesty, he was able to even skip attending a duel between Tier 1 officials in the royal court. Yet, of all things he could have done, he chose to watch students battle one another. Even though the teacher's prestige are at stake at the teacher evaluation, it is in actual fact just a few students fighting one another. A matter of such level should just be left to his subordinates. Why does the Commander-in-Chief have to appear personally for such a small matter? He would just scare others with his presence. This is a 3-star incident. I have to be here personally. Pavilion Elder Qian replied. I know that it is a 3-star incident. Everything that concerns the academy will have the incident elevated by a single star, and Lu Sun Laoshi is a star teacher, which adds another star. In truth, it is merely a 1-star incident. Qian Chao curled his lips in disdain, thinking nothing much of this matter. Under normal situation, 1-star incidents do not need to be reported to His Majesty. If Pavilion Elder Qian were to personally attend to matters of such insignificance, won't he tire himself to death? This isn't that simple. Pavilion Elder Qian harumphed. How complicated can the matter get? It is just a duel between students. I don't believe that the severity of the matter can get as serious as the duel between North Marquis and Swift General. You must know, back then, just the number of Tier 2 officials who participated in the matter added up to a total of 12. It is definitely the greatest duel of the year. Qian Chao still didn't think that this matter was worthy of such consideration. The North Marquis and Swift General are Tier 1 officials of the kingdom, and the news of the duel was announced beforehand. Countless experts went to spectate the match, but this old man of his refused to go, saying that the matter didn't have enough stars and wasn't worthy of his consideration. Yet, he decided to watch the fight among a few students. Qian Chao started to doubt whether his father is getting senile. This morning, I received news that clan head Wang Hong of the 4 great clans, clan head Bai Ming, and the elders of both clans had arrived at the Hongtian Academy. This shows how much they value this matter. Do you think that there is no reason for me to be here? Pavilion Elder Qian said. Clan head Wang Hong is a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. He is one of the most influential figures, even when considering the entire kingdom into account. Even though clan head Bai Ming's standing is beneath that of clan head Wang Hong, he is nevertheless an official apothecary and is of esteemed standing. You say that they have come to the school to spectate the battle between a few students. Qian Chao didn't believe Pavilion Elder Qian's words. Even though these 2 clan heads don't hold official positions, their true standing isn't inferior to Tier 1 officials of the royal court. How can people of such esteemed standing be interested in a duel between mere students? Take a look yourself. After turning around a bend, they arrived at the Hongtian Academy dueling platform. The spectator stand was already packed with people. Pavilion Elder Qian casually pointed. I doubt there will be many people in the VIP seats. Ah. Muttering to himself, Qian Chao took a glance at the seats and his body froze in shock. Clan head Wang Hong and clan head Bai Ming are really here. That is. Guild leader Ouyang. Why is guild leader Ouyang of the Apothecary Guild here as well? There is also Apothecary Meng Yan, Apothecary Lin Mu, Apothecary Jin Chen. This. How can this be possible? Initially, he thought that mere duels among students wouldn't attract much attention. However, with a single look, not only did he notice a clan head of the 4 great clans, more than 10 apothecaries, including the guild leader of the Apothecary Guild, are present as well. Apothecaries, as one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths, possess noble standing. Even Emperor Shenjue finds it hard to arrange a meeting with a figure like guild leader Ouyang, yet he is here watching a bunch of kids fighting one another. Unable to believe his eyes, he felt his head begin to spin. Not just them, look over there. Before he could recover from his shock, Pavilion Elder Qian pointed in another direction. Looking toward the direction where the finger was pointed, Qian Chao shuddered once more. His mouth quivered in astonishment. The kingdom's #1 physician, Master Yuan Yu. That is. Elder Tian. He didn't even appear for His Majesty's birthday banquet the last time, coming up with various excuses. Yet, why would he? A moment ago, Qian Chao was still thinking that his father is making a big fuss out of nothing. Yet. He now finds himself nearly dying from overwhelming shock. Master Yuan Yu is a powerful figure that even His Majesty has to treat with utmost respect. As for Elder Tian, even His Majesty finds it hard to obtain a single sip of the tea he brews. It is clear just how incredible his standing is. Yet, 2 amazing figures stood patiently on the spectator stand, waiting. Who are those sitting over there? Why did so many people give up their seats for them? I have no idea as well. They are probably of high standing. He was about to die from shock when Qian Chao suddenly heard the student's exclamation. Lifting his head to take a look, he staggered once more. The three master teachers. They're here as well. What appeared in his vision were the 3 elders. If the few people before had only caused him to be shocked, seeing the 3 master teachers here made him horrified. They are master teachers. They are incredible powers who can disregard his father altogether. Yet, such figures, just like the many others, are seated on the spectators' stand. However, this wasn't the end. He soon saw 2 middle-aged men take a seat. They. Emperor Shenjue and City Lord Zhao Feng of Baiyu City. His throat felt dry. He thought that it was embarrassing for his father to lower his status to attend such a lowly event. Yet. Even His Majesty and City Lord Zhao Feng had come personally. Baiyu City is the 2nd largest city of Tianqian Kingdom, and its city lord's position is second only to the emperor. Is this really just a duel between students? Even if the princes were to battle one another, it wouldn't be such a huge occasion. Actually, the one who holds the most esteemed position among the crowd isn't His Majesty or the 3 master teachers, it is that person. Seeing his son getting so terrified over the figures who had appeared here, Pavilion Elder Qian spoke. Qian Chao hurriedly looked over and saw an unimpressive plump man. Knowing that his father has a huge intelligence network and it is impossible for him to say such words for no good reason, Qian Chao asked. He is Yang Shi's butler, Sun Chang. His presence represents Yang Shi. Pavilion Elder Qian said slowly. Represents Yang Shi. Qian Chao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Yang Shi who kept Emperor Shenjue at his entrance. Yang Shi's affairs had spread like wildfire, and it was natural that Qian Chao had heard of it. Lu Shi and the others had paid him a visit and admitted that they were inferior to him. Even Emperor Shenjue had to queue outside for an audience with him. For such an incredible master teacher to send his butler here. Qian Chao's body trembled. He was unable to understand why the attention of so many powerful figures were fixated on this duel. Is this really a 3-star incident? Even though it was classified as a 3-star incident, from the looks of it now, it is already a 5-star incident. A grim look appeared on Pavilion Elder Qian. Only a 5-star incident can create such a huge commotion and attract so many noble figures. Can it be Lu Sun Laoshi? After contemplating over the matter, Qian Chao asked with a trembling voice. Lu Sun is a celebrity teacher, and his reputation resounds throughout the kingdom. Can it be his prestige which attracted so many people here and forcefully pulled a 3-star incident up to a 5-star incident? Him? I also find this matter peculiar. Even though he has a huge reputation, I don't think that he's sufficiently qualified. Right now, my doubts are on Zhang Xian Laoshe. Pavilion Elder Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. It is true that Lu Sun is famous, but at the very most, he can only attract the attention of Wang Hong, Bai Ming, and a few others. It is impossible for guild leader Ouyang and the apothecaries to have come for him. Needless to say, Emperor Shen Jue, Elder Tian, and Yang Shi's butler, Sun Chang. Since it isn't him, it has to be his opponent. Zhang Laoshe. The teacher with a terrible reputation. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Qian Chao was stunned. If what his father said is true, then to be able to attract the presence of so many powerful figures for his affair. How did that fellow do it? He isn't the only one who is on the verge of going insane. The numerous teachers of the academy are also tugging at their hair frenziedly. Are you sure that it isn't the principal dueling with someone else? Otherwise, why would the emperor, 3 master teachers, Elder Tian, Master Yuanyu, and so many amazing figures appear here? Reverting back to his original look, Zhang Xian led Zhaoye and the others to the dueling platform. Looking at the crowd on the seats, the excited Emperor Shen Jue and the others, a peculiar expression appeared on him. This is the teacher evaluation between me and Lu Sun. What are that bunch of fools doing here? Chapter 214, Yuan Tao vs. Kong Jie. On the spectator stand. A sliver of worry and agitation appeared on Shen Bairu's impeccable face. After the Enlightenment trial, she had matters to attend to and left Tianxian Royal City. When she returned yesterday, she heard of the teacher evaluation immediately and nearly fainted from shock. Is this Zhang Xian insane? Who is Lu Sun? He is the living signboard for Hongtian Academy, a true celebrity teacher. To be pitting against him. Does he wish to be shamed that much? Moreover, he had specially poached several students to specifically counter Zhaoye and the rest. Why are you that rash? Gritting her jade teeth tightly, Shen Bairu recalled what happened yesterday and felt even more stifled. After knowing of the news, she went to find Zhang Xian to persuade him, but the other party was out. She waited an entire night outside the other party's dormitory. Yet, he didn't come back at all. Tomorrow is the duel, and it is said that Lu Sun had spent the entire night tutoring his students, suffering from a lack of sleep due to that. Yet, you threw your students aside and stayed out. Does anyone prepare for competitions the way you do? Aren't you way too gutsy? Or do you think that the situation is hopeless and that you have given up? After the incidents at the Compendium Pavilion, Hongtian Pavilion, and Enlightenment trial, she thought that even though Zhang Laoshe had a terrible reputation, he is actually an extremely prudent person. Now, it turns out that. Prudent your ass. Who has ever seen a person disappearing for several days right before a competition? What exactly are you thinking? Why do you seem out of sorts the moment you return? She was burning with anger within when a beautiful face suddenly appeared before her. The other stunner of the academy, Han Qiong. Han Qiong is also a rare beauty. In terms of just her appearance, she is slightly inferior to Shen Bairu. However, she is currently 25, the age where a woman's charm shines through. Considering her figure and her feminine charm, the latter would be far from a match. As such, there are many followers of Han Qiong Laoshe, and their numbers far surpass that of Shen Bairu's. As top-class beauties, the two teachers have a good relationship in private and are bosom friends. Who else can it be except for that Zhang Xian? God knows what that fellow is thinking of, to actually duel with Lu Sun Laoshe. Shen Bairu harumphed furiously. If he were to lose, the reputation which he had just built up would be tarnished, and his credibility would crumble. He had just proven at the Enlightenment trial that the Education Bureau had framed him. If he were to lose in this duel, all kinds of rumors would be generated and no one would believe his words anymore. From the looks of it, it seems that you are concerned about him. Han Qiong chuckled. A sly grin flashed through her eyes. No one is concerned about him. He is just an arrogant fellow. Shen Bairu harumphed. It's good that you are unconcerned about him. I thought that our great beauty Shen had fallen in love. Han Qiong stretched her back, revealing an astonishingly voluptuous figure. Not lingering on the topic, Han Qiong asked curiously, "Oh right, say. Who do you think will win the duel?" Zhang Xian's 5 students, Zhaoye, Zheng Yang, and the others are not bad. However, Lu Sun Laoshi had made arrangements to specifically deal with each of them. Mo Xiao and the others are obviously their nemeses. I'm afraid that it is unlikely for Zhang Xian to win. Upon mentioning who would win in the teacher evaluation, the anger and stifled expression that Shen Bairu had before disappeared, and in its place is calmness and intelligence. After hearing of the duel, she looked into the matter and found out about Lu Sun's arrangements. That fellow's actions do indeed appear unscrupulous, but truthfully speaking, this is also the sign of an outstanding teacher. Regardless of who one faces, he should give it his all and vie for all advantages he can possibly get. This is a basic quality that teachers and cultivators should have. Unless. At which, Shen Bairu paused for a moment. Wisdom reflected in her bright eyes and she said, "Zhaoye and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan. Through the advantage in their cultivation, they might still be able to match up against Lu Sun's students." Lu Sun had specially found students to deal with Zhaoye and the others. Unless the latter achieves a breakthrough, thus overcoming their opponent's advantages through sheer strength, it is nigh impossible for them to win. "You're right." Han Qiong nodded her head in agreement. "Look, Zhang Laoshi and his students have arrived. What powerful aura. Zhaoye and the others have actually reached Fighter 2 Dan. But it's impossible. Reaching Fighter 2 Dan in half a month's time." The duo was discussing the teacher evaluation when a commotion suddenly broke out among the crowd. Following immediately, they saw Zhang Xian walking up with Zhaoye and the others following behind him. At this moment, Zhaoye, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, and the others were emitting exceptionally powerful auras. Every single gesture of theirs felt mighty and intimidating. Fighter 2 Dan. Except for Yuan Tao, who is at Jushi Realm Advanced Stage, the others have already reached Dantian Realm. This. Shen Bairu and Han Qiong's eyes lit up. Even though Zhang Xian Laoshi doesn't look reliable, it seems that he is nevertheless quite capable. Han Qiong smiled. Except for Yuan Tao, who is slightly weaker, the others do possess a chance at victory. Shen Bairu nodded her head in agreement. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly paled. Seeing her good friend fall into such a state, Han Qiong felt baffled. Lu Sun Laoshi and his students have arrived. Shen Bairu clenched her fists tightly. Lu Laoshi. So what if he comes? Zhaoye and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan, so they stand a good chance at victory. Han Qiong chuckled. At this point, she suddenly saw Zhu Hong, Mo Xiao, and the others who followed closely behind Lu Sun, and her mouth twitched. Fighter 3 Dan. All of his students have reached Fighter 3 Dan. At Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi Realm, one gains the ability to propel Jinqi and one's strength reaches 300 kilograms. How can Zhang Xian and his students win? The duo froze in astonishment. It is a qualitative difference between 2 Dan and 3 Dan. At 1 Dan Jushi Realm, one absorbs spiritual energy and propel it through his body, thus refining his body to that of a fighter, making it suitable for cultivation. At 2 Dan Dantian Realm, one's body starts to accumulate spiritual energy at his Dantian, expanding it. At 3 Dan Jinqi Realm, one will be able to drive their Jinqi in their body. In terms of physique, reaction speed, or strength, the 2 prior realms are too far below for comparison. It can even be said that one reaches a whole new level as a life form upon reaching Jinqi Realm. If Lu Sun's students were just ordinary mortals before, they are currently comparable to tigers and wolves. How can the Zhang Xian students match up to them under such conditions? Just a moment ago, upon realizing that Zhaoye and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan, Shen Bairu and Han Qiong thought that it is likely that Zhang Xian wins. But from the looks of it now, it would be a miracle if he can even win a single match. There's not a single chance at victory. If he wants to win. Only if a miracle happens. Shen Bairu smiled bitterly. Previously carrying hope for Zhang Laoshi's victory, she doesn't dare to harbor such thoughts now. The 2 beauties were indescribably astounded. The other teachers who were spectating the fight became dumbfounded as well. In an instant, the entire surroundings turned silent. All of them glanced at Zhang Xian with eyes of Sympathy. To be competing with Lu Sun Laoshi. He sure is looking for trouble. Fighter 2 Dan against Fighter 3 Dan. It would be hard for Apothecary Zhang to win. Just like the other teachers, guild leader Ouyang and Apothecary Duman glanced at one another and shook their heads simultaneously. Indeed, the two are entirely different levels. There is no hope of victory. Looks like Apothecary Zhang will lose. The other apothecaries also arrived at the same conclusion and they sighed in lamentation. With just the appearance of Zhang Xian and Lu Sun on the field, many people have already come to the verdict that the scale of victory is tilted toward Lu Sun. Today is the day of the freshman tournament. But before that, we shall first hold a competition between the teachers, the teacher evaluation between Lu Sun Laoshi and Zhang Xian Laoshi. Seeing that the two stars of the show had arrived, the principal, who hadn't appeared in public for a very long time, stood at the dueling platform, and his voice resounded across the entire academy. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian and Lu Sun led their students onto the dueling platform, and the both of them sat by the side of the ring. The teacher evaluation is a battle between students. Teachers are not allowed to interfere in the battle at all and can only sit by the side. Naturally, the duels between the students are only a part of the teacher evaluation. There are also written papers, potential assessments, and similar trials. However, as cultivators value strength greater than anything else, even if they were to triumph over their opponent in the latter examinations, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. Who wants to go first? Zhang Xian paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. Rather, he looked at his 5 students calmly. Allow me. Yuan Tao stood forward. Zhang Xian is confident in the other party's abilities now that his emperor bloodline has been awakened. Kong Jie, go up. Defeat that worst student of the academy. Seeing the other party had sent the fellow who is ranked the last in the entrance examination out first, Lu Sun sneered coldly. After a night of individual tutoring, his 5 students had already reinforced their Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi primary realm cultivation, and they had already gotten used to propelling the Jinqi in their body. With their strength, defeating a couple of Fighter 2 Den isn't a problem at all. Later on, when you suffer a crushing defeat, I'll see how you are qualified to become the apprentice of the 3 master teachers. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes and Lu Sun sneered. All of his hard work is for today. When his students defeat Zhang Xian in public, that fellow will be humiliated, making it impossible for him to become the apprentice of the 3 master teachers. By then, everyone will know that he, Lu Sun, is an invincible existence in Hongtian Academy. Senior Kong, please go easy on me. Staring at the opponent before him, Yuan Tao looked at him with a pitiful expression. Look at how plump I am, my cultivation is only at Fighter 1 Dan as well. Go easy. The edges of Kong Jie's lips curled up. His disdain for the latter was clear. I never go easy on others in a battle. Either you admit defeat, or be kicked off the ring by me. Make your own choice. Admit defeat. If I admit defeat, Zhang Laoshi will beat me to death. With a look of distress, Yuan Tao walked forward. If you do not wish to admit defeat, be prepared to be kicked off the ring then. It's that simple. Ignoring the other party's show of weakness, Kong Jie sneered coldly. The battle hadn't begun, yet the fellow is already pleading for mercy. He is truly an eccentric person. However, from this by itself, it can be seen that Zhang Laoshi doesn't have any abilities. Lu Laoshi's victory is certain. How about this? Since I can't defeat you anyway, allow me to put on an act and hit you a few times before I admit defeat. This way, Zhang Laoshi won't be able to blame me for this. If you cooperate with me, I will pay you 1,000. No, 500, 300 gold coins as compensation. Walking until he was right before the opponent, Yuan Tao said with a suppressed voice. 300 gold coin. For putting on an act. Kong Jie was taken aback. Do you really have that much gold coin? I do, look. Yuan Tao stretched his left hand into his pocket to retrieve something. At the same time, Kong Jie couldn't help but lower his glance. However, what waited for him wasn't gold coins. Instead, a fist came flying straight toward him. I fell for his trick. At this moment, he understood that this is the other party's ploy. Yuan Tao had planned it out well. feigning weakness and acting pitifully to convince the other party of his plight before going on to bribe the other party to divert his attention and last but not least, launching a sneak attack on him. The heck, do you need to be so shameless? So many students and esteemed figures are looking at them. Can you at least consider your own reputation? He felt a stifled sensation in his chest, but it was already too late for him to react. Narrowing his eyes, he felt an incredible strength surging at him. Before he could do anything, an excruciating pain spread through his face. He was sent flying out of the dueling ring immediately. Chapter 2:15, I've lost. On the seat specially reserved for teachers. Wang Chao was seated upright on one of the seats with a haughty expression on his face. His presence felt like a spear which would pierce into the heavens. Seems like Zhang Xian is truly hopeless. Other people tend to send out their strongest member in the first match, so as to win the first battle and boost the morale of the team. Yet, he chose to send out this useless fellow at the very start. Is he admitting his defeat? Elder Hong Hao stroked his beard, excited by the sight before him. After Zhang Xian exposed the imitation ingredients used in his Hongtian pavilion, his business had been poor. The shop wasn't far from closing down, and he had been wanting to skin this fellow alive. If not for the fear that the academy would find out about the matter, leaving him unable to conduct his business at all, he would have long made a move on Zhang Xian. A fighter 1 Dan advanced realm lad against a fighter 3 Dan opponent. That's a completely one-sided battle. Wang Chao lifted his head up proudly and said, besides, Kong Jia has been practicing iron palm from young, granting him an outstanding offensive ability. On top of that, he belongs to the group of geniuses who ultiles a style of frenzied offense. Once he begins, Yuan Tao probably won't even survive 10 breaths before flying out of the ring. A Jushi realm advanced stage has around 90 kilograms of strength. On the other hand, a Jinqi realm primary stage has around 300 kilograms of strength. That is a difference of threefold. I will be amazed if he can survive 3 breaths against such an opponent. Elder Hong Hao chuckled. Indeed, if Kong Jia gets serious from the start, that fellow will be destroyed in an instant. Wang Chao agreed. Seems like the first match is Lu Sun's. Of course. In fact, I think that Lu Laoshi will win all 5 matches. This time, Zhang Xian will be utterly humiliated. Elder Hong Hao harumphed coldly. The other party destroyed his source of income. Ever since then, he had been wanting to crush him. Thus, he specially looked for Lu Sun to initiate this matter. If not for his interference, it was unlikely that the teacher evaluation would occur. He has many methods up his sleeves to cause Zhang Xian's downfall. By all means, he wants to make him regret all he had done in Hongtian Pavilion. It started. Not knowing that the other party was thinking about all these, Wang Chao nodded his head before exclaiming. Wang Chao is extremely confident in Kong Jia. The previous day, he helped Lu Sun to mentor these students, thus he is well aware of how scary those 5 are despite their young age. A bunch of fellows who are at most Dantian realm wishes to triumph over them. Isn't this dreaming? Overjoyed at the opportunity to get back at Zhang Xian, he turned to look at the dueling ring, only to see the 2 students facing each other. The next moment, Yuan Tao's plea echoed in the air. Upon hearing those words, the duo nearly spurted a mouthful of saliva and laughed heartily. Yuan Tao's voice may not be loud, but they are both experts. With their sharp ears, they could hear his words clearly. To be afraid of the opponent even before the match, what's the point of competing? To instill fear in the enemy's troops before the fight, Lu Laoshi's students sure are incredible. Elder Hong Hao's eyes glowed. Did you see that? The highest realm of teaching a student is not for your student's fighting prowess to be impressive, but for his appearance to instill fear in the other students. This is called a true expert. This is the true might of a celebrity teacher. You, a mere low-level teacher, will never match up to him. From the looks of it, that fellow should admit his defeat. Ah. Hearing the conversation, Wang Chao nodded his head as well and commented. But halfway through his words, his voice ceased abruptly as though someone had grabbed onto his throat. For a moment, he seemed to be suffocating. Immersed in his delight, Elder Hong Hao hadn't paid much attention to the situation on the stage. At this moment, hearing the bizarre edge to the other party's tone, he immediately lifted his head to look at the dueling ring. With a single glance, he nearly spurted blood. Yuan Tao, whom they thought was doomed, stood in the dueling ring, patting the dust off his clothes, looking incredibly valiant on the stage. On the other hand, the powerful Kong Jie lied beneath the dueling ring. His eyes had turned white and it was clear that he had fainted. What is going on? Being outside the dueling ring means instant disqualification. What had happened? Why, in the blink of an eye, that new Zhenqi realm genius who was about to display his full might would be suddenly lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back? The competition did end in less than 3 breaths, as they have thought, but why did it end like this? Elder Hong Hao felt as though he was going mad. That fool. Stunned, Wang Chao roared. If he could, he would have slapped Kong Jie to death that instant. Given your superior offensive strength and cultivation, why did you chat with him? If you had just attacked him from the start, it wouldn't end up like this. Look at what has happened. Before you could even display your iron palm, you were already sent flying, pummeled to the point that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. You. Sneak attack. Despicable. Zhu Hong roared. Does anyone spar like that? Just an instant ago, you were talking about how you were going to admit defeat, but in the next, you sent a fist flying straight at the other party's face. Aren't you being too shameless? Where is your sportsmanship? However, watching this sight made Zhu Hong recall the incident when he delivered the war letter to Zhang Xian Laosher's classroom, causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. It seems that, of the students under Zhang Laosher, there isn't a single one who knows what sportsmanship is. Sneak attack. The duel has already begun. Anyone can make a move, so why would you call it sneak attack? I wouldn't mind even if he were to attack me. Ignoring the other party's chatter, Yuan Tao flung his sleeves, and with the disposition of an expert, he stared down at Kong Jie in disdain. He should blame himself for being weak. To be unable to even sustain a single hit of mine, how brittle can he be? Weak. No matter how strong one is, it is impossible for anyone to stand against such. A sneak attack. To speak of sneak attacks so righteously, how can you be so shameless? Hearing his brazen words, the spectators' mouths twitched. If other people were to win by sneak attack, they would be guilt-ridden. Yet, this fellow spoke of it so brazenly, as though it was the natural thing to do. Teacher, does this mean that it's my victory? With his hands behind his back, Yuan Tao turned to look at the refereeing teacher. That. It's your victory. The teacher turned to glance at Kong Jie and judging from his state, it was unlikely that he could regain consciousness soon. Thus, he could only nod his head to Yuan Tao's words. After refereeing the freshman tournament for numerous years, this was the first time he met with such a matter. If one were to accuse Yuan Tao of sneak attack, the duel had already begun. In a sense, it is Kong Jie's fault for being distracted, so he can't blame another person for his loss. Yet, it is clearly not an ordinary battle. Seeing his first student being struck out of the dueling ring the moment he got up, giving away the victory that should have been his, Lu Sun nearly choked on his anger. He had spent an entire 3 million to purchase pills. Then, he spent an entire night, expending his Zhenqi to help them achieve a breakthrough to Zhenqi realm. But what did he receive? At the very least, you should have at least lasted for a while against the other party. If you can't match up to him, I would have just accepted it. Yet, without even making the slightest move, you were sent flying out of the ring. Lu Sun grabbed at his chest and he felt his vision going gray. If not for his self-control, his body would have been convulsing now. Lu Laosher, we've lost the first round. What should we do next? Zhu Hong asked worriedly. Mo Xiao, you're up next. Ignoring the constricted sensation in his heart, Lu Sun said. Yes. Mo Xiao nodded his head. Wielding his spear, he walked forward. Zhengyang, you're up. After seeing who the other party sent out, Zhang Xian said. Zhengyang nodded his head. Wielding a spear in his hands as well, he walked into the ring. The two friends were to face one another in the ring once more. Glancing at the returning Yuan Tao, Zhang Xian nodded his head in approval. It wasn't that he was approving Yuan Tao's sneak attack, just that Yuan Tao was a Jushi realm advanced stage whereas his opponent was a Zhenqi realm cultivator. The difference between them exceeded more than a single realm. No matter how powerful Yuan Tao's defensive and offensive abilities are, if he can't land a blow on the other party, it would just be talk. Yuan Tao knew that his speed was his weakness, thus he put on an act before attacking his enemy. Honestly speaking, Kong Jie couldn't blame his carelessness on anyone else. It's Mo Xiao. It will surely be a victory this round. Suppressing the disappointment from the first match downward, Wang Chao's eyes lit up upon seeing Mo Xiao stepping onto the stage. Upon seeing the other party's confident declaration, Elder Hong Hao turned to look at Wang Chao with a peculiar expression. Mo Xiao specializes in spear art and he was once my student. Wang Chao nodded his head. On top of being a Zhenqi realm cultivator, his comprehension of spearmanship is impressive. More importantly, I have imparted the Wang clan spearmanship 3rd form, 7th form, and 18th form to him. Onset of the cold gleam, remnants of the setting sun, and the returning forest canary. Disbelief flashed through Elder Hong Hao's eyes. Even though these 3 moves aren't the strongest moves in Wang clan spearmanship, they are nevertheless profound techniques and possess boundless might. You imparted such valuable spear techniques to him. The Wang clan spearmanship is known as the greatest secret spear art in Tianxian Kingdom, and there isn't a single spear user who doesn't wish to learn it. However, Wang Chong and Wang Chao never imparted these moves to any outsider. This is precisely the reason why the set of spear technique is becoming more and more valuable. Countless people are willing to do anything to lay their hands on it. Usually, learning a single move can mean that one will be invincible among peers of the same cultivation level. Yet, Mo Xiao had learned 3 moves at a single go, and furthermore, they are the more advanced moves. Indeed. That's the reason why Mo Xiao will definitely win. Not only did confidence reappear on Wang Chao's face, it even deepened as he spoke of Mo Xiao. It seemed as though the slight hiccup before doesn't affect the situation at all. However, it isn't a surprise either. Kong Jie isn't his student. While Wang Chao knew that he isn't weak, he isn't too clear of his personality whatsoever. But Mo Xiao is different. Having been under him, Wang Chao knows that Mo Xiao is resilient and headstrong. It is almost impossible for Zheng Yang to win through a sneak attack. More importantly, the latter had received this personal guidance and his spearmanship has reached great heights. It would be difficult for him to lose even if he wants to. Wang Chao had also seen Zheng Yang's abilities when he visited him on the first day of school alongside Mo Xiao. His spear was feeble and it didn't hold the sharp disposition that a spear user should have. Thus, he rejected him from his tutelage. In just half a month, it is impossible for a person like this to grow much stronger. As such, it is impossible for Zheng Yang to match up to Mo Xiao. A month with the stave, a year with the saber, and a lifetime with the spear. If one could improve their spearmanship so swiftly, the Wang clan wouldn't be proclaimed as the #1 spear clan in Tianxian Kingdom. Clearly, Lu Sun was aware of the fact as well, that's why he sent Mo Xiao up. He hoped for him to achieve a perfect victory and reverse the situation. Mo Xiao, we've met again. On the dueling platform, Zheng Yang placed his spear taut on the ground, with its tip facing the sky. Indeed, we've met again. Mo Xiao nodded his head, lifting his spear up as well. From young, the two of them had been good buddies. It was hard to imagine that they would meet on a dueling platform under such a situation. Let's start. Knowing that it would be difficult for his friend to make the first move, Zheng Yang said. Hold it for a moment, allow me to warm up first. Mo Xiao shook his head. Retreating a few steps backward, the Zhenqi in his body flurried and he executed the 3 moves which he had learned from Wang Chao smoothly. Woo woo woo. The spear emitted shock waves in all directions, causing the spectators' hair to fly about. What is that fellow doing? If he displays the 3 spear art now, isn't he telling the other party that he knows the Wang clan's spearmanship? How will he fight if the other party is guarded against those 3 moves of his? Seeing how Mo Xiao didn't dive straight into the battle and instead display his spear art to warm up, Elder Hong Hao was perplexed. If one shows his trump cards before the battle, won't the other party be guarded against it? Hee, rest easy. Wang Chong chuckled. With a confident and proud look, he said, it is impossible for the Wang clan's spearmanship to be countered. These moves have long been outspreading all these years. Many people had attempted to imitate them, but no one succeeded in deciphering and countering them. Mo Xiao's actions are right, he is intentionally allowing the other party to see it so as to exert pressure on him. Afterward, he will bring the fame of the Wang clan's spearmanship to greater heights. That's perhaps so. Elder Hong Hao nodded his head. The Wang clan spearmanship movements have been spread for many years, but without learning the underlying Jinchi circulation method, it is impossible to execute the move no matter how lifelike one's imitation is. More importantly, there isn't a counter for it. If it could be countered, Wang Chong wouldn't be that famous. On the dueling ring, Mo Xiao executed the 3 Wang clan spearmanship moves perfectly and thus concluded his warm-up. Alright, he is probably going to show the prowess of the Wang clan spearmanship now. Wang Chao chuckled once more. He was about to compliment Mo Xiao further and watch Xingyang being beaten to a pulp when, dang lang, he saw Mo Xiao drop the spear in his hands onto the ground suddenly as he sighed. Even though I have reached Jinchi realm, I am unable to match that spear of yours. I admit defeat. Wang Chao's body shook. The fight hasn't even started. Why are you admitting defeat? Even if one has to admit defeat, it should be the opponent. The heck, what's going on? Lu Sun, who stood on the opposite, staggered as well. He was on the verge of tears. Chapter 216, Exerting Too Much Force. For Lu Sun to have risen up through the ranks, his talents and skills weren't the only determining factors. More importantly was his attitude. Regardless of the challenges that he faces, he deals with them in a calm manner, not allowing pride to get in his way. Even though Zhang Xian's reputation is terrible, Lu Sun didn't underestimate him at all and made preparations in advance. Before deciding on the students to send for the duel, he investigated Zhang Xian's students in order to pick out the best combination to deal with and counter them. Based on his investigation, Xingyang grew up with Mo Xiao and they practiced the spear together. However, the Mo Xiao's talents are obviously superior to Xingyang, and of the countless battle between the two, it had always been Mo Xiao's victory. This was precisely the reason why he poached Mo Xiao from his best friend, even having his friend impart him the Wang clan spearmanship. He thought that this way, this battle would surely be his for the taking, but, before the battle even started, Mo Xiao had already thrown aside his spear and admitted defeat. Lu Sun felt his entire body tremble and he was about to go crazy. Kong Jie fell for the other party's deception and got knocked out in a single punch. Alright, I'll tolerate it. At most, just 600,000 of my gold coins, 3 million divided over 5 students, went to waste. But you, what is going on with you? I've seen many darned people, but I've never seen such a darned person. You clearly know the reason why I stayed up so late, just to help raise your strength, is to achieve victory in the teacher evaluation. Furthermore, I had spent so much money on you, yet you admitted defeat even before the fight. 2 Jinchi realm students, the first one was sent flying by a single punch while the second one admitted defeat without a fight. What is going on? Wang Chao and Lu Sun weren't the only ones who were in bewilderment over the happenings, the spectating students and teachers were baffled as well. When they saw Lu Laoshi bring a group of Jinchi realm students over, all of them thought that it would be a one-sided match. Yet, the matches became truly one-sided but sided toward the other party. Actually, the crowd wasn't the only confused ones. Even the person in question, Zhang Xian, was unable to comprehend what was happening as well. When Mo Xiao and Xingyang crossed blows with one another in the classroom, Zhang Xian was at Master Lu Chen's home, so he wasn't aware of it. Thus, he couldn't understand why Mo Xiao would admit defeat before the fight even started. The reason why I admitted defeat is that, a few days ago, the both of us participated in a private duel. With just a single move, Xingyang was able to defeat me. In fact, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to claim my life then. Before Zhao Ye and the others could tell Zhang Xian about the situation, Mo Xiao's voice suddenly rang from the stage. His voice was calm, and the slightest dismay or regret couldn't be heard. Rather, it sounded carefree. I had been pondering over the last few days on how I should counter his move. Initially, I thought that with a breakthrough to Jinchi realm, I might be able to neutralize the technique. Thus, I tried it just now but realized that I still am not a match for him. The move which Xingyang had learned from Zhang Laoshi points straight toward the essence of the spear, and I'm afraid that even if I were to study it for my entire life, I still wouldn't be able to understand it, needless to say, withstand it. Since I know that I will be defeated with a single move, I might as well admit my defeat right away. At this, Mo Xiao clasped his fists and chuckled softly, "Xingyang, you have a good teacher. You have to treasure him dearly." At which, Mo Xiao picked up his spear, turned around, and returned back to his seat. His voice echoed throughout the field and almost everyone heard his words clearly. Mo Xiao said that he wouldn't be able to decipher and counter the move which Zhang Laoshi imparted Jingyang even if he were to devote his entire life to it. That's to say, his move is superior to even that of the Wang clan's spearmanship. How is that possible? Since this is a duel, it is unlikely for him to lie. Otherwise, won't Lu Laoshi beat him to death? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Wang clan's spearmanship is simply too famous in Tianxian Kingdom. Many people are able to recognize it simply by looking at the moves. It is an indomitable existence in its field, representing the pinnacle of spear arts. Yet, Mo Xiao said that he isn't a match for the other party. Everyone was astounded. Looks like Zhang Laoshi isn't as weak as the rumors put him out to be. On the contrary, it seems that he is a person of great means. Indeed, out of a total of 5 matches, he has won 2 of them consecutively. Will Lu Laoshi really lose here? Who knows? But I hope that Lu Laoshi will be able to make a comeback. Voices in heated discussions filled the surroundings. Lu Sun, who was on stage, was breathing heavily and his face was turning green. The heck, what is wrong with these students whom I have taught? No student should ever do their teacher in like that. Furthermore, what do you mean with your words? Jingyang has a good teacher. Do you not have a good teacher as well? I spent 3 million to buy pills for you, students, exerting my jinqi to help raise your cultivations. Yet, this is all I get. Even though Lu Sun was infuriated, he knew that it wasn't the time to lash out. The moment he loses his temper, the prestige which he had built up over the years would immediately crumble. He scanned the students before him. There were still 3 of his students who had yet to fight yet. Bai Chao, Du Lei, and Zhu Hong. Bai Chao specializes in fist techniques, making him a tough opponent for Lu Yang, who had damaged his meridians in his right arm. Du Lei possesses impressive leg techniques. On top of that, Lu Sun had also imparted a formidable movement technique to him, granting him nimble movements, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Wang Ying, whose legs are injured. As for Zhu Hong, he will be facing Zhao Ye. After losing 2 rounds consecutively, Lu Sun has to win the next one. Otherwise, his reputation will be tarnished completely. Du Lei, you go up next. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to dispatch Du Lei. Based on his investigations, Wang Ying has a weak and gentle character. As long as Du Lei assaults her swiftly the moment the match starts, the latter will definitely be intimidated. Besides, the other party's legs had just recovered and they are still weak. Even if Du Lei were to be unable to win against her, he should be able to stand his own ground and rely on his movement technique to avert danger. At the very least, he will not suffer crushing defeats like the 2 before. Du Lei nodded his head and walked up to the dueling ring. Wang Ying. Seeing the other party had sent Du Lei, Zhang Xian gestured for his own student to face her opponent. Wang Ying answered. With a slightly flushed face, she walked to the ring as well. By the spectator stand. As expected of Lu Laoshi. Even though he has lost 2 rounds consecutively, he has seen through Zhang Xian's weakness. Shen Bairu's eyebrows were deeply knitted together in worry. Weakness? What weakness? Han Qiong was perplexed. Wang Ying is the sole daughter of the clan head Wang Hong of the 4 great clans. She has a weak and innocent nature, and as such, trusts others too easily. Of Zhang Laoshi's 5 students, she is the weakest link. Shen Bairu said. If that's really the case, then she is indeed Zhang Xian's weakness. Han Qiong nodded her head in agreement. To cultivate is to go against the heavens. Those who possess weak characters tend to be at a disadvantage when fighting with others. Not just so, Wang Ying was also injured when she was younger, leaving a disability in her legs. Even though she has no problem walking around, this flaw will show through the moment she fights. For this matter, clan head Wang Hong had invited numerous famous physicians in the kingdom to treat her. Even Master Yuan Yu had taken a look at her condition, but he was also at a loss on how to help her, having to return bitterly. Shen Bairu knew quite a bit of Wang Ying's matter, and she recounted them to Han Qiong. That's to say, with Wang Ying's legs, it is impossible for her to match up to Du Lei. Han Qiong was astonished. She hadn't expected it to be such a situation. As for this Du Lei, he was once Chen Hong Laoshi's student. Chen Hong Laoshi. the teacher who specializes in movement technique. Him. Of all of his students, Du Lei possesses the greatest speed. Using such a person to deal with Wang Ying, it is clear that Lu Laoshi had done his homework. Shen Bairu shook his head. Seems like Wang Ying will lose. Please do guide me. On the stage, Wang Ying clasped her hands with a slightly reddened face. I don't dare to claim to be able to guide you. If you wish to fight, let's start now. Knowing that he shoulders a heavy responsibility, Du Lei's feet pushed against the ground, and lowering his body, he charged straight toward Wang Ying. His movements were quick, as though a whizzing arrow. Fast. Is he really a Fighter 3 Den cultivator? Even a Fighter 4 Den Pigu realm cultivator wouldn't possess a speed of his level. This move is called Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps. It is a famous technique belonging to Lu Laoshi. To think that Lu Laoshi would generously impart this move to his student. Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps. The greatest secret manual on movement techniques in Hongtian Academy. Isn't it considered one of the top techniques in Tianxian Kingdom? That's right. If I could learn this move, I would definitely be able to reign supreme among those of the same cultivation level. This Wang Ying is probably in for a tough fight. Many students had recognized Du Lei's technique and they were astounded. The Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps is a formidable technique, even when compared to the other profound movement techniques. Lu Laoshi had once relied on this movement technique to defeat numerous experts. No one had imagined that he would impart it to Du Lei. Even though Du Lei had only learned the fundamentals, this in itself is sufficient for him to defeat cultivators of the same realm. Not to mention, Wang Ying's legs are injured and her cultivation is only at Dantian realm. Facing Du Lei's swift charge, Wang Ying gritted her silver teeth, twisted, and dodged his assault. Hee, you might be able to evade my first attack, but how much more can you evade? Realizing that she had managed to dodge his rapid charge successfully, Du Lei felt perplexed. However, he paid no further heed and sneered coldly. Driving the Zhenqi in his body furiously, his speed grew faster and faster, and soon, blurred shadows started to appear around the ring. At the highest level, the Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps allows one to create 9 shadow clones. It is difficult for one to differentiate between the shadow clones and the true person, making it nigh impossible to evade its attacks. Even though Du Lei was still far from producing 9 shadow clones, now operating at his full strength, the afterimages he produced nevertheless made it difficult to discern his true position. Way too strong. Such amazing speed, I can't even see him. How can one fight against something like that? The mouths of the students twitched. Imagining themselves in Wang Ying's shoes, they could not help but shake their heads. Based on their level of strength, they weren't even able to see him. If so, how could they fight him? Seems like it's Du Lei's victory. Wang Chao laughed heartily. After having his face slapped for 2 consecutive times, he had already been traumatized within. But observing at Du Lei, he hadn't gotten deceived like Kong Jie, getting knocked out in an instant, and neither did he admit his defeat the moment he walks onto the stage. This made him feel reassured. It would be embarrassing if a Zhenqi realm cultivator loses against a Dantian realm little girl whose legs are injured. Indeed, given his incredible speed, even I myself would find it hard to defeat him if I were to lower my cultivation realm to fight with him. Needless to say, that young lass. Elder Hong Hao stroked his beard and smiled. Look, that Wang Ying is going to make a move. Wang Chao glanced over and saw Wang Ying lift her right leg. Hesitation was obvious on her face, and she seemed to be uncertain on how she should attack. To deal with such a movement technique, one should rely on their hands instead. After all, one's hands are much more nimble than one's legs. Her legs are injured, and yet she still insists on using them. Such a fool, it would be a miracle if she can successfully land a kick on him. Sneering coldly, Wang Chao was in the midst of mocking Wang Ying when he saw the girl send a kicking toward a shadow before her. Before the ridiculing smile could fully form on his face, Wang Chao saw the afterimages come to an abrupt halt. Du Lei's face reddened and he was sent flying a dozen meters, landing heavily onto the ground. He coughed mouthful after mouthful of blood. Du Lei. I'm sorry. I tried my best to control my strength, but I still ended up exerting too much force by mistake. Wang Ying panicked and she hurriedly apologized. Her face was flushed red and it seemed that she was on the verge of tears. Chapter 217, It's a Draw. The entire place turned silent. Everyone's mouth was widened in astonishment, all of them dumbfounded. Shenbai Ru, who just claimed that Wang Ying would lose, felt as though she had been slapped hard in her face. Her deep, black eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. A single kick, and she sent Du Lei flying. How? How did she know which were shadow clones, and which was the real one? Given Du Lei's speed, even expert cultivators of the same realm would find it hard to discern the real person. Yet, a casual kick from Wang Ying sent him flying a distance, as though she was simply kicking a mere human bound in a sack. Not only does she have to differentiate between the shadow clones and the true person, the speed of her kick must be that much faster than Du Lei. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to injure him if her attacks are unable to keep up with him. Han Qiong's face turned grim. It appears that not only has Wang Ying's injury recovered, she had also learned an incredible leg technique and movement technique. Shenbai Ru also recovered from her shock. This wasn't just a matter of seeing through the enemy's movement technique. Without suitable battle techniques in complement, how could she have sent him flying that easily? This. Wang Chao grabbed his hair. He had just insulted the other party as a fool, and the next moment, she sent Du Lei flying with a kick. Wang Chao felt as though he had been toyed with. Just beside him, Elder Hong Hao looked as though he had been given a tight slap as well, and he was on the verge of tears. Initially, he was here to see Zhang Xian get humiliated in public. Yet, somehow, he ended up watching how Zhang Xian's reputation grew increasingly brilliant and Lu Sun getting beaten so terribly instead. Cough cough cough. On the side of the dueling ring, Lu Sun choked on his saliva and nearly fell to the ground. Elder Hong Hao was on the verge of tears, but Lu Sun was already crying. What exactly is going on? That is the illusory shadow's 9 celestial steps, and there was no mistake in Du Lei's execution at all. Even though Du Lei is still a way off from reaching his level of mastery, to be able to display this kind of mastery at Jinqi realm, he can already be considered as a genius. Such amazing execution of a formidable movement technique, and yet Du Lei was sent flying with a single kick. More importantly, the girl on the stage had reddened eyes, and she kept apologizing, saying that she had accidentally used too much force. Too much force, your head. So the reason why you were hesitating wasn't that you were at a loss, but you were considering how to avoid wounding the other party heavily. If holding back your strength sent the other party flying a dozen meters, wouldn't he be killed if you had used your full strength? The spectators all went hysterical. On the stage, Du Lei finally struggled to his feet. Looking at the apologetic girl before him, he couldn't take the mental blow and spurted another mouthful of blood. Are you all right? I really didn't do it intentionally. I just learned the battle technique, so I can't control my strength well and use too much force. Wang Ying's eyes turned red. Use too much strength, your head. Roaring, Du Lei charged toward Wang Ying. He was truly enraged. It is one thing if you had sent me flying with a single kick, but apologizing. Are you trying to humiliate me? Furthermore, she kept emphasizing that she had used too much force. Do you think that I am too fragile, not worthy of facing you at your full strength? Wang Ying didn't expect that her sincere apology would result in the other party charging toward her. She was frightened pale. Even though her cultivation is higher than Jing Yang and Lu Yang, she doesn't have much battle experience. Not to mention, she has an excessively kind nature. Seeing the other party charge toward her, she naturally became terrified. In a moment of panic, she retreated thoughtlessly. Magically, within the blink of an eye, she was already a dozen meters away. Traveling a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Wah! What is that movement technique? Too fast. How can this be possible? Upon witnessing the maneuver, the crowd turned silent abruptly for a brief moment before bursting into an uproar. Everyone had considered the illusory shadow's 9 celestial step to be already one of the most formidable movement technique. Yet, to think that Wang Ying's technique would be even more fearsome. To travel more than a dozen meters in less than half a breath, the entire event felt like a supernatural occurrence. Even Pixue realm experts are incapable of such speed. How did she do it? It is impossible for the Wang clan to possess such a movement technique. If they had it, they would have long become famous. Indeed. But if it isn't? The Wang clan, from whom did she learn the technique? It must be Zhang Laosher. Didn't Jing Yang's formidable spear art come from Zhang Laoshi as well? To impart such an incredible movement technique so readily? If that's true, I want to withdraw from my tutelage and come under Zhang Laoshi. Count me in as well. The eyes of the spectators burned with passion. Spear art is a specialized art, and not everyone is interested in it. However, movement techniques are different. This can serve as a mean of survival, as well as a trump card. If one can master it, even when facing an expert far superior to them, he will at least have the ability to flee unharmed. Who wouldn't want to learn such a powerful and handy battle technique? I will defeat you. Seeing Wang Ying travel a dozen meters in the blink of an eye, Du Lei felt faint. However, rage had already overtaken his rationality and without any care, he charged forward once more. Seeing the other party's savage expression, as well as the crimson blood flowing down the ends of his lips, Wang Ying felt terrified. Her legs pushed against the ground and she fled once more. Just like that, one chased while one fled. Seems that her character is simply too weak. I will have polish up her personality in the future. Taking in the sight before him, Zhang Xian shook his head. If met with this situation, putting Jing Yang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao aside, even Zhao Yu would have immediately sent Du Lei flying. Even if he didn't die, he would find to stand up once more. But Wang Ying, on the other hand, fled from him. It was due to her weak personality which led to such a situation. It seems that her greatest flaw isn't her cultivation or her battle technique, but her battle experience. Heaven's Path movement art saps one's stamina greatly. It might be okay to execute it once or twice, but any more than that would be difficult. Heaven's Path movement art allows one to move at amazing speeds and travel a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Even so, it has its own flaws. That is, it exerts greatly on one's stamina. Wang Ying might be able to escape like this once or twice, but she will eventually be caught by the enemy if this goes on. And as Zhang Xian expected, Wang Ying started sweating profusely and panting heavily, unable to move anymore. At this moment, she had also been forced to the corner of the ring by the other party. Du Lei ran forward and grabbed her arm. Even if I can't win, I won't allow you to win. Roaring, he leaped forward, pulling her along with him. Not expecting that the other party would resort to such tricks, forcefully pulling her out of the ring, Wang Ying panicked and sent another kick toward him. As though a rubber ball, Du Lei was immediately sent flying. In the midair, he was unable to keep his balance and flipped several turns before landing at a distance 30 meters away. However, right after kicking the other party, Wang Ying, having drained the final bit of stamina she had left, fell from the dueling ring as well. Both parties had fallen from the dueling ring and landed on the ground at nearly the same moment. As such, the conclusion was a draw. Du Lei knew that he would be unable to defeat Wang Ying in a straightforward battle. As such, he charged forward ferociously, pulling her down with him. However, Wang Ying's counterattack was also fearsome. Having sent the other party flying 30 meters away, even if Du Lei doesn't die, he would be confined to his bed for at least 2 months. This is cheating. Too shameless. He obviously isn't a match for her, yet he tried to pull the other party down to the ground. He deserves that kick. How can one be so shameless? He's even worse than Yuan Tao. A commotion broke out beneath the stage. Everyone could tell that Du Lei's action was no different from shameless cheating. While the teachers' reputations are at stake, the teacher evaluation is actually just a friendly spar between students. It was clear that his movement technique and leg technique were inferior to the other party, yet he forcefully used his superior strength, as a male, to drag the other party down with him. In their eyes, it was an exceedingly shameless action. Thus, everyone thought that he deserved to be sent flying. There wasn't a single person who felt sympathy for him. Hearing those curses, Yuan Tao became speechless. He hadn't said anything, so why did he suddenly get targeted as well? Who are you saying is shameless? You're the one who is shameless, your entire family is shameless. Both landed on the ground at the same time, draw. Hearing the arguments, the refereeing teacher began to feel a headache. Even so, he nodded his head and announced his verdict. Even though Du Lei's actions lacked sportsmanship, it was true that the both parties had landed at the same time, so the match could only be considered as a draw. Upon hearing the conclusion, Wang Ying turned to look at Zhang Xian with an apologetic look. Zhang Laoshi had given her so much, treating her legs and imparting her a leg technique and movement technique. Yet, she wasn't able to defeat her opponent and bring honor to Zhang Laoshi. She felt as though she had disappointed him. Don't worry, just take note of this in the future. Don't let it bother you. Zhang Xian nodded his head. It is negligence on my part as well. What you're lacking isn't your cultivation or your battle techniques, it is your character. Seeing that Zhang Laoshi didn't blame her, and on the contrary, he even consoled her, Wang Ying felt even more embarrassed. However, the result couldn't be changed, so she could only walk gloomily over to the other students. If Du Lei saw her expression, he would have gone insane immediately. Your kick caused me to be groaning in pain here, unable to move at all, yet you are feeling depressed. The one who should be depressed is me. Zhang Laoshi won 2 consecutive rounds and achieved a draw for 1. It is already impossible for him to lose the teacher evaluation anymore. Indeed. Even if Lu Laoshi wins the next 2 rounds, it would only result in a draw. Let's see how things unfold. I don't think that Lu Laoshi's students stand a good chance against the other remaining students of Zhang Laoshi. I think so too. Initially, I thought that Zhang Laoshi would suffer a crushing defeat. Yet, to think that Lu Laoshi would be the one under pressure. What is going on? Even though they felt that Du Lei's actions were too shameless, they quickly accepted and got over that fact. This was how the rules were. Even though it seemed unfair, there was nothing they could do about it. But here comes the problem. Of the 5 duels, Zhang Laoshi had achieved 2 wins and 1 draw, so all of the pressure is now on Lu Laoshi. If Lu Laoshi were to lose the next match, there would be no need for the 5th one. On the other hand, if Lu Laoshi were to win the remaining 2, it would be a draw for the teacher evaluation. This would be the best possible conclusion, given how both sides would retain their dignity. Upon thinking so, the crowd focused their gazes on Lu Sun immediately, interested to see who he would send out next. I can't lose anymore. I started this teacher evaluation to display my skills, and if I were to lose another round, I will be too embarrassed to meet anyone in the future. Lu Sun gritted his teeth. Since the crowd was able to comprehend the current situation, it was natural that Lu Sun would understand it as well. If he were to lose, not only would he lose the reputation that he had painstakingly built up, he might even become a laughingstock. Zhu Hong had once lost to Zhao Ye. Even though his cultivation has improved, he might still hold a trauma over that event. If I were to send him out, I can't guarantee his victory. I should have Bai Chao go up. He specializes in fist techniques and it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Lu Yang. Making up his mind, Lu Sun beckoned. Bai Chao stood out from the crowd and took big steps to the dueling ring. It's my turn. Upon seeing Bai Chao walk up to the stage, Lu Yang chuckled softly. Before Zhang Xian could say anything, he had already stepped into the ring to face his opponent. Chapter 218, Exchanging Fists. At the VIP seats, Wang Chao and Elder Hong Hao gazed at each other. Bai Chao specializes in fist technique. Lu Yang shouldn't be an opponent for him. Wang Chao hesitated. Even though he said such words, he clearly wasn't confident. In the previous few matches, he had declared haughtily that Lu Sun's students would win, but in the end, all of them lost tragically. This Bai Chao, based on Wang Chao's understanding, should be able to win easily, but Zhang Xian's students were simply unfathomable. All of his previous predictions had fallen through, and he had lost all his confidence. I think so too. He should be able to win. Elder Hong Hao was dispirited as well. He wanted to witness this Zhang Laoshi being humiliated in public and lose all of his dignity. Yet, from the looks of it, it is impossible to humiliate him anymore. At this moment, all he can do is to try his best to preserve his own dignity. Bai Chao, don't hesitate at all. Once the match starts, use your strongest fist technique. Don't give the other party any gaps to exploit. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chao shouted to Bai Chao. There is no room to retreat now. If this match were to end in a loss, there wouldn't be a final match. Thus, all they can do now is to entrust all of their hopes and expectations to Bai Chao and hope that he will not let them down. Bai Chao specializes in fist techniques, and it would be best for him to execute his strongest technique from the start and defeat his opponent swiftly. Otherwise, while he enters with huge expectations, he will leave with utmost disappointment and His good buddy will lose all chance to impress the three master teachers and become one of their disciples. Bai Chao nodded his head and stared at Lu Yang with narrowed eyes. He had seen the happenings of the previous duels clearly. He understood that even though Zhang Laosher's students didn't possess high cultivation, none of them was weak. He mustn't show the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, history would just repeat itself. Clan head Wang Hong, do you think that Bai Chao can win? On the spectator stand, clan head Bai Ming glanced at Wang Hong. As the heads of powerful clans and as Tongxian realm experts, their words were authoritative. I don't think so. Zhang Laosher has already achieved 2 wins and 1 draw, and this should affect the Bai Chao's morale greatly. As long as Lu Yang doesn't fare badly, it is unlikely for him to win. Wang Hong shook his head. The teacher evaluation was already more than halfway through and all along, Lu Laosher's students had been suffering from crushing defeats. It wouldn't be easy for him to rebound and achieve victory. Besides, his very own daughter was under Zhang Laosher's tutelage and thus, he understood how fearsome the theories Zhang Xian taught were. Otherwise, how could that airhead daughter of his have easily sent the fighter 3 Dan Du Lei flying with a kick? If even her could become so formidable, it would be impossible for Lu Yang to be weak. My view differs from yours. Bai Ming said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Oh. Wang Hong looked over curiously. This Bai Chao is a member of my Bai clan. However, he is from a distant branch family, so I had never really heard of him. I've had a few of my clan members look into him just a moment ago, and it turns out that he practices the steel armor art. Even though he was the one speaking, a tinge of disbelief could still be heard in clan head Bai Ming's voice. Steel armor art. Could it be? For a moment, clan head Wang Hong was puzzled. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that cultivation technique which the steel armor elder practices? Isn't it a lost art? Why does your clan member know of it? Very few people knew of the steel armor art, but the steel armor elder was a famous figure, such that even many of the younger generation had heard of him. He was a famous bandit from 70 years ago. From pillaging to slaughter, there was no evil which he hadn't commit. Furthermore, he was one of the top-ranking experts in Tianxian Kingdom throughout all of its history, and even today, his name still strikes fear in hearts. Due to his arrogant ways, both the royal palace and the commoners had tried repeatedly to bring him down. However, all of these attempts ended in failure. It could be said that those who had gone after him never returned back. Finally, there was an occasion when his whereabouts were discovered and a dozen experts trapped him in a valley. Knowing of his incredible prowess, none of them approached him. Rather, they made use of bows to attack him from afar. Yet, they realized with a shock that there was a layer reminiscent of animal scales on his skin surface, causing all of the arrows they shot to simply bounce off him. That is to say, the arrows were unable to deal any damage to him. Left with no choice, they could only charge forth to deal with him in close quarters. However, the layer of scales on his body seemed to be impenetrable, even swords and sabers were unable to get through it. That battle created a river of blood, and the skies seemed to have darkened in grief. Eventually, even though justice triumphed, more than 30 Tongxian realm experts fell that day. This caused Tianxian Kingdom's national might to fall markedly, and it took them many decades to recover from that blow. According to rumors, the technique which allowed the steel armor elder to generate scales all over his body was known as the steel armor art. But 70 years ago, when the steel armor elder died, the art should have been lost along with him. Thus, Wang Hong was perplexed over how Bai Chao managed to learn the art. It is true that the steel armor art had been lost, and the technique which Bai Chao cultivated isn't the authentic steel armor art. Bai Chao said calmly. Then, clan head Wang Hong blinked. After cultivating the steel armor art, scales will appear all over one's body, providing one with invincible defense. On the other hand, Bai Chao's technique limits the scales to only his fist. That is to say, when he activates this cultivation technique, his fist will become as tough as steel, making it no different from a weapon. Clan head Bai Ming spoke of all he knew and explained the reason why he thought Bai Chao would win. Lu Yang's right arm is injured, and this fellow's offensive ability, in terms of his fist, is invincible. Furthermore, his strength is significantly higher than that of Lu Yang. How can Lu Yang win under such circumstances? If the technique Bai Chao cultivates is really the steel armor art, then it will be truly difficult for Lu Yang to win. Clan head Wang Hong's complexion darkened. Those who know of this dark piece of history and how powerful the steel armor elder was would know how fearsome the steel armor art is. This art surpasses the very limits of a human, granting one the strength and defensive ability of a savage beast. Putting aside the fact that Liu Yang is injured, even if he isn't, how is it possible for him to withstand attacks of that level? Actually, as long as Liu Yang isn't foolish so as to cross fists with him and instead skirt around his opponent, he might not lose that badly. After contemplating for a moment, clan head Wang Hong said, "Even though the other party's fists are incredible, he has his own flaws as well. His defensive and offensive ability in other regions are weak. If so, as long as Liu Yang doesn't face off with him directly and skirts around the opponent, sending in blows on the opponent's body from time to time, he might not necessarily lose. Let's just hope that's the case. I'm just worried that Liu Yang may not know of this and fall for Bai Chao's ploy." Clan head Bai Ming smiled bitterly. Even though Bai Chao is a member of his clan, he isn't really close to him. On the contrary, he hoped for apothecary Zhang Xian's victory. Clan head Wang Hong was about to say something when he suddenly heard the conversation between the two young men in the dueling ring. "Liu Yang, I know that the meridians of your right arm are damaged. However, just like Wang Ying, Zhang Laoshi should have treated it already, right?" Bai Chao asked. "Indeed, Zhang Laoshi managed to identify my problem and personally went to the apothecary guild to obtain a meridian rejuvenation pill for me. At this moment, my right arm has already fully recovered." Liu Yang nodded his head. His face clearly showed his reverence and pride for his teacher. Only a noble person like Zhang Laoshi will give so much for his students, even if he will receive little in return. "Since your arm has already recovered, I have a proposal for you. Let's stop it with all the tricks and cross blows directly. Whoever fails to withstand the blow loses." Bai Chao sneered coldly. "Don't tell me that you dare not to, unless your Zhang Laoshi failed to treat your arm at all, and all you've just said was still boasting. Let's cross blows then. Do you think that I'll be afraid of you?" Hearing the other party doubt Zhang Laoshi, Liu Yang flew into a rage. Watching his worries slowly becoming reality, that Liu Yang fell for Bai Chao's ploy, Wang Hong's complexion immediately turned awful. The other party practices the steel armor art, agreeing to exchange direct blows. Isn't that suicidal? Tell Zhang Laoshi that Bai Chao cultivates the steel armor art and that his fist is as hard as steel, and to not allow Liu Yang to cross blows with him no matter what. He hurriedly instructed a guard behind him. The guard nodded his head and hurried over to Zhang Xian in order to inform him of the matter. "Zhang Laoshi, I've heard of steel armor art. It is said to be the secret art which the steel armor elder practices. By soaking one's hands in the blood of a steel armor beast, as time goes by, one's hands become as hard as steel. However, this causes the hands to lose their flexibility and sense of touch." Zhao Yu seemed to know a lot about the steel armor art and explained to Zhang Xian. "As hard as steel? What's the difference between doing that and wearing a steel gauntlet? Cultivation in itself is an evolution of life. The stronger one becomes, the stronger the opponents he would have to face, and the more nimble he has to be. Yet, this fellow forged his hands into steel, losing his sense of touch as a result. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique is, this is a fatal weakness. How perverted does one have to be in order to create such a warped cultivation technique? Zhang Laoshi, our clan head instructed me to tell you to stop Liu Yang from crossing blows with Bai Chao at all costs." Seeing how the two were still in the mood to discuss the steel armor art, the guard panicked and hurriedly interjected. "Stop him from crossing blows with Bai Chao." "Why?" Zhang Xian asked, perplexed. "I think it is good that Liu Yang agreed to it. No matter what, Bai Chao is a fighter 3 and cultivator, and with the augmentation from his Jinqi, regardless of whether it is his reaction speed or his agility, they are significantly superior to Liu Yang's. Even if he can't defeat Liu Yang, he can easily escape from his attacks. If it really ends up like this, the battle can potentially drag on for more than a day. Crossing blows like that can help to make up for Liu Yang's weaknesses, so why should I stop him?" This was just like the battle between Yuan Tao and Kong Jie. It was an unchangeable fact that Liu Yang and the others possessed lower cultivation than their opponents. If their opponents were to choose to take evasive measures, they would truly be in a rut. Since Bai Chao had decided to go head-on with Liu Yang, there was no reason for Zhang Xian to disagree. The guard was about to go crazy. This isn't the problem, all right. Haven't I phrased it out clearly for you? The cultivation technique the other party cultivates is the steel armor art, that is a fist that rivals steel. It is impossible for Liu Yang to win in a direct confrontation of fists. He was about to persuade Zhang Xian when he glanced at the dueling platform and saw two figures moving about. The battle had already begun. It was already too late for Zhang Xian to interfere. Since you're agreeable to it, let's begin. Seeing that Liu Yang had fallen for his ploy, Bai Chao roared excitedly, stepped forward, and sent a fist toward him. The might of the fist compressed the air, causing a sonic boom. Just like the legend said, tiny scales could be seen on the surface of his fist, and the fist appeared to be the knuckle of a savage beast rather than a human's, emanating a bizarrely intimidating aura. It's good that you decided to face me head-on. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows and faced Bai Chao's strike with his own fist. He's doomed. He didn't expect that the guard he dispatched would fail to stop the spar between the two. Clan head Wang Hong's face paled and his body swayed from side to side. How can a human's fist match up to a savage beast's? Furthermore, Liu Yang's cultivation is far beneath that of Bai Chao's. Wang Hong sighed and shut his eyes, not wanting to see Liu Yang fracture his arm and fall tragically in defeat. But at that moment, he heard clan head Bai Ming's hastened breathing and his abrupt exclamation. Chapter 219, Do you dare to accept our challenge? Sensing that something was amiss, clan head Wang Hong quickly opened his eyes to take a look. With just a single glance, his body swayed and he nearly passed out. Isn't this way too exaggerated? On the dueling platform, Liu Yang's fist was raised and his face was impassive. On the other hand, Bai Chao, who possessed the fist of steel, was kneeling on the ground. Perspiration was streaming down his forehead. At this moment, his arm had been fractured, and his fingers were bent like twist breadsticks, as though they had encountered an indomitable force. Don't you cultivate the steel armor art? Why are you so weak? Retracting his fist, Liu Yang stared at Bai Chao in surprise. Because Zhao Yu was going to compete in the teacher evaluation, Yao Han took the liberty to look into their rivals beforehand and told him about this fellow's steel armor art and his ability to morph his fists into the claws of a savage beast. You knew. Bai Chao looked as though he had seen a ghost. He thought that the enemy had accepted his challenge due to his provocation, but it turned out that the other party already knew. It was him who was the foolish one who charged up to him knowing nothing at all. Of course I know. Liu Yang nodded his head. Then, with a bizarre expression, he asked, Isn't your steel armor art an impressive skill that can punch through even steel? Why is it so weak? Bai Chao was on the verge of tears. I'm not the one who's weak, it's you who is strong, all right. It's true that I can punch through metal, but that's only half a CUN. Given the strength behind your fist, you can probably punch through 2 to 3 CUN easily. 1 CUN equals 3.33 centimeters. I get it. You didn't use your full strength, right? Come, let's trade blows once more. After contemplating for a moment, Liu Yang's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that the Heaven's Path fist art was no ordinary skill, he had no idea over how fearsome the technique truly was as he had been practicing it alone. Even when sparring with Jin Yang and the rest, he dared not use his full strength for fear of injuring them. It isn't every day that he gets to meet with a fists expert, so how can he allow the opportunity to escape easily? Besides, he was still infuriated over how the other party tried to do him in. You wish to cripple me? Fine, I'll beat all of those thoughts out of you. No, I'll pass. Before Bai Chao could speak, he saw the young man before him clench his left fist and smash it into him. His left hand fractured as well. Woo! Bai Chao began to have suicidal thoughts. Brother, only my right hand wields the strength of the steel armor art, my left hand is just an ordinary hand. Besides, I said that I'll pass, why did you smash your fist into me? The excruciating pain caused his rage to flurry. Infuriated, he opened his mouth to curse the other party, but before he could say anything, the voice of the young man before him sounded once more. Ah, can it be possible that you have cultivated your steel armor art to your head as well? Come, let me give it a try. Hearing those words, Bai Chao spurted out a mouthful of blood. A fracture can be healed, but if a hole were to be smashed into my brain, I will surely die for sure. I don't practice it with my head. Referee, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Afraid that the fellow before him will really test out his theory on his head, Bai Chao immediately retreated, howling frenziedly in fear. If only his parents had given him an additional mouth, he would have surely shouted even louder. Admit defeat. The refereeing teacher immediately stepped forward. Bai Chao hurriedly nodded his head. You've already lost 2 rounds. If you lose another, it will be equivalent to losing the entire teacher evaluation. The refereeing teacher said. I understand. I admit defeat. Bai Chao quickly shouted. A loss was much better than his death. Hearing his words, the refereeing teacher knew the conclusion to the teacher evaluation. He could not help but shake his head before announcing, Bai Chao admits defeat. The teacher evaluation comes to an end and Zhang Xian Laosher is the victor. Zhang Laosher won. Incredible. Those students of his are truly incredible. Indeed. Other than Yuan Tao, every single one of them is amazingly powerful. Zheng Yang's spear art, Wang Ying's movement technique and leg technique, and Zheng Yang's fists, all of them are fearsome. Just like us, they are all freshmen. For them to be so powerful, it must be Zhang Laosher's guidance. After the tournament comes to an end, I will definitely acknowledge him as my teacher. Wait for me, I'll go with you as well. Hearing the result announced by the refereeing teacher, the crowd broke out into a commotion. With Yao Han's hard work previously, Zhang Xian's reputation had gradually improved. Now witnessing the sight before them, every single of the students' faces were flushed with agitation. What is the purpose of coming to the academy? It is to find a good teacher. This Zhang Xian Laosher had utterly crushed Lu Sun Laosher right before their eyes. Just exactly how incredible are his teaching abilities. Many students had come to the same decision. And that is to come under this Zhang Laosher's tutelage the moment the freshman tournament comes to an end. He won, just like that. While the students felt excitement, on the spectators' stand, Shen Bairu blinked her eyes in disbelief. Ever since her entry into the academy, she had viewed Lu Sun as her goal, always contemplating how she can surpass him. Yet, before she could succeed, a fellow who possesses poor reputation crushed him before her. This is Lu Sun. Furthermore, all of his students have reached Jinqi realm. Shen Bairu, you have truly good eyes. Right now, I am feeling a little interested in this Zhang Laosher as well. A gleam flashed across Han Qiong's enchanting eyes. Mind your status, what do you mean by interested? Hearing the words of her bosom friend, Shen Bairu frowned. It's exactly as it means, I'm interested in him. Say, if I were to consult this Zhang Laosher in the middle of the night, do you think he will open the doors to let me in? Han Qiong chuckled captivatingly. I think he will beat you death. Scolding her bosom friend shameless silently in her mind, Shen Bairu harumphed. Honestly speaking, she was at a loss for words for this bosom friend of hers. As a teacher, she could actually say such words. Consult? Why can't you consult in the morning, why does it have to be at night? Hee, I think that you are the one who will beat me to death if I do that. Han Qiong chuckled. Just like that, the two women continued bickering at the direct center of the spectator stand. Did you see that? Lu Ling glanced at the other two. Lu Sun's students seem to treat this competition as a mere task. It doesn't matter to them whether they win or lose, it is all fine as long as they do not get injured. Zhuang Xian's eyes glowed with wisdom as he spoke of his conclusion. From this, we can conclude that the relationship between him and his students are only at the level of a deal. Even though he had helped the latter raise their abilities, in their view, it was only a mere equivalent trade. Indeed. His motives for raising the abilities of his students are impure, so naturally, he is unable to earn the affection of his students. Zheng Fei shook his head. Master teachers don't just look for talent and teaching standards in potential apprentices, they also pay close attention to the affection his students have for him. Even though they had yet to see Zhu Hong's performance, judging from Kong Jie, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, and Bai Chao's attitude, they were able to notice something amiss. As Lu Sun was too focused on results and winning the teacher evaluation, he had neglected the emotions of his students. It was true that such focus would raise their cultivation greatly within the shortest period of time, and Lu Sun did succeed in lifting his students to become Jinqi realm cultivators, but he failed to win their trust and respect. After all, who respects a person who treats them as a tool? Zhang Xian's students are different. They truly love him and they are willing to give their all for him. Lu Ling nodded his head in agreement to his two friends' judgments. Just through this competition alone, they might not have been able to see this much. However, the past few days of Peking had given them a deep insight into the relationship between Zhang Xian and his students. Zhao Ye, Wang Ying, and the others don't cultivate just for the sake of doing so or to raise their abilities, but for a common goal in their hearts. And that is to bring honor to Zhang Laoshi, to give him the prestige he deserves. They are doing this for the sake for their teacher, not for their own benefits. Even though on both sides, the students were cultivating and raising their abilities, one faction was thinking of accomplishing a task while the other was thinking of bringing honor to their teacher in order to make him proud of them. There was an insurmountable gap in their motivations. It is no wonder that he would catch Yang Shi's attention. This Zhang Laoshi is truly made to be a master teacher. It probably won't take long before he is of equal standing with us. Lu Ling commented in awe. The other two also nodded their heads. The three were about to continue with their heartfelt sentiments when Lu Sun, who was located by the side of the dueling ring, stood up. After suffering a defeat at the teacher evaluation, he had two choices. He could apologize to Zhang Xian in public and compensate him according to the bet that they made beforehand. Otherwise, he could leave the academy once and for all. What do you think Lu Laoshi will choose? I don't know, but I think it is more likely for him to apologize. It is normal to lose. No one can guarantee that they can continue winning for their whole life. Indeed, losing isn't a big deal. If he were to really leave the academy, no matter how incredible of a star teacher he is now, he will fall into misfortune after losing his roots. The crowd spoke with hushed voices. It had been long since the last teacher evaluation. As the one who initiated it, Lu Sun suffered a crushing defeat. He must be feeling awful at the moment. Everyone wanted to see how he would choose. It wasn't anything much to apologize to Zhang Xian. However, if he were to choose to leave the academy, it would be a shame. Only with students can one be called a teacher. After leaving the academy and losing his students, how can he call himself a teacher? Furthermore, if he were to choose the latter, with a record of leaving Hongtian Academy and losing the teacher evaluation, it was unlikely that any other academy would accept him. Zhang Xian Laoshi. Stepping onto the center of the dueling ring, Lu Sun flung his sleeves and stood tall. Zhang Xian glanced over. I've lost the teacher evaluation. I admit you are capable of guiding your students, but in this world, strength nevertheless reigns supreme. No matter how good you are in teaching, without sufficient ability, you will be unable to stand your ground. I want to challenge you. Lu Sun clenched his fists tightly in determination. His glowing acupoints displayed his formidable cultivation as a Pishuer realm expert. At the same time, his powerful voice gushed into the heavens. Do you dare to accept my challenge? After expending so much effort and making such thorough preparations, he nevertheless lost so tragically. His pride no longer allowed him to remain in Hongtian Academy. But before leaving, he wanted to teach Zhang Xian a lesson. He wanted him to understand that everything else is fake, only strength reigns supreme. You wish to challenge me? He didn't expect that the other party would make such a decision. Zhang Xian was about to continue speaking when Zhao Ye stepped forward and stood proudly in front of Zhang Xian, reminiscent of a goddess descending onto the mortal world. I will fight whoever who dares to insult my teacher. Who's with me? 4 consecutive sounds, and Jing Yang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao stepped forward with firm resolutions. You have insulted our teacher, the 5 of us will challenge you to uphold his honor. Lu Sun, do you dare to accept our challenge? The voices of the 5 roared as though thunder, resounding across the entire academy. Putting their lives on the line to uphold the honor of their teacher. This is the highest level of a teacher-student relationship, honor defend realm. Lu Ling's body trembled and he abruptly stood up. Chapter 220, Reappearance of the Golden Book. Honest and righteous mind, actions aligned with morals. A teacher has to be of such character before they can truly earn the respect and admiration of their students, such that they are willing to go through all sorts of trials to vie for the honor of their teacher and defend his name, even if it might spell their death. Zhuang Xian's lips trembled in disbelief. It's said that only 4-star master teachers can reach this level, but he. Despite saying he twice, he found himself unable to say a word after that. The situation before him was simply too astonishing. It was sufficient to make all ornate words lose their radiance. He had merely taught these students for half a month, and furthermore, he was absent for more than 10 days. That is to say, he had been with his students for at most only 4 to 5 days. Yet, his students are willing to defend his honor. How? How did he manage to do this? Zheng Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The students have to have a deep level of trust in their teacher before they will be willing to defend his honor. Looks like, we have really underestimated this Zhang Xian Laoshe. Lu Ling sighed. Indeed, when I heard that Yang Shi had accepted him as his student, I was really disappointed. But from the looks of it now, it seems that even if he were to acknowledge us as his teacher, we won't have anything to impart to him. Zhuang Xian smiled bitterly. One has to be sufficiently knowledgeable in order to become another's teacher and to impart him knowledge. If one is inferior to his student, how can he guide the student? Previously, they thought that it was a pity that such a good bud had been claimed by Yang Shi, so they felt somewhat disappointed. However, upon seeing how the students whom Zhang Xian had taught for just half a month was willing to put themselves on the stake to defend Zhang Xian's honor, they felt embarrassed. To be able to induce such trust in their students such that they were willing to challenge one who was much stronger than them, even the master teachers didn't think that they were capable of such feat. They felt that it was fortunate that they had failed to take him as their apprentice, otherwise given how the apprentice was even more incredible than the teacher, they would definitely die of shame. While the 3 master teachers felt embarrassed, a commotion had broken out at the spectator stand. Everyone was staring dumbfounded. It is clear disrespect for a student to challenge a teacher, even asking him whether he dares to accept the challenge. This was extremely humiliating for Lu Sun. After losing his dignity in the teacher evaluation, he wanted to fix Zhang Laoshe to regain some of his honor, yet, the other party's student said that he wasn't fit to challenge their teacher, and he only could duel with them. While it felt exhilarating to do so, their actions were reckless. No matter what, they were only freshmen who had just joined the academy. Even if they had achieved significant breakthroughs in the past few days, they had only practiced for half a month. To challenge the academy's most famous celebrity teacher, not to mention that he is a dignified Pishiware realm expert, how can they possibly win? Look at Zhaoye. The crowd was thinking whether those students were putting themselves at too much risk by challenging Lu Sun when someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Upon hearing the shout, everyone's gazes immediately fell on the inexplicably enchanting lady. At this moment, the aura on her body felt like a sharp sword stabbing through the heavens, and the aura was growing stronger and sharper by the moment. While the aura shrouding her grew stronger, her physical body seemed to be going through a metamorphosis as well. She became visibly more beautiful and pure, as though a goddess. She is breaking through. Dantian Realm Pinnacle, Jinqi Realm Pinnacle, Pigu Realm Pinnacle. How is this possible? To break through so many realms in just a few breaths. How can one's cultivation soar that swiftly? Could it be that she has intentionally suppressed her cultivation in the past, or she intentionally kept herself from breaking through until now, pushing through in a single go so as to impress everyone? It's possible. Look, she has already reached Dingli realm. Looking at the Zhaoye on the stage, everyone felt like they were going mad. She was breaking through frenziedly. Upon seeing the sight, Zhu Hong fell to the ground. His lips turned pale in fright. He was hoping to cleanse himself of his humiliation the previous time, especially since he had reached Jinqi realm. Yet, in the end, he didn't have any chance to get in the ring and as such, he felt extremely indignant and unsatisfied. Thus, he was considering whether he should find another opportunity to find Zhaoye and the others on a private occasion to beat them up. However, upon seeing this sight, he suddenly realized how childish and laughable his thoughts were. It was fortunate that he didn't compete with her, otherwise, given Zhaoye's strength, wouldn't she smash him into a heap of flesh with a single blow? Too fearsome. How did Zhang Laoshe raise such a student? How did his students improve so swiftly? Eventually, Zhaoye's growth stopped at Dingli Realm Pinnacle. At the same time, Zhaoye seemed to have moved a single step closer to becoming a true goddess. Every single movement of hers exuded extreme grace and lithe, making her the center of attention. This is the result of the awakening of the pure Yin body. City Lord Zhao Feng and Butler Yao Han subconsciously widened their eyes and clenched their fists. Even though they already knew that Zhaoye had such a constitution, and Zhang Laoshe had specially prepared an unraveling pill for her to awaken her constitution, they didn't expect that it would be so fearsome and powerful. To raise one's cultivation from Dantian realm to Dingli realm pinnacle in a few moments. Xiaoye has truly met a good teacher. Recovering from the shock, City Lord Zhao Feng said. He had felt that he had failed in the responsibility of a father, being unable to see through her daughter's pure body and the agony she was going through. If not for meeting Zhang Laoshe, not only would she never experience such a rapid rise in cultivation, she would be tortured by this unique constitution of hers, causing her cultivation to stagnate. I've long heard that awakening a unique constitution would induce a qualitative change in one, causing one's cultivation to soar. I used to think that it was just nonsense, but from the looks of it, it seems like it is true. City Lord Zhao, you have a good daughter. In the future, our Tianxian kingdom will be relying on her to rise through the ranks. Sitting by the side, Emperor Shenjue couldn't help but say. Emperor Shenjue knew of Zhao Feng's arrival at the capital and his daughter's pure body. Initially, he thought that she would just be slightly more talented than the average, but never in his dreams did he expect that she would be so incredibly talented. In just half a month, she had evolved from a Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm pinnacle to Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle. This is no longer about being a genius. At this rate, she is about to smash through the heavens. With such talents, she will definitely become a powerhouse. Perhaps, in the future, Tianxian kingdom will be relying on this lady to usher in an era of prosperity. You dare to challenge me? Unaware of the shock running through the many minds present, witnessing how Zhang Xian's student stood in the way of his challenge, Lu Xun's face twitched. If he knew this would happen, he would have said nothing at all. What a dilemma. If he were to back down at this point, people will say that he is scared of them. On the other hand, if he pushes on, others will just think that he is bullying the weak. A victory will bring him no honor, and a loss would bring further humiliation. He felt so stifled that he was about to go crazy. That's right. Even if we can't defeat you, for the sake of Zhang Laoshe's honor, we won't regret anything. Zhao Ye and the others declared with absolute resolution. Even the weak-minded Wang Ying didn't back down from this matter. Zhang Laoshe took a special existence in their hearts. Their tremendous efforts in the past few days were all to bring him honor. Today, the culprit who wanted to trample over his honor is right before them. They will never allow him to escape. Zhang Laoshe, allow us to return you justice. Zhang Laoshe, allow us to clear you of the ridicule and contempt the other party had shown you. Those kids. Seeing their actions, even with Zhang Xian's strong mental fortitude, having reached the heart of tranquil water, his eyes still reddened. At the very start, the reason why he had accepted these students was so that he wouldn't be expelled from the school, in order to avert the first crises after his reincarnation. Yet, his seed that he had sowed had brought him an entire forest. He wasn't a skilled teacher, and he hadn't intentionally tried to move them either. All he did was to give his all to fulfill his responsibility, not wanting to let anyone down, yet, what he received in return moved him to tears. He had often pondered whether what he was doing was worth it. But now, he realized that a human's heart can't be measured with gold or any other matter. Only when you treat them wholeheartedly will they treat you with equal sincerity. It isn't a matter of whether it is worth it or not, or whether he should do it or not. No wonder they were practicing an offensive formation. Most probably, even if Lu Xun didn't challenge me, they would still challenge him to a battle to get back at him in my stead. At this moment, he finally understood the reason behind the content he saw in the library previously. He felt moved. All along, he had been puzzled over why this bunch of fellows was practicing an offensive collaboration formation. Now, it is clear that they had been preparing for today. They had witnessed Lu Xun forcing the teacher evaluation on him, leaving him in a difficult position and soiling his reputation. Even if Lu Xun hadn't provoked Zhang Xian today, they would have definitely stepped forward, argued with the latter, and challenged him to a duel. Even though they knew that they weren't a match, even though they knew that what they were doing was suicidal, they nevertheless went on ahead with it. This all just to protect their teacher's honor. These fellows. To think that. Trembling in agitation, Zhang Xian tried his best to hold back his tears. I mustn't let them take the risk. Just when Zhang Xian was about to stand up and stop them, his mind suddenly jolted. On a bookshelf in the Library of Heaven's Path, the golden book appeared once more, and a new golden page was in it. This book. Can it be that it is related to the student's gratitude? Seeing the book being formed, Zhang Xian was stupefied. He had no idea when the Golden Book was formed before, but this time, the Golden Book appeared when his students put themselves at stake for him. Could the Golden Book be related to his students? However, this thought disappeared as soon as it appeared. It wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters. Standing up, he was about to walk up to instruct his students to back off, when all of them turned around at the same time to look at him. Zhang Laoshi, this is a decision we made. We hope that you will not interfere. Zhao Ya's clear eyes looked forward. With a slight smile, her voice sounded loudly in the surroundings, and unwavering determination could be heard. You have given so much to us, we just want to give something to you in return. Also, we wish to display to everyone the results of your tutelage, so that everyone will know that your dignity cannot be trampled on. Your honor cannot be sullied. Witnessing the determined and firm gazes of his students, Zhang Xian's body stiffened and he hesitated. We hope that teacher can agree to our selfish request. Zhao Ya clasped her hands. We hope that teacher can agree to our selfish request. The other four chorused after her. All right, be careful then. If you aren't a match for him, just admit defeat. Don't worry, your teacher is here. No one will dare to trample on me, and no one will be able to trample on me. With his both hands behind his back, Zhang Xian lifted his eyebrows. A powerful aura suddenly surged forth from his body, reaching even the heavens. Tables and chairs in the surroundings broke into smithereens under the pressure of the intense aura. Tongxian Realm, Pinnacle. A wave of exclamations sounded. Chapter 221, Coiling Dragon Hands. Everyone's eyes narrowed and their faces paled. Isn't Zhang Laoshi well known for being a trash of the academy? Didn't they say that his cultivation is low, and his ability to impart knowledge is lacking? Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. As an expert who can break through to achieve half-zongshi at any moment, he is nearly an invincible existence in Tianxian Kingdom. You call such a cultivation low? Are you kidding me? Looks like all of the previous news are true. He just wants to keep a low profile and doesn't want to expose his strength. I'm afraid, only a person with such capability can groom students like Zhao Ya and Lu Yang. Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Even the principal doesn't wield such strength. Yet, such an expert is only a low-level teacher. The academy must truly be blind. It is all due to Elder Shang Chen's oppression. Shameless. Such people deserve to be expelled. Zhang Xian's display of his cultivation caused the crowd, on both the spectator stand and the stage, to enter a frenzy. Everyone had thought all along that he is just a Pixue realm cultivator. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that he would be a Tongxian Realm Pinnacle expert, a top-notch expert in Tianxian Kingdom. Witnessing the situation, Lu Sun's body froze and his face turned ghastly white. He had always prided himself on his superior talent that no one could match up to. Never once did he think that the fellow, whom he had been provoking, had already reached Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Furthermore, he wasn't even 20. Is he still a human? And I challenged such an expert to a duel. Is my brain damaged? Regardless of teaching my students or my own cultivation, I have been defeated utterly. The students vie for the honor of their teacher while the teacher serves as the fortress of his students. The students and teacher in perfect complement, this is the model relationship. This is the level we hope to reach. Yang Shishur is incredible, to be able to spot such a gem. Taking in the sight, the three master teachers stood up abruptly and their faces flushed with agitation. A student needs a good teacher, and a teacher needs good students. However, does being a good student or a good teacher refer to one's talent and cultivation? Nope, it refers to trust, solidarity, and responsibility. These students, right before their very eyes, are willing to give their all for Zhang Laoshi. On the other hand, Zhang Laoshi serves as their fortress. Regardless of the waves that come rushing toward them, he will be able to stand firm as their stronghold, providing them a sanctuary. This is what a teacher and student relationship should be like, truly the highest level of a teacher-student relationship. Seeing how their teacher did not tell them to stop, granting them free reins and turning into a powerful fortress backing them instead, Zhao Yu excitedly turned around to face Lu Sun. Lu Laoshi. Let's start. I accept your duel, but I will not take advantage of you, students. Let's go to the teacher dueling platform. Knowing that he was unable to avoid this duel, Lu Xun agreed candidly. There is a specialized stage for duels between students and teachers, and it is known as the teacher dueling platform. There, teachers will suppress their cultivation to lower themselves to the students' level and duel with them. Back then, the duel between Jing Yang and Zhou Tian was held there. There's no need for us to fight on the teacher dueling platform. We'll do it here, and there's no need for you to suppress your cultivation. Yuan Tao smiled and stepped forward. Earlier, when he fought with Kong Jie, he appeared to be an ordinary underhanded fellow. However, after taking a single step forward, the air around him changed and he seemed to be an entirely different person this moment. Even though his cultivation remained at the same Jushi realm advanced stage, his disposition had changed tremendously. This very moment, he seemed to be like a dragon soaring through the heavens. Brothers, I will be going first. Roaring, Yuan Tao charged toward Lu Xun. Without any moves or technique whatsoever, he simply charged frenziedly toward the latter. Can it be that he had hidden his cultivation as well? But that's impossible. Half a month ago, when he attended the entrance examinations, he very clearly had barely reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm primary stage. Being able to reach the advanced stage within such a short period of time is already an extremely scary feat, so how is it possible that he has hidden his cultivation? Even if he hadn't hidden his cultivation, it is impossible for him to be Jushi Realm advanced stage. We have been fooled by his delinquent outer appearance. Honestly speaking, even if Kong Jie was careless, it is impossible for an ordinary Jushi realm to expel him from the stage with a single fist. Upon seeing that Yuan Tao being the first to charge forth and sensing the change in his disposition, not feeling any fear despite facing a Pixue realm expert like Lu Xun, everyone burst into a commotion. Just earlier, when this fellow fought with Kong Jie, everyone thought that he doesn't possess any real capability. They thought that he is just a shameless and underhanded fellow. Yet, at this moment, they realized that that isn't the case. No matter what, Lu Laoshi is a Pixue realm expert. Even Dingli realm cultivators will be hesitant to face him, yet as a Jushi realm cultivator, he charged straight at him. Through this, it can be seen that there is more to him beneath the surface. Upon seeing that Yuan Tao was the first to charge toward him, Lu Xun's complexion darkened. He immediately sent a palm strike straight at the other party. In order not to cause any casualty, he only used 10% of his strength. Even so, given his strength as a Pixue realm pinnacle, that was more than enough to shatter stones and smash through tree trunks. However, not only did that strong might not hinder the movement of that fatty in any way upon hitting him squarely, it seemed to have incited the other party's hot-bloodedness. Yuan Tao squeezed his body together, placing his shoulders in front of his chest to maximize the impact of the charge. It was neither a mountain crush or a tree ram, it was just an ordinary charge reminiscent to that of the savage beasts. It sounded like the beat of a drum and Lu Xun's face turned red. Under the impact, he retreated 2 steps backward. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. Everyone knew that Lu Xun's cultivation had reached Pixue realm, but no one knew that he actually specialized more in the training of his physical body. Due to his obsession, he had his father, Master Lu Kem, replicate all books on the training of physical body in the kingdom's book collection vault and keep them at home. Just this by itself showed a lot about his physical body cultivation. As such, even though he could have easily dodged Yuan Tao's judge, he stood his ground. He thought that the student was just a fellow who possessed some brute strength. Not even in his dreams did he expect Yuan Tao's charge to be so fearsome. Despite his well-trained physical body, Yuan Tao's charge managed to flush his face red and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood from the force. If he were to suffer another few more of such charges, he would not need to think of battling any further. He managed to knock Lu Laoshi back. This fellow is way too scary. The spectators were all cultivators. Even though they had no idea how strong Yuan Tao's charge really was, they could notice the change in Lu Laoshi's complexion. They were so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. For a Pixue realm pinnacle expert to be knocked back, how much strength does he possess? With such might, bodies of typical Dingli realm experts will probably be shattered. The student who was knocked out by Yuan Tao's fist previously, Kong Jie, happened to witness this sight right after he woke up. Greatly terrified, his face paled and he fainted once again. At the same time, he was thankful that the other party hadn't used this move against him. Otherwise, fainting would just be a small matter. He could have been crippled for life. Looks like I've underestimated you. Retreating 2 steps backward, Lu Xun immediately stabilized his breathing. Feeling a dull ache in his chest, he narrowed his eyes and glared coldly at the fatty before him. The disdain in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. Just from the other party's charge, he was able to tell that the lad before him possesses strength, physical durability, and defense far superior to his. That is to say, in a purely physical brawl, he will be able to easily kill a Dingli realm expert. When did Zhang Xian find such a freak? This isn't the only thing that you've underestimated. After a successful first attack, Yuan Tao chuckled lightly and charged forward once more. Seeing the other party use the same attack once more, Lu Xun became serious. With a slight flick of his hands, his Jinqi formed a sphere of energy before him. In an instant, the charging Yuan Tao, as though a fish sucked into a whirlpool, staggered 2 rounds before charging beside Lu Xun, not even grazing him in the slightest. Coiling dragon hands. It's coiling dragon hands. Someone from the crowd exclaimed. What's coiling dragon hands? Someone asked doubtfully. It's a long-lost battle technique. It's said that when one reaches a major accomplishment in the skill, he will be able to form a sphere of Jinqi outside of his body, warding off all attacks. I always thought that it was a legend, but to think that Lu Laoshi is actually able to execute it. Those who were well aware of the skill were in disbelief. Warding off all attacks. Isn't the battle technique too overpowered? The one who asked previously was astonished. Being able to ward off all attacks means that even if one isn't able to triumph over his opponent, he will not lose either. At this moment, the crowd, who had been awed by Yuan Tao's strength previously, looked at Lu Xun with great respect. It is true that it is impossible for a useless person to wield great prestige. For Lu Xun to be able to create such an incredible reputation for himself in Hongtian Academy, he does indeed live up to his name. Indeed. The others nodded their heads in agreement. If he can ward off all attacks, doesn't that mean that he can't be wounded? Another person commented. All battle techniques have their own flaws. Even though the coiling dragon hands is an incredible skill, it isn't invincible. Rumor has it that as long as one focuses their strength at one point, such that the might at that point surpasses the strength the user displaying the skill possesses, one will be able to break the coiling dragon hands easily. That's to say, given that Lu Laoshi possesses around 45 ding of strength, one has to display a might exceeding 45 ding at a single point to overcome this move. As the person said so, he lifted his head to look at Zhao Ye and the others. Zhang Laoshi would be able to overcome this move easily, but I'm afraid it'll be hard for his students. Unless someone has managed to comprehend the weapon intent, which would allow them to overcome the Jinqi sphere easily. But how is that possible for a group of Dantian realm students? At this, he shook his head. Weapon intent, this is the level which all cultivators hope to achieve. Countless people viewed it as their ultimate goal and had strived for it, but even so, there isn't a single successful case in the entire Tianqian kingdom. If so, how can a student achieve such level? You're right. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. No matter what, these students are on Fighter 2 Den cultivators. No matter how strong they are, how can their strength exceed a Pishue? Realm Pinnacle Expert. Even more so, how is it possible that any one of them have comprehended the weapon intent? It seems like the challenge is only a joke. With the invincible defense created by the coiling dragon hands, it is impossible for Lu Xun Laoshi to be defeated by them. Yuan Tao, I can't allow you to hog the spotlight. Allow me. Everyone was beginning to think that Zhang Xian's students would fail when a roar echoed. Jing Yang stepped forward with large steps. Without any complex movements, the spear he held in his hands shot out as though a dancing dragon. Even though it was just a single simple move, within its simplicity contained the profound essence of a spear, making it impossible to dodge or withstand it. Woo! The spear was so quick that the air seemed to be unable to bear the overwhelming pressure, sounding as though it would shatter into countless pieces at any moment. Along with the piercing of the spear, Jing Yang's aura grew stronger and stronger. Even though he only possessed the strength of a Fighter 2 Den Dantian realm, it felt as though he had melded together as one with his spear, as though he was the spear, and the spear was him. The spear struck Lu Xun's Jinqi sphere and a sonic boom resounded across the entire field. Lu Xun's face turned ghastly pale and he retreated 4 steps backward. The coiling dragon hands had been broken. Spear intent. Is that spear intent? Wang Chao stood up abruptly. Chapter 222, Pummeling Lu Sun, First Half. He was the most highly skilled spear user in the entire of Hongtian Academy. As far as he can remember, he had been training in the way of the spear. Day after day, year after year, he had long regarded the weapon as an essential part of himself. Even so, he is still a huge distance away from forging spear intent. He thought that such a state only exists in the faraway legends, and it is impossible for him to ever achieve it. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that he would see it on a teenage boy. Even though the spear intent he had forged is still in the most primitive and simple form, a far way off from its complete mature state, it is nevertheless a bud containing incredible potential. With sufficient time, it can ripen and grow into a gigantic tree. How did he do it? Previously, when Mo Xiao said that he is unable to compare up to Jing Yang and admitted defeat, Wang Chao thought that it was a great humiliation to the Wang clan's spearmanship. But now, upon seeing Jing Yang's move, he realized that the Wang clan's spearmanship is trash before it. This move that is infused with the spear intent cannot be countered by any other moves. In fact, even if he were the one facing it, he would be helpless. If Jing Yang's cultivation were at the same level as him, he can definitely kill him with that single move. Can it be, is this the move that father learned? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Wang Chao's mind. A while ago, his father, Wang Chong, spent an astronomical sum to learn a spear art, and after which, he had been secluding himself to comprehend spear intent. All along, Wang Chao had thought that no move would be worth this money, but after seeing Jing Yang's stroke, 3 million was a small sum to pay for this move. Even if it cost 10 million, 20 million, or even all of their family fortune, it would be worth it. Before, the butler had said that the one who imparted his father the spear art was an apothecary, but he hadn't paid much heed to it then. However, upon seeing guild leader Ouyang and the other apothecaries here, claiming that they are here to watch apothecary Zhang's duel. Can it be that Zhang Xian Laoshi is him? Wang Chao's body swayed and blood welled up at the back of his throat, threatening to spurt at any moment. Zhang Laoshi can be considered as half a teacher to me since he has imparted this move to me. Next time, when you see him, you have to call him Grand Teacher or Grandpa. Shaking his head to toss aside this ridiculous thought, Wang Chao suddenly heard a powerful voice sounding beside him. Lifting his head to take a look, he saw his father walking toward him. Given the commotion that the teacher evaluation had caused, even Wang Chong couldn't resist his curiosity and came to take a look. Grand Teacher. Grandpa. Wang Chao's face turned pale and he was on the verge of tears. Not just him, the other spectators were also completely silent. Those who were aware of the coiling dragon hands were even more shocked, and if not for their self-control, they might have torn out their hair in frustration and disbelief. Even though they were unable to exactly recognize the spear intent in Jing Yang's movement, just by the fact that he was able to break the coiling dragon hands with his spear showed that he has already reached such a state. A 16-year-old student comprehending weapon intent. How can there be such a ridiculous matter in the world? If so, how fearsome will his teacher who imparted him the art be? Looks like Mo Xiao didn't admit defeat for his friend's sake, but because he is truly not a match for him. Indeed, even fighter forward and cultivators will be unable to withstand such a move. What an incredible technique! Did it really come from Zhang Laoshi? Zhang Laoshi. Not only are his movement, leg, and fist techniques incredible, even his spear art is at the same level as well. All of the students were astonished. Just a few days and he has improved again. Mo Xiao's body shuddered. Looking at Zhang Xian, the desire in his eyes could no longer be curbed. A voice echoed in his heart. I must acknowledge him as my teacher. Having his coiling dragon hands broken by Jing Yang's spear, Lu Sun felt a suffocating sensation in his chest. A savage expression emerged on his face and he let off a loud howl. He was about to charge forth to deal with the exhausted Jing Yang when he suddenly heard a faint sound. Unknowingly, Lu Yang appeared beside him and his fist was headed straight for him. At that moment, Wang Ning also appeared in the air above him and she had sent a kick straight at him. See la. The punch and kick were so swift that it tore the air into half. Even before hitting its target, it instilled shiver into its target. The two moves may not be as powerful as the spear before, but even so, they shouldn't be underestimated. Even with Lu Xun's powerful physical body, he would incur significant injuries if he were to be struck by it. With an awful complexion, Lu Xun's body swayed, and as though a butterfly treading through the flowers, he retreated 2 steps. Battle technique, butterfly steps. As though a butterfly soaring between flowers, the move grants its user nimble and unreadable movements. Dodging the punch and the kick, Lu Xun prepared to launch a counterattack, but at that moment, he felt his entire body turn cold, as though he had been placed into an ice cavern. As his vision blurred, a ridiculously beautiful lady appeared in his sight. At the same time, a smooth and flawless hand reached straight for his chest. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. Even though he was astonished, as a Pixue realm pinnacle expert who had gone through hundreds of battle, he reacted without hesitation. He counterattacked with a palm strike immediately. Battle technique, tower overthrow seal. It is said to possess the strength to topple towers and shake mountains. The tower overthrow seal met the enemy's palm. Xiaoya's body quivered briefly before being sent flying back. She was only a Dingli realm pinnacle cultivator. She was still far from matching a Pixue realm pinnacle expert like Lu Xun. However, Lu Xun didn't fare well either. The pure Jinqi which Xiaoya emitted contained the nature of extreme coldness, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He retreated 3 steps backward but was unable to rid himself of the chill in his body. Furthermore, a surge of cold Jinqi had invaded his meridians, making it impossible for him to neutralize it within a short period of time. 5 people and 6 attacks, Lu Xun had merely received a blow from each of them, but he retreated 11 steps. The crowd was left completely dumbfounded. That was Lu Xun Laoshi, the #1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy. Even though his cultivation wasn't unparalleled in the academy, there was nearly no Pixue realm cultivator who could match him. But just like that, he was forced back by a group of Fighter 2 Dan and Fighter 5 Dan students. If they had not witnessed it for themselves, they would have never believed it. So, this is the offensive collaboration formation that they had been working on. Zhang Xin knew that Xiaoya and the others had been secretly working on a collaboration formation, but he had never actually seen them execute it. Finally witnessing it now, Zhang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. Fine. Truthfully speaking, I have underestimated you brats. You do possess the qualifications to challenge me, Lu Xun declared as he stabilized his breathing. After having been forced to retreat continuously under the assault of a few juniors, he no longer dared to underestimate them. On the contrary, a grim expression had appeared on his face. I also think that we are qualified to challenge you. Actually, Lu Laoshi, by crossing blows with you, we have already vented the resentment in Zhang Laoshi's stead. How about this? Can we just consider it a draw? If we go on like this, we will only end up hurting each other. Yuan Tao chuckled as he stepped forward. Draw. Lu Xun harumphed coldly. Your attacks are indeed novel, and you have indeed managed to catch me off guard earlier. However, now that you've revealed all the tricks up your sleeves, there's nothing else for me to fear. What Lu Xun said rang true. Even though the attacks of the 5 weren't weak, they hadn't prepared enough moves to account for the entire duel. Each of them knew only a single powerful move, and it would have worked against ordinary Pixue realm cultivators. However, for a potential master teacher like Lu Xun, it was far from being sufficient. After all, both his eyes and comprehension of battle techniques were far from what the 5 could match. You're right. How about this? Why don't I discuss the matter with them and admit defeat? Yuan Tao stepped forward as a look of conflict appeared on his face. When he came to just a few steps away from Lu Xun, his eyebrows shot up suddenly as he charged forward. Humph, the same trick. After the precedent with Kong Jie, Lu Xun was already guarded against this fellow. Upon seeing him charge forward, he harumphed coldly. Because I wasn't guarded against your charge for the first time, you managed to send me back 2 steps. But the second time, I easily warded off your charge with my coiling dragon hands. Yet, you still dare to use the same technique on me for the 3rd time. Aren't you underestimating me too much? A cold glint flashed across Lu Xun's eyes. Raising his hands, he prepared himself to ward off Yuan Tao's charge. However, before he even came into contact with the fellow abruptly stopped and hugged him. The change was too sudden and so unexpected that Lu Xun didn't have the time to react to it. Furthermore, it was unthinkable for one to hug another in the midst of a battle. In an instant, the fatty had Lu Xun completely in his grasp, having locked his arms around the other party's body tightly. For a teacher to be hugged by a student, Lu Xun's complexion looked extremely dark. With a twist of his body, he knocked at Yuan Tao. A dull thud. The force behind that knock was in no way inferior to his fist. Even an ordinary Pishue realm expert would be vomiting blood due to the impact of that blow. The body of the fatty that was wrapped around him jerked, but the grip didn't loosen in the least. He actually withstood such a powerful knock. His defense is incredible. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. No matter how foolish he could be, he immediately understood that the specialty of the fatty wasn't his charge, but his defense. To think that he had neglected this fact from the very start. Hurry up! Yuan Tao howled as he hugged Lu Xun tightly. Before he could even finish his words, a spear whistled and flew straight toward Lu Xun. Sensing the fearsome might behind the spear, Lu Xun knew that he would be over if the spear were to hit him. Thus, he roared and his feet abruptly pushed against the ground. The powerful force against the ground pushed him, along with Yuan Tao, 3 chi above from the ground, dodging that fatal move. Come down. Even though he managed to dodge the Zheng Yang spear, he wasn't able to evade Lu Yang's fist. With a cold harumph, a strike from the heaven's path fist art hit him straight in his back. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. If this goes on, I might really lose to a bunch of youngsters. Lu Xun lifted his eyebrows and madness could be seen in his eyes. If I don't shake off this fatty quickly, I might really lose today. Even though Zhang Xian's 5 students were young and possessed weak cultivation, the battle technique they learned were simply too bizarre. Even a person with a powerful physical body like Lu Xun found it hard to take their blows. Let go. Roaring furiously, he sent his right elbow directly at Yuan Tao. This time, he used his full strength. With solely the strength of his physical body, he could even pierce through metal. The powerful elbow struck Yuan Tao squarely on his chest. Yuan Tao's face turned red. Even though the pain clearly showed through his face, his grip didn't weaken in the least. At this moment, he seemed to have become a giant chain, sealing the opponent's body entirely, refusing to budge no matter how hard the opponent struggles. Not expecting that an elbow strike at his full force would not be able to shake him off, amidst Lu Xun's anger, he was taken aback as well. How is this a duel? It feels more like a fight to the death. In that moment of daze, a kick landed straight on his chest. At the same moment, a pair of white and flawless palms landed on his body as well. Pang pang. 2 crisp sounds echoed in the air. Lu Xun felt a dull pain in his chest before flying backward. Chapter 223, Pummeling Lu Xun, Second Half. After flying a dozen meters backward, he crashed violently onto the ground. The impact created a huge crater on the ground. Below him, Yuan Tao suffered nearly 80% of the impact. But even so, he hadn't loosened his grip in the slightest, locking the latter firmly in place. What kind of fighting style is that? Does he have a dying wish? He'll really die like this. He won't. He has an extraordinary defense, and even given Lu Xun Laoshir's strength, it would take a significant amount of time to shake him away. Clearly, Zhaoya and the others wouldn't grant him that amount of time. Seeing how Yuan Tao firmly held onto Lu Xun Laoshir, not even budging in the least as if he cared not about dying, everyone's mouth twitched. It is just a duel, is there a need to go so far? At this rate, if Lu Xun were to go on a rampage, he might really get beaten to death. Pang pang pang. While everyone was overwhelmed by shock, Lu Xun didn't remain idle. Using his elbow, he struck Yuan Tao's chest repeatedly, and every single strike held astonishing might. Under the barrage of attacks, Yuan Tao's face grew increasingly pale. Even though he possesses the Emperor bloodline, he had only activated 1/10 of it. While he had no problem warding off the attacks of Dingli realm cultivators easily, it was clearly insufficient for him to do the same. For Lu Xun, who is strong even among Pishue realm pinnacle experts. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yuan Tao hissed through gritted teeth. Right afterward, a spear shot into view midair. Having missed his previous strike, Jing Yang had placed all of his strength into this blow. Executing the strength of the Heaven's Path spear art to the limits of his ability, under the augmentation of spear intent, the spear shot straight toward Lu Xun as though a shooting star. Facing the spear, Lu Xun narrowed his eyes and hurriedly backed away. Even so, the spear managed to inflict a wound on his chest, leaving a trail of red blood sailing in midair. You aren't going to escape. Shortly, a blurred figure appeared before Lu Xun. With a flip of her palm, it felt as though the heavens was crushing down. Battle technique, falling heavens. The descent of the palm induces terror in all. Of Zhang Xian's students, the one with the best circumstances for cultivation wasn't Wang Ying. It was Zhao Ye. Her father was the city lord of Baiyu City, and his position was only inferior to that of Emperor Shen Jue in the entire Tianqian kingdom. All kinds of battle techniques and resources were at her disposal, and this falling heavens was one of the strongest techniques in Baiyu City. Due to her insufficient cultivation, she was unable to practice it before. However, after her pure Yin body was awakened and her strength reached Dingli realm pinnacle, she became much more powerful than even the ordinary teachers in the academy, allowing her to train and execute this move. As expected of a top-notch battle technique in Baiyu City, even before the strike landed, a frigid air had already frozen the surroundings. Held firmly by Yuan Tao, Lu Xun was unable to parry the move. Even so, he didn't panic. His Jinqi flurried and he turned half around on the spot. As such, Yuan Tao stood between him and Zhao Ye, turning into the fatty into a meat shield for him. If Zhao Ye were to go ahead with that strike, falling heavens would definitely land on her comrade. Lu Xun Laoshe is throwing aside his dignity. Indeed, to be using the student as a meat shield, shameless. Actually, this shows that the few students exert a great amount of pressure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown aside his pride to do this. As a Pixue realm pinnacle expert, Lu Xun Laoshe is ranked at the first or second place among the elders in the academy. Yet, to be forced to such a state by 5 freshmen who have enrolled for just half a month. Scary. However, it will still be difficult for Zhao Ye and the others to win. With Yuan Tao serving as a meat shield, they will be hesitant to attack Lu Xun Laoshe. However, if Yuan Tao were to let go, Lu Laoshe, with his speed and movement technique, would be able to escape easily from their assault. The wiser expert saw through the crux of the problem. Previously, as Lu Laoshe still held considerations for his reputation, he hadn't resorted to his other means. However, now forced to a corner, he decided to use Yuan Tao as a meat shield. This leaves the other students at a loss of whether to strike him or not, thus causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position. Look, Zhao Ye isn't ceasing her attack. Everyone thought that the battle would end in a standstill when they noticed that Zhao Ye's falling heaven didn't slow in the least. It landed straight on Yuan Tao's body. As though striking a leather, there wasn't a loud impact. It seemed as if Zhao Ye had withdrawn her power at the very last moment, and the palm that had fallen on Yuan Tao's body was only an ordinary strike. Seems that she held back. Otherwise, Yuan Tao would have definitely collapsed from the simultaneous attacks from both in front and behind him. A person commented. However, right after that, another exclamation rang. Something is amiss, look at Lu Xun Laoshe. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at Lu Laoshe. With a glance, their eyes narrowed. Right after Zhao Ye's palm landed on Yuan Tao, who was hugging Lu Laoshe, the latter shuddered and his face turned pale. Clearly, the strike that landed on Yuan Tao had struck him instead. It is the modification of falling heavens, descending heavens. City Lord Zhao Feng abruptly stood up, and his disbelief reflected in his eyes. Descending heavens can strike a person even at a distance. However, the skill is extremely difficult to practice, requiring one to undergo all kinds of pain. More importantly, one has to at least execute 100,000 palm strikes before he can grasp the skill. It has only been 4 days since Zhao Ye awakened her unique constitution. For her to be able to execute it. What kind of pain did she undergo in the past few days? Long-range attacks are difficult to grasp, even if one is talented. It requires relentless experimentation and practice. Even using the most conservative estimates, it would require one to at least practice at the skill at least 100,000 times. That was to say, she had practiced the skill over 100,000 times over the course of 4 days. What hardship did this daughter of his suffer in these 4 days? And what was it that made her persevere like this? After all, repeating such a boring and dull movement over and over again isn't easy, and back then, he had nearly given up himself, needless to say, a 16 to 17-year-old girl like her. It is all for victory. Yao Han exclaimed with reddened eyes. He had witnessed the hardship that his Xiaojie had gone through in the past few days personally. In the past, she wasn't serious in her cultivation, allowing her mind to wander during training. Otherwise, as the young mistress of a city lord, possessing countless profound battle techniques, cultivation techniques, and the guidance of experts at her disposal, even though she was affected by her purine body, it was impossible for her to still be a merely fighter one den despite having reached 16 years of age. Initially, he thought that Xiaojia wouldn't be able to persevere practicing such a difficult technique, but she managed to pull through. Her determination far exceeded his expectations. Victory. Yes. She wants to win for Zhang Laoshi. All of them don't want to lose. Don't want to lose. Turning his attention to the 5 students on the stage, he narrowed his eyes. As a city lord and an expert, he understood how difficult cultivation could get. How much hardship did the 5 children have to go through within half a month in order to be able to rival a star teacher, even forcing him to abandon his pride? What kind of magic does this Zhang Laoshi possess, to be able to induce such change in Xiaoya and forge such strong camaraderie among his students? City Lord Zhao Feng glanced at Zhang Laoshi, and respect for the latter reflected in his eyes. He understood his own daughter well. It was surely this Zhang Laoshi's credit for such changes to appear within her in just a short span of half a month. Furthermore, even though the formation Zhang Xian's students were using was rather crude, their teamwork could be said to be impeccable. Taking, for example, Zhaoya's descending heavens, as she had yet to master the skill, if Yuan Tao were to resist in the very least, it was likely for the blow to have struck him instead of Lu Sun. To remain completely unguarded in the face of such a powerful technique, just how much trust did he have in the other party in order to be able to do so? The crowd was left completely dumbfounded and the entire field went silent. On the other hand, Lu Sun, who was hiding behind Yuan Tao, was infuriated, and he was just a step away from going crazy. He thought that these fellows only had that single ace up their sleeves, and he never expected them to have done so much preparation in advance. Furthermore, they showed incredible tenacity and were willing to endure all pain for the sake of victory. Suppressing the frost in his body, Lu Sun retreated once more. But before he could get away, another blurred figure appeared before him. Wang Ying. At this instant, the embarrassment she possessed during her fight with Du Lei was completely absent. On the contrary, she now carried unwavering determination. She sent a kick straight toward Lu Sun. With Wang Ying in front and Zhaoya at the back, Lu Sun had nowhere to escape. Furiously driving the Jinqi in his body, the muscles throughout his entire body tightened. Lu Sun felt a powerful force striking him on his chest. Once again, he was sent flying. The strength of the kick far surpassed his imagination. If not for having experienced it personally, he wouldn't have dared believe that such a powerful attack could come from such a gentle lady. No wonder Du Lei nearly died from her kick. This lass's leg technique is indeed astounding. Falling on the ground once more, Lu Sun felt a dull ache in his chest. Having received several blows consecutively, despite his powerful defense and overwhelming strength, he found himself about to cave in. He vomited a mouthful of blood and his face lightened by another shade. Initially, he thought that he could make a quick job out of these students, but to think that he would land in such a tragic state instead. Let go of me. The main reason why he had been suffering attacks after attacks without any chance of counterattack was Yuan Tao's grip. Lu Sun glared at Yuan Tao before roaring. He gathered Jinqi on his head and crashed it forcefully onto Yuan Tao's head. As their heads crashed together, Yuan Tao felt fainted and fresh blood streamed from his forehead. Even though he possessed incredible defense, he was only able to endure the attacks up to the level of a Dingli realm expert. The other party had augmented his attack with Jinqi, causing Yuan Tao to sustain a severe injury instantly. You wish to get rid of me? Dream on. I will never let go even if I were to die. Yuan Tao felt giddy and his face was dyed with crimson blood, but this only increased his determination. Roaring furiously, not only did he not release his grip, he even tightened it, making it difficult for Lu Sun to breathe. Damn it, don't you fear death? If I were to continue banging your head like that, you will die. Seeing how the lad was reluctant to let go, Lu Sun seethed with rage. Given Lu Sun's powerful offense, if he were to continue knocking the other party like that, even though Yuan Tao's defense wasn't weak, he might really die. Does this fellow really not fear death? Lu Sun was astonished. He was considering whether he should really knock this fellow to death when a gust of wind cut through his skin, and a mighty force shot straight at him. A spear stopped right before his throat. Zheng Yang had been waiting for an opportunity all along. Upon noticing Lu Xun's momentary distraction, he dashed forward immediately and executed the Heaven's Path spear art augmented by spear intent. Within the blink of an eye, he was already before Lu Xun, prepared to pierce the other party's throat. The spear was like an arrow on the bowstring, ready to shoot through the other party's neck at any moment. Standing upright, Jingyang stared at Lu Xun with sharp eyes. Lu Laoshi. You've lost. Chapter 224, Call him uncle now. I've lost. It's too early to say that. Watching the spear right before his eyes, Lu Xun felt extremely humiliated. With a roar, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Not expecting that the other party himself would dash straight toward his spear, Jingyang was taken aback. He retracted his arm instinctively. With this action, Jingyang lost his advantage. Stepping against the ground, Lu Xun executed the illusory shadow's 9 celestial steps, forming multiple shadows at once. In the blink of an eye, he was already right before Jingyang and he rammed his body against him. He was still hugged firmly by Yuan Tao and his hands were locked, so he could only use this move. Pang. Pooh. He didn't expect that the other party would fight back even with the spear right before his neck. Unprepared for this, Jingyang was struck squarely and his face flushed. Crimson blood spurted out of his mouth and his entire body was sent flying backward. How can a star teacher of the academy behave like this? Damn it. Seeing how Lu Xun refused to admit defeat despite the clear outcome, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Unforgivable. Seeing how the teacher was shamelessly fighting back despite having clearly lost, even injuring Jingyang in the process, Zhao Ya's face turned red with anger. Her body flickered faintly, she appeared before Lu Xun. In the midst of doing so, her wrist snapped and a sword had appeared in her hands. She had learned swordsmanship from young, and because Lu Laoshi was at a numerical disadvantage, she chose not to wield it. However, upon witnessing the person whom she once respected commit such a shameless action, she could no longer hold herself back. The sword flew across the sky, and her movement was so incredibly light and graceful that the scene resembled a painting. Battle technique, sunset swordsmanship. As though rapidly flowing river beneath the setting sun, her movements were fluid. Heh! With his arms locked firmly in place, Lu Xun harumphed coldly and sent a kick straight toward the sword. His reaction and the timing could be said to be impeccable. However, he had underestimated Yuan Tao, who was clutching onto him from behind. Seeing Jingyang get injured had triggered him, and he roared furiously. Get down here. His plump body had become as heavy as a boulder, pulling Lu Xun's rising body down forcefully. With this fall, not only did Lu Xun's kick miss Zhao Ya's sword, he lost his balance and if things go wrong, he might even be pierced in the heart. Ah! Not expecting the abrupt change, Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. However, it was too late to do anything. Seeing that things were about to get fatal, a figure suddenly appeared between them and his fingers lightly flicked. A metallic sound resounded and Zhao Ya lost grip over her sword. It flew out and stabbed into the ground not too far away. Upon seeing her sword being blown away, Zhao Ya was about to fly into a rage when she saw the other party's features. She immediately clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. It was Zhang Xian. He could tell that both parties had reached the peak of their anger. If he didn't stop them, things would blow out of proportion. After disarming Zhao Ya, he walked toward Jingyang and infused Jinqi into him. He realized that the latter's injury wasn't severe and that he should be able to recover swiftly under the nourishment of pills. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and turn toward Yuan Tao. You should get down as well. Yuan Tao loosened his grip and fell to the floor. Even though the only thing he did throughout the battle was to hug Lu Xun, he had sustained the most severe injuries out of the 5. If not for the awakening of his emperor's bloodline, which grants him a significant boost in his defense, he would have long caved under the barrage of attacks and fainted. After briefly adjusting their breathing, the 5 dragged their wearied bodies toward Zhang Xian. Even though they felt fatigued, their eyes were glowing with excitement. Even though they didn't think that they have won the duel, the results were unexpectedly good. After all, their opponent was a star teacher, and he ended up being done in good by them. No matter what, they still felt proud of themselves. They thought that by venting their teacher's frustration and showcasing their growth over the past half a month, they would be able to receive compliments. Yet, Zhang Laoshi's expression was extremely dark and flames of anger were burning in his eyes. Upon seeing him in such a state, Zheng Yang and the others were perplexed. Do you think that I should compliment you? Zhang Xian glared at them, and it felt as though a storm was brewing. The 5 of them scratched their heads. Since you intentionally hid it from me, I thought that you were practicing some powerful offensive collaboration formation, but tell me, what the hell is this toy? Zhang Xian roared furiously, and his face revealed his disappointment. Is formation not good? This is considered one of the top offensive collaboration formation in Tianxian Kingdom, all right. Upon hearing the reason behind his outrage, everyone was taken aback. Even taking the entire Tianxian Kingdom into account, this offensive collaboration formation was one of the top formations. After all, using this formation, a fighter 5 Den cultivator and 4 fighter 2 Den cultivators were able to rival a Pixuer realm pinnacle expert, thus proving the strength of this formation. Yet, he wasn't happy with the results. Even calling it a toy. Lu Sun, who had finally calmed down, felt stifled. Hearing those words, his injuries almost worsened and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Is there something wrong with you? This offensive collaboration formation nearly killed me, yet you aren't satisfied. Why? You don't agree with what I'm saying. Fine, then I will start explaining from the first move. When Yuan Tao charged toward Lu Laoshi, if Zheng Yang was in this position and used the spear art which I taught, the prowess of your primary assault would be boosted by a single fold. Lu Yang, if you had attacked from here while squatting 3 CUN lower, it would be the blind hole of his vision, making it impossible for him to evade your strike. As for Zhaoya and Wang Ying, are you all sleeping? If you were standing here, do you think he would be able to escape? Disregarding everyone's shock, Zhang Xian flung his sleeves and drew the offensive collaboration formation on the ground and highlighted a few points. Initially, Lu Sun was doubtful of Zhang Xian's words. However, after hearing his lecture, his face suddenly turned pale. The other party's words made perfect sense. If his students arranged themselves according to his positioning and struck at the same moment, even Lu Sun would be unable to dodge all of their attacks. At the very least, he would be struck by 3 attacks simultaneously. Just a blow from one of these little fellows was enough for him to spurt blood. He wouldn't be able to withstand 3 blows from them simultaneously even if he were at his peak condition. Oblivious to Lu Sun's trembling body, Zhang Xian continued. Next, Yuan Tao grabbing onto Lu Laoshi should have been a good opportunity. If Lu Yang had attacked here, Wang Ying delayed her attack by 3 breaths, and Zhaoya didn't hesitate. Within the 7th breath, you all would have been able to seal his path of retreat. If so, would you all have gotten injured? Without a single injury, he would have admitted his defeat. The more Zhang Xian spoke, the angrier he became. These little fellows are truly toying around too much. Initially, he thought that they were practicing some kind of formidable formation, so he wasn't too worried. Yet, it turned out to be full of flaws. What the hell is this? You call this a formation? If only you had sought pointers from me beforehand, none of you all would have gotten injured today. Furthermore, you would have been able to completely pummel Lu Sun. He wouldn't have been able to retaliate at all, needless to say, refuse to admit defeat. Even more so, none of you would have gotten injured. Hearing the other party's explanation, Lu Sun felt his body turn cold. Other people may be unable to tell how accurate was Zhang Xian's pointers, but as a person who had personally experienced the formation, he was aware of how fearsome his words were. If his students had truly done it that way, the result would be as Zhang Xian said. None of them would be injured, and his face would be swollen from a one-sided beating. Can it be that Zhang Xian understands formations as well? A battle changes constantly at rapid speeds, yet he is able to see through the flaws in their formation with a single look and make the most accurate adjustments. Are you for real? How do you do that? Lu Sun trembled in fear. He thought that those youngsters had complemented each other well in the battle, yet Zhang Xian could point out so many flaws and problems in their collaboration. If they were to fill up these gaps, he, despite being a Pixuer realm cultivator, would be helpless before them. In a truly powerful formation, 1 + 1 = 3 or even 4. Yuan Tao was skilled in defense, so he played the role of the sturdiest shield. Zheng Yang was skilled in spearmanship, so he was the sharpest arrow. Zhaoya was the core of the team, and she used all kinds of means to complement the others. Wang Ying possessed superior movement technique, so she was all around the field. Lu Yang's fists were invincible, so he struck when the opportunity arose. If by the previous formation, the 5 people were able to execute the strength of 7 or 8, going by Zhang Laosher's modification, they would be able to execute the strength of 20. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would find it hard to stand against such prowess, needless to say, a Pixue realm pinnacle cultivator like him. Incredible. Even though he had merely spoken a few words, he had pointed out the very essence of the formation. Can it be that Zhang Laosher understands formations as well? Disbelief reflected in Lu Ling's eyes as he heard Zhang Xian's pointers to his students. Formation masters and apothecaries are 2 of the most esteemed occupations of the upper 9 paths. Both occupations require incredibly deep and profound knowledge, and becoming an official apothecary at such an age is already an incredible feat, yet he possesses knowledge of formations as well. Do you understand all I've said? Oblivious to the shock and silence in the surroundings, Zhang Xian reprimanded his students and scanned their faces. The 5 of them lowered their heads in embarrassment. This formation originated from Zhaoya, and it was one of the top formations in Baiyu City. She thought that it was a flawless and powerful formation, so never in her dreams did she think that it had so many loopholes. However, after Zhang Laosher's guidance and the experience they gained from fighting Lu Sun previously, they had already developed an in-depth understanding of the formation. They should feel much more familiar if they were to execute it once more. It's good that you understand. After lecturing them, Zhang Xian slowly walked back with his hands behind his back. Since you all understand the formation, go back and fight with Lu Laosher once more. He hasn't admitted defeat, right? Beat him until he admits defeat. Fight again. The 5 students staggered and they nearly spurted blood at Zhang Xian's words. They thought that they were ruthless, but to think that Zhang Laosher topped them. Lu Sun's felt his vision turning gray. The heck? So in the end, it turns out that the reason why you ran in here, interrupted the fight, and offered them pointers isn't that you think that they didn't do well enough, but because you want to toy with me. Lu Sun stood up, and he was about to speak when a panicked voice suddenly echoed from afar. Master Zhang, please forgive this son of mine on my account. Turning around to take a look, he saw Master Zhang walking over. Father. Upon seeing the father, who usually stayed out of all his affairs, speaking up for him, Lu Sun clenched his fist and his face flushed. The reason why he left home was to prove to his father that even without him, he can create a place for himself. He didn't expect to be caught by him in such an embarrassing situation. You brat, kneel down. Looking at him with disappointment, Master Lu Chen pointed toward Zhang Xian and said, "What are you waiting for? Call him your uncle now." Chapter 225, Senior. Call him uncle. At this moment, regardless of whether they were teacher or student, all of them felt strangled. For Lu Sun to call Zhang Xian uncle. Where does this logic come from? Master Lu Chen was the emperor's tutor, and if Lu Sun were to call him uncle, wouldn't Emperor Shenjue have to do the same as well? Does this make any sense? Upon thinking of this, everyone turned their gazes toward Emperor Shenjue, who was seated at the VIP area. As expected, his complexion seemed awful. For an emperor, as well as a middle-aged man in his 40s, to be considered as a junior to a lad who wasn't even in his 20s yet. No one can accept such a situation easily. Address him as uncle. Lu Sun was on the verge of tears. What do you mean by that? He isn't even as old as me, not to mention, he is just a low-level teacher. Yet, I have to call him uncle. He felt so stifled that he had an urge to puke blood. Why? You can't bring yourself to say it. Master Zhang my peer, and I address him as my brother. How else should you address him if not uncle? Master Lu Chen slapped his son's head as he bellowed. What kind of son did he raise, to dare to pick a fight with his uncle? He truly is tired of living. It is fortunate that Master Zhang is magnanimous, otherwise, he would have to lie in bed for the next few months. After an intense struggle within, Lu Sun still found himself unable to address Zhang Xian as an uncle. Lu Sun truly felt like crying at this instant. You beast. Master Lu Chen was so furious that his beard was blown up with a snort. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding his son, Zhang Laosher stopped him. Enough, Brother Lu. It's normal for kids to have their times of folly, it's actually nothing much. You just have to teach them slowly in the future. It's not good to beat them up in public like that. Zhang Xian tried to persuade him. Honestly speaking, he wasn't too bothered by hierarchical protocols. However, he felt that he should spare Lu Sun face on Master Lu Chen's account. Ever since his transcendence, Master Lu Chen had provided him with a significant amount of help. Otherwise, with how Lu Sun had provoked him time and time again, he would have long made mincemeat of him. Yes, Brother Zhang is right. Master Lu Chen nodded his head. He hit his son on his head once more and said, "You beast, hurry up and thank Uncle Zhang for his magnanimity." Lu Sun was on the verge of going crazy. He turned to look at Zhang Xian with the urge to pull out his hair. "Brother, your identity sure changed quickly. It's normal for kids to have their times of folly. Who the heck are you saying is a kid? You're younger than me, yet you said those words so naturally. Where did your confidence come from?" He felt incredibly dismal and frustrated, but before his father, he didn't dare to say anything. On the other hand, someone had already fainted from the sight. It was his good friend, Wang Chao. Zhang Laoshe was half a teacher to Wang Chong, which means, even his father was a junior. If so, in terms of standing, he had to call Zheng Yang and the others as uncles. "Uncle Zhang." After a long moment of hesitation, Lu Sun spat through gritted teeth. Taking a deep breath, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he said, "You might have triumphed over me in the teacher evaluation, but it is impossible for you to become an apprentice of the three master teachers." It was all because of this fellow that he had embarrassed himself so greatly today. Even though he had addressed the other party as Uncle Zhang under his father's pressure, he didn't actually feel the slightest bit of respect for him. "Oh. Why would my dear nephew say such words?" Zhang Xian looked at him doubtfully. Knowing the other party had intentionally addressed him as dear nephew, Lu Sun felt his rage burst forth and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed and he spat through gritted teeth. To become an assistant master teacher, one has to be a certified star teacher or high-level teacher of the Teacher Guild. However, as a low-level teacher, you do not meet the requisites. A teacher can be divided into low-level teachers, high-level teachers, and star teachers. Those who manage to become an assistant master teacher are mostly star teachers, and even at the very least, high-level teachers. A mere low-level teacher doesn't meet the requirements. So what if the three master teachers have a high evaluation of you? As master teachers, they are expected to follow the rules. Zhang Xian was stunned. His previous self had always been a low-level teacher, and after his reincarnation, due to his brief time here, he hadn't had sufficient time to take the high-level teacher examination. It seemed that he had to look for an opportunity to take the examination, otherwise, in his journey to become a master teacher, his status would become the greatest limiting factor. As the most prestigious occupation in the world, one can only become a master teacher by taking themselves forward step by step, with honesty. If someone were to find out that one had taken shortcuts, being humiliated with just a small affair, he could potentially lose all of the honor he had built up over the years. Zhang Laoshe, we meet once again. He was thinking about taking the examination when a familiar voice sounded. Turning around to take a look, he saw Elder Mo from the Teacher Guild. Unknowingly, he had walked over. "Ah, so it's Elder Mo." Zhang Xian had a good impression of this Elder Mo. Upon realizing his mistake, he didn't side with his friends and instead proceeded over the matter with utmost fairness. If not for him, it would have been impossible for him to stand up against Shang Chen and Shang Bin at the Enlightenment Will trial. "Zhang Laoshe, I'm truly sorry that a black sheep like Shang Chen had appeared among the teachers and brought you a ton of troubles. After I left that day, I reported the matter to the headquarters and a verdict has just been issued. We've kept you waiting for long." Elder Mo bowed. "Oh. There's a verdict. Good." Back then, in the Enlightenment Will trial, Elder Mo had only temporarily suspended Shang Chen's duties as the head of Education Bureau and Shang Bin Laoshe's license. A conclusive verdict wasn't passed out then. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that they weren't going to carry out any punishments, but to think that the issue had been reported up to the headquarters. The Teacher Guild headquarters is unimaginably far from Tianxian Kingdom. Even with the quickest communication tool, reporting the matter to a conferred kingdom and receiving a reply through warp portals will take at least half a month. I'll be announcing the verdict from the headquarters now. Elder Mo nodded his head, retrieved a scroll from his pocket, and unrolled it. A light gushed from the dueling ring straight into the heavens, illuminating all four directions. It's the teacher guild's guild letter. Guild letter. What's that? An emperor uses his imperial edict to relay his command and summons. The teacher guild, as one of the strongest power in the entire continent, has a similar object as well, and it is known as the guild letter. Usually, it is used to announce punishments toward teachers who flout rules or relay command from the elders of the guild. Once announced, the announcement will automatically be recorded in the books of the teacher guild. Thus, these records can be checked easily from any branch. To have allowed the Tianqian Kingdom's branch to use the guild letter, this shows how important they valued the matter. Naturally. Intentional oppression of a genius who can potentially become a master teacher, it would be strange if the guild doesn't regard this matter seriously. Indeed. Shang Chen truly picked on the wrong person, he deserved it. Upon seeing the object, every single teacher, who was aware of the significance of the letter, was shocked greatly. The guild letter of the teacher guild was rarely used, and for it to be used on this occasion showed how importantly they regarded this affair. The moment the guild letter opened, all of the teachers, students, and even the 3 master teachers, stood up respectfully. Tianqian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher Shang Chen, as the head of the Education Bureau, made use of his position to oppress another teacher, flouting the commandments of the guild. Thus, he will be stripped of his teaching license, permanently. Amidst the brilliant light, an authoritative voice sounded. Previously sitting amidst the crowd, Elder Shang Chen's face darkened and he fell to the floor in despair. He had merely wanted to help his grandson vent his resentment, and he never expected for the matter to blow out of proportions. Being stripped of his teaching license meant that his identity and standing was completely destroyed. It was no different from being demoted from a noble to a peasant. Tianqian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher Shang Bin failed to unite his colleagues and act as a good role model. Thus, he will be stripped of his teaching license for 3 years. Teacher Chao Xiong incited the affair due to his envy. Thus, he will be permanently stripped of his teaching license, and no academy is to hire him. After which, the voice announced Shang Bin and Chao Xiong's punishments as well. Shang Bin, having been stripped of his teaching license for 3 years, meant that he would be unable to practice teaching for 3 years. At the very least, this meant that he could nevertheless return to the academy in 3 years' time. On the other hand, his grandfather, Shang Chen, and Chao Xiong had no such chance to redeem themselves. This was especially for Chao Xiong. For the academies to be banned from hiring him meant that he wasn't allowed to even serve as a cleaner in there. If a school were to be found to infringe on the ruling, the entire academy would be punished by the guild. Tianqian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy teacher Zhang Xian, as an earnest person, had tolerated humiliation in consideration for the reputation of the academy. At the same time, he has shown achievements in guiding others, making him a role model for teachers. Thus, he is promoted to a star teacher. The voice from the guild letter came to an end and the brilliance gradually faded from sight. So, does this mean that I'm now a star teacher? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. He thought that he would need to take the high-level teacher examination and think of a way to rise through the ranks, but from the looks of it, there was no need for it. A single paper from the teacher guild had settled his problem. Zhang Laoshi, congratulations. Stroking his beard, Elder Mo smiled at Zhang Xian. Thank you Elder Mo for going through such trouble. Zhang Xian bowed. He knew that Elder Mo must have contributed greatly to the verdict, and he was grateful to him for that. You're being too polite. I'm only here to announce the guild's verdict, so I won't be bothering you any further. Farewell. After which, he clasped his hands and left with a smile. His departure was followed by a moment of silence. Everyone turned to look at Lu Sun immediately. Didn't you just say that the other party isn't qualified? Right afterward, Elder Mo appeared and announced the teacher guild's verdict of promoting Zhang Laoshi to a star teacher. This face slap. Honestly, everyone can feel the sting. As expected, Lu Sun's face turned white, and it seemed like he was considering whether he should commit suicide on the spot. Master Zhang, I have spoilt my son. I hope that you can be magnanimous and... Witnessing the situation, Master Lu Chen shook his head. Initially, he hadn't intended to interfere in this matter, but he could not resist and eventually clasped his hands toward Zhang Xian. Master Lu Chen, what are you saying? Zhang Xian smiled. His rationality is just overwhelmed by his desire to become a master teacher's apprentice. I won't hold a grudge against him for that. Thank you. Seeing that Zhang Xian had no intentions on pursuing the matter, Lu Chen bowed in gratitude. There's no need for you to be so courteous. And right. Zhang Xian turned to look at the three master teachers. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zheng Shi. Even though Lu Sun's recent performance isn't ideal, his ability as a teacher is indeed outstanding. You should consider him if you wish to accept an apprentice. Lu Sun was feeling so stifled when he heard Zhang Xian's words. His face immediately reddened and his eyes widened in shock. The reason why he had been competing with Zhang Xian was for the opportunity to become an apprentice of the three master teachers. Yet, even though Zhang Laoshi won the battle, why was he himself benefiting instead? Also, what's with your attitude? The other party is a master teacher. Speaking with such a tone, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Before he could recover from his shock, the three master teachers stepped forward and clasped their hands before Zhang Xian. Chapter 226, A Godlike Man, say. Senior. Did Lu Shi and the others just call Zhang Xian their senior? He isn't even 20. On the other hand, the three master teachers are at minimum 60 or 70. Where is the logic? I've no idea, but, from the looks of it, the three master teachers don't seem to be feigning anything. Can Zhang Laoshi truly be that incredible? It was as though the crowd had been struck by lightning. Shocks came like waves today, crashing down on them one after another. They felt as though they were unable to keep up anymore and their heart had reached their limits. Is he a senior to Lu Shi and his company? Can it be? Narrowing his eyes, Emperor Shenjue seemed to have thought of something as he shuddered. As the three master teachers had been residing in the palace, he had come into contact with them frequently and knew of their intentions. They had been trying to acknowledge Yang Xian as their teacher, and given how they were addressing Zhang Xian as their senior now, no matter how foolish he was, it was impossible for him to not understand what was going on. Zhang Xian Laoshi is Yang Shi's student. Furthermore, he is a direct disciple. His breathing quickened. Yang Shi was able to help even the dying Shen Hong reach Zhongshi realm, showing the incredible capabilities he possessed. According to Lu Shi and the others' conjecture, he was likely to be at minimum a 3-star master teacher. Such incredible figures often come and go as they please. It was completely possible for him to vanish into thin air within a few days' time. But if Zhang Xian was his direct disciple, it would make things much easier. He could make use of Zhang Xian as a bridge to tie Yang Shi to Tianxian Kingdom. Even if he were to be unable to bind such a superpower, Yang Shi and the others would also find it hard to reject him, given that their senior, Zhang Xian, hails from Tianxian Kingdom. If so, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom rises through the ranks. If he had thought previously that being a rank less senior than Zhang Xian was embarrassing, right now, his eyes were glowing and he regarded it as an honor. Given that Zhang Xian had managed to acknowledge Yang Xian as his teacher, it was just a matter of time before he becomes a master teacher. Putting aside calling him uncle, even calling him grandpa would be nothing much. As the sovereign of a country, he shouldered the responsibility over the entire kingdom in his hands. He had long learned to weigh matters in terms of cost and benefits. The so-called identity, seniority, and such were only mere methods of address to him. Besides, Lu Shi and the others were considered as peers with his grandfather, Shen Hong. Given that Zhang Xian was their senior, he was lucky to be able to get off with addressing Zhang Xian as his uncle. Senior. The three master teachers senior. While everyone was dumbfounded, Lu Sun stuttered in astonishment. The reason why he was so against Zhang Laoshi previous was that he was vying with him for the opportunity to come under the three master teachers' apprenticeship. Yet, not only was the other party unbothered, he actually turned out to be a senior to the three master teachers. In an instant, he felt as though he had been a clown. After such a huge farce, it emerged that the other party didn't care for what he had valued so highly. Just by revealing his identity, he could easily destroy him. Grandmaster Painter, an expert at the way of tea, official apothecary, given the number of apothecaries that had appeared in the academy, Wang Chao and him immediately knew of Zhang Xian's identity as an apothecary, the brother of his father, senior of the three master teachers. Just any single one of those identities was sufficiently imposing, but at this moment, it was all gathered on a seemingly unimpressive teacher. Shivering violently, he felt lost. He had always thought that he was a genius, and even without his father's help, he could make a name for himself. But now, he realized that his so-called talents meant nothing in comparison to the other party. Honestly speaking, this blow had caused him to doubt the purpose of life itself. He was feeling completely lost when he heard Lu Shi's voice echo by his ears. Lu Laoshi is indeed a rare talent. From back then, I had heard of his reputation in Beiwu Kingdom, and the reason why I came here was to welcome him as my apprentice. Since Senior has spoken on his behalf. Lu Sun, are you willing to become my apprentice? Lu Ling looked at Lu Sun with a smile. Even if he was unable to accept Zhang Xian as his apprentice, the trip would also have been worth it if he was able to recruit Lu Sun. Besides, his senior clearly intended to resolve the grudge, and he was glad to give him a hand. I'm willing. Awakening from his daze, Lu Sun's body froze in agitation. All of his hard work was for this. He thought that he would be doomed after losing the teacher evaluation, and never in his dreams did he expect that his wish would be fulfilled so abruptly. Yes. Zhang Xian, oh, no, Uncle Zhang. Teacher. Even though Lu Shi had said it in that manner, Lu Sun knew that his reputation only played a minor part. More importantly, it was due to Zhang Laoshi's recommendation. Despite me treating him like that, he was willing to recommend me to Lu Shi. What is this magnanimity? Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Sun's eyes turned red. This is the attitude that a teacher should have. Sooner, you must learn from Master Zhang. By the side, Lu Chen, who had witnessed the entire scene, commented. He had heard the entire matter from Wang Yu, and as such, he knew how much trouble this unfilial son of his had brought to Zhang Xian. Yet, the other party didn't say a word of criticism. On the other hand, he even helped him to become a master teacher's apprentice. Just his magnanimity showed that he was no ordinary person. Yes. Lu Sun nodded his head. Only at this moment did he realize how ridiculous his actions had been. While he was still thinking about how he should become an apprentice of the three master teachers, his rival had already become their senior. While he was thinking about becoming an official painter, the other party was already a grandmaster. While he was thinking about breaking through Pishue realm, the other party was already at Tongxian realm pinnacle. That was the distance between them. Zhang Laoshi, I was foolish in the past and have offended you on multiple occasions. Please forgive me. It's all right as long as you are willing to change. I hope that you will learn properly under Lu Shi's guidance in future and quickly become a true master teacher. Seeing how the other party was willing to let bygones be. Bygones, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. In actual fact, he didn't hold much resentment toward this Lu Sun. Based on the memories belonging to his previous self, this fellow had taught numerous incredible students ever since entering the academy. He had practically no bad track records, and it was mainly due to his competitive nature and his desire to surpass his incredible father that he committed so many mistakes. Yes. Lu Sun nodded his head earnestly. Then, he turned to Lu Ling and asked, Lu Shi, may I beseech you on a matter? Feel free to speak. Lu Shi said as he stroked his beard. Seeing that Lu Sun was sincere in wanting to turn over a new leaf, he felt delighted as well. In order for me to win this battle, my students had consumed insane demon breakthrough pill, and there are likely to be heavy and detrimental side effects. I hope that Lu Shi can resolve this issue. Lu Sun knelt down. Witnessing the situation, Zhu Hong and the others clenched their fists tightly and their eyes turned red. With the matter exposed, Lu Laoshi's reputation would definitely be affected greatly. Even so, for their future, he was willing to reveal it all in public. Just his consideration for his student itself was worthy of awe. Mo Xiao, who had thought of acknowledging Zhang Xian as his teacher previously, upon seeing Lu Laoshi's actions, felt touched. After contemplating over the matter for a while, he glanced at Lu Sun once more and made up his mind with a new resolve. While incredible teachers got to choose their students, talented students were also qualified to choose their own teachers. The reason why he wanted to acknowledge Zhang Xian was because Lu Laoshi's recent actions and performance were disappointing. However, upon seeing this, he realized that the formidable Lu Laoshi of the past, the number-star teacher of Hongtian Academy, was back. Only with a big heart can one surpass all odds. At that instant, the intention to come under Zhang Xian's tutelage disappeared. Insane demon breakthrough pill. That is one of the forbidden medicine which forcefully raises one's cultivation. Even though it can induce a rapid rise in cultivation, the remnant toxins of the pill will sink into one's meridians, causing one's cultivation speed to become increasingly slower. This will affect their future achievements. To have had them consume these things was equivalent to ruining the future of these kids. Lu Sun, you are truly foolish. Taken aback by Lu Sun's words, Lu Ling shook his head. Yes, I know that I was reckless. Lu Shi, I beg of you to help them. Lu Sun pleaded earnestly. He also knew the after-effects of consuming the pill, but the humiliation he felt yesterday had blinded his judgment. His desire to win in this teacher evaluation had caused him to commit the mistake in a moment of folly. Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill is a pill which forcefully drags out one's potential by tapping into his life force. My skills are still insufficient to treat such conditions. If the trauma from such medicine could be solved that easily, everyone would have bought one to hasten the growth of their cultivation. It was because there was no way to solve the trauma that it became a forbidden pill. Even as a master teacher, Lu Ling was helpless before the matter. You cannot treat it. Lu Sun's face turned pale. He thought that he could solve their problem once he became a master teacher, but now, it seemed that his thinking was too naive. If even Lu Shi was incapable of treating the trauma, didn't it mean that for his own selfish motive, he had ruined the lives of several students? Intense self-reproach struck at Lu Sun's conscience. All of you consumed the Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill. Jing Yang heard the conversation clearly from the side. He rushed to the side of his good buddy hurriedly and questioned him anxiously. Yes. Mo Xiao nodded his head. You. Jing Yang clenched his fists rightly. It was true that consuming the Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill would help one to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation within a short period of time, but climbing to greater heights in future would become immensely difficult. It was no different from pulling a seedling for it to grow faster. Having grown up with Mo Xiao, he knew that his buddy was as obsessed over strength as him. The other party would definitely be unable to bear the burden of watching his own cultivation slow down, and eventually fall behind the others. Zhang Laoshi, I beg of you, please save Mo Xiao. Gritting his teeth, Jing Yang ran to Zhang Xian and knelt down. In his mind, Zhang Laoshi was omnipotent. Even if Lu Shi was helpless before the matter, Zhang Laoshi would definitely be able to do the impossible. Save him. Hearing the plea of his student, Zhang Xian nodded his head, all right. Back then, during the teacher evaluation, when Mo Xiao and the others executed their battle techniques, he was able to immediately identify their problems. The trauma left by the Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill is actually toxin that the medicine leaves in one's body. While 3-star or even 4-star master teachers would be helpless before the matter, Zhang Xian possessed the ability to treat them. The Heaven's Path Jinqi was clear and pure as though water. Regardless of how incredible those toxins were, by infusing his Jinqi within, Zhang Xian would be able to easily flush them out. He was even able to suppress a seemingly sentient poison aura who was able to escape his assault. What challenge can mere pill toxins pose? You can save them. Hearing the other party agree to it so readily, Lu Shi and the others were taken aback. Without explaining anything, Zhang Xian had Mo Xiao come over. Grabbing his hands, he sent a surge of Jinqi into the other party's meridians. Soon, the toxins were all expelled. Sensing the change in his body, Mo Xiao was so agitated that his body trembled. After consuming the pill, he clearly felt something restraining his body from within, but at this instant, the inhibition disappeared completely. The shackles that limited his cultivation had disappeared completely. Thank you, Zhang Laoshi, for treating me. Knowing that the side effect of the Insane Demon Breakthrough Pill had been resolved, Mo Xiao immediately knelt to the ground in gratitude. It's treated already. Lu Ling could not believe what had happened. He walked over hurriedly and sent a surge of Jinqi into Mo Xiao's body. After taking a look within, his eyes widened. It's true. Zhang Laoshi had so casually resolved something, which he was helpless about, right before his eyes. What is that amazing capability? It is no wonder that he was able to catch Yang Shi's eyes and become their senior. His means are simply too incredible. Watching the sight, Lu Sun knelt before Zhang Xian and pleaded, Uncle Zhang, I beg of you to treat the others as well. This time, he had called out Uncle Zhang willingly and sincerely. It wouldn't take much of his effort to treat these few people. Zhang Xian nodded his head and soon, the traumas of Lu Sun's 5 students were completely resolved. The only hassle that emerged was with Zhu Hong. As he hadn't fought at all, there wasn't any book compiled on him. Thus, Zhang Xian had to have him execute a battle technique before he was able to pinpoint the locations of the toxins. Looking at the glowing faces of his students, Lu Xun felt truly impressed by Zhang Laoshi. In the world, there exists a kind of person who, even though you two started on the same footing, end up on completely different levels. They are beings which one can only look up to, with no hope of catching up with. Clearly, Zhang Laoshi is such a godlike person. Lu Xun was completely impressed with the other party and had decided to set him as his ultimate goal when he saw this godlike person looking at him with a wide grin. Lu Laoshi, do you still have any more of these insane demon breakthrough pill? Or maybe you can tell me where you bought it. Can you buy a few for me? If it can raise one's cultivation by an entire realm so quickly, will eating more of it allow one's cultivation to soar several realms at once? Lu Xun, Lu Ling and the others. Chapter 227, State of Insight. Of course, Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible. As an apothecary, he knew that no matter how incredible a medicine was, a person would gradually gain increasing immunity to it the more they consume, needless to say, pills that raises one's cultivation. After treating their traumas and resolving the grudge between him and Lu Xun, he was finally done with everything here. Just as the teacher in charge was about to announce the start of the freshman tournament, countless students rushed to the stage suddenly, their eyes reddened with agitation. They stared at Zhang Xian fervently, as if they were voracious wolves looking at their prey. Zhang Laoshi, I hope to come under your tutelage. Will you accept me as your student? I beg of you, please accept me. Not only am I talented, I can help you pack your bed and do your housework. Actually, I've always revered you. Even if I can't become your student, I don't mind just listening into your classes. Teacher, my clan is rich. As long as you accept me as your student, money isn't a problem. Money your head. Scram, do you think that Zhang Laoshi is a materialistic person? But Zhang Laoshi, if you really want. My clan is also rich, so please accept me as your student. His incredible performance in the teacher evaluation, as well as his ability to solve a problem which stumped the three master teachers, had sent all of the students here into a frenzy. They could no longer hold themselves back and charged forward in an attempt to acknowledge him as their teacher. In an instant, an uproar broke out in the dueling ring. All those doubts that they carried for Zhang Laoshi had disappeared without a trace. Countless students pushed one another to get nearer to Zhang Laoshi, afraid that to miss this opportunity. There were even a few who felt so regretful that they wanted to commit suicide. They felt that if they hadn't been so blind back then to listen to all sorts of rumors, they would have already become Zhang Laoshi's students. If they had acknowledged him at the very start of the school term, the ones who had shown on the stage wouldn't have been Jing Yang and the others, but them. One has to know that Jing Yang and the others were far from being at the top of the batch, and Yuan Tao was the very last in the cohort. But at this moment, even Yuan Tao was able to force Lu Laoshi back with his charge. The scene of how he forcefully restrained Lu Laoshi was still fresh in their mind, and the thought of it agitated them. From a student, who had barely made it into the academy, to become an expert who can threaten even a Pishue realm expert within half a month. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, they would have never thought this to be possible. This. Zhang Xian was astounded as well. Clearly, he didn't expect that his actions would cause such a stir. Teacher has finally regained his prestige after that all he has gone through. Upon realizing what was happening, Zhao Ye and the others clenched their fists tightly. Ever since Lu Xun challenged Zhang Laoshi, they had been suffocated with anger and indignance. These emotions motivated them to work hard to bring honor and glory to their teacher, and now they have finally done it. Zhang Laoshi's brilliance was finally being recognized. A special pride welled up within them. At that moment, it was as if they wanted to shout to the whole world proudly. Look, this is my teacher. Zhang Xian. I already have 5 students and I don't intend to accept any other students anytime soon. However, given how passionate all of you appear to be, how about this? I can conduct a lecture on the fundamentals of cultivation, and perhaps, it would be useful. Knowing that he will die of fatigue if he were to accept so many students, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before coming up with an idea. Just these 5 students had caused him to almost go bankrupt. If he were to accept so many students at once, He probably wouldn't even have the money to eat. Zhang Laoshi is not accepting any students. But listening to his lecture is good as well. Finding out that Zhang Xian wasn't intending to accept any students, everyone felt disappointed initially. However, upon hearing that Zhang Xian would conduct a lecture for them, the glow on their faces returned. With the ability to induce such a rapid growth in Jingyang and the others, how can his lesson be anything ordinary? This lecture on the fundamentals of cultivation will be held tomorrow afternoon, the location right here. Those who wish to attend can come earlier, but for today, let's proceed with the freshman tournament. After addressing and calming down the crowd, Zhang Xian left the dueling ring. If he doesn't leave now, he might really end up eaten by those frenzied students. Besides, the freshman tournament should be the main show of the day. The teacher evaluation can only be considered as an appetizer, and he shouldn't steal the spotlight from the event. Right after he returned back to his classroom, the three master teachers followed in swiftly. The three of them clasped their hands. Please be seated. Actually, I have something that I'll need to trouble you with. Zhang Xian smiled. You're Yang Shi's direct disciple while we're only his students. As our senior, please feel free to give us instructions. It's no trouble at all. Lu Ling smiled awkwardly. Even as fellow students, a hierarchy exists. Direct disciples possess the highest standing, and other students have to address them as senior regardless of their cultivation realm or age. As juniors, it was only right for them to obey the commands of their seniors. It's like that. Seeing them agree to the matter so readily, Zhang Xian nodded his head and continued. You know that Yang Shi likes to travel about and rarely gets involved with worldly affairs. Even though he has accepted me as his direct disciple, he had only instructed me to study on my own and he hadn't officialized my identity in the records. Thus, I might need to trouble you three for my master teacher examination. The reason why he accepted them as his students was for this. Since it wasn't convenient for Yang Shi to bring the matter up, Zhang Xian could only bring it up himself. Oh, I was thinking what kind of matter it was. This isn't difficult. Lu Ling smiled. In order to take the master teacher examination, one has to be at least an assistant master teacher. Since Yang Shi has decided to retreat from the spotlight and it isn't suitable for him to reveal his identity, the three of us can do it in his place. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, retrieved a jade token, and passed it to Zhang Xian. This is an identity jade token with our aura in it. As long as you carry it with you, you will be recognized as an assistant master teacher whom we have tested and acknowledged. You just have to drip a drop of blood on it in order to claim ownership, and thereafter, no matter which master teacher pavilion you go to, you will be identified as our apprentice, thus giving you the qualifications to take the master teacher examination. Oh. This simple. Casually accepting the jade token, Zhang Xian found the situation unbelievable. He had always thought that it would be a complicated process, but to think that it would actually be so easy. It isn't difficult to become an assistant master teacher. As long as a master teacher recognizes you, all-star teachers and high-level teachers are qualified to become an assistant master teacher. The true difficulty lies in meeting the prerequisites to become eligible for the master teacher examination. Lu Ling said. Oh. Then, what are these prerequisites? After claiming ownership of the token, Zhang Xian kept the token and asked. There were no master teachers in Tianxian Kingdom and there weren't any records of it in the kingdom's book collection vault either. Even though he had been impersonating a master teacher these few days, he had no idea what the prerequisites were, where he could undergo the examination and other such basic knowledge. There are some external and internal conditions one had to meet to be eligible for the master teacher examination. The external conditions are a recommendation from a master teacher, the identity of an assistant master teacher, and at least one supporting occupation. Lu Ling explained. He had heard all of these before. As for the internal conditions, there are two of them. Lu Ling continued on. The conditions are reaching the state of insight of the heart of tranquil water and Tongxian realm cultivation. State of insight? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. He knew that the will of mind Tu Den was heart of tranquil water, but he had never heard of the term, state of insight. Lu Ling explained, the will of mind is something all cultivators and professionals in all occupations have to temper continuously. The heart of tranquil water is a terminology to refer to the level where one is able to control their mind, allowing them to focus their entire attention on a single task without any influence from external factors. Lu Ling's words were true. It was precisely because Apothecary Chen Xiao, Apothecary Meng Yan and the others had not reached such a level that their negative emotions affected the tranquil heart pill they forged, causing their pills to lose its original functions. There are two classifications to the heart of tranquil water. One relates more to master teachers whereas the other is relevant to normal cultivators and professionals. The reason why there are two different classifications is simple. The heart of tranquil water that a master teacher has to achieve is different from what other occupations require. This is also the reason why master teachers are so highly respected. The other professionals and cultivators merely have to reach the level of complete tranquility, such that they are released from influence by any external or internal factors. On the other hand, the heart of tranquil water concerning a master teacher is about being able to peer into the essence and discerning truth from false. Discern truth from false, peer into the very essence. Indeed. If you find that hard to understand, let me put it this way. The heart of tranquil water that ordinary cultivators reach is known as the state of one. It is sufficient for them as long as they are able to pour all of their attention into one matter without being distracted by any other factors. On the other hand, the heart of tranquil water relating to master teachers is known as the state of insight. It grants one the ability to peer into the order of a matter and determine the crux of a problem. That's to say, even though they are both at heart of tranquil water, the state which a master teacher reaches is different from that of ordinary humans. Only those who possess the state of insight of heart of tranquil water are eligible to take the master teacher examination. This is also why apothecary teachers, tea master teachers, formation master teachers, smithing teachers and such aren't master teachers. With a supporting occupation, one is eligible to take the master teacher examination. Zhang Xian had been thinking that it was odd that Elder Tian didn't take the master teacher examination even though he was a tea master teacher in Beiwu Academy. It turned out that the crux of the problem laid here. Without the state of insight, one is ineligible. Then, how should one cultivate to reach the state of insight of the heart of tranquil water? Understanding the reason behind it, Zhang Xian asked. How to reach? Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Jing Fei glanced at one another before smiling. There's no way for one to cultivate that state, it's a talent. Those who possess the potential to become a master teacher, upon reaching heart of tranquil water, would reach the state of insight, granting them the ability to discern truth from false. This is similar to how apothecaries must have the physical constitution of wood element. Without talent, no matter how hard one cultivates, it is impossible to become a master teacher. To use an analogy, no matter how incredible a man is, it is impossible to him to bear children. Without talent, no matter how hard one trains, it will be in vain. Upon reaching the heart of tranquil water, one would be able to discern truth from false. Gidding, Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had already reached the heart of tranquil water, but why hadn't he gained such an ability? How does one differentiate between state of insight and state of one? Taking the simplest example, when watching a person execute a battle technique, a person who has reached state of insight would be able to instinctively analyze the logic behind the moves, arrange them, and infer the best way to cultivate to achieve the optimal effects. On the other hand, a person in the state of one is unable to do the same. Lu Ling continued, the reason why master teachers often choose star teachers to become their apprentice is because it is likely that they possess such a talent, for them to have students following them so willingly. Instinctively analyze the logic behind battle techniques. Zhang Xian's body shuddered. The heck, he has long attained the heart of tranquil water, but why hadn't he experienced such an occurrence? Could it be that he doesn't have the talent to become a master teacher? If that is the case, he is doomed. Chapter 228, Shouldn't toy with someone like that. All along, he had been depending on the library to look for flaws to determine the crux of the problem. He had never paid attention to his ability to discern truth from fiction. Could it be that his heart of tranquil water wasn't state of insight? If it wasn't the state of insight, he would be unable to take the master teacher examination. If so, what was the use of having such a powerful library? This couldn't be true. But he soon thought of another possibility. Since the library would compile a book whenever he saw a battle technique, he would refer to it instinctively. With such a cheat code, no one would bother analyzing the logic behind the moves and their orders. Thus, it was still too early to say for sure. So, how do you check if a person possesses the state of insight or state of one? Zhang Xian asked upon thinking of this. Oh, actually that's simple. I have a stone of insight here. After holding it and adjusting one's state of mind to reach heart of tranquil water, if numbers appear on it, it means that you possess state of insight. Otherwise, it means you possess state of one. Lu Ling retrieved a green stone. There was a dense congregation of lines on it, making him feel dizzy upon seeing it. Of course, there are different levels to state of insight as well. The higher the number, the more talented one is. If your soul depth has reached 3, you are eligible to take the 1-star Master Teacher examination. Given how Senior has such outstanding results as a teacher and how you caught Yangshi's eyes, you should have already reached 4 or above. This is something that the rest of us are unable to compete with even after we sap our potential dry. At this, Lu Ling and the others stared at Zhang Xian in admiration. The soul depth of one's state of insight determined the talent of a master teacher. The higher the value, the more one was able to peer into the essence of things, the higher the heights one could reach. The few of them had barely met the prerequisites for 1-star master teacher. Even though they had been training diligently throughout the years, they had already sapped their potential dry. Even if they reached Zhongshi, it was hard to say whether their soul depth would reach a level that would allow them to be eligible to take the 2-star master teacher examination. Given how the youngster before them managed to catch Yangshi's eyes, he likely wielded incredible potential. In their view, his soul depth likely exceeded 3. This was precisely the reason why they were willing to call him senior. Can you give me this stone of insight? This stone is normally used by master teachers to ascertain one's standards when choosing an apprentice, similar to the strength measuring rock pillar. As such, I have a few of them here. If senior wants to use it, feel free to take one. Lu Ling smiled. However, given senior's age, you probably haven't reached heart of tranquil water yet. There's no need for you to panic. You can test it whenever you reach the state. Yeah. Taking hold of the stone of insight, Zhang Xian lowered his head to take a look at it. The lines on it were formed naturally. There were no signs of intentional chiseling or such. Somehow, it induced in him the sensation that it was capable of peering into the essence of everything. Right, where can I take the master teacher examination? Keeping hold of the stone of insight, Zhang Xian lifted his head and continued asking. The master teacher examination is of course conducted at the master teacher pavilion. The closest branch to Tianqian Kingdom is at Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom. There are 2-star master teachers there in a complete facility to conduct the test. In fact, you could even take the 2-star master teacher examination there. Lu Ling added, if senior reaches heart of tranquil water, you can head there and give it a try. As long as you meet all of the prerequisites, you can register for it. Great. Zhang Xian nodded his head. All right. Senior, if you have any other instructions, feel free to relay them to us. For now, we'll be taking leave. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ling and the others stood up and left. Seeing them leave, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and the stone of insight appeared in his palms once more. I should test it to see if I possess the state of insight of heart of tranquil water. In this world, the master teachers possessed unparalleled prestige. Becoming one would allow Zhang Xian to operate much easier, and would also grant space for Zhang Xian to display the prowess of the Library of Heaven's path. If he turned out to be lacking talent in that aspect, it would truly be regretful. Clutching the stone of insight with both hands, he adjusted his state of mind and entered the heart of tranquil water. In an instant, all emotions, including his anxiety, disappeared from him. This was the state that allowed one to rid themselves of their frustration and agitation, allowing one to analyze matters rationally. This was the state that countless cultivators dreamt of. Just that, to reach such a state, one had to be capable of directing all of their attention onto a single thing. Just by the fact that only the principal of the entire Hongtian Academy had reached such a state showed the difficulty of doing so. This was the exact reason why Shen Bairu nearly fainted from shock when she saw Zhang Xian reaching this state. Upon reaching the heart of tranquil water, the stone of insight in his hands shuddered and numbers slowly floated onto the surface. Upon seeing that something had appeared on the stone, Zhang Xian was relieved. Lu Ling had said that if one only possessed the state of one of the heart of tranquil water, numbers wouldn't appear on the stone. Thus, this meant that he possessed the state of insight. It was a huge relief. At least he still wielded the potential to become a master teacher. Just a while ago, he was still worried about how he wasn't able to see through the logic and order of the battle techniques of others with his own capabilities and that maybe he didn't have such talent. Now, it seemed like he was just overthinking the matter. No matter what, he was an incredible existence who possessed the library of Heaven's Path. How could he not even have the potential to become a mere one-star master teacher? Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian glanced downward to look at the numbers on the Stone of Insight. If the value reached 3, Zhang Xian would be eligible to take the one-star master teacher examination. Given his talent, he should be at least 4, 5, or even 6, 7, 8, 9. Otherwise, it would be unbefitting of his identity. He thought gleefully as the numbers on the Stone of Insight finally stopped swaying and appeared clearly before him. Just when he was happily dreaming about taking the master teacher examination and showcasing his overwhelming talent, Zhang Xian saw the numbers on it. In an instant, his eyeballs nearly popped out of his eyes. This. Are you for real? Zhang Xian's face twitched. He was on the verge of tears after seeing the results. He saw the numbers on the stone, 0.1. You shouldn't toy with someone like that. According to Lu Ling's words, the average was around 3 or 4. As for the more incredible ones, they reached 5, 6, or even 7. Zhang Xian thought that even if he wasn't a genius, he should at least reach the borderline for taking the one-star master teacher examination and obtain a value of 3. Yet. 0.1, what the heck is this? Brother, is it even possible to go any lower than that? I don't believe it. On the verge of tears, Zhang Xian placed the Stone of Insight in his hands and tried once more. A moment later. Staring at the 0.09 on the stone, Zhang Xian felt as though he had been slapped square on the face. The corners of his lips rapidly twitched. The heck, you really gave me a lower value. He had always thought that he was an unparalleled genius, a genius among geniuses, yet, reality slapped him right in the face. Taking the master teacher examination with such a low soul depth. He would just be mocked. If he were to really go there now, he would be driven out in the next moment. After trying it a few times, Zhang Xian finally accepted the fact that his soul depth was truly that low. Every time he tested it, his soul depth would be lowered by 0.01, to the point that it was only 0.05 now. The next time I meet Lu Ling and the others, I have to ask them if there's a technique to increase one's soul depth. Otherwise, with such a low soul depth, becoming a master teacher would be nothing but a dream. Suppressing the urge to pass out, Zhang Xian consoled himself. Right now, he could only pray that there was a secret technique to raising one's soul depth in the master teacher pavilion. By then, he just had to make use of the library of Heaven's Path, compile a Heaven's Path manual, and raise his state of insight value swiftly. Otherwise, given his current value, he wasn't even qualified to be considered a star teacher. Just when he was contemplating over what he should do about his low soul depth, he heard a knock on the door of the classroom. Is Zhang Xian Laoshe in? Zhang Xian recognized the voice and said, "Feel free to enter." Creak. The doors opened and 2 men walked in. One of them was Emperor Shenjue while the other was a middle-aged man. He looked dashing, and if Zhang Xian looked closely, traces of Zhaoya's features could be seen in him. Zhang Laoshe, this Zhaoya's father, City Lord Zhao Feng. He specially made this trip here to thank you for the care and guidance you had shown to his daughter. Emperor Shenjue spoke with a humble tone. Even though the other party wasn't a master teacher yet, he was Yang Shi's direct disciple, the senior of the 3 master teachers. Before such a person, even as the sovereign of the country, he didn't dare act impudently. Zhao Feng pays respect to Zhang Laoshe. City Lord Zhao Feng stepped forward and greeted Zhang Xian. Since you're Zhaoya's father, there's no need to be so formal. Take a seat. Zhang Xian welcomed them. I've heard from Yao Han how Zhang Laoshe has taken care of my daughter for the past several days, and I am very grateful to you for that. I know that given Zhang Laoshe's identity and strength, you don't lack money. Thus, I had my men search the treasury and they found an enlightenment jade, so I want to give it to you as a show of gratitude. After exchanging some small talk, City Lord Zhao Feng handed something to him. Enlightenment jade. Upon seeing the object the other party handed him, Zhang Xian was perplexed. Enlightenment jade can be absorbed by a cultivator through touch, similar to spiritual energy. Not only can it restore one's expended soul depth, it can also slowly increase it. It is what master teachers use to cultivate their state of mind, and it is extremely valuable. Of the countless jade mines in my Bayou City, I only managed to find a single one, City Lord Zhao Feng explained. It can raise one's soul depth. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. His gift truly came at a timely moment. He was just perplexed over how he could raise his low soul depth when City Lord Zhao Feng suddenly sent this enlightenment jade his way. This was great. Such a valuable object, how can I accept this? Zhang Xian felt embarrassed. It was clear to see how valuable it was, given that there was only one of it in the entire Bayou City. Its value could not longer be measured using money. The other party probably spent a great deal of effort trying to find this. What is a single jade worth next to the favor Zhang Laosher has bestowed upon my daughter? City Lord Zhao Feng said respectfully. Not only did he see through Zhao Ya's unique constitution, he even went all out to awaken it. The favor was so great that even though the enlightenment jade was valuable, it wasn't enough to repay the gratitude. Then, you have my thanks. Knowing that the other party sincerely wanted to gift this to him, it would be impolite for him to reject it. Furthermore, he had a use for it, so he nodded his head and accepted it. Zhao Ya is my student. Guiding her cultivation so that she can improve faster is part of my responsibilities. This isn't a trade, so I don't need your compensation. Zhang Xian continued, however, I do need the enlightenment jade. How about this? Zhao Ya has shown me the cultivation technique of your Bayou City before, and I'll write down a modified version for you. You can take this as the compensation for the enlightenment crystal. Cultivation technique. Modified version. Zhao Feng and Emperor Shen Jue widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 229, Guiding Zhao Feng. Every single cultivation technique that was passed on had been refined over and over again by the efforts of countless experts. Putting others aside, the white jade art had been passed down for no less than 300 years. Countless ancestors had used the skill as their cultivation technique, and if not for Zhao Ya's incompatibility with the skill as a lady, she would have cultivated this skill as well. After he started to sense the spiritual energy starting from age 4, he had come a long way, becoming the second most influential person in the kingdom now. The white jade art had accompanied him for 40 years, but he had never experienced any problems with it. Yet this Zhang Laosher, who wasn't even in his 20s, said that he could modify it. Seriously. Modifying and bettering a cultivation technique required an in-depth understanding of cultivation. Only those who had reached Zhongshe realm were capable of doing so. Thus, upon hearing his words, City Lord Zhao Feng and Emperor Shen Jue were a little doubtful. Even though old ancestor Shen Hong had reached Zhongshe realm, he was still unable to refine a cultivation technique that had been passed down for centuries. Yet, Zhang Xian said he could. Zhang Xian saw the doubt in the two of their eyes, but he didn't pay them any heed. Retrieving a paper and a brush, he started writing. The last time he passed a cultivation technique to Zhao Ya and the others, they also behaved in the same manner. He was already used to it by now. Not too long after, he finished jotting down a complete cultivation technique. Grabbing the paper, City Lord Zhao Feng lowered his head to take a look. It was indeed the cultivation technique he had been practicing, and Zhang Laosher had edited a few portions of it. However, after looking at it, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Is there a problem with it? Emperor Shen Jue couldn't help asking. Your Majesty, take a look. Zhao Feng handed the cultivation technique to him. Casually flipping through it, Shen Jue was perplexed as well. I once got the old ancestor to take a look at your cultivation technique, and he commented that it was imposing and powerful. However, this modification erases the strengths of the technique, and there are even some conflicts between several portions. Can this really be cultivated? As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert and the sovereign of a country, Shen Jue had access to profound cultivation technique manuals, so he was knowledgeable on such matters. At the very least, he was still able to see the strengths and weaknesses of a cultivation technique. If one were to cultivate according to the formula written, it would cause the Jinqi in their body to go into disarray and clash at several acupoints. At worst, one's cultivation might even go berserk. You'll know whether it is useful or not after trying to cultivating it. Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Zhang Xian wasn't angry in the least. I believe Zhang Laosher. After hesitating for a moment, City Lord Zhao nodded his head. Even though this white jade art was modified in an extremely bizarre manner, he trusted Zhang Laoshe. To be able to see through his daughter's pure body and induce such a massive improvement in all 5 of his students in just half a month, Zhang Xian's discerning ability and his knowledge on cultivation was clearly not something he could compare with. Upon thinking so, City Lord Zhao memorized the changes, sat on the floor with crossed legs, and started cultivating. As he focused his mind, spiritual energy from the surroundings started surging to him and entered his body through his pores. The moment he started cultivating, his cultivation realm also became apparent. Tongxian realm advanced stage. It didn't take long for the healthy glow on City Lord Zhao's face to turn pale. Trembling slightly, sweat streamed down his body. Upon seeing his state, Emperor Shen Jue swiftly turned to look at Zhang Xian. Zhang Laoshe, has he cultivated incorrectly? Hastened breathing, unstable state of mind. These are the signs of one's cultivation going berserk. Usually when one cultivated, the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy into Zhenqi should give a sense of comfort. Yet City Lord Zhao was trembling all over. It seemed as though he was losing control of his strength, and it was threatening to burst out of his body. Clearly, something was wrong. Unlike Jushi realm and Dantian realm, it wasn't a small affair if a Tongxian realm cultivator's cultivation went berserk. Even if one didn't die, at the very least, his cultivation would be destroyed completely. There wasn't any way of saving someone when it came to that point. Don't panic. If City Lord Zhao finds that something is amiss, he'll stop. Zhang Xian simply smiled calmly in response. Zhang Xian's words rang true. Having cultivated for several decades, he was no longer an amateur who would follow a teacher's words blindly. If he sensed that something was amiss, he would definitely stop. Understanding that, Emperor Shen Jue's worry lightened. Even so, his eyebrows were still furrowed. He had seen the modifications Zhang Laoshe made. The concept behind the modification went against the idea of the white jade art, and there were even a few clear conflicts between the two. Was it really fine, cultivating like this? It must be known that an illogical modification could result in death. Furthermore, wasn't City Lord Zhao being too rash? Even though Zhang Laoshe had modified it personally, he should have first checked the theories and verified it to be safe. If he cultivated it straight away in this manner, it was plausible that a problem might occur in his cultivation. As he was thinking about that matter, City Lord Zhao's complexion suddenly turned even more awful, and unable to hold himself back, he spit out a mouthful of blood. City Lord Zhao. Upon seeing him spit blood, Emperor Shen Jue immediately stood up to support him, but before he could even move toward the other party, Zhang Laoshe spoke up, "Don't be in such a hurry. First look at the blood he has spat out." Looking down, he saw that the blood on the ground was maroon, unlike from the normal crimson color of blood. A grim expression appeared on Emperor Shen Jue's face. Upon seeing this sight, it was clear that something was wrong. Just when he was hesitating about whether he should ask Zhang Laoshe about this problem, he suddenly saw City Lord Zhao furiously propelling all of the strength within his body. Along with the sound of a loud explosion, his aura abruptly grew stronger. Tongxian realm, pinnacle. He achieved a breakthrough. Emperor Shen Jue's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the cultivation technique Zhang Laoshe passed to City Lord Zhao was beneficial to him, allowing him to reach Tongxian realm pinnacle. Even though it was just a small leap within a realm, being able to accomplish this feat in such a short period of time showed how impressive the modifications Zhang Laoshe had made to the cultivation technique were. This cultivation technique. Thinking that, Emperor Shen Jue reached over to pick up the cultivation technique written by Zhang Xian to analyze it. However, Zhang Xian beat him to it and he casually threw it aside. The several pieces of paper fell into the fireplace not too far away and were reduced to ash. Emperor Shen Jue grew even more confused. As the sovereign of a country, he had always prided himself on his superior wisdom. However, Zhang Laoshe's actions today had stumped him. He felt like a fool, utterly unable to understand the rationale behind the other party's actions. Zhang Laoshe said that he was going to modify City Lord Zhao's cultivation technique, but he gave him a clearly flawed modified version instead. In the end, such a cultivation technique allowed City Lord Zhao, who had been stuck at Tongxian realm advanced stage for numerous years, to break through in a few moments. Since it was so effective, this cultivation technique should be extremely valuable. Yet, he threw it in the fireplace, burning it to ash. Since you modified the cultivation technique for the other party, your intention should be for him to cultivate it properly in the future. If so, why did you destroy it? As expected of Yang Shi's disciple. Incredible. In his perplexion, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Yang Shi. Honestly speaking, the actions of Yang Shi were even stranger, but they had extraordinary effects. As his direct disciple, Zhang Xian had inherited this quality of his. Thank you, Zhang Laoshi. As he was thinking that, City Lord Zhao Feng had already completed his cultivation. Looking at Zhang Laoshi once more, deep respect and admiration for the other party could be seen on his face. You understand it? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, I understand. City Lord Zhao nodded his head. Good, you may go now. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Okay. City Lord Zhao nodded his head and backed down. Surprisingly, he didn't mention the burnt secret manual at all. Seeing how peculiarly the two of them were acting and how incomprehensible their words were, Emperor Shenjue had no idea what he should start asking about. Thus, he stood up and bid farewell as well. Zhang Laoshi, I'll be taking my leave as well. After which, he hurriedly left. Walking out of the classroom, he saw City Lord Zhao looking at Zhang Laoshi's classroom with admiring eyes. What happened? Emperor Shenjue couldn't help asking. He was about to die from curiosity over the bizarre actions of the pair. Your Majesty. Saw the cultivation technique Zhang Laoshi modified for me. What do you think of it? City Lord Zhao didn't reply to his question. Instead, he asked one of his own. I think that, it's messy. I can't make heads or tails of it. Emperor Shenjue spoke his mind after hesitating for a moment. Even though he had seen City Lord Zhao achieving a breakthrough through cultivating the technique, he still felt that the contents within were illogical. Something was amiss. Indeed, it is indeed a mess. In all honesty, Zhang Laoshi did so intentionally. City Lord Zhao nodded. He intentionally modified it wrong. Emperor Shenjue felt faint. You knew but you still continued cultivating. An incorrect cultivation technique wasn't a joke. It was easy for one's cultivation technique to go berserk if one cultivated in the wrong manner. Yet, even though he knew it was wrong, he went ahead with it. What the heck was wrong with these two? Furthermore, if it was wrong, how did you reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? What in the world was going on? Chapter 230, Book of Heaven's Path, First Half. Our Zhao clan's cultivation technique is grand and imposing. Your Majesty should be well aware of this. Upon seeing the confusion in the other party's eyes, City Lord Zhao Feng immediately explained the matter to him. Actually, many years ago, the Zhao and Shen clan had worked together to establish the current Tianxian kingdom. The Shen clan had claimed supreme power over the country whereas the Zhao clan claimed supreme wealth for themselves. As partners, the two clans had maintained an intimate relationship generation after generation, not even hiding their cultivation techniques from one another. Emperor Shenjue had come into contact with Zhao clan's white jade art when he was younger and as such, he was familiar with it. Due to the ferocious might of the technique, it wasn't suitable for a lady like Zhaoye to cultivate. City Lord Zhaoye continued, ever since the establishment of Tianxian Kingdom, my Zhao clan has been guarding the city of Jade, even naming it White Jade. As such, we have been in contact with Jade for generation after generation. Rationally speaking, given the complementary nature between humans and Jade, it should enhance one's training speed. Unfortunately, Jade has a cold attribute, which clashes with the warm nature of white Jade art. While carrying a single Jade or two isn't a problem, excessive contact could potentially cause a conflict between the energies and damage one's body. At first, you wouldn't notice it due to the slow accumulative nature. However, as the conflict continued on for a long period of time, it would slowly leave a unique trauma in your body. It would remain in your bloodline, inherited by one generation after another. This is also the reason why I have been stuck in Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage for countless years. The talent of City Lord Zhao Feng back then wasn't inferior to Zhao Yu's. Reaching Tongxian Realm in his 20s, his reputation as a young genius spread far and wide. However, it was a pity that he found himself at a bottleneck ever since he had reached Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage. A decade had passed, but he wasn't able to progress at all. Initially, he thought that he had sapped his potential dry. Yet, Contrary to all of his expectations, it turned out to be a trauma passed down by his ancestors due to excessive contact with jade. Zhang Laoshe recognized this problem and intentionally modified the white jade art erroneously so as to cause the energies in my body to go on a rampage and expel the cold air from my body. As such, the trauma in my body was expelled, and given the Zhenqi which I have accumulated over the numerous years, I was able to achieve a breakthrough and reach Tongxian realm pinnacle. Admiration gleamed in Zhao Feng's eyes as he spoke. To be able to deduce all of this just by looking at his cultivation technique and knowing that he came from Bayou City, it was clear that Zhang Laoshe's understanding of cultivation techniques and cultivation wasn't inferior to a Zhongshi. Since the trauma is solved, then that cultivation technique. Emperor Shen Jue was still puzzled. Is your majesty curious why Zhang Laoshe destroyed the modified cultivation technique? City Lord Zhao Feng chuckled, that cultivation technique is full of errors. The reason why he modified it in that manner is to treat the trauma within my body. Now that it has been removed, if I were to continue cultivating it, my cultivation might really go berserk. Thus, Zhang Laoshe destroyed it to indicate that I can forget about it, and that there is no need for me to continue cultivating the modified version. I get it now. Finally comprehending the situation, Emperor Shen Jue was astonished by Zhang Xian's capability. Even though it sounded simple, accomplishing this feat wasn't easy at all. As a cultivation technique that had been passed down from several centuries, countless experts had worked on the white jade art. Just by modifying some of the Zhenqi circulation methods, he was able to completely solve a trauma which had settled into the Zhao clan's bloodline for several generations. Even the three master teachers were probably incapable of such a feat. Your Majesty and Father, why are you both here? Suddenly, Zhao Ye's voice sounded. Then the several young men and ladies who had the spotlight on them for the day walked over. Oh, I am here to pay a visit to Zhang Laoshe. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Aren't you all participating in the freshman tournament as well? Why would you all? The duels before were classified under the teacher evaluation. To ascertain their ranks among the freshmen, they had to compete in the freshman tournament. Thus, Zhao Feng was surprised by their return when the tournament had yet to begin. Given our current state, who would want to compete with us? Zhao Ye gestured helplessly. Ah, that's true. Zhao Feng and Emperor Shen Jue smiled wryly. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ye, Yuan Tao, or the others, they were able to stand their ground against a Pixue realm expert. They could match up to even the weaker teachers, so which freshman would dare duel with them? They would probably admit their defeat immediately. Besides, given their current level of strength, achieving a victory in the freshman tournament wouldn't bring glory to them. As a result, they chose to withdraw from it instead. Right, Father, have you met with Zhang Laoshe yet? Do you need me to introduce you too? Zhao Ye said, seeing the two of them standing by the doorway. I've already met with Zhang Laoshe. At this point, Zhao Feng looked at his daughter. Little Ye, it's your fortune to be able to come under Zhang Laoshe's tutelage. You must listen to him obediently in the future, you mustn't throw tantrums like you did in the past. Yeah. Zhao Ye nodded her head. Also, given Zhang Laoshe's capabilities, it is unlikely that he will remain in Tianxian Kingdom for long. If he asks if you are willing to follow him, you must grab hold of the opportunity. Otherwise, you will regret it for your entire life. Zhao Feng emphasized the word regret strongly, and his high expectations for his daughter reflected in his eyes. Perhaps, the matter regarding saving your mother, he might be the only one who can do it. Yes. Zhao Ye clenched her fists tightly. I should first see how this enlightenment jade works. After the pair left, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the enlightenment jade in his hands. Logically speaking, as Zhang Xian possessed the library of Heaven's Path, he could easily see the flaws in the cultivation of others. Even if he didn't possess the state of insight of Heart of Tranquil Water, it didn't affect him much. However, it was the prerequisite for one to take the master teacher examination. It wasn't feasible for Zhang Xian to continue passing off as a master teacher for long. It was analogous to driving without a license in his previous life. Even an experienced racer would have to keep his guard up at all times when on the road, fearful of getting nabbed. More importantly, the master teacher. Pavilions of the world were known to have innumerable books. If he wanted to raise his strength swiftly, it was important for him to have this official identity so that he could access them. Absorb. Thinking so, Zhang Xian entered the state of mind 2 once more, and he felt a cold sensation seeping into his body through his palms. Slowly, his expended soul depth recovered. It works. Sensing the change in his body, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Thus, he continued to immerse himself within the absorption of the enlightenment jade, greedily taking into the energy within it. Soon, he felt that his expended soul depth had finally recovered, reaching 0.1 once more. However, after reaching 0.1, he was unable to absorb any more from the enlightenment jade, as though he had reached his capacity. Looks like without a suitable technique to utilize along with this object is useless. Zhang Xian deduced that the object worked like one's cultivation. Even with the necessary resources raise one's cultivation, without a cultivation technique, it was impossible for one to achieve a breakthrough. Unable to absorb any further, Zhang Xian could only retreat from the heart of tranquil water. Spiritual energy and jinqi worked just like flowing water. It would only travel downhill. If one wanted to reverse the situation, one had to utilize special methods, and practicing a cultivation technique was one of them. It was true that the enlightenment jade could raise one's soul depth, but without a suitable technique to pair with it, it was futile. Forget it, I'll just put aside for now until I find some books on it. I should first skim over the golden book. Knowing that worrying over this problem was useless, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the golden book in the library of Heaven's Path. When his student stood up against Lu Sun to protect his reputation, the golden book abruptly appeared in the library. Now that he was finally done with his work, it was time to look into the matter. With a jolt of his mind, the book appeared before him. A new golden page had appeared in it. Whether it appears due to one's gratitude still needs some looking into, just that, what is the use of this thing? Staring at the book intently, Zhang Xian was puzzled. The last time he was studying the book suddenly disappeared and he passed out. When he finally regained consciousness, all of the knowledge contained in the library assimilated with his mind, becoming his. Could this be the only use of this seemingly incredible-looking object? If it wasn't, there wasn't any an instruction manual to it. The more he tried to examine it, the more confused he became. I should try using the library of Heaven's Path to ascertain it. After staring at it for a long time, Zhang Xian was still unable to comprehend anything about it. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. He might not be able to tell anything about it just by looking at it, but the library could. Just like the poison aura from before, there didn't seem to be anything which this overpowered tool couldn't see the flaw of. However, the golden book existed in his mind. Even though he seemed like to be holding the book, it was actually an avatar of his spiritual consciousness. Since he wasn't coming into direct physical contact with it, he didn't know whether a book on it could be formed. Flaws. Clutching the book in his grasp, Zhang Xian thought. Looking around, there weren't any new books in sight. From the looks of it, spiritual contact didn't allow him to look into the flaws of an object. Seems like I can only use the brute force method then. After trying for a few times, Zhang Xian smiled wryly. Since that method didn't work, he could only write down his hypothesis and allow the library to ascertain them. Taking out an empty book, Zhang Xian lifted up his brush and started writing on it. The only use of the golden book is to assimilate the content contained within the library and turn them into the owners. A similar book appeared in his mind. Flipping through it, the flaw in his statement appeared. Assimilating knowledge is just one of its abilities. It isn't its only use. There really are other uses for it. How could a book generated by such an overpowered cheat code only have one use? There were indeed other uses to it. However, Zhang Xian would have to guess the uses of the page. The name of this book is Golden Book. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian continued writing. Soon, the flaws on the statement appeared in the compiled book. The name Golden Book is wrong. The name of the book is Book of Heaven's Path. Book of Heaven's Path. Such a domineering name. However, its name doesn't matter to me at all. I need to know its uses. He already knew that assimilating the contents of the book into his knowledge was one of the uses, but the other uses eluded him. Can it create a cultivation technique that can raise one's soul depth? Just when he was pondering over what he should ask, a thought appeared in his mind. He had been worried over his soul depth for the entire day. Since the Book of Heaven's Path seemed to wield incredible abilities, could it create a cultivation technique that could raise his soul depth? As his thoughts was wandering about, before he could do anything, the book before him trembled violently before turning into a radiant burst of light, covering the entire library with its brilliance. This time, he didn't pass out. Soon, the light gradually faded and the library returned back to normal. Swiftly turning his vision to the golden book, just like before, the golden book was still there, but the empty golden page had disappeared once more. Could it be that it has really formed a cultivation technique that can raise my soul depth? The moment he was pondering if it could raise his soul depth, the golden page disappeared. Could there be a secret manual regarding the cultivation of soul depth in the library now? As he thought this, he immediately looked around anxiously. Chapter 231, Book of Heaven's Path, Second Half. After searching for a long time, to his disappointment, there wasn't any new book in the library, much less a soul depth cultivation technique. Could I have wasted the golden page for nothing? Zhang Xian felt awkward. If that were truly the case, then Zhang Xian would have made a huge loss. Putting everything else aside, its ability of assimilating the contents of books into his knowledge was already an incredible one. Currently, he had all of the books in the kingdom's book collection vault in the library. If he could convert all of it into his knowledge, he would gain significant understanding and knowledge on the various occupations in the world. Yet, he wasted the golden page for nothing. Did it have to be that awful? Unwilling to give up at this, he continued searching around. However, he wasn't able to find the cultivation technique he was looking for. In the end, Zhang Xian could only retract his consciousness from the library gloomily. The moment his consciousness returned to his physical body, a commotion broke out around him. I don't think Zhang Laoshi is cultivating. But if he isn't cultivating, what can he be doing with his eyes tightly shut? Can it be that he's asleep? If he's cultivating, spiritual energy should gather in the surroundings. However, there isn't any disturbance in the spiritual energy around us now. If he isn't cultivating or sleeping, can it be that Zhang Laoshi? Zhang Laoshi, don't go. Before Zhang Xian could even speak, a fatty hugged him. Then he felt his head spinning. Don't go. Go your head. My consciousness just went into the library and due to my focus in there, I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. Why do you make it sound as though I have passed away? Irritated, Zhang Xian nearly went on a rampage. Shut up. Bellowing loudly, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. Ah, Zhang Laoshi, you aren't dead. Great. I thought that you passed away in your sleep. Looking at Zhang Laoshi, whose face was gradually turning dark by the moment, Yuan Tao's voice slowly grew softer. When they entered the classroom, they saw Zhang Laoshi sitting on a chair with his eyes tightly shut without the slightest bit of motion. Initially, they thought that he was resting, so they didn't pay it much heed. However, after a couple of minutes passed, they walked forward to wake Zhang Xian up. They even shouted into his ear, but after seeing that Zhang Xian didn't have any reaction, they panicked. They quickly rushed forward to examine his condition, resulting in the previous events. Just when he was about to teach the foul-mouthed Yuan Tao a lesson, Zheng Yang walked over. Teacher, Wang Chao Laoshi and Master Wang Chong have been waiting at the entrance of the classroom for a while now. Do you wish to meet them? Wang Chao. Wang Chong. Allow them to enter. Zhang Xian gestured. Wang Chong has brought his unfilial son to greet Zhang Laoshi. Upon entering, Wang Chong immediately greeted Zhang Xian humbly. Knowing that he was here to apologize for his son's deeds, Zhang Xian didn't say anything. Even though Wang Chao tried to humiliate him in public several times and his actions were detestable, he didn't overstep his moral boundaries and resort to unscrupulous means. Honestly speaking, he wasn't an evil person. The reason why he kept tripping Zhang Xian up was in consideration for his friend. Since Zhang Xian was able to forgive Lu Sun, forgiving this fellow wasn't a big deal. Initially, Wang Chao was still hostile toward Zhang Xian, but after hearing the latter allow Wang Chong to impart the Heaven's Path spear art to him, his entire body trembled in agitation. He had seen the strength of the Heaven's Path spear art for himself earlier. Ever since then, his heart has been itching for it. Upon hearing that he was given the permission to learn it, his resentment toward Zhang Laoshi turned into gratitude and admiration. After the duo left, clan head Wang Hong and clan head Bai Ming came to visit. Then, to Zhao Yuz and the others' dumbfounded faces, the principal, Elder Tian, guild leader Ouyang, Shenbairu Laoshi, Han Qiong Laoshi. Due to the remote location of the classroom, rarely anyone came to this cramped classroom. But at this moment, it seemed to have become the core of the academy. All of the prestigious and powerful figures in Tianxian City all came to pay Zhang Xian a visit. Zhang Xian hated dealing with these matters, but as all of them had personally come to pay him a visit, it would be disrespectful for him to shut them out. As a result, he could only continue welcoming them one by one. To Zhang Xian's delight, they seemed to realize that he wasn't too fond of welcoming guests, so they took their leaves after chatting for a moment. "Zhang Xian, are you leaving Hongtian Academy?" His last guest, Shenbai Ru, stayed for a while before asking. Initially, as the most beautiful woman of the academy and a talented teacher, it should have been impossible for her to be related to a horridly reputed, low-level teacher. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Xian suddenly rose through the ranks and, in a short span of 20 days, made a name for himself, even becoming the senior of the 3 master teachers. Given the great potential he wielded, a small place like the Hongtian Academy would be insufficient to house him. It was a matter of time before he left the country. Even though she understood that it was unavoidable, she couldn't help but feel slightly dejected. The duo were just colleagues, but this young man was the first one to pique her curiosity and attract her attention. She couldn't help but feel reluctant to part with him so soon. "Yeah." Oblivious to the thoughts of the lady, Zhang Xian nodded his head. The reason why he continued staying in the academy was for his students. Now that they had grown up, he had received his qualifications as an assistant master teacher, and reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. It was time for him to explore the world. Furthermore, he needed to deal with the poison aura in his body. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to carrying a ticking time bomb on him. He didn't want to die right before he could enjoy his new life in this world. "Then, where are you headed?" "Beiwu Kingdom." Shenbai Ru asked, upon hearing the other party confirming her doubts. Even though she felt reluctant to part, she knew that the gap between her and this young genius would only grow wider as time went by. Even if she pursued him, they would still have to part eventually. In the end, they were worlds apart. "No, I'm heading for Tianwu Kingdom," Zhang Xian said. It was likely for there to be a poison hall in the Red Lotus Ridge. Since he was leaving Tianxian to resolve the poison aura in his body, he should naturally first take a look there. Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom. That far? Shenbai Ru was taken aback. Even though the two countries are considered neighbors with one another on the map, they are actually tens of thousands of kilometers apart. "How do you intend to head there?" "I am still thinking over the issue." Zhang Xian hesitated. Having looked through the atlases in the kingdom's book collection vault, he knew that the continent he was in was vast and boundless. The other party was right. Even though Tianwu and Tianxian were said to be countries close to one another, they were tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Even the fastest steed would require several months. In fact, if it wasn't for the distance separating Tianxian from the other countries, it would have been annexed by some of the more powerful states already. It couldn't have remained an independent entity as it was now. What is there to think about? You should just take the beast mount of the beast hall. Han Qiong stretched her back as she interjected with a smile. Beast hall. Beast mount. The Beast Hall, also known as the Beast Tamer Guild, is a place similar to the Apothecary Guild and the Blacksmith Guild. Founded by beast tamers, the aerial beasts they tamed, also known as beast mounts, serve as a means of transportation for humans. Possessing rapid speed, they are capable of traveling great distances swiftly. Even though Tianwu Kingdom is far from here, if you ride a beast mount, it would just be a few days away, Han Qiong said. Oh. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this similar to the airplane that existed in his previous life? Han Qiong, don't spout nonsense. Shenbai Ru rolled her eyes. The beast mounts you spoke of are the fastest lightning mounts. Every single of those has strength in the Zhongshe realm, and there is only one of those in the entire beast hall. Only the highly esteemed master teachers or official beast tamers are qualified to ride them. Those that are available to normal people like us are, at best, capable of flying 3,000 kilometers per day. Yeah, Shen Laoshe is right. Those lightning mounts aren't something that anyone can just ride. Even assistant master teachers aren't qualified to ride them. Han Qiong nodded, agreeing with Shenbai Ru. Zhang Xian felt that that was logical as well. If anyone could ride the best beast mounts, it wouldn't be a privilege anymore. As a result, he didn't dawdle on this issue and continued asking questions. Does Tianxian Kingdom have a beast hall? Even though Zhang Xian had seen the Apothecary Guild, the Blacksmith Guild, and the Teacher Guild, he had never heard of the beast hall. Even though Zhang Xian had just transcended over, he had inherited the memories of his previous self. If there really was a beast hall here, there wasn't any reason why he wouldn't have heard of it. There is a beast hall, but it isn't in the capital. It's in the mountain ranges not too far away. Shen Bairu chuckled lightly. You should be aware that savage beasts like to live carefree and unrestrained lives. As such, their natural habitat is the mountain forests. If the beast hall were to be built in the kingdom, with countless savage beasts running and flying about all day long, many people would be scared out of their wits. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded his head with understanding. Savage beasts were ferocious and wild in nature. If they were reared in small cages all day long, they wouldn't survive for long. This was also the reason why wild hares and boars were difficult to be domesticated. What? Do you want to try the beast hall? Do you need me to bring you there? I've been there a few times and I know its location quite well. Also, I have quite a few acquaintances there, so there is a chance that I could get a good aerial savage beast for you. Han Qiong Laoshe chuckled. Humph. Hearing the clear flirtatious tone her good friend spoke with, Shen Bairu frowned. Zhang Laoshe, don't listen to her. If you wish to go to the beast hall, I can lead the way. I'll be troubling Shen Laoshe then. Zhang Xian also found the flirtatious Han Laoshe hard to deal with, so he chose to take Shen Laoshe up on her offer. Compared to Han Laoshe, he was much more comfortable with Shen Laoshe. Besides, they were well acquainted with each other. All right. Shen Bairu nodded her head. So, when do we head out? I need to prepare in advance. I have a public lesson tomorrow. After that, I'll leave straight away. Zhang Xian said after contemplating for a moment. It was best for him to deal with the poison aura lingering in his body as soon as possible. Since he had already decided to leave, there was no need to stall. All right, I'll make some preparations then. Shen Laoshe nodded her head and left with Han Qiong. The moment she left the classroom, she turned to look at Han Qiong. Han Laoshe, it can't be that you're actually interested in Zhang Laoshe. Me. Han Qiong gazed at her best friend with a suggestive grin. I should be the one asking that question, right? I was just trying you out to see how you would react. To think that you would immediately offer to go with him. Hee hee, this isn't what the great Ice Queen Shen of our academy would do. Shen Bairu blushed. I know that you're interested in him, and honestly speaking, I can understand why you would like him. However, Han Qiong shook her head grimly, and the light-hearted attitude she had just a moment ago disappeared. Despite his strength and potential, he was able to turn away from material gains and losses, tolerating humiliation for such a long period of time. As long as no mishaps happen to him, it is just a matter of time before he makes a name for himself. Such a person. We aren't worthy of him. Chapter 232, The Confused Lu Sun. Oblivious to Shen Bairu's and Han Qiong's thoughts, Zhang Xian pinched his brows distressed. Whenever he thought about the things he had to take care of before his departure, deep circles would appear beneath his eyes. Zhang Laoshe, don't abandon us. You are going to Tianwu Kingdom. Bring us along as well. We want to be with teacher. The ones speaking were Zhaoye, Zheng Yang, and the other students. They had heard Zhang Xian's conversation with the other two teachers and anticipation gleamed in their eyes. You want to follow me? Zhang Xian turned to look at them. You guys should reconsider. I'm heading to a higher tier kingdom, there will be many experts there. Countless dangers lay in wait if you choose to make this journey, and the slightest mistake could potentially bring about your deaths. We understand, all five of them replied resolutely. In the fortnight they had been with Zhang Laoshe, they had seen for themselves how he treated them sincerely and gave his all to raise their cultivation, not expecting anything in return. Their relationship had already surpassed that of the typical teacher and student relationship. There's no need for you guys to rush your decisions. I will give you all a night to contemplate. You guys can tell me tomorrow. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Honestly speaking, the affection his students had for him wasn't a one-way street. After teaching them for a fortnight, he had also slowly come to love them. He wanted them to think this over carefully before coming to a decision. He wanted them to make a decision out of their own will and not through peer pressure. Furthermore, even if he decided to bring them along, they would have to learn to fend for themselves. After all, there were some places where it wouldn't be safe for Zhang Xian to bring them, such as the Red Lotus Ridge where the poison hall was rumored to be. It was already difficult for Zhang Xian to guarantee his own safety, much less the safety of these kids. Zhang Laoshe, there's no need for me to consider any further. You gave me everything I have. I will follow you everywhere, no matter where you go. Yuan Tao shook his head and knelt on the floor. Determination gleamed in his eyes. As an orphan, he had no access to cultivation resources whatsoever. Despite being the worst student in his batch, Zhang Laoshe nurtured him step by step, giving him the best cultivation technique, the best pills, and the best education. Only in this way did he achieve the strength he had now. As a result, there was no need for him to consider any longer. Wherever Zhang Laoshe went, he would follow him. Zhang Laoshe, my thoughts are the same. I beg you not to chase us away. We are willing to serve as your students, and we will remain your students our entire lifetime. The second one to kneel down was the usually gentle and weak Wang Ying. Zhang Laoshe, I beg you to bring us along. Then Zhaoye, Jing Yang, and Lu Yang knelt down as well. Immovable faith could be seen in their eyes. His 5 students might have been young, but they had shown determination beyond their years. Even though Zhang Xian had lived 2 lives, he felt excited within. I can bring all of you with me, but you won't be following me. I will have Lu Shi and the others bring you guys straight to Tianwu Royal City. After I'm done with my business, I will head over to look for you all. Zhang Xian said after hesitating for a moment. After he took care of the poison aura in his body, he would have to head to Tianwu City to try his hand at the master teacher examination. With Lu Shi and the others looking after them, it should be much safer. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing that Zhang Xian was willing to take them with him, their eyes immediately reddened in excitement. They didn't know what kinds of repercussions their decision today would bring to the entire continent. Neither could they have imagined what kinds of levels and skills they would reach because of this. All right, you guys should go back and make preparations. It's hard to tell how long we'll be away from Tianxian Kingdom, so remember to say your farewells properly. Zhang Xian gestured. Right. The 5 of them nodded their heads before retreating from the classroom. After taking care of his students, Zhang Xian returned to his residence and met with Lu Ling and the others, back in his disguise as Yang Shi. When he spoke of his intention to leave, a dejected and disappointed expression appeared on their faces. After that, he had them take out their cultivation techniques and offered them some guidance on their cultivation. Eventually, Lu Ling managed to surpass his bottleneck and reach Zhongshe realm. Zheng Fei had just reached half Zhongshe not too long ago, so it was difficult for him to make the leap within a short period of time. On the other hand, Zhuang Xian had managed to improve significantly as well. As long as he continued building up his foundation, he should be able to try for Zhongshe realm within half a month. After entrusting that direct disciple of his to the care of the 3 master teachers, Yang Shi went to look for Sun Chang. Old master. Don't abandon me. I want to follow you. The moment Zhang Xian walked in, Sun Chang immediately knelt on the floor. Just like Yuan Tao, he didn't have any powerful backers. Before meeting with Zhang Xian, he was just an unimpressive merchant in Tianyu Commercial City. The one who had brought him respect and prestige was the man before him, and he felt gratitude and reluctance to part from him. If you wish to follow me, look for Zhang Xian Laoshe at Hongtian Academy tomorrow and serve him well. I will drop by from time to time when I'm free, Zhang Xian said. Even though Sun Chang had weak cultivation, he got things done. After becoming a master teacher, Zhang Xian would have to deal with significantly more problems. It would be convenient for him to have someone like Sun Chang resolve those miscellaneous issues. Furthermore, Sun Chang had been following Yang Shi and he had proven his trustworthiness, thus making him suitable for the job. Yes. Upon hearing that the old master didn't intend to abandon him, Sun Chang immediately nodded his head with excitement. Your cultivation is still a little too weak, so I created a cultivation technique for you. Cultivate properly. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll possess strength befitting your dignity. After handing him a secret manual, Zhang Xian said firmly, do not let me down. Old master, I will give it my all. Sun Chang replied seriously. The old master's words rang true. His greatest flaw was his cultivation. It was shameful for him to only be at Fighter 4 Den Pigu realm despite being the butler of a master teacher. He was done with his previous life. If he wanted to continue serving the old master, he had to build up his strength. Dismissed. By the time Zhang Xian was finished with the necessary instructions, the sky had already turned dark. As there would be a public lecture tomorrow morning, Zhang Xian chose to rest. As he slowly drifted off to sleep, the issue regarding the Book of Heaven's path popped into his mind. The mysterious disappearance of the golden page bewildered him, but there wasn't anything he could do about it at this point. Lu Sun was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Lu clan, one of the 4 great clans. At 23 years old, he had already achieved a cultivation realm of Pishue realm primary stage. More importantly, his teacher was a 1-star master teacher of Jinyang Kingdom and he had an in-depth comprehension of cultivation. After studying abroad for 3 years, he rushed home, eager to see his family. Before the sun had even risen, he had arrived at the entrance to his clan's home. He was about to enter when he suddenly saw clan members sprinting out. "Hurry up, otherwise we'll be late. Indeed, we should make haste. This is a good opportunity. If we miss it, we'll definitely regret it for our entire lives." Most of those who emerged from the gate were of the younger generation, but there were also a few who were in their 30s. They had a brush and book in their hands, and anxiety could be seen on their faces. What is everyone up to? Is someone causing trouble with our Lu clan? Upon seeing their expressions, Lu Sun frowned. Driving his Jinchi, he immediately surveyed his surroundings wearily. However, he soon abandoned that thought. If someone was causing trouble with the Lu clan, the upper echelons would definitely appear as well. More importantly, if they were going to pick a fight with someone, why would they bring their books and brushes along? Unless they were planning to fling ink into the faces of their enemies. "Cousin Lu Sun, you're back." During his bewilderment, a young lady suddenly walked next to him. This is. As cousins, he had grown up alongside Yuer. In the years that he was away, she was admitted into Hongtian Academy and came under Lu Sun Laosher's tutelage. A bright future stood before her. "Oh, Zhang Xian Laosher is about to conduct a public lecture. We're here to attend his lesson. Since you've returned, you might as well come along with us." Yuer chuckled. "Zhang Xian Laosher." Lu Sun frowned. "The garbage teacher you mentioned in your letters. What's so good about his lecture?" Even though he had left Tianxian Kingdom for several years, the clan had been keeping him abreast of the matters occurring here. Zhang Xian's horrid reputation had spread far and wide, and even students several thousand kilometers away had heard of his name. He isn't garbage. He is a true star teacher. Yuer tugged on his hand. "Hurry up. Otherwise we won't be able to get any good seats." Unable to get any good seats. He's conducting a lesson so early in the morning. Lu Sun asked baffled. "It's not a morning lecture, it's an afternoon one." "Afternoon?" Lu Sun nearly fainted from shock. "If it's an afternoon lecture, why are you all rushing there so eagerly when the day has barely started? What in the world are you doing? Just listen to me. We should hurry. I'll tell you about it when we're there." Yuer ushered him toward Hongtian Academy agitated. Seeing how flustered Yuer and the other clan members were, Lu Sun couldn't stifle his curiosity and followed along. These are the clan members of the Bai clan. A short distance away, they saw a group of people rushing to the academy as well. The group was significantly larger than theirs and even some elders with white beards were among them. Their eyes glowed with anticipation, as though a huge treasure were awaiting them. With a single glance, Lu Sun recognized them as the members of the Bai clan, one of the 4 great clans as well. That is, clan head Bai Ming. He came as well. Taking a quick look around, Lu Sun caught sight of a figure at the front of the crowd and he shuddered. It was clan head Bai Ming. To think that he was leading the group personally. And they were heading in the same direction too. That is, clan head Wang Hong. Before he could recover from his shock, another group appeared from around the corner. They were also heading to Hongtian Academy. He recognized the leader of the pack, clan head Wang Hong of the 4 great clans, Wang clan. Clan head Wang Hong was known for his haughty personality and his powerful cultivation. In fact, he could be considered as the de facto leader of the four great clans, but why was he also here? Furthermore, he had a brush and book in his hands. Du Miaoxian of the Du clan. Du Yuan, and all of the younger generation of the Du clan. A moment later, he saw clan members of the Du clan as well. Similar to everyone else, they were carrying a brush and book each as well, and they were charging toward Hongtian Academy excitedly as well. All of the four great clans were actually gathered at the same spot. Lu Xun felt the world spinning around him, and he nearly slipped and fell. What's going on? Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he turned to look at his cousin. They're all here for Zhang Laosher's lecture. Replied. They're all here for the lecture? Could that Zhang Laosher be a master teacher? Lu Xun was stumped by her answer. Other than master teachers, there didn't seem to be anyone else who could possibly rally the clan heads of the four great clans to attend a lecture personally. He isn't a master teacher. Shook her head. He isn't. Then. Bewildered, Lu Xun was just about to ask why an ordinary teacher was able to rally so many people to attend his lecture when the girl's voice chimed once more. Even though he isn't a master teacher, he is a master teacher's. Chapter 233, Teacher Zhang, you're here. The senior of the master teachers. Not only did Lu Xun not understand what his cousin was saying, he even felt more bewildered now. He convulsed intensely, as though suffering from a stroke. As a student of a master teacher, he understood how prestigious a master teacher's standing was. Even the emperor of Tianxian Kingdom wouldn't dare to act arrogantly around a master teacher. With a single word, they could easily eradicate a country off the map. This was the might of a master teacher. And Zhang Xian was such a person's senior. Are you mistaken? When did such an impressive figure appear in Tianxian Kingdom? In an instant, he subconsciously assumed that the Zhang Xian everyone was talking about wasn't the same Zhang Xian he knew. One was a useless teacher whereas the other one was the senior of the master teachers. Their standings were worlds apart, so how could they be the same person? While Lu Xun's thoughts wandered, he soon reached Hongtian Academy. The first thing that came into his sight was a massive crowd. Each of them had a brush and a notebook in their hands, and they were rushing to the sparring field excitedly. This is the famous lone adventurer, Tsang Song swordsman, Bai Song. Is that swordsman Zhu Hongyi who dared to mock the entire world? Old Master Zhao who was able to shake even the heavens with his saber. The single-armed Yi Tianxiong who instills fright in all. Are you sure they are all here to listen to the lecture? Recognizing the famous figures in the crowd, Lu Xun's lips twitched and he nearly passed out from the shock. These were incredible figures whose names had spread throughout the whole of the Tianxian kingdom for numerous years. His father, despite being the clan head of the Lu clan, would have to treat them with respect. In fact, even the emperor would find it hard to invite them to the royal palace. Yet, at this moment, they were all holding a brush and book in their hands, and it seemed as though they were waiting excitedly for something. What kind of public lecture was this? Indeed. Nodded her head enthusiastically. Yesterday, Zhang Laosher said that he was going to talk about the fundamental knowledge of cultivation. As the news spread, figures like them appeared. Wait a moment, you're saying that it's just a lecture on fundamental knowledge? Lu Xun staggered and nearly faceplanted. Lessons on fundamental knowledge revolved around how one could cultivate, how one gathered spiritual energy, how one utilized the spiritual energy absorbed to temper their body. This knowledge was only useful to those who were Fighter 2 Dan and below, yet these elders, clan heads, and Tongxian realm experts had sprinted here. Why? Are you completely certain they are here to listen to a lecture on fundamental knowledge of cultivation, not to start a coup d'état? Yes. I was close to the dueling ring when he spoke of it previously, so I heard his words loud and clear. Nodded her head. Upon recalling the mighty image of Zhang Laosher yesterday, she couldn't help but feel thrilled for the lecture afterward. A bunch of Tongxian experts listening to a lecture on fundamental knowledge of cultivation. Why did Lu Xun find the sight incredulous? Ah, I knew it. We came too late. Just when he was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, he heard an exclamation from his cousin. Lifting his head to take a look, his eyes narrowed once more. The massive stands of Hongtian Academy, which could house up to 10,000 people, were already crowded with people. There were even a few who had mats laid out over the seats, and from the looks of it, they had been camping here since yesterday. Those who are at the very front are teachers of the academy. Seated at the very front were the teachers of Hongtian Academy. Even though they didn't set out mats on the ground to rest, judging from the dew on their body, they had definitely waited here overnight. To think that he thought his cousin and the other clan members were making too much of a fuss by rushing to an afternoon lecture at daybreak. Never in his dreams did he expect the teachers of the academy to camp overnight at the stadium just for the lecture. There are no seats anymore. Looks like we'll have to stand. Yuer was on the verge of tears. A sea of people blocked their way. Then the teachers and students of Hongtian Academy, all kinds of powers from Tianxian Royal City were also at the venue. If not for the fact that he knew that someone was going to conduct a lecture, he would have thought that someone was planning an uprising. Yuer, what kind of person is Elder Zhang Xian? Lu Sun asked his cousin, forcefully suppressing his shock. At this point, his confused gaze had been replaced with a fiery one. Elder. Indeed. Lu Sun nodded his head. Even his teacher, as a one-star master teacher, would be unable to gather such a crowd for a lecture on fundamental knowledge of cultivation. Since this Zhang Laoshe was the senior of the master teachers, even if he wasn't a master teacher, he had to be advanced in age. There shouldn't be a mistake in addressing him with elder. Cough, Zhang Xian Laoshe isn't even in his 20s yet. He is younger than you. Upon seeing Lu Sun's serious gaze, Yuer's face turned red. Not in his 20s. Lu Sun froze. Under 20. Yet, he was the senior of the master teachers. Not to mention, making so many people willing wait an entire night, just to listen to his public lecture. Lu Sun felt his horizons expand. Unable to hold it in any longer, he asked, Can you tell me the details of this Zhang Laoshe? Speaking of Zhang Laoshe, I have to begin from the teacher evaluation. Oh, no, it should be the cultivation of a student of his going berserk. Before she could finish her words, a commotion stirred in front of them. Lifting their heads to take a look, they saw 3 elders walking over. Wherever they walked by, the crowd would immediately shuffle aside to give way to them. It's Beiwu Kingdom's Lu Shi and Zhuang Shi. Also Hanwu Kingdom's Jing Shi. Lu Sun immediately recognized the trio. As the student of a master teacher, he had the honor of meeting the 3 of them once. Back then, his teacher had treated them respectfully, claiming that he wasn't able to match up to them. To think that the 3 of them were at Tianxian Kingdom, and furthermore, could it be that they're here to listen to the lecture as well? The waves of shock had pounded him ever since his arrival at the Lu clan's gate and dumbfounded him. Indeed, Zhang Laoshe is the senior of the 3 master teachers. Yuer nodded her head. He is there. Lu Sun was on the verge of tears. Initially, he thought that he could brag about being the student of a master teacher after returning, but from the looks of it, his feats meant nothing at all. Despite not being in his 20s, that person was a star teacher, as well as the senior of the 3 master teachers. Exactly what kind of person was this Zhang Laoshe? By the time Zhang Xian woke up, it was already afternoon. Sun Chang had ordered the servants to prepare some food for him, so after eating well, Zhang Xian headed for the academy. Initially, he thought that there wouldn't be anyone since it wasn't time yet, but upon seeing the horde gathered there, he was stunned. As too many people had pleaded for Zhang Xian to admit them under his tutelage, Zhang Xian could only compromise and offhandedly agreed to hold a public lecture. He thought that only a few people would come. After all, it was just a lecture on the fundamental knowledge of cultivation, and it was only useful for those beneath Xinqi realm. Yet, what the hell was with this crowd? Excuse me, can you allow me to pass? After circling around the dueling ring, he wasn't able to find any openings for him to enter. As a result, he could only pat on the shoulder of a young man. Pass. You wish to cut in line. I arrived early in the morning to listen to Zhang Laoshe's lesson. Get to the end of the line. The young man waved him away impatiently. The young man was Lu Sun. Wasn't this fellow too brazen? He and his sister had been lining up since early morning, and even then, they were only able to squeeze into the outer perimeter. Yet, that fellow was telling him to allow him to pass. He must be kidding. Of all the people here, you just had to choose me to give way to you. Are you trying to bully me just because I've just returned? Furthermore, even if I allow you to pass, how far do you think you can get? Get to the back of the line. A bizarre expression appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Where did this fellow pop out from? Indeed, if you wanted to get good seats, you should have come earlier. Wanting to cut the line of others after coming at such a time. Brother, let me give you a warning. If you continue to try to squeeze your way in, you'll just be pummeled by the others. Lu Sun said seriously. After hearing about the details of Zhang Xian Laoshe from his cousin, Lu Sun's admiration for the former had soared to the high heavens. He finally understood why everyone had rushed here to listen to his lecture. Putting aside the fact he was the direct disciple of a master teacher whose rank was beyond that of 2-star, the one Dan Jushi realm students he had groomed from the start of the semester were able to fight squarely against a Pishue realm pinnacle expert just after half a month of lessons. This was an unimaginable feat. His lecture was indeed worthy of the arrival of all of these experts. Even if they weren't here to learn, it was a good opportunity for them to get close to him. If Yang Shi were to arrive on the spot personally, everything would be even more perfect. Honestly speaking, most of these Tongxian realm experts weren't interested in the lecture. They wanted to use this opportunity to get closer ties with Zhang Xian and, if possible, strike up a relationship with Yang Shi through Zhang Xian. After all, the words of a direct disciple were much more authoritative than a mere butler. Cough, rest assured. They won't beat me up. Upon realizing that the fellow didn't recognize him, Zhang Xian could only shake his head helplessly. They won't. Seeing that the other party didn't believe his words, Lu Sun was displeased. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but since you said so, I'll allow you to pass then. But if someone does beat you up later on, don't blame me for not warning you. Thank you. Upon seeing the young man before him opening up a space for him, he stepped forward. Just when he was about to proceed further ahead, a lady in front seemed to have noticed the commotion behind and turned around. Ah, Zhang Laoshe. You're here. The lady's face flushed in excitement. Sangsong swordsman literally translated to green pines. There is an idiom on how pines were green all year long, and it refers to an upright person. Chapter 234, Soul Depth Exceeding 3. Zhang Xian nodded his head and continued proceeding forward. The voice of the lady was sonorous and attracted the attention of many. The crowd immediately opened up a path for him. He is Zhang Laoshe. Seeing the young man he had just reprimanded walking toward the dueling ring, Lu Sun's mouth twitched. Didn't you say that Zhang Laoshe was nearing his 20s? Then why does he look so young? More importantly, given how massive the affair was, he should at least wear something more official. To be dressed in everyday attire which probably wasn't even worth a single gold coin. Aren't you too laid back? When Lu Sun recalled how he lectured the other party for cutting in line, tears threatened to stream down his cheek. If he wasn't allowed to enter, then what kind of lecture could they hear? The lecture of the wind. In any case, his embarrassment didn't last for long. Because Zhang Laoshe's lecture had begun. Transmitting his voice via Zhenqi, despite the huge crowd that had gathered here, everyone could hear every single word of his clearly as though it were spoken right next to their ears. Initially, Lu Sun didn't pay the lecture much heed. After all, he had been listening to a lecture of a master teacher for 3 years straight. However, as time went by, his face slowly flushed red and a bright gleam twinkled in his eyes. He felt as though every word was a tonic to his body. Even though Zhang Laoshe was only lecturing on the fundamentals of Jushi realm and Dantian realm, his every word was both profound and simple, and his words pointed straight to the essence of cultivating itself. Hearing his words, the Zhenqi in one's body would be automatically triggered, and one couldn't help but cultivate along with his words. After a moment of driving one's Zhenqi around one's body, one would feel a comfortable sensation slowly spreading across oneself. Then, the person's cultivation that had been stuck at the same level for an extremely long time would increase slightly. Even though it was only a slight increase, it was equivalent to several days of hard work. To think that a lecture on fundamentals could raise one's cultivation. If not for personally witnessing the sight, no one would think it possible. No other teacher of Hongtian Academy was capable of such a feat. Astonished, Lu Sun glanced at the others and realized that everyone was immersed in his lecture. Especially for those who were still at Jushi realm like you were, cultivating through the concepts that Zhang Xian spoke of seemed to have triggered the spiritual energy in the surroundings to gush into them. Every single one of them improved significantly. There were even a few who were already at the peak of their current realm breaking into the next one. Could this be the imparting of heavens will spoken of in legends? Lu Xun's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously clenched his fists tightly together. Legend told that when a high-tier master teacher lectured on content which aligned with the essence of cultivation, a special force field would be triggered. Within this force field, the listeners would subconsciously drive the Jinqi in their body according to the method spoken and unknowingly raise their cultivation. He had heard his teacher speak of this once, but even he was unable to achieve such a feat. In fact, it was said that even 4-star master teachers would find it hard to achieve such a feat, yet a star teacher who wasn't even in his 20s succeeded in doing so. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? There's no mistake. Even though this is the most simple form of it, this is imparting of heaven's will. In a state of disbelief, Lu Ling and the others abruptly stood up. Their eyes narrowed and their white as snow beards trembled. Imparting of heaven's will isn't a skill accessible to all master teachers. In order to trigger it, one has to fulfill 2 criteria. First, the content of one's lecture has to dive straight into the essence of cultivation, meaning there mustn't be the slightest error in one's words. Second, the lecturer must possess the state of insight of heart of tranquil water, and his soul depth must be at least 3. Zhuang Shi's mouth was agape. Imparting of heaven's will was different from bewitching techniques. Rather than bewitching a person to cultivate, it was a result of the lecturer's words being aligned with the very essence of cultivation, thus triggering an intangible force in the world. The reason why master teachers were so esteemed was because of this ability of theirs. The heavens seemed to bend to their words, forming order around them. To trigger imparting of heaven's will, the lecturer needed more than an in-depth knowledge of cultivation. He needed to possess the state of insight, and his soul depth had to reach 3. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to enchant so many people with just his words. Could it be that he has already reached heart of tranquil water, and his soul depth has reached 3? The wide-eyed Jing Fei felt lightheaded. It was just yesterday that he spoke about soul depth to the other party, and it was clear that the other party was completely ignorant of the matter. In the blink of an eye, he achieved a breakthrough, and his soul depth even reached 3. Even though the basic requirement for taking the master teacher examination was 3, not everyone was able to reach such a level upon achieving the state of insight. Even when they first reached heart of tranquil water, they were only around 1.5. They had to follow a master teacher and cultivate for several years before they slowly raised it to become qualified to take the master teacher examination. Yet this fellow only learned about it yesterday, and broke through within the span of a day. Do you have to be that fast? The breakthroughs of the others were fraught with difficulty, as though ascending a towering mountain, yet yours was as simple as eating and drinking. His soul depth has reached 3, and he possesses the skills of a grandmaster painter, and the title of 1-star apothecary. It seems like this senior of ours is already qualified to take the master teacher examination. Lu Ling said agitated. Yesterday, he was still thinking that it would take a while before Zhang Xian would be qualified to take the master teacher examination. After all, the state of mind was a difficult hurdle to overcome. It required one accumulate countless experiences before being able to mature to that level. Never in his dreams did he expect that within a single night, not only did Zhang Xian achieve heart of tranquil water, his soul depth was even an astonishing 3. What is a genius? This is a genius. All of the incredible figures gathered here seemed to pale in comparison. It was no wonder he became the direct disciple of Yang Shi. His talent was truly nothing short of the word phenomenal. While they were shocked, the crowd in the stands was immersed in the lecture. Unknowingly, time passed swiftly and Zhang Xian stopped. Thank you Zhang Laoshi for your guidance. Recovering from the unique state, everyone knew that they had benefited greatly from the lecture, and one after another, they knelt to him in gratitude. From today onward, this Zhang Laoshi was half a teacher to them. This relationship was something that would remain in their memory for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, they would only be spat on by everyone for being ungrateful. Zhang Xian didn't expect that the effects of his lecture would be so extensive. This was completely different to how he had lectured Zhaoye and the others in the past. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he stepped down from the dueling ring. In the next instant, Lu Ling and the others immediately surrounded him. Senior, can you allow me to check your soul depth? Lu Ling trembled with excitement. Soul depth. Not expecting the other party to speak about this matter, embarrassment appeared on Zhang Xian's face. He wanted to disappear into thin air from the shame. Forget it, my soul depth is too low. I'd rather not embarrass myself in front of you all. If they knew his soul depth was 0.1, they would definitely laugh their heads off. It was better for him to not humiliate himself. Too low. The three master teachers swayed. A soul depth beyond 3 was low. Furthermore, what's with your embarrassed expression? Do you think that your soul depth of 3 isn't worth mentioning? The heck, any other master teacher apprentice would leap for joy if their soul depth turned out to be above 3. They would think they were a genius who only appeared once in a century and brag about it everywhere they went such that the entire world would know. Yet you are embarrassed. Senior, aren't you being too ambitious? To be able to induce imparting of heaven's will, your state of insight soul depth must be at least 3. If possible, I would like to see the value of senior soul depth. Lu Ling commented, stifling the urge to spew blood. What is imparting of heaven's will? Zhang Xian blinked several times confused. Staggering, Lu Ling and the others were on the verge of tears. Truly, one man shouldn't be compared to another. Despite an entire lifetime of hard work, they were unable to induce imparting of heaven's will a single time. Yet this fellow had induced it unknowingly. Stifling the sensation in his chest, Zhuang Xian started explaining about it to Zhang Xian. The eyes of the young man before them slowly widened in disbelief. You're saying that my soul depth is at least 3. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. When he tested his soul depth yesterday, it was only 0.1. Why would he suddenly possess a soul depth above 3? Indeed, senior. Have you not tested your soul depth after achieving Heart of Tranquil Water? Seeing the bewildered expression on their senior's face, Lu Ling and the others were speechless. Other people would be giving their all to brag about their successful breakthrough, yet this fellow was completely oblivious to it. Aren't you keeping too low a profile? Could it be the golden page? Ignoring their looks of admiration, a thought suddenly popped into Zhang Xian's mind. Yesterday, the golden page has disappeared mysteriously. Could it be that it had raised his soul depth without him knowing? This possibility was extremely high. After all, it was the Book of Heaven's Path. Since it could even assimilate the vast knowledge contained in the library into Zhang Xian's mind, raising Zhang Xian's soul depth shouldn't be an issue. As he thought this, he saw the looks of anticipation on the faces of the master teachers. So, with a flick of his wrist, he took out a stone of insight. Entering the Heart of Tranquil Water, numbers appeared on the jade. Before he could even see it, Lu Ling and the others stared at him stupefied, as though they were staring at a monster. Senior, your soul depth. The three master teachers convulsed as though they were experiencing strokes. Chapter 235, Xuanluo Mountain Range. Why? Upon seeing their stupefied expressions, Zhang Xian immediately lowered his head to take a look. With a single glance, he froze as well. Vivid numbers appeared on the jade, 5.1. 5.1. Zhang Xian finally understood the trauma the three master teachers were going through. Even he was feeling lightheaded with shock at this moment. He had tested it many times yesterday, and the highest he had ever reached was 0.1. Why did it suddenly soar to 5.1? Could it be that golden page has raised my soul depth by 5.0? Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. His eyeballs were about to pop out onto the ground. He knew that the Book of Heaven's Path was incredible, but he couldn't have dreamt that it would be this amazing. What soul depth cultivation technique or enlightenment jade? They were all useless before it. Raising a person's soul depth by 5.0 in an instant. Anyone who heard of it would die from shock. Having a soul depth of 3 qualifies you to take the 1-star Master Teacher examination. When it reaches 6, you can take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. To possess a soul depth of 5.1 the moment you reach Heart of Tranquil Water, with a good soul depth cultivation technique, you will be eligible to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination in just a few years. Recovering from their shock, the faces of Lu Ling and the others flushed in agitation. When they had just reached Heart of Tranquil Water, their soul depth was only 1.5. Yet this fellow before their eyes had a staggering 5.1 soul depth. With his talent, as long as he cultivated diligently, he would surpass them in just a few years' time. In fact, it was highly likely he would be able to become a 2-star Master Teacher before them. Indeed, one shouldn't compare geniuses with ordinary cultivators. All of a sudden, Lu Xun walked through the crowd and up to them. He didn't attend Zhang Xian's lecture previously because he was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough and had to focus all of his attention into the matter. "How are things?" Upon seeing his appearance, Lu Ling and the others immediately turned their attention to him. "Teacher told me yesterday that my competitive nature and excessive concern over climbing out of my father's shadow has impeded me from reaching heart of tranquil water. After contemplation, I came to a realization and made up with my father. After that, my state of mind started to rise slowly, and eventually, I managed to achieve a breakthrough." Lu Xun seemed to have recovered his confidence. All along, his state of mind had been stuck in a bottleneck, and for some reason unknown to him, he wasn't able to reach heart of tranquil water no matter how hard he tried. Initially, he attributed it to his lack of experience, but after Lu Shi's guidance, he realized that it was due to his obstinacy. He couldn't have imagined that it was his stiff relationship with his father that had stopped him from reaching higher heights. Reaching heart of tranquil water in his 20s. He probably broke the record of Tianxian Kingdom. All along the way, he was firmly restrained by Zhang Xian on all aspects, be it his cultivation, way of tea, or painting. Now that he had beat him in achieving heart of tranquil water first, he finally felt his confidence returning to him. Standing ramrod straight, Lu Xun wore a gentle smile. "Have you checked it yet? What's your soul depth?" Hearing that he had achieved a breakthrough, Lu Ling was delighted and hurriedly asked him on that matter. "I've already checked it." Lu Xun chuckled softly. The exhilaration in his eyes was hard to conceal. Teacher said that if one achieves a soul depth exceeding that of 1.0 upon reaching heart of tranquil water, there is a 50% chance of him becoming a master teacher in the future. If it reaches 1.5, there is a 70% chance of him becoming a master teacher. My soul depth is. After pausing for a moment, he scanned their faces before revealing 1.8. Placing his hands behind his back, Lu Xun excitedly waited for the astonished looks on the three master teachers' faces. After all, his soul depth was higher than the three master teachers when they were younger. Yet, contrary to their expectations, they only replied with an "oh," and turned their attention back to Zhang Xian. Excitement could clearly be seen on their faces as they gazed at him intently. Upon seeing him being sidelined despite his outstanding results, Lu Xun felt dismayed. Logically speaking, shouldn't they rush up excitedly to gather around him upon hearing of his achievement and compliment him profusely? Why were they gathering around Zhang Laoshi instead? Perplexed, he turned to look at Zhang Xian and saw the stone of insight in his hand. With a single glance, he froze. Upon seeing the number, Lu Xun convulsed violently and tears spilled forth from his eyes. "The heck, aren't I embarrassing myself by coming to brag in front of you? To think that I was gleeful for so long over this matter." Xuanhua mountain range was a vast mountainous region. Countless trees towered and savage beasts roamed freely amid them. Without sufficient strength, it was hard to travel through the mountain range. "I've been on this road once and it's well hidden. If you miss the turn and get lost, it will be difficult for you to find your way out of the forest," Shen Bairu said with a smile as she led the way. Zhang Xian followed closely behind her. After Zhang Xian was done with the public lecture, he entrusted Zhao Ye and the others to the three master teachers and requested that they help him take them to Tianwu Royal City. Then, without much hesitation, he entered the Xuanhua mountain range along with Shen Bairu to look for the beast hall. Savage beasts ran wild here, flora and fauna covered the paths. If not for Shen Bairu, Zhang Xian thought that he would probably have lost his way and ended up wandering around the mountains. After 3 days of traveling, the two of them felt slightly drained. Isn't the beast hall hidden too deep in the mountain range? How do they survive like that? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Humans have many needs, such as socializing, food, medicine, and many other kinds of resources. Given how deep into the wilderness the beast hall was, it was inconvenient for them to purchase anything. There are aerial savage beasts in the beast hall. They could easily travel the distance we covered in 3 days in just an hour on their beast mounts. Shen Bairu shook her head. When she first followed someone else to the beast hall, the same question appeared in her head as well. Only after her arrival did she realize how ridiculous her concerns were. Besides, when you reach the beast hall, you will realize that it isn't too far from Beiwu Kingdom and Hanwu Kingdom. There are many people who travel to and from the beast hall every day, so they never suffer a shortage of resources, Shen Bairu continued. In the past few days, Zhang Xian had studied the maps of Tianqian Kingdom and the other surrounding kingdoms in the atlas from the kingdom's book collection vault, and he realized that they weren't too far from one another. If not for the presence of the Xuanluo mountain range serving as a natural blockade, Tianqian Kingdom would have long descended into chaos. Given the numerous savage beasts in Xuanluo Mountain, why don't the cultivators just tame one or two of them? Why do they have to go to the beast hall? There were numerous savage beasts in the mountain range and the two of them had already met with several waves in the past 3 days. It was fortunate that Zhang Xian was a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, allowing him to defeat them easily. Since there were so many savage beasts in the mountains, the cultivators could just tame one or two for their own usage. Why did they have to go through the trouble of heading to the beast hall? I thought the same as well. Putting aside how the wild nature of the savage beasts make it hard to tame them, we haven't met a single aerial savage beast that could transport a human throughout our journey. Shen Bairu chuckled lightly. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. For an aerial savage beast to transport a human, it had to be significantly larger than a human. Although they had met with numerous savage beasts in the past 3 days of their journey, they were mostly land-bound. As for the aerial savage beasts they chanced by, all of them were small in stature. Putting aside how rare these aerial savage beasts are, they are capable of escaping into the air if they find themselves at a disadvantage. As such, it isn't easy to catch hold of them. Of course, this isn't the most important factor. If you use strength to force it to submit, it is possible for it to feign obedience and sabotage you while you are riding it in the air. If so, aren't you putting yourself at risk? Shen Bairu explained. Zhang Xian cowered. If an aerial savage beast pretended to submit to a human and allow the person to ride it, it could simply flip in midair and the person would be a goner. The reason why beast tamers are respected and why the occupation ranks among the top of the upper 9 paths is because they can ensure guaranteed obedience from a savage beast, preventing such a situation from occurring. Otherwise, if a savage beast reneged on its words, it could prove dangerous. Even a Zhongshe realm expert would be doomed if it fell from a high altitude. As a result, if one didn't possess the handling of a beast tamer, it was best for one to avoid taming an aerial savage beast. Even if one were to successfully tame one, if it intended to harm said person, that person would be doomed. Just like master teachers, there are different tiers to a beast tamer. The higher the rank of a beast tamer, the stronger the savage beasts they can tame. Also, before becoming an official beast tamer, one has to be an apprentice beast tamer first. Shen Bairu explained, seeing Zhang Xian's lack of knowledge in the field. Actually, Han Qiong is an apprentice beast tamer, that's why she has some connections with the beast hall. The last time I came here was actually with her. Zhang Xian replied. There wasn't much information on the beast hall in the kingdom's book collection vault, but general knowledge was still in there. Actually, an apprentice beast tamer was similar to an apprentice apothecary in the sense that the latter had to study the medicinal properties of various herbs whereas the former had to study the various types of savage beasts that existed in the world, their offensive abilities, habits. Only after obtaining an in-depth knowledge about the savage beasts would one have an opportunity to tame one. Otherwise, one might just die from underestimating the strength of a savage beast, let alone taming it. Most of the aggressive savage beasts tended to view humans with hostility. Let's hurry. We're just a day's journey away from the beast hall. After exchanging a few lines, Shen Bairu giggled and the two proceeded onward. Before they could walk far, they heard the rustling of bushes in front of them. Taking a closer look, it was a group of humans. There were roughly 7 or 8 people squatted in a circle, seemingly discussing something. Most of them were Pixue realm, and only a 27-year-old or so young man was at Dingli realm pinnacle. Despite being the weakest of the group, he seemed to be their leader. Every single movement of his felt grand. Who's there? Since Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu didn't try to hide their presence at all, the other party also noticed them as well. Bellowing, they immediately drew their weapons. Now that they were close to the beast hall, it wasn't surprising for them to meet other travelers. As a result, Shen Bairu didn't panic. Stepping forward, she said, "We came from Tianqian Kingdom and we're on our way to the beast hall. We just happened to pass by this area. You two are going to the beast hall." Upon seeing the beautiful Shen Bairu, the young man's eyes immediately lit up. Given Shen Bairu's reputation as the #1 beauty of Hongtian Academy, her looks were nothing to complain about. Even though spending the past 3 days in the wild had made her look slightly unkempt, her beauty still shone through. We are also going to return to the Beast Hall soon after dealing with a problem. As long as you don't bother us, we can bring you two along with us. The young man extended his invitation. There's no need for that. We can head there by ourselves. Shen Bairu shook her head and proceeded forward along with Zhang Xian. Hold it right there. You two can't walk through here. They had barely walked 2 steps forward when the others bellowed in unison at them. Walala, the clanging of weapons being drawn resounded in the air. Chapter 236, Formations. We can't walk through here. Does the road belong to you? Shen Bairu's face darkened. Zhang Xian also turned to look at them. Due to his pure Zhenqi, even Lu Shi was unable to see through his cultivation if he intentionally hid it. Naturally, these people couldn't see through his cultivation either. Having reached Tongxian realm pinnacle, as long as his opponent wasn't a Zhongshe realm expert, there was no need for him to fear anyone at all. If these people intended to pick a fight with him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. However, before he could say anything, the young man had already interjected. What are you all doing? Sheath your weapons. Not everything can be solved through force. Yes. Upon hearing his words, the others hurriedly sheathed their weapons. Please don't be alarmed, we don't have any evil intentions. To be honest, I am the 7th Prince of Hanwu Kingdom, Yun Tao, and I am currently in the midst of my 1-star beast tamer examination. I have already passed the first trial. As long as I can tame a Pishiware realm savage beast, I will pass the examination. Stepping forward, the young man smiled kindly. The reason why my men stopped you two is because the gold-alloyed panther I intend to tame is right ahead. That savage beast possesses incredible speed. We've tracked it for 10 days already, so we intend to set a trap for it here. If you walk through now, you might alarm it. If so, our previous efforts would be in vain. So please, I hope you understand. If you two feel offended by our actions, I will be sure to compensate you both after capturing this gold-alloyed panther. Then, we'll wait for a while. Seeing the other party speaking politely to them, Shen Bairu glanced at Zhang Xian, and upon seeing him nod his head, Shen Bairu agreed to the other party's request. If others were willing to speak politely, Zhang Xian was willing to listen to their request. Since the person explained the situation to them earnestly, Zhang Xian didn't mind the slight inconvenience. In any case, he and Shen Bairu were exhausted after walking for an entire day, so it wouldn't hurt to rest. At the same time, he could gather some information on the Beast Hall. Thank you for understanding. Upon seeing them relent, Yun Tao nodded his head in satisfaction. After instructing for the others to continue setting the trap, he walked over to Shen Bairu. May I know how to address the two of you? I am Shen Bairu, this is Zhang Xian. Shen Laoshi replied. Oh, so it's Shen Xiaojia. Pleased to meet you. Yun Tao nodded his head, neglecting Zhang Xian from the very start. It wasn't surprising that he would disregard Zhang Xian. After cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, Zhang Xian's skin had become smooth, giving him the appearance of a 17-year-old teenager. Furthermore, his clothes were shabby. No matter how Yun Tao looked at him, he seemed like a mere lackey. May I know what affairs Xiaojia has at the Beast Hall? If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to pass the Beast Tamer examination. If so, I will gain considerable say within the Beast Hall. Yun Tao spoke with a confident smile. I appreciate your highness's goodwill, but we only intend to rent an aerial savage beast, so we probably won't need your help. Shen Bairu rejected his offer politely. As the icy goddess of Hongtian Academy, she was familiar with such pickup methods. As a result, she immediately blocked his advances. Regardless, fate has brought us together, so there's no need for Shen Xiaojia to be so courteous with me. Without the help of a beast tamer, it will be difficult to pick out a good aerial savage beast and it could prove dangerous. How about this, after I capture the gold-alloyed panther and go back to the Beast Hall, I'll help you pick out a good one. Yun Tao said. No, thanks. Shen Bairu turned down his offer. Even though the aerial savage beasts loaned by the Beast Hall are all tamed and it is unlikely for there any problems to occur, different savage beasts have different endurance levels and reaction speeds. If you don't choose a good one and meet with the attacks of other savage beasts in midair, it is possible for mishaps to happen. Shen Xiaojie, there is no need for stand on ceremony with me. Lightly flinging his sleeves backward, Yun Tao exuded a dashing aura. His words were filled with concern and sincerity. Regardless of whether it was her disposition or appearance, the lady before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. He wanted to display his superiority to move the heart of the beauty. She intended to reject him, but upon recalling that Zhang Laoshe would be riding on the savage beast, Shen Bairu eventually relented and nodded her head. I'll be troubling you then. It's no trouble. I've been learning for 12 years now and I am well acquainted with all of the savage beasts in the beast hall, be it their habits, endurance, age, reaction speed. I have mastered them all. Rest easy, there won't be any problems whatsoever. If not for our fated meeting here, I wouldn't help anyone else even if they paid me a huge sum of money. Upon seeing her agree, Yun Tao's eyes lit up. A while ago, a powerful official from your Tianqian kingdom tried to recruit me for my services, but I rejected his request. Seeing that this guy intended to show off to display his strengths and capabilities, Zhang Xian could no longer hold back. Shaking his head helplessly, he walked over to the other people. The trap they spoke of wasn't just digging a pit and covering it with straw and leaves. This kind of elementary level trap might work on wild animals, but savage beasts possessed intelligence. Not only would one be unable to capture a savage beast through such means, the savage beast might even feel offended and come and assault the trapper. The Pishiwei realm cultivators who had come along with Yun Tao held several dark gray flags in their hands. After measuring the coordinates properly, they staked them into the ground. Is this a formation? Upon seeing their actions, a thought popped into Zhang Xian's head. Formation Master was also one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths, and their standing wasn't inferior to the apothecary job in the least. It was one of the more popular occupations. Even though there were some records on formations in the kingdom's book collection vault, the information on them was terse. They only spoke of the fundamentals. As for how one could set up a formation and how one activated it, there wasn't any information at all. After all, Tianqian Kingdom was just a remote country on the sidelines. It didn't even have a formation master guild. As such, the information accessible to it was limited. Even though the information detailed in the books was limited, the movements of these people were aligned with the concept of formations described in those books. As a result, Zhang Xian was able to recognize it instantly. According to the descriptions, once a formation was successfully laid out, a unique force field would be generated. Once triggered, it would display all kinds of unique effects. A confinement formation would trap a person, making the target lose their sense of direction and wander aimlessly within it. A hypnotizing formation would induce illusions, leaving one's mental state in disarray. A kill formation would destroy a person immediately with its fearsome strength. This was the first time Zhang Xian had seen someone set up a formation. He was full of curiosity. Just these few flags can trap that gold-alloyed panther he spoke of. Staring at their actions, Zhang Xian soon realized that he was unable to comprehend anything about that formation at all and shook his head helplessly. Just like pill forging and painting, setting up a formation was an advanced skill requiring in-depth knowledge. Putting aside perceiving the effects of the formation, Zhang Xian didn't even know what purpose those flags served. Zhang Laoshe, what's wrong? Suddenly, Shen Bairu's voice echoed behind him. As he turned around, he saw Shen Bairu right behind him. She seemed to be unable to stand the other party's narcissistic talk and came over to escape. I'm just curious what kind of trap they're setting up. Zhang Xian replied. It seems to be a formation. There isn't a formation master guild in Tianqian Kingdom, and as such, we don't have many books on formations. As a result, I don't know too much about formations either. Shen Bairu also recognized it immediately. Indeed. For a few flags to create a powerful formation with mystical effects, it is indeed incredible. Zhang Xian commented. None of the occupations ranked among the upper 9 paths are simple. It is said that even a half-zongsher would find it difficult to escape from a formation set up by an official formation master. In fact, if they are unlucky, they might even be killed by it. Even though those guys seem to be placing the flags at random, there must be a certain logic to it. Shen Bairu nodded her head. Yeah. I'm just checking it out. Zhang Xian smiled. The topic of formations was a profound one, and without years of effort, it was impossible for one to bear any results. Since Zhang Xian was unable to comprehend anything about it, he simply regarded it as a novelty. Checking it out. Yun Tao walked over. With his head lifted high, he glanced askance at Zhang Xian and chuckled softly. The study of formations is profound and deep. Are you sure you can comprehend it? I am an outsider who has never studied the topic, so I don't know too much about it. Zhang Xian admitted. Curious, he asked, based on your tone, your highness seems to be well versed in formations. Of course. The edges of Yun Tao's lips curled up and a proud expression appeared on his face. Actually, I also study formations during my spare time and I am an apprentice formation master, so I have quite a bit of knowledge about formations. Apprentice formation master. Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu stared at one another in shock. For him to be both an apprentice beast tamer and an apprentice formation master, especially when the two occupations were of the upper 9 paths, Yun Tao indeed possessed the right to brag about his achievements. Since you don't understand, allow me to introduce it to you too. Seeing the shock of the pair's face, Yun Tao was delighted. With a smile, he raised his head proudly and explained, the formation they're setting up is called Greenwood Confinement Formation. The core of the formation is based on the 36 heavenly spirits, whereas the flags used in the formation are placed based on the 72 earthly fiends. Containing the element of wood, it gathers 8 different attributes of spiritual energy. Through such, the force field of the formation is formed, and once activated, it unleashes great power. Greenwood Confinement Formation. Just by using these small flags. Indeed. These flags are just supporting equipment. Although setting up the formation is important and the coordinates of the flags must be precise, the activation of the formation is important as well. After they're done, I will activate it. If I succeed, even though the gold-alloyed panther's life won't be at risk if it were to step into the formation, it can't escape. While they were conversing, the others finished setting up the formations. Chuckling lightly, Yun Tao stepped forward, took out a golden flag, shook it lightly, and placed it into the center of the formation. With a light ring, the formation seemed to have been activated. All of the formation flags seemed to have disappeared amid the greenery, making it hard to spot. If not for Zhang Xian witnessing the setting up of the formation personally, it would have been hard for him to believe there was a formation here. Incredible. Impressed, Zhang Xian was about to say something when his mind jolted and a book appeared in the library. Turning his attention to the book, the words, Greenwood Confinement Formation, were written on it. Flipping through it, the flaws of the formation were detailed within. Greenwood Confinement Formation, a wood element formation. The formation flags are made from the spotted laurel plant, and the formation contains the ability of confining and restricting the target's movements. It was created 300 years ago by 2-star formation master Tao Yuan. Flaws, 17 aspects. Number 1. The formation activated here is a simplified version with a total of 72 flaws. Number 1. After reading through the book, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He stared at the gleeful and proud prince with a strange expression. Are you sure that this formation can confine the gold-alloyed panther? Chapter 237, Play Somewhere Else. Of course. I bought this formation from the Formation Master Guild at a high price. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would be trapped in it, let alone a Pishiware realm savage beast. Yun Tao gestured grandly as he turned to look at Zhang Xian. Why? Do you doubt the ability of this Greenwood Confinement Formation? That isn't it. Zhang Xian shook his head. I just think that there's something wrong with the setup of this formation, and it might be unable to display its full strength. Arrogant. Do you even know what a formation is? Where did this bumpkin come from, trying to doubt the formation His Highness has set up? Know your place. Before Zhang Xian could finish speaking, angry bellowing interrupted him. They came from Yun Tao's subordinates. They had heard the conversation between that boy and their prince. This fellow, who didn't even know what a formation was, said that something was amiss about the setup of the formation. How can you be so thick-skinned? Do you know how the formation functions? Do you know how strong it'll be after it's activated? Doubting His Highness's capability despite knowing nothing at all. He sure is arrogant. Cough cough, Zhang Laosher. We shouldn't interfere in their affairs. Hearing the criticism from the group, Shen Bairu's face reddened. She was rendered completely speechless by Zhang Laoshe. Wasn't saying that there was something wrong with the setup of the formation equivalent to mocking Prince Yun Tao. Even though this fellow was narcissistic, he possessed true ability. Since they were ignorant about formations, it was best for them to not get involved in this affair. It wasn't a wise decision to offend a Sunto beast tamer before reaching the beast hall. Seeing the indignance in everyone's eyes, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Since his kind words fell on deaf ears, Zhang Xian decided to stay out of the matter. The study of formations is as deep and vast as the ocean. Since you are ignorant, you shouldn't speak of it lightly. You're lucky that I am magnanimous, otherwise I would teach you a lesson based on the words you just said. Even beating you to death would be considered a light penalty. Yun Tao glared at Zhang Xian and harumphed. Then he pointed to the formation and continued confidently, this greenwood confinement formation, when complemented with trees, will have its effects amplified. Given the bushes and trees around, this is a suitable location for the setup of this formation. Later, I will show you how impressive the formation is by capturing the gold-alloyed panther. Sure. Seeing through the other party's desire to impress Shen Bairu, Zhang Xian didn't linger on the topic and stood to the side. Only then did Yun Tao nod his head in satisfaction. Just when he was about to continue bragging about the capability of the formation, a roar echoed from the front. Then a massive figure charged out. The gold-alloyed panther. This Pishue realm savage beast was around 4 meters long. Its golden body was covered with green spots. Even from several hundred meters out, it exerted strong pressure onto the group. It's here. Yun Tao's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed nervously forward to take a closer look. The gold-alloyed panther strolled around the area leisurely, and upon seeing the group, instinctively retreated and prepared to leave. Light it up. Yun Tao hurriedly commanded his subordinates upon seeing its actions. It took them 10 days of effort before they were able to track it down. If it escaped, it would be difficult to find it once more. Yes. One subordinate immediately took out a bag and lit it with an ignitable paper roll. In an instant, a repulsive odor immediately emanated from it. The stench was so strong that it made people feel lightheaded and nauseous. This should be the feces of a female gold-alloyed panther. Upon burning it, it releases an extremely powerful smell. While it is intolerable to a human, it is irresistible to a male gold-alloyed panther. Shen Bairu seemed to be slightly knowledgeable on the topic of taming savage beasts, as she softly explained the situation to Zhang Xian. Feeling faint from the overpowering stench, it was a wonder to Zhang Xian why that fellow would be attracted to such an odor. Turning to look at the gold-alloyed panther, it had stopped in its tracks upon smelling the scent. After hesitating for a moment, it started heading toward the group. As the fellow slowly approached them, the group gradually felt the pressure from the savage beast grow stronger. Slowly, its ferocious appearance and streamlined body appeared clearly before them. Even though it was a Pishue realm savage beast, it was probably capable of warding off 8 human cultivators of the same realm easily. This savage beast was born swift, and coupled with its huge physique and fur serving as a defensive layer, it was capable of matching up to a human cultivator beyond its cultivation realm. In other words, this gold-alloyed panther wasn't incapable of challenging a Tongxian realm primary stage expert. Prepare to trigger the formation. Upon seeing the gold-alloyed panther being attracted by the scent and walking toward the greenwood confinement formation, Yun Tao clenched his fists in excitement. As long as he grabbed hold of this fellow and tamed it, he would be able to become an official beast tamer. With this identity, he could stand out against the other princes. Even if he couldn't inherit the throne, he would gain considerable standing within the empire. But to his astonishment, that fellow suddenly stopped 10 meters in front of the formation. As a Pishue realm savage beast, it possessed intelligence. It could sense Yun Tao and the others were up to no good. If not for the alluring scent, it would have escaped long ago. Attack it. Find some way to enrage it. As befitting of a potential beast tamer, even though Yun Tao was surprised by its actions, he immediately reacted based on his understanding of savage beasts and gave instructions. His subordinates had already been waiting for his commands. Hearing his words, they nodded their heads. Retrieving arrows from the quivers on their backs, they nocked the arrow, drew the bowstring, and shot at the gold-alloyed panther. Whoosh! The arrows shot through the air straight toward the gold-alloyed panther. Since they were specially crafted arrows imbued with the Jinchi of Pishiware realm experts, the gold-alloyed panther felt threatened by the arrows and its fur stood on end. It immediately leapt to the side to dodge the arrows. It might have been huge in stature, but its movements were exceptionally agile. Its speed was almost comparable to Lu Sun's when he was executing the illusory Shadow's 9 celestial steps. "Keep it up," Yun Tao shouted. Hearing his orders, everyone moved swiftly and arrows fell like rain. Roar! Seeing the increasing number of arrows, the gold-alloyed panther roared furiously. Seemingly completely enraged by their actions, he charged straight toward the group. In just a few paces, it stepped into the range of the formation. A light ringing sound echoed and the greenwood confinement formation was activated. As though it had fallen into quicksand or was trapped in a metal cage, the gold-alloyed panther struggled but was unable to break out of the formation. "So this is a formation. Incredible." Shen Bairu was impressed. She had seen the strength of the gold-alloyed panther for herself, and she wouldn't have believed that a formation consisting of just a few flags could trap such a powerful savage beast within if she hadn't seen it for herself. If she intruded on the formation unintentionally, she would be in the same plight as well. "Looks like I have to be careful of formation masters in the future," she reminded herself warily. The reason why formation masters were highly respected was because they possessed the ability to defeat enemies beyond their cultivation realm. As long as they were given sufficient time to set up a formation, they were able to slaughter an opponent whose strength far surpassed theirs. "Let's see where you can escape to." Oblivious to the dread in Shen Bairu's heart, Yun Tao chuckled and glanced at Zhang Xian gleefully. "Didn't you say that something was wrong with the formation? Look, wasn't the gold-alloyed panther trapped in an instant?" With his hands behind his back, Yun Tao turned to look at his subordinates and ordered, "There's no need to hurry. We should let this fellow thrash about for a bit longer so that it expends its strength." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement as they scattered around the perimeter of the formation. While they were waiting for the gold-alloyed panther to expend all its stamina and tame it in a single go, a furious roar echoed and the latter charged frenziedly at the formation. The formation shook and the formation flags which had been concealed from view suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, what do we do?" Upon seeing the formation flags coming into view, a Pishiware realm expert immediately turned to look at Yun Tao anxiously. "What are you panicking for? Rest easy. The greenwood confinement formation makes use of the geographical terrain to absorb the surrounding wood elemental energy to augment its defense. The gold-alloyed panther doesn't have enough strength to break out." Yun Tao smiled confidently as he gestured grandly. Just as he was about to continue bragging about the formation, the ground quaked once more. The flags, unable to bear the impact from the charge, flew away. The removal of the formation flags caused the instantaneous collapse of the greenwood confinement formation. With a stride, the furious gold-alloyed panther appeared before Yun Tao. Raising its paw, it clawed at him. Yun Tao was just bragging about his greenwood confinement formation when this fellow suddenly appeared before him. He yelled in terror and fell paralyzed to the ground. "You beast! Your Highness, be careful." The Pishiware realm subordinates immediately rushed over as they drew their weapons. In an instant, numerous swords fell upon the gold-alloyed panthers. Disregarding those attacks, the gold-alloyed panther whipped its tail at one of Yun Tao's subordinate while smacking another two next to it with its paws. Yun Tao's subordinates felt a fearsome force traversing through their body as they fell backwards with reddened faces. At the same moment, they felt a sweet sensation gushing up their throat and blood spewed from their mouths. Even though the few of them were strong, they were still incapable of combating a frenzied Pishiware realm savage beast. "Flee!" Seeing that even his subordinates were unable to stand their ground against it, Yun Tao nearly fainted from fear. He immediately bellowed and began to run. However, at this moment, he saw the giant body of the gold-alloyed panther rushing toward Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu. "They're doomed." He froze. Even his subordinates were unable to match up to the gold-alloyed panther, and that beautiful lady was only at Dingli realm pinnacle. That ignorant lad beside her was likely even weaker. Under such circumstances, Yun Tao couldn't think of any way they could avoid their demise. Just when he prepared himself for the gruesome sight, that ignorant lad spoke in frustration. "Are you stupid? They're the ones who want to catch you, why are you going against me?" Upon hearing his words, everyone swayed. Was that lad a fool? speaking to the gold-alloyed panther like that when it was at the peak of its anger, that brat must be tired of living. Just when everyone thought that the lad with a screw loose would die for sure, they heard his helpless voice once more. If you refuse to leave, I'll have to make a move. Forget it, since you aren't willing to listen to logic, play somewhere else. Right after saying those words, a loud slap echoed. Whiz! The gigantic body of the gold-alloyed panther immediately flew aside. Smashing into a massive tree, white foam leaked from the corners of its mouth as it convulsed. Chapter 238, Taming, 2 in 1. Yun Tao and the others nearly passed out. This was a Pishiware realm gold-alloyed panther. It possessed strength rivaling that of a Tongxian realm primary stage expert. Furthermore, its coat of fur provided it with incredible defense way beyond that of an ordinary cultivator, yet to be sent flying with a single blow and foaming at the mouth. How strong was that attack? They swiftly turned their gaze toward that ignorant brat, only to see him walking with a vexed expression toward the gold-alloyed panther. Squatting beside it, he stared at it with an expression of lament. I told you that the ones who wanted to capture you are them, and that you shouldn't go for me. Hearing those words, the bodies of Yun Tao and the others convulsed. Do you have to go so far? No matter what, since fate has allowed us to meet, we should at least get along with one another. What do you mean by those words? Why are you persuading the savage beast to go for us? Hearing the other party's words, the gold-alloyed panther howled in anger. Struggling upright, it roared and sent its paw straight at the fellow nagging at it. In the end, you're just a savage beast. I've been wasting my breath trying to explain the situation to you. Under the anxious gazes of the group, Zhang Xian disregarded the claws of the other party and continued nagging. Just when the claws were about to fall on his head, he lifted his palm. As though time had stopped, the claws capable of even smashing through metal stopped in midair. Then, with a slight raise of the hand, the formidable gold-alloyed panther weighing several tons was raised before being thrown to the ground. Then it was raised again before being thrown down once more. Bang 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 bang. A large crater immediately appeared on the ground. Yun Tao and the others trembled in fear. At this moment, they felt as though they were going insane. This was a gold-alloyed panther, one of the most ferocious savage beasts in the forest. Possessing great might, it was usually the predator. Yet, at this moment, it was being grabbed by its paw and whipped around. What kind of strength did that youngster possess? He is probably at least a Tongxian realm pinnacle. He might even be a half-zongshi, a subordinate of Yun Tao muttered through quivering lips. Half-zongshi. I just mocked a half-zongshi. And I said that if I were to teach him a lesson, beating him to death would be considered as a light penalty. Yun Tao felt he was about to spit out blood. Does everything has to be so shitty? If you're a half-zongshi, you should have said so earlier. No matter how audacious I may be, I would never have offended you. Look here. The ones who want to capture you are them, not me. After smashing him around for a few times and seeing that the gold-alloyed panther was on the verge of passing out, Zhang Xian stopped. While others were stunned by the sight before them, Zhang Xian was feeling dismal. He was just an innocent passerby who kindly said that the formation might not be able to trap the savage beast. It was one thing for the others to doubt him, but they had to insult him, making it seem as though he was just a kid trying to brag despite his ignorance. As a result, he decided to stay out of the affair and allowed the others to do as they pleased. Yet, this fellow came rushing straight at him. The one undertaking the beast tamer examination was Yun Tao, and the one who set up the formation was him as well. Instead of looking for the mastermind, why did you look for me? As expected of a savage beast, dumb. Seeing that the gold-alloyed panther was on the verge of breathing its last, Zhang Xian shook his head and turned to Shen Bairu. Okay. Shen Laoshi walked toward him. She already knew that Zhang Xian's cultivation was a Tongxian realm pinnacle and that the gold-alloyed panther wouldn't be a match for him. So she wasn't surprised by the turn of events. You too. Upon seeing the two leaving, Yun Tao started walking over to stop them. But at this moment, the gold-alloyed panther struggled to its feet, walked forward to block Zhang Xian's path, and lay on the floor prostrating to him. Anticipation gleamed in its eyes. This is voluntary submission. The gold-alloyed panther is submitting to him. As an apprentice beast tamer, Yun Tao was well versed about the habits of savage beasts. The gold-alloyed panther was clearly in awe of Zhang Xian's incredible strength and intended to submit to him. Yun Tao had tracked this savage beast for several days to accomplish his beast tamer examination, and it took a combination of luck and effort before he was able to encounter it. Yet it was submitting to someone else. Yun Tao experienced depression in the pit of his stomach and nearly spewed blood. However, there was no way around it anymore. The moment a savage beast decided to submit to someone, it meant that fear had already sprouted in the depths of its heart toward its master, and it wouldn't dare to go against him. Even if Yun Tao were to use all of his means at this moment, he would be unable to change the decision of the savage beast. A savage beast only recognized a single master in its entire life. Since it was taking the initiative to prostrate itself, it showed its intent to submit to Zhang Xian. It was too late for Yun Tao to do anything. "It's mine." Tears streamed down Yun Tao's face and he felt despondent. Even so, he was too afraid to say anything. Yun Tao thought that the other party would be delighted to see the savage beast submitting to him, but the youngster only frowned. "Are you done? If so, scram. Otherwise, I will beat you up again." "Woo." The gold-alloyed panther lowered his head and whimpered. "Why? You aren't content and wish to get back at me?" Zhang Xian lifted his leg and prepared to kick it. Cough cough, Elder Zhang Xian. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to understand the meaning by the gold-alloyed panther's gesture, Yun Tao immediately stepped forward. Yun Tao had only disregarded Zhang Xian previously because he thought that he was Shen Bairu's lackey, but upon realizing that he was likely to be a half-Zhengshi expert, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to him in any way. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment as he didn't expect this braggart to address him like this. However, after pondering for a moment, he felt that it wasn't completely unexpected. This gold-alloyed panther has chosen to submit to you. If you're willing to take it in, pet its head, and feed it with a drop of your blood, it will be loyal to you for the rest of its life. If you decide to turn it down, you can just turn around and leave." Yun Tao said. He could tell that even though this fellow was powerful, he knew nothing about beast taming at all. Otherwise, how could he not even know the submission positions of savage beasts? "Chosen to submit to me?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. "Why did it suddenly submit to me when all I've done was to beat it up? Looks like beast tamer isn't as hard of an occupation as I think it to be." If Yun Tao could hear his thoughts, he would definitely spurt blood. There were many methods to induce a savage beast to submit to a person, such as gratitude, enticement, overwhelming force. Of which, overwhelming it meant defeating the other party in a battle of strength, rendering it into a completely helpless position. The gold-alloyed panther possessed invincible defense and incredible speed, and with just these two, it was able to give an ordinary Tongxian realm expert a splitting headache. However, to Zhang Xian, who cultivated the Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path golden body, its defensive ability and agility meant nothing at all. Regardless of which it was, the gold-alloyed panther realized that it wasn't a match for this human. Thus, it willingly submitted to Zhang Xian. Even though it was simple in theory, it wasn't easy in practice. Putting everything aside, there were no one beneath Zhengshi realm who could triumph against Zhang Xian in terms of physical ability. Even if there truly were one capable of rivaling Zhang Xian, there was no reason for him to tame a weak Pishua realm gold-alloyed panther. Zhang Xian only thought that it was simple because he didn't understand the true underlying difficulty in the matter. Woo! The gold-alloyed panther gazed at Zhang Xian in anticipation. Seeing its expectant eyes, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you fly?" The gold-alloyed panther staggered and nearly fell to the ground. It was a savage beast that dominated the land, how could it possibly fly? "If you can't fly, I don't have any use for you." Zhang Xian frowned. His destination was Tianwu Kingdom, tens of thousands of kilometers from here. No matter how swift this fellow could run, it was impossible for him to reach Tianwu Kingdom without taking a month or two. It would be much faster riding on an aerial savage beast instead. Besides, it didn't have enough strength to contribute to Zhang Xian's fighting prowess. In other words, to Zhang Xian, it didn't matter to him whether he tamed it or not. Upon seeing his hesitant expression, Yun Tao and his subordinates felt frenzied. "Brother, do you need to be so twisted? To capture this savage beast, putting aside the dozen or so days we spent tracking it down, just the preparation phase took more than 2 months by itself. In the end, it ignored us and submitted to you instead. Yet, you are unwilling to accept it. Why is there such a huge disparity between us even though we are both humans? Forget it, since you wish to submit to me, I don't mind taking you in. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. In any case, taking it in shouldn't pose as any problems. Besides, having a Pishue realm savage beast also seemed impressive. Doing as Yun Tao said, he stretched his hand to pet the gold-alloyed panther's head and dripped a drop of blood into its mouth. The moment the blood drop entered the beast's body, a ritual seemed to have been triggered. A bridge seemed to be formed between his mental state with the other party. As its master, he could sense that if he were to give the order, the gold-alloyed panther would be willing to die for him. Furthermore, through this bridge, he could clearly sense the gold-alloyed panther's will to serve him. He could also easily give orders to it through this connection. It was no wonder that beast tamer was such a fearsome occupation. Just its ability to control savage beasts to fight alongside it was already a fearsome feat. Since you have submitted to me, you should serve as my mount. I'll be depending on you for the journey to the beast hall. Zhang Xian said. However, the gold-alloyed panther looked at him pitifully. It struggled to its feet, only for its legs to collapse to the ground. No matter how much effort it put into its feet, it was unable to stand up. Zhang Xian had gone too far with his attacks previously, causing it to sustain severe injuries. As such, it was difficult for it to even stand up, much less serving as a mount. Elder Zhang Xian, the gold-alloyed panther has sustained severe injuries. It has to recuperate for at least half a month before it is able to move around freely. Yun Tao glanced at the gold-alloyed panther before speaking. Recuperate for half a month. The reason he was heading over to the beast hall to rent an aerial savage beast was because he was pressed for time. After all, he didn't know when the poison aura would act up. His life was threatened as long as the poison aura remained within him. It would be a great waste if he spent half a month here just for the sake of a savage beast he had no use for. You're an apprentice beast tamer. Do you have any ways to heal its injuries swiftly? Zhang Xian turned to look at Yun Tao. A human cultivator could hasten his recovery through consuming pills or circulating his yunqi. Savage beasts should possess similar abilities as well. He didn't understand such things, but Yun Tao, as a potential beast tamer, should know of them. The physical constitution of a savage beast differs from that of a human's. However, the methods to hasten their recovery are similar. The first method is to use suitable herbs to forge a pill for the savage beast to consume. If the right pill is used, the savage beast should be able to make a complete recovery within 2 days. Yun Tao pondered for a moment before saying, 2 days. Thinking. That 2 days was also too long. Zhang Xian shook his head. What about the other methods? That is the method for apothecaries, as well as the one most people resort to. The second method is a treatment method unique to beast tamers. Only an official beast tamer is capable of utilizing this method, and it is only useful for one's own tamed beast. Yun Tao glanced at Zhang Xian. Beast tamers had a unique method to treating their own tamed beast. This method required both the beast tamer and his tamed beast to practice a unique skill to boost their compatibility with one another. It would take at least half a year before the couple could utilize this method. Given how this fellow knew nothing about beast taming and his tamed beast had just submitted to him, it was impossible for him to utilize this method. The third method is for master teachers. Given how powerful this gold-alloyed panther is, it is likely to be at Pishue realm pinnacle. As long as you help it to reach Tongxian realm, its injury should recover in an instant. After speaking of the second method, Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before proceeding ahead to talk of the third one. There were only these 3 methods to swiftly heal a savage beast's injuries. And each of them corresponded to the means of an apothecary, beast tamer, and master teacher respectively. Any single one of those methods would be effective, but from the looks of it, it was impossible to utilize any single one of them now. Helping it reach Tongxian realm would heal its injuries in an instant. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. For the first method, putting aside the fact he had no herbs now, Zhang Xian thought that 2 days were too long a time to wait. For the second method, given how Zhang Xian knew nothing about beast taming at all, it was completely out of question. As for the third method, given that Zhang Xian possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, it was a simple feat for him to help someone achieve a breakthrough, be it human or beast. Taking the sky-shattering lion for example, he had solved its trauma and raised its cultivation by a level to Tongxian realm. With the pleading of his grandson, Elder Shang intentionally cooked up a show to agonize Zhang Xian, so he deserved to have his teaching license revoked. However, in order to resolve the mistakes of his previous self, Zhang Xian had unintentionally pinned the blame of intentional oppression of the other teachers onto him, causing his reputation to fall into the gutter. To make up for it, before his departure, he specially paid the sky-shattering lion a visit to solve its trauma. With a Tongxian realm savage beast guarding him, even though Elder Shang was stripped of his teaching license, he should be able to rise up once more. In a way, this was Zhang Xian's apology to him. With this prior experience, Zhang Xian knew that this method, which seemed to the others that it would be the most difficult of the three, was actually the easiest one for him. So he turned to look at the gold-alloyed panther expectantly. Gold-alloyed panther, try executing a battle technique. Cough cough, I mean, attack me. Back when that fellow attacked him, Zhang Xian didn't try to peer into its flaws, and as a result, there wasn't a book compiled on it. To help it achieve a breakthrough, he had to understand its physical condition first. Shen Bairu, Yun Tao, and the others stared at each other, dumbfounded. What was this fellow trying to do? Yun Tao already spoke of the three methods, yet, instead of choosing to go with any one of them, he asked the gold-alloyed panther to attack him. Did he have a screw loose? That fellow can't even stand up, yet you want it to attack you. Could it be that you hope to beat it up once more? Roar. The gold-alloyed panther was also stunned. Sensing its hesitation, Zhang Xian urged it. If that fellow didn't launch an attack, a book wouldn't be compiled. If so, Zhang Xian wouldn't know what was wrong with it and he wouldn't be able to help it achieve a breakthrough. The gold-alloyed panther lowered its head. Putting aside how it didn't dare to attack its owner, it didn't have the strength to do so either. He couldn't even stand up straight, how could he attack? When I told you to stop just now, you continued charging at me. Now that I'm telling you to attack me, you hesitate. Seeing how that fellow was behaving as docile as a small kitten, Zhang Xian was speechless. When I told you go for Yun Tao instead, you kept charging toward me. Now, you're acting like this. In the end, you're still a savage beast. Seems like it's impossible to reason with you. Forget it, I'll do it myself then. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian walked up to the gold-alloyed panther and smiled compassionately. You don't have to be anxious. Lift your head. The gold-alloyed panther raised its giant head up. The others also turned their attention to them, curious to see what he was up to. Yep, right, just like that. Upon seeing the savage beast obediently lift its head, Zhang Xian stretched his hands and paw. He struck the back of its neck. Not expecting its master to beat it even though it has already submitted to him, the gold-alloyed panther roared in resentment. Then its massive body swayed and it collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. The others stared at one another in so much shock that they were about to faint. This is your tamed beast. Furthermore, I thought that you were going to treat it. Why are you knocking it out? Ignoring the reaction of the others, Zhang Xian placed his palm on the beast's body. A book appeared in the library. Reading through it swiftly, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Yun Tao and asked, "That, it has fainted. How do I wake it up?" Yun Tao and the others felt they were going insane. When you asked about the methods to heal a savage beast swiftly, we all thought that you were going to treat it. Yet, contrary to our expectations, you struck it unconscious. Now that everyone is trying to figure out what you're up to, you want to wake it up. Brother, can your actions be any more irrational? What in the world are you up to? We're utterly stumped by your actions. What? You don't have any ideas. Zhang Xian frowned. I do. Stifling the urge to pull out his hair, Yun Tao hurriedly walked forward. He was well aware of the habits of the gold-alloyed panther. Pressing his finger on an ache appointment, the huge fellow soon slowly roused from its rest. Roar. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the eyelids of the conscious gold-alloyed panther twitched. It was on the verge of tears. There's no need to look at me like that. Let me ask you, do you want to recover from your injuries instantly? Also, do you wish to reach Tongxian realm? Ignoring the resentful expression of the other party, Zhang Xian said, if you wish to, let's get on with it. Otherwise, I'll leave right now. You can remain as king of the mountain, and we'll treat it as though you have never submitted to me. If this fellow couldn't recover from his injury swiftly, it would be of no use to Zhang Xian. If so, there was no need for Zhang Xian to waste his time on it. Even though it was hesitant, the gold-alloyed panther eventually nodded its head. "It's good that you've agreed." Nodding in approval, Zhang Xian walked over to the gold-alloyed panther. Then, he sent a palm strike straight at its massive body. Pa 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 pa. The sound echoed 36 times consecutively, and every single strike struck the acupoints of the gold-alloyed panther accurately. At the same time, pure Zhenqi seeped into its body and flowed through its meridians. Other people might be confused by Zhang Xian's actions, but as a potential beast tamer, Yun Tao could tell what Zhang Xian was doing with a single sight. I thought he didn't know anything about beast taming at all. How was he able to strike the acupoints on the gold-alloyed panther so accurately? Jaw-dropping, Yun Tao trembled in astonishment. The physique of a physical beast was completely different from that of a human's. Naturally, their cultivation methods were different as well. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a person who knew nothing about beast taming to locate the acupoints on the body of a savage beast. In fact, it would be an incredible feat if they could fathom the rough locations of those acupoints in its body. After the various incidents before, he knew that the person before him was completely ignorant of the art of beast taming. Yet, despite his ignorance, all of his seemingly casual strikes struck the acupoints of the savage beast without the slightest deviation. Furthermore, what was he hoping to do striking those acupoints? Could it be that he was really trying to help the beast reach Tongxian realm? That's something that even an official beast tamer would find hard to achieve. While he was immersed in shock, Zhang Xian finished striking all of the acupoints. At this moment, the pure Zhenqi he had injected into the body of the gold-alloyed panther was flowing unbridled through its widened meridians. Coming to a stop, Zhang Xian wiped the beads of perspiration off his forehead. Raising the cultivation of a savage beast was completely different from raising a human's. Due to the enormous size of the gold-alloyed panther, the Zhenqi it required for its breakthrough was multiple times that of a human cultivator. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and his Zhenqi was pure, Zhang Xian would probably have been sapped dry of his Zhenqi and collapsed onto the floor due to exhaustion before he could raise the other party's cultivation. Even so, he expended a huge portion of his Zhenqi and was slightly worn out. Crick. Crack. A crisp sound similar to that of beans popping echoed from the body of the gold-alloyed panther. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a savage beast was determined by its race and its talents. Unless its bloodline evolved, it was difficult for it to raise its cultivation. After all, even though they possessed intelligence surpassing that of ordinary animals, they were still inferior to human intellect, and they couldn't practice cultivation techniques either. This was precisely the reason why even official beast tamers would find it difficult to raise the cultivation of their tamed beasts. However, Zhang Xian was different. The only difference that a high-tier savage beast had was its pure bloodline. The Heaven's Path Zhenqi within Zhang Xian's body was capable of washing one's meridians and cleansing the impurities in one's bloodline, raising the purity. As the impurities in the bloodline reduced, the limiter on the savage beast would be released. Naturally, its cultivation realm would be raised as well. The crisp sound didn't last for long. Soon, the body of the gold-alloyed panther inflated like a balloon, and it swiftly grew larger. From its previous length of 4 meters, it grew to around 6 or 7 meters. At the same time, the aura emanated by the savage beast changed tremendously. It clearly grew stronger and even more fearsome. Deng deng deng. The pressure it emitted made Yun Tao and the others rapidly retreat with pale faces. It was clear that the fellow before them had achieved a breakthrough. With just a few random slaps, the gold-alloyed panther reached Tongxian realm. Yun Tao felt himself grow lightheaded. The sight before him was simply too incredulous. After staying in the beast hall for a significant period of time, he knew how difficult it was for a savage beast's bloodline to evolve. Even a 2-star beast tamer, without years of effort, would be unable to accomplish such a task. Yet, the fellow before him was able to achieve this feat in just a few breaths. Yun Tao wasn't the only one. Shen Bairu's eyes were also completely widened in shock. She knew that Zhang Laoshe would do something completely unexpected. Even so, the sight before her still made her doubt her vision. His actions was beyond her expectations. To induce a breakthrough in the gold-alloyed panther so casually. Even the average master teacher wouldn't be capable of such a feat. What in the world did this fellow learn from Yangshi? Amid everyone's astounded gazes, the gold-alloyed panther successfully completed the evolution of its bloodline. At the same time, its strength stabilized at Tongxian realm primary stage. With its strength raised, the injuries it sustained previously also recovered. Standing up, it roared ferociously, shaking the heavens. After which, the towering gold-alloyed panther walked over to Zhang Xian and laid down. At this moment, its eyes were filled with admiration and affection, and the resentment it felt previously had vanished completely. When Zhang Xian struck it unconsciously previously, it was pondering whether it had chosen the wrong person to follow. But now, it realized that its master was a person of incredible means. This time, it was submitting to him with utmost sincerity. Since you have achieved a breakthrough, let's set off. With a leap, Zhang Xian sat on the back of gold-alloyed panther and gestured for Shen Bairu to climb on as well. Then the duo continued heading toward the beast hall. Chapter 239, Strange Bird, 2 in 1. Elder Zhang Xian. Upon seeing the couple leaving, Yun Tao hurried forward. We're heading for the beast hall, so we won't bother you in your taming of a savage beast. Farewell. Zhang Xian waved his hand. They were strangers, and the reason why Zhang Xian had waited here previously was for fear of ruining the other party's situation. Now that the gold-alloyed panther had been tamed, there was no longer any need for Zhang Xian to remain here. Taming a savage beast. Yun Tao nearly burst into tears. There was a time limit to the beast tamer examination, and tracking down this gold-alloyed panther had nearly used up all of his time. Even if he wanted to tame another savage beast, he had to be able to find one first. Besides, even if he did find one, given how his formation was ineffective, his survivability was the problem, let alone actually taming the savage beast. Senior, may I consult you on a matter? Quelling his gloom, Yun Tao clasped his hands. Zhang Xian glanced over. Just now, how were you able to tell that there was a problem with the setup of my formation, and that it wouldn't be able to trap the gold-alloyed panther? Yun Tao asked. He wasn't the only one who was curious about this. The eyes of the others also fell upon Zhang Xian, and even Shen Bairu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Based on his actions and words, the fellow before him was definitely a complete amateur at formations. Thus, it was inconceivable how he could see a flaw in it immediately. That's simple. Without hiding anything, Zhang Xian explained, the greenwood formation is built using formation flags made of the spotted laurel, and requires the wood element to sustain the formation. The location you chose is lush with trees and shrubs, and is aligned with the conditions required for the formation. There also weren't any errors in your setup. However, you neglected a single detail. Senior, please enlighten me. After musing for a while, Yun Tao couldn't tell what was wrong with his formation. As a result, he asked with earnestness. The mountain range we stand upon. Zhang Xian lifted his head to look at the various mountains in the distance, his expression carefree. Mountain range. Yun Tao was even more confused. What was wrong with this mountain range? When he bought this greenwood formation, he had tried setting it up once and there was no problem at all. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would find it difficult to overcome this formation. The mountain range extends from the north to the south, and is imposing and staunch. The airstream sinks and doesn't move. The plants that grow on land, where soil lacks nutrients, have a yellow tint, and the ridges along the mountain range have a slight shade of red. Sitting on the back of the gold-alloyed panther, Zhang Xian pointed around to the various signs. From this, you can tell that there is a metal deposit beneath the mountain. Of the 5 elements, metal opposes wood. As such, the confinement formation has been opposed by the metal element below, so how could it exert its full might? Yun Tao trembled. His teacher had once taught him that one shouldn't just focus on the geographical terrains. More importantly, he should borrow the strength of the environment, the might of the heavens, and even the power from the stars, harboring them within his formations. Back then, those words sounded ridiculous to him. Yet, at this moment, he realized that it was all true. To be able to tell that there was a metal deposit just from the ridges and the direction the mountains extended, and deduce that it affected the greenwood confinement formation. What kind of discernment aptitude was that? Even a 3-star formation master would be hard-pressed to perform such a feat. To think that he was bragging in front such a person a moment ago, even asking the other party if he could even understand the formation. Yun Tao felt a burning sensation on his face. He wasn't the only one shocked. Also seated on the gold-alloyed panther, Shenbai Ru's mouth twitched and she nearly fainted from surprise. Brother, didn't you know nothing about formations just a moment ago? Why were you able to talk about metal deposits, ridges, airstream, and whatever else in the blink of an eye? Do you have to be so incredible? She felt that it was laughable how she thought that Zhang Xian was spouting nonsense a moment ago. This guy. Recalling her previous experiences, Shenbai Ru felt helpless. Common sense truly didn't apply to this fellow. If she continued to stick fast to common sense, it would just be a matter of time before she was shocked to death. I will stop here. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. After explaining the faults with the formation, Zhang Xian waved and left. Senior, since there isn't sufficient time to capture a savage beast now, I would like to return to the beast hall along with you. Is that fine by you? Since his examination was already a lost cause, he chose to throw it aside altogether and strike up a connection with the expert before him instead. Regardless of his strength, his previous means to induce a breakthrough in a savage beast, or his understanding of formations, this elder Zhang Xian seemed to be a person with great ability. So Yun Tao deemed it beneficial for him to establish a relationship with him. The gold-alloyed panther is swift. If you can keep up, feel free to do so. Even though the prince was a braggart, he was a person with true capabilities. Furthermore, he was an apprentice beast tamer. With his guidance, it should be easier to find a good aerial savage beast, allowing them to reach Tianwu Kingdom faster and smoother. However, it was already cramped for 2 people to ride the gold-alloyed panther. It would be impossible to house any more people. Thank you, Senior. Upon seeing him agree to it, Yun Tao heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian instructed the gold-alloyed panther, and it started dashing swiftly forward. Even when it was at Pishue realm, the gold-alloyed panther had possessed incredible speed. At this moment, it was no different from a swift steed. Even though the terrain of the mountain forest was rugged and littered with obstacles, there simply weren't any signs of it slowing down. Initially, Yun Tao and company could still keep up. However, as time went on, the rate at which their Jinqi was being sapped increased as their faces turned pale. They were so exhausted from running that they were about to spit out blood. Let's rest for a while. After around 2 hours, seeing that the others were completely exhausted, Zhang Xian and Shenbai Ru leapt from the back of the gold-alloyed panther. Initially, if the duo proceeded to the beast hall by foot, it would take at least an entire day. However, with this fellow, they would reach in at most another 2 hours, so they were no longer in a rush. Knowing that the other party was stopping for their sake, Yun Tao heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment and recovering a slight bit of his stamina, he walked forward and greeted Zhang Xian respectfully. Given that I have tamed the gold-alloyed panther, does it mean that you have failed your beast tamer exam? Along the way, Zhang Xian gave the matter some thought. Yun Tao and the others had pursued this gold-alloyed panther for several days, only for the prize to land in Zhang Xian's lap. While the savage beast wasn't a huge deal, the beast tamer examination was. With this, Yun Tao would likely fail the examination. This. Yun Tao replied awkwardly, if not for Elder taming the gold-alloyed panther, we might all have died on the spot. Compared to our lives, the exam means nothing at all. While the fellow might be narcissistic, he was rational. It was impossible for the Greenwood confinement formation to trap the gold-alloyed panther. If Zhang Xian hadn't been there, given the strength of Yun Tao and his Pishue realm subordinates, they would have died for sure. Even though Zhang Xian had taken the gold-alloyed panther out of their hands, he had also saved their lives. What are the tests required for the beast tamer exam? After riding on the gold-alloyed panther, Zhang Xian understood the convenience of having a savage beast as a mount. If he could become an official beast tamer, it would be convenient for him to travel long distances in the future. If Yun Tao could hear his thoughts, he would definitely spew blood. For the beast tamer examination, he had lived alongside savage beasts for many years in order to study from them. Even so, he had yet to pass the examination. On the other hand, this fellow wanted to take the examination just because he felt that it was tiring to walk on foot. First, one has to become an apprentice beast tamer. There are 2 parts to the apprentice examination, theoretical paper and savage beast distinguishing. Only after passing these two will you be qualified to take the Beast Tamer exam. Similarly, there are also two parts to the Beast Tamer exam. First, you have to gain the recognition of a savage beast. Second, you have to tame a savage beast, Yun Tao explained. Gain the recognition of a savage beast. Yeah. The examinee will be placed in an enclosure with 5 savage beasts. Within 2 hours, the examinee has to gain their approval and stop them from attacking him. If you can't do so, it only means that you don't have a good understanding of savage beasts. Also, there's a requirement for the tamed savage beast. Its cultivation realm has to be higher than the examinee's. Yun Tao explained, otherwise, if the savage beast is too weak, one could use brute force to coerce its submission. If so, it would be impossible to determine whether the examinee has the true skills to become a beast tamer. Zhang Xian nodded. The beast tamer examination was similar to the apothecary examination. To become an apprentice, one had to possess sufficient theoretical knowledge. And to become an official member, one had to possess practical skills. For the latter, one had to forge a Tier 1 pill. As for the former, one had to tame a stronger savage beast. It was no wonder why Yun Tao was pursuing this gold-alloyed panther. At Dingli Realm Pinnacle, the latter was an entire cultivation realm higher than him and fulfilled the prerequisites of the examination. Once he succeeded in taming it, he would pass the examination. There is a time limit of half a month to the taming of the savage beast. Just looking for this gold-alloyed panther has already taken me more than 10 days. It is impossible for me to find another one right now. Besides, if I met one that was even fiercer than this gold-alloyed panther, I might even lose my life. Yun Tao had managed to let it go. It was all thanks to the youngster before him that he was able to survive this ordeal. He might not be as lucky the next time. It seemed that he would have to make thorough preparations the next time he took the examination, such that all precautions were in place. Otherwise, if he died before becoming an official beast tamer, it would be too late for him to cry about it. In fact, there were numerous apprentices who died at the hands of the savage beasts every year while taking the beast tamer examination. It's good that you are willing to let it go. However, no matter what, I feel partly responsible for it. How about this, if you wish to tame another savage beast, I can give you a helping hand. Zhang Xian said. More importantly, he was interested in seeing how someone could tame a savage beast that was stronger than the tamer. After the affair with the gold-alloyed panther, Zhang Xian knew that it would be difficult to build camaraderie with a savage beast if it didn't admit defeat willingly, let alone taming it. Even if not used for taking the beast tamer examination, the art of beast taming would prove useful in his future journeys. After all, he couldn't possibly be so lucky as to happen to meet a savage beast weaker than him and that submitted easily. What if he encountered a strong one? Therefore, he wished to make use of this opportunity to see how this fellow would go about it in order to steal his skills. Of course, he wouldn't say these words out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't the image of a senior he had built with great difficulty crumble in an instant? Having disguised himself as Yang Shi, he understood that the identity of a senior would make it easy to resolve many issues. However, it carried risks as well. Once exposed, he would likely be pummeled to death. Senior is willing to help me. Hearing his words, Yun Tao immediately trembled in excitement. He had witnessed the strength of Elder Zhang Xian for himself. If he were to lend a helping hand, capturing a Pishue realm savage beast would definitely be an easy feat as long as the savage beast was captured. He had his own means to tame it. Yeah. Zhang Xian nodded his head with the look of an expert. That's great. As long as Senior is willing to help me, I will definitely succeed. Balling his hands into fists, Yun Tao's eyes reddened in excitement. Calm down first. Even if I did help you, can you find a suitable savage beast first? Zhang Xian asked. A suitable savage beast. Yun Tao immediately puckered his face. He had already taken more than 10 days to find a Pishue realm gold-alloyed panther. Even if the other party had agreed to help him, it was useless if he wasn't able to find another suitable savage beast. Your Highness, have you forgotten about that? A subordinate stepped forward. That. Yun Tao was perplexed. The one who comes by daily to cause trouble, the subordinate said. That thing. Seemingly recalling something, embarrassment appeared on Yun Tao's face. It's too late to find any other savage beast. Your Highness, if you can capture and tame that fellow, you will pass the exam. Right now, the priority is to pass the beast tamer exam. We can talk about taming other savage beasts in the future, the subordinate persuaded. This. Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before turning to Zhang Xian. Elder, there is indeed a suitable savage beast. I will require your help in this matter. Oh. Zhang Xian stared at Yun Tao curiously. It's a strange bird. Yun Tao said. An aerial savage beast. Given that Yun Tao was a Dingli realm pinnacle cultivator, and since the savage beast he had to tame had to be a cultivation realm higher than his, the savage beast he was speaking of had to be Pishue realm. On top of that, given that it was a bird, Yun Tao was probably asking him to capture an aerial savage beast for him. All of the aerial savage beasts Zhang Xian had passed by in the Xuanlua mountain range were soaring in the sky several thousand meters above them. Even if Zhang Xian intended to capture them, he was helpless. It can't be considered an aerial savage beast. It is quite small in size, about the size of a palm. Yun Tao's face reddened. The size of a palm. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Based on Shen Bairu's descriptions, Zhang Xian knew that aerial savage beasts were around several zhang long, and their wings were 2 to 3 zhang wide. Only with such size could they possess sufficient strength to carry a human to the skies. To be the size of a palm. Indeed, it couldn't be considered an aerial savage beast. At best it was a canary. Even though that thing is small, it is a savage beast. Furthermore, its strength has reached Pishue realm primary stage, so its cultivation realm is slightly higher than mine. It's just that its physique isn't suited for battle, so it isn't a match for me. However, it possesses incredible speed and is impossible to catch up to. Yun Tao explained in detail. Small but fast. Even if you want to tame it, it probably won't be easy to find it. Zhang Xian frowned. Even a large and slow savage beast was hard to find. A palm-sized, flying-type savage beast possessing tremendous speed could be hiding anywhere in this vast forest. How could they possibly find it? Furthermore, it could freely fly about in the sky. It was probably even harder to tame than the gold-alloyed panther. Upon hearing those words, Yun Tao felt a little sheepish. It is hard to find it, but for the past few days, that fellow has been pestering us. Even if we don't take the initiative to look for it, it will come to look for us on its own. Pester. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Even though he didn't have much of an understanding of savage beasts, he knew that they were guarded around humans. If a savage beast realized it wasn't a match for its opponent, it would immediately run away as far as possible. If so, why would it pester them every day? This. I happened to smash its nest. Infuriated, that fellow has been coming to harass us every day. Yun Tao quickly explained the situation to Zhang Xian. After hearing the story, Zhang Xian shook his head, unsure of whether he should sympathize with Yun Tao or burst out laughing. This strange bird apparently liked to consume the wild honey of the mountain forest. Unaware of this fact, Yun Tao stumbled upon its nest and took away its collection of honey. That little fellow had probably been saving up for many years before being able to collect such a huge stockpile. Upon realizing that someone had stolen its treasure, it flew into a rage and chased the group. However, due to its small physique, it wasn't suited for battle, so it wasn't a match for Yun Tao and his subordinates. Unable to take back its property, it had been trailing behind the group's back. At a fixed time, it would charge in and wreak havoc. This was now the 8th day. Looking at the time, it was roughly the time for its entry. That fellow seems pretty persistent. After learning of the grudge between the bird and the men, Zhang Xian chuckled. How does it wreak havoc? Shen Bairu asked, curious. Since it would charge in to cause trouble at a fixed interval, given the number of Pishue realm experts they had here, couldn't they find some way to capture it? Yun Tao's face turned as red as an apple. He coughed. It poops when it is directly above me. Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu stared at one another. They almost failed to contain their laughter. It had to be said. This bird was truly eccentric. It always gets me, every time. After doing so, it flies several dozens of meters away to provoke us. By the time we catch up with it, it has already flown far away. Every day it torments us like that for 2 to 4 hours. Yun Tao was honestly speechless with the actions of this strange bird. He had only stolen its honey, yet it was tormenting him every day to the point that he was already on the verge of insanity. If not for his desire to pass the beast tamer examination, he would have never revealed it to Zhang Xian. After all, it was very embarrassing. For the great seventh prince of Hanwu Kingdom to be treated as a toilet by a strange bird, flying by the moment it felt an urge. Just thinking about it drove him crazy. "Why don't you just return the honey?" asked Shen Bai Ru, her hand over her mouth. "Eventually, I returned its honey to it. Yet, that fellow still comes to harass me every day. It is too fast to be struck by our arrows, so I was preparing something for it after I finished taming the gold-alloyed panther. However, since I've failed to tame the gold-alloyed panther, I can use that bird for my exam instead." At this point, Yun Tao hesitated for a moment. That fellow is way too fast. Even an arrow can't outpace it. Capturing it is simply too difficult. Does Eder have anything in mind? I don't even know the appearance of that fellow or its speed. Even if you ask me now, what kind of plan can I come up with? Zhang Xian shook his head. He had never even seen this strange bird before, so how could he formulate a plan to capture it? Ah, right. Didn't he say that whenever the strange bird comes over to wreak havoc, it flies a dozen of meters forward to taunt them? At that moment, it would be near the ground. You can use your movement technique to dash forward to capture it. Shen Bai Ru suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhang Xian. She had seen Wang Ying's movement technique, and the speed of her movements was almost equivalent to teleportation. No matter how fast that bird was, it shouldn't pose a huge problem to Zhang Laoshe. Yeah, I can consider that. After his cultivation reached Tongxian realm, the distance and number of times he could execute the Heaven's Path movement art increased once more. In the past, when he used the full might of the technique, he was able to travel 20 meters in a tenth of a breath. But now, in the same amount of time, he was able to travel 40 meters. Furthermore, compared to the past when he was only able to execute the technique once, he was able to execute it twice now. Of course, this was when he was using the complete version. If he used the simplified one which he imparted to Wang Ying, given the amount of Zhenqi he possessed, executing it 20 to 30 times wasn't even a problem. His speed would decrease significantly. With the complete version, Zhang Xian was able to leap 40 meters in a tenth of the breath. On the other hand, with the simplified version, Zhang Xian could only cover 3 to 4 meters. Furthermore, the burden the simplified technique had on his body was significantly lower. This was precisely the reason why Wang Ying was able to execute the technique 6 times in the battle with Du Lei before she felt drained. Even so, it was still an extremely fearsome technique. Covering 3 to 4 meters in a tenth of a breath, most people would be struck before they could react. That bird might be fast, but it was only Pishue realm. It would definitely be unable to match up to the Heaven's Path divine art. You wish to depend on movement technique? I'm afraid that it would be difficult to do so. Hearing the conversation of the two, Yun Tao shook his head. Even the most profound movement technique of their Hanwu kingdom, tortoise firmament sonic steps, at its top speed, was unable to match up with that strange bird. Furthermore, there was a limit to a person's attention as well. Since Elder Zhang Xian seemed to specialize in strength-based assault, speed was likely to be his fatal flaw. Even if he possessed a formidable movement technique, it would still be difficult for him to keep up with the strange bird. Besides, given that the other party came from Tianxian Kingdom, what kind of formidable movement techniques could he know of? Based on his knowledge, the kingdom's most powerful movement technique was Illusory Shadow's 9 celestial steps, and the technique paled far in comparison against the tortoise firmament sonic steps. Since even executing the latter technique was insufficient to keep up with the bird, the former was out of question. Thus, Yun Tao continued, that strange bird is extremely wary of its surroundings. It often stays a suitable distance away so that it has time to react to abrupt changes. Given that even arrows are unable to hit it, catching it barehanded is a nigh impossible task. I think we should make a trap similar to the one from before. Perhaps, we might stand a chance like that. We have tried setting up traps before, but none of them worked, a subordinate mentioned. Upon hearing those words, Yun Tao nodded his head helplessly. Indeed, we have set several traps for it in the past, but they never worked. The strange bird seems to know of the preparations we have made beforehand. Regardless of what we did, it refused to fall for our traps. Woo! Before he could finish speaking, the whistling of the wind echoed from the on high. Something seemed to be whizzing through the sky, heading straight for Yun Tao's head. It's here. Upon hearing the sound of the wind, Yun Tao's complexion turned awful. Knowing that the strange bird was here, he didn't even bother lifting his head and dodged to the side immediately. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a stench assaulted his nose. His entire body was drenched with slimy white spots. Without even looking, he knew that he had fallen for the bird's tricks yet again. Smelling the stench on him, Yun Tao was on the verge of tears. Turning his head to take a look, he realized that what that had fallen where he was standing before was just a rock. Seemingly aware that Yun Tao would dodge, the bird threw a rock first to distract him. This fellow is capable of strategizing. Upon seeing the sight, Zhang Xian was stunned. After hearing the story, he only thought that the strange bird was vindictive. To think that it would be this smart as well. It was completely different from the reckless gold-alloyed panther. Lifting his head to take a look, a small flying bird appeared in his sight. Just like Yun Tao said, it was barely larger than a palm. Its entire body was dyed black and its appearance was reminiscent of a crow. It carried along with it a sharp aura similar to a Peshawar realm expert's. There were many different sizes to savage beasts. Since there were beasts as huge as the gold-alloyed panther, there would naturally be small ones as well. Having struck Yun Tao accurately, the strange bird was gleeful. Caw-caw, it called before flying to around a distance of 30 meters ahead of everyone. Its beady eyes stared at the group, as though mocking everyone. Damn bird. Even though Yun Tao was infuriated at being done in by the bird again, he felt more dismay than anger. The fellow came before they could come up with a concrete plan. Thus, it was unlikely that they could capture it today. While he felt conflicted over the next course of action he should take, his vision suddenly blurred. A figure abruptly appeared before the strange bird, and with a pinch of his thumb and forefinger, whoosh, the swift bird was caught in the figure's hand before it could even react. This is a movement technique. How is this possible? Yun Tao froze. Chapter 240, Beast Hall, 2 in 1. How is that possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Everyone instantly began clamoring. Even though Yun Tao's subordinates didn't say anything, they shared the same thoughts as their master. It was impossible for a cultivator to capture that strange bird based on their movement technique and speed. As the subordinate of a prince, they had seen plenty of swift Tongxian realm experts, but the sight in front of their eyes still left them completely bewildered. For Zhang Xian to travel dozens of meters from their side to the strange bird in the blink of an eye, this was way too fast. Could a movement technique be capable of such speed? Could it be that we've underestimated him? Is Zhang Xian a Zhongshe realm expert? The several of them shuddered at the thought. Even though Hanwu Kingdom had Zhongshe realm cultivators, they rarely made a move. As a result, even they were unable to fathom how fast a Zhongshe could travel. However, they had heard from the grapevine that Zhongshes, as a stabilizing force of a kingdom, possessed profound abilities, and their strength was so great that it was hard to imagine. Given how this youngster was able to subdue a gold-alloyed panther barehanded and capture the strange bird with just 2 of his fingers, even if all of them were to gang up on him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Could it be that he was really a Zhongshe realm expert? Zhongshe realm, that was the strength of the old ancestors who propped up Tier 2 kingdoms with their sheer might. For one to appear before them, not to mention, he seemed to be under 20. Could it be that he was actually a young master from some prestigious clans in one of the conferred kingdoms? Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such cultivation and incredible movement technique at such a young age? Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, this youngster wasn't someone they could afford to offend. The several of them gulped in anxiety. For fear of inciting his rage, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Compared to Wang Ying, he's faster. Shen Bairu's face paled. Even though she was prepared for it after Wang Ying's show of might at the teacher evaluation, Zhang Xian's speed still managed to astound her. If he were to utilize it against her, she would probably die from the impact before she could execute any moves. Caw. While Yun Tao and the others were shocked speechless, the eyes of the strange bird widened in astonishment. The strange bird had properly planned everything beforehand. Once the group closed in on it or used their weaponry against it, it would escape immediately. Then, when the time came, it would appear once more to wreak havoc. But why did this person suddenly appear? If it knew that one of them possessed such incredible speed, capturing it before it could even react, it wouldn't have dared to come over here to wreak havoc. Its speed isn't that impressive. Holding onto the strange bird, Zhang Xian shook his head. When Yun Tao described how arrows were unable to hit the strange bird and how incredible its speed was, Zhang Xian thought that it would be a troublesome opponent. As a result, he used the complete version of the movement technique, but... what the heck is this? Like a corpse, the bird didn't even move. If Zhang Xian knew that it would be like that, he would have used the incomplete version instead. At this moment, his body was aching from the burden of the swift movement. If not for the fact that he cultivated Heaven's Path Golden Body, this forceful increase in speed would have caused him to spit out blood. Even though Zhang Xian's voice wasn't loud, those here were all cultivators. Everyone heard his words loud and clear, and their mouths twitched. It's not that the strange bird was slow, but that you were too fast. The bird didn't even have the time to react, all right. Ignoring the shock everyone else was going through, Zhang Xian activated his cultivation technique and circulated the Jinqi within his body, easing the pain. Then, he turned around and called for Yun Tao. Come over and tame it. Yun Tao ran over. Taking out a unique rope, he bound the strange bird, disabling its faculty of flight. Only then did Zhang Xian loosen his grip. Seeing that Yun Tao was thinking of ways to tame it, Zhang Xian focused his attention on him. After a while, he lost interest. Actually, it was no different from taming a dog or a cat. He prepared plenty of good stuff savage beasts would find hard to reject beforehand to attract the other party's attention. Then, making use of all kinds of means, he tried to instill a good impression in the other party to obtain its trust. Normally, it would take 3 to 4 days for a savage beast to be tamed and establish a contract with a human. At the moment, His Highness is trying to gain intimacy with it. When their relationship reaches a certain point, there will be a possibility of the savage beast submitting to him. At that point, the two of them will cultivate a cultivation technique that can complement each other and boost the other's strength. In this way the taming process will be complete. Afraid that Zhang Xian was getting impatient, a subordinate walked forward and explained the process to him. It takes 3 to 4 days. Indeed, and we're talking about those that are easier to tame. As for the more powerful savage beasts, even official beast tamers would have to take a ton of effort. Beast tamer Hu Chuan from our Hanwu kingdom once accompanied a half-Zongshire savage beast by a marshland for 3 years to tame it. Every day, he would give it the food it favored. As time went by, their relationship deepened and it eventually submitted to him completely. This incident eventually went on and became a legend in our kingdom. The subordinate nodded his head. This can become a legend. Zhang Xian was exasperated. That beast tamer must be truly free to spend 3 years taming a savage beast. Zhang Xian didn't have the effort and patience to spend that much time on such a thing. Indeed, strong savage beasts have their pride. Without making it feel touched or enticed, how could it willingly submit to someone else? At this point, fervent passion gleamed within the eyes of that subordinate. I would be willing to spend a decade if I could win the loyalty of a half-Zongshire realm savage beast. Seeing the other party getting so agitated, Zhang Xian was taken aback. But he soon understood the reason behind his agitation. Not everyone had the library of Heaven's Path like Zhang Xian, so they weren't able to raise their cultivation as easily as if eating and drinking like he did. For most people, once they dredged up the final inch of their potential, they would be stuck at the same cultivation realm for their entire life, unable to achieve a breakthrough, only waiting slowly for their lives to come to an end. Shen Hong, Lu Ling, and the others were prime examples. If they hadn't met with Zhang Xian, it would have been nigh impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Given such circumstances, it was natural that they would devote their efforts into other means to raise their fighting prowess. Putting others aside, if Emperor Shen Jue was able to tame such a savage beast as well, even if Shen Hong were to pass away, Tianxian Kingdom wouldn't be at risk of an invasion. Know that not only could a savage beast match up against cultivator beyond that of its strength, its longevity was also significantly greater than that of a human's. Just by taming one, the safety of the kingdom would be reassured for a century. Let alone 10 years, an ordinary cultivator would probably be willing to devote decades to something if there was a possibility of success. After all, not everyone was like Zhang Xian, possessing strength surpassing that of the gold-alloyed panther, which was well known for its might, pushing it to the point it was utterly unable to fight back. Further, he helped it surpass its limits within a few moments. How long will he take to tame this strange bird? As he pondered, Zhang Xian no longer felt interested in watching the taming methods of a beast tamer. "I will help, Elder, ask." The subordinate quickly rushed over. A moment later, he returned and said, "Elder, His Highness says that he estimates it will take around 2 days for him to succeed with the inceptive taming. For the beast tamer examination, just inceptive taming is enough. You don't need to go through complete submission." Inceptive taming. That means that the strange bird will remain by his side. Even if His Highness doesn't bind it, it won't leave, the subordinate explained. 2 days of effort just for this? Zhang Xian shook his head. This is too slow. Having to spend an immense amount of effort, resources, and time just to tame a savage beast, it was much more convenient to rent one directly from the beast hall. Looks like beast taming wasn't worth learning after all. I shall take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian walked over to Yun Tao and the strange bird. Elder. Upon guessing that the person before him ought to be a Zhongshe, Yun Tao felt even greater admiration for the other party, and his attitude couldn't be any more respectful. You need 2 days to complete the inceptive taming with this fellow. Zhang Xian looked at him. Yes. Yun Tao glanced at the strange bird excitedly. I used a special communication method which savage beasts can understand to communicate with it just now, and I offered it an unlimited amount of honey as long as it follows by my side. Eventually, it promised to try living with me. The assessment will be 2 days later, and as long as I can provide it with sufficient honey, I should be able to succeed. Caw. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian turned to look at the strange bird, only to see that fellow stretching its neck and tilting its head back arrogantly, as though saying that he wasn't worthy to be in its sight. Isn't there any way to speed up the process? Zhang Xian frowned and asked. Caw. Caw. Caw, the strange bird crowed. After which, an awkward expression appeared on Yun Tao's face. It says that Elder was too rough with it when you captured it just now, and it is still extremely angry. 2 days is already a short duration. If we try to haggle with it, it will raise it to 10 days or even a month. Short. Seeing the strange bird acting so arrogantly, Zhang Xian shook his head. I don't think so. I think it will submit within 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yun Tao was taken aback. Then, he immediately smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Taming a Peshawar realm savage beast within 10 minutes was an impossible feat. Even the most incredible beast tamer of the beast hall couldn't do so. It's quite simple. Zhang Xian shook his head. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Yes. Although Yun Tao didn't know what Zhang Xian was up to, he handed the strange bird over. Grabbing the bird, Zhang Xian stared at it. Submit right now and become his tamed beast. Hearing those words, the strange bird immediately glared at Zhang Xian unhappily, as though challenging Zhang Xian's words. It seemed to be saying that if Zhang Xian wanted it to become Yun Tao's tamed beast, he better treat it properly. Fine, since you are unwilling to do so, you can die right now. Unwilling to waste his time with it, Zhang Xian slapped it. Before the strange bird could even react, it was smacked onto the ground. Elder. Yun Tao's mouth twitched and he nearly went into a frenzy. Who tames a savage beast like this? Even if the savage beast submits to you now, it might change its mind, bringing about plenty of trouble in the future. The others were also dumbfounded. You call this taming? More like murder. Clearly, the strange bird also didn't expect Zhang Zhan to become violent, nearly killing it with a slap. The eyes of the strange bird turned red. And it struggled to its feet. However, before it could stand up, a leg appeared above it. Like a rubber ball, the strange bird flew straight onto a massive boulder. Mouthful after mouthful of blood vomited from its mouth. I'll give you one last chance. Submit completely, and I will raise your cultivation and treat your injuries. Otherwise, die. Zhang Xian stared at that strange bird emotionlessly. Struggling to open its eyes, the strange bird hesitated for a moment before squawking. Hearing that sound, Yun Tao was taken aback. Then his face flushed from emotion. Elder, It agreed to it. It agreed to it. Yun Tao's subordinates and Shen Bai Ru felt dizzy, and they nearly fainted from shock. This works as well. When did beast taming become so easy? It's good that you agreed. I thought that you were a valiant figure who would persevere until the very end. Zhang Xian couldn't stand watching such a small and weak savage beast acting so cockily. If it didn't want to live, he could just send it on its way. In any case, Xuanlua Mountain Range had no shortage of savage beasts. Establish the contract. Unwilling to say anything more, Zhang Xian grabbed the strange bird and threw it to Yun Tao. Grabbing the strange bird while flustered, Yun Tao established a contract with the bird. Good, now give it to me. Upon seeing the confirmation of the contract, Zhang Xian poked the strange bird, knocking it out. Then, after touching it, he passed it back to Yun Tao to wake it up. After which, his fingers began prodding the body of the strange bird. His fingers were swift as the wind, his zhenqi sharp as a sword. Surge after surge of pure zhenqi gushed into the body of the strange bird, inducing an evolution. Crick crack. After dozens of breath, the sound of the crackling of the bones echoed. The dying bird abruptly grew larger and its aura suddenly grew significantly stronger. In a few moments, it reached Pishue realm intermediate stage. Along with the rise in its cultivation, the injuries on its body disappeared. Caw. Sensing the changes in its body, the strange bird stared fixedly at Zhang Xian in disbelief. The reason it collected a large amount of honey in its nest wasn't just to satisfy its craving. More importantly, it could raise its cultivation. Yun Tao's action of stealing its honey was equivalent to preventing it from raising its cultivation. That was the reason why it was so infuriated, such that it was willing to waste its time wreaking havoc on the group every day. Initially, it just intended to agree to the contract temporarily and think of a way to get back at that fellow who beat it to submission previously and cleanse itself of this humiliation. Yet the men who beat it up helped it achieve a breakthrough with just a few pokes. Its cultivation had been stuck at the same level for many years, to achieve a breakthrough in an instant. The strange bird suddenly felt that it might not be a bad thing to submit to a human. Upon thinking so, its previously perfunctory submission suddenly became sincere. Bending its body, it respectfully lowered its head. All signs of arrogance from before disappeared without a trace. Savage beasts weren't as adept at deception as humans. Upon seeing the attitude of the strange bird, everyone was dumbfounded. When other people tamed a savage beast, they would do their best to serve it like it was their grandfather. Even so, it was still possible for them to fail. Yet just by punching the savage beast, this guy had been able to get it to utterly submit to him. They were just thinking that the affair with the gold-alloyed panther might just have been a coincidence, but when it happened for the second time, it was clear to them that Zhang Xian possessed extraordinary capabilities in taming beasts. This isn't something you can learn. The first step, beating up a savage beast, isn't hard to learn. But the second step, helping it achieve a breakthrough and healing its injuries, how could we possibly do so? Frankly, you might not even be able to learn the first step either. Why? Isn't it just going all out to mercilessly beat up the savage beast? Beat up the savage beast. It's not that simple. When taming a savage beast, you try to hold back so you don't kill it. But if you do so, the intimidation factor goes down. The reason why the strange bird submitted was because Elder Zhang Xian would really kill it if it didn't do so. But more importantly, Zhang Xian was able to surpass that fellow in speed. Along with his unconcealed killing intent, he induced fear within the strange bird. Otherwise, how could that proud savage beast submit that easily? Now that you speak of it, it does sound logical. Even though Zhang Xian tamed the strange bird easily, everyone knew that it wasn't something they could do if they were in his place. In fact, even official beast tamers couldn't imitate his method. Just the fact that they had to crush the confidence of the strange bird by surpassing it in terms of speed would stop many experts in their tracks. This fellow has already submitted, so let's leave now. The reason why Zhang Xian made a move was so that he could leave quickly. Now that the strange bird had been tamed, there was no need to remain here. Delighted, Yun Tao nodded his head vigorously. When Zhang Xian tamed the gold-alloyed panther, Yun Tao thought that he was doomed for this examination. He didn't expect the other party to be able to reverse the situation in a single go. He looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude. Since they were done with their exam, all that was left was the journey back to the beast hall. Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu sat on the back of the gold-alloyed panther while Yun Tao and the others kept up with them with all their might, nearly breathing their last in the midst of doing so. Tears streamed down Yun Tao's cheeks as he ran. The other party got to sit on the back of a savage beast grandly, while he could only carry that silly bird of his while running behind with all his might. Even though they had both tamed a savage beast, the difference between the two sure was huge. 2 hours later, a huge valley appeared before them. The spiritual energy is dense. Upon entering, Zhang Xian immediately realized that something was amiss. The spiritual energy within the valley was almost doubly denser than the spiritual energy anywhere else. The pores in his body couldn't help but breathe in the spiritual energy gleefully, and the brushing of the spiritual energy against his body made him feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. One could definitely cultivate to higher realms here when compared to cultivating outside. The Beast Hall has set up a spirit gathering formation in the valley so that spirit flowers and spirit herbs can grow. The constitution of savage beasts can improve as well, increasing the probability of them achieving a breakthrough. Shen Bairu said. The first time she was here, she was astonished as well. For a formation to span the entire valley, and the spiritual energy to be doubled. How much would something on such a grand scale cost? Only an organization as wealthy as the Beast Hall would likely be willing to invest such a sum. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded his head. He breathed in deeply, and felt the cells in his body come to life. The first 7 dawn of a fighter were 1 den jushi, 2 den dantian, 3 den jinqi, 4 den pigu, 5 den dingli, 6 den pishue, and 7 den tongxian. Putting aside the first 3 elementary realms of a cultivator, in 4 den pigu realm, Jinqi is used to nourish the physical body. In 5 Den Dingli realm, one learns to utilize their Jinqi more efficiently and raise their strength. In 6 Den Pishue, one opens up the acupoints in one's body. In 7 Den Tongxian, one opens up all meridians, allowing Jinqi to flow through the entire body. These 7 dawn didn't require high amounts of spiritual energy. As such, there were plenty of Tongxian realm experts in a place like Tianxian Kingdom where spiritual energy was severely lacking. However, without sufficient spiritual energy, it was difficult for one to reach Zhongshe realm. A Zhongshe possessed immense strength within his body. Without sufficient spiritual energy and accumulation, it was impossible for one to reach that level. Take Zhang Xian for example. Even with Heaven's Path divine art, it was still difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough without sufficient spiritual energy. If Zhongshe realm was an ocean, then Tianxian Kingdom's spiritual energy was like a trickling stream. At such a pace, it would take decades of accumulation before he could fill that ocean. However, if he could use the current of a river instead, the speed would increase significantly. Even though the spiritual energy in the air was just 2 times more concentrated than outside, his cultivation speed would be raised several-fold. Looking around his surroundings, the plants were clearly much lusher and denser compared to the outside. From time to time, canaries and savage beasts would fly by, their physique significantly larger than those that roamed on the outside. Using an analogy from my previous life, the Beast Hall is like an airport. It is built far away from the city, and those who want to go overseas and are in a rush would be forced to make the trip there. Glancing at the numerous flying savage beasts in the air, this thought popped up in Zhang Xian's mind. Previously, he wondered why the Beast Hall wasn't built within the capital. Upon seeing those savage beasts, he immediately understood the reason. These fellows were massive and ferocious, and if placed in the capital, conflicts would likely break out often with the indigenous population. This was something that the emperor would want to avoid happening. The Beast Hall is inside. Let's enter. Walking down the path in the valley, the group hurried forward. Not too long after, a city appeared before their eyes. Stretching for dozens of kilometers, all kinds of beautiful infrastructure could be seen. Crowds packed the street, and even though the bustle of the city couldn't match up to Tianxian Royal City, it had surpassed most of the Tun tire markets. This is the Beast Hall. Zhang Xian blinked. He thought that the Beast Hall would be just like the Apothecary Guild, an average-sized building in the middle of the forest, isolated from the world. Yet, to think that it would be a prosperous city. Initially, it was only a hall. However, as time went by, traders and the descendants of beast tamers started to reside here, and eventually it grew to be the city it is today. Yun Tao explained. Xuanluo mountain range bordered numerous kingdoms, and there were plenty of people who wanted to purchase a savage beast to protect their clan or to ride on an aerial savage beast. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here was concentrated. As such, it's quite normal that it would grow to such a scale. It was just like an airport. As time went by, all kinds of industry would be built alongside the airport, attracting countless people to reside there. It was no wonder Shenbai Ru gave him a strange look when he asked about how those in the Beast Hall obtained their resources. Let's go to the Beast Hall. Upon entering the city, Zhang Xian loitered around the streets, but he didn't see anything of interest. So he called out and the several of them walked into the tallest building in the dead center of the city. As the core of the city, the Beast Hall was tall and towering. Painted Kazias, it was 100 meters tall, shooting straight into the clouds. There were 2 gigantic savage beast sculptures at the entrance. They looked extremely savage and fearsome, adding to the grandeur of the building. Straight ahead of them was a 12-meter-long plaque with the words Beast Hall written on it in red. It was hard to tell what was used to write it, but it felt intimidating. It's the blood of a high-tier beast. Yun Tao explained, such savage beasts are born strong, and even after their death, the pressure their presence exerted doesn't disappear. Using their blood for calligraphy can instill fear in those looking at it, making them apprehensive about causing trouble there. Zhang Xian nodded his head. It must be said that the Beast Hall was indeed grand in scale. Much less others, even he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed before entering. Upon walking through the gates, just like the Apothecary Guild, a lounge came into view. A huge crowd paced to and fro, and there were plenty of experts in their midst. In fact, some of them were even lining up, and the entire place was bustling. That is Pishue Realm Pinnacle. Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage. Also Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Looking around, Zhang Xian was astounded. In Tianxian Kingdom, Tongxian Realm experts were rare and highly esteemed, but here, like cabbages in a market, they were everywhere. In fact, even the most unimpressive-looking elder could very likely possess the cultivation of a Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. On the other hand, Pishue Realm experts, who were qualified to become the head of a clan, seemed to be insignificant figures here. Just by sweeping in the surroundings, Zhang Xian was able to spot a handful of them. Us genius among the apprentice beast tamers. Currently, she's undergoing the beast tamer examination along with all of the princes. Due to her beauty and capability, these princes, hailing from different countries, are all infatuated with her, and they fight secretly in the shadows, hoping to gain her favor. Yun Tao's subordinate told Zhang Xian via Zhenqi transmission. Upon knowing the reason, Zhang Xian shook his head. As princes, they were thought to be disputing over territories or such. To think that it would be because of a woman. It's Mo Xiaojie. Quick, look at that savage beast behind her. How incredible. The trio were in a glaring at one another when a commotion broke out and a slim figure slowly walked over. Behind her, a towering eagle followed. Steel-backed with golden wings, its eyes were sharp as though lightning, causing its viewers to put on their guard subconsciously. A Tongxian Realm savage beast. Zhang Xian's expression turned grim. This eagle has reached the strength of a Tongxian Realm advanced stage, and it is much stronger than his gold-alloyed panther. Furthermore, vaguely, Zhang Xian could feel something reminiscent of a storm within its aura. Most probably, the eagle possesses speed comparable to the strange bird previously, exceeding it even. Mo Xiaojie. Upon seeing the figure, Yun Tao, Zhu Jinhuang, and Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. They hurried to welcome her. So this person is Mo. Only after examining the eagle did Zhang Xian's gaze finally land on the slim figure in front. Around 23 or 24-year-old, she was dressed in a light green robe which displayed her beautiful figure perfectly. Her lustrous hair which trailed down to her slim waist, coupled with her white smooth skin made her a unique beauty. In terms of her beauty, she was in no way inferior to Shenbai Ru. In fact, she wasn't too far from Zhaoye after triggering the 10% of the pure Yin body constitution. While she was beautiful, she had an extremely cold expression. Toward Yun Tao and the others, she disregarded them altogether. As expected of Mo Xiaojie, your skills are indeed incredible. Zhu Jinhuang walked up to her with a smile. A Tongxian Realm viridescent eagle, probably you are the only one who is capable of taming it. I'm impressed. Of course, it's just a mere viridescent eagle. Any savage beast would be willing to submit to Mo Xiaojie immediately. Zhou Xian chuckled. Toward the flattery of the two, Mo Xiaojie simply glanced at them impassively. Gazing about, she saw Shenbai Ru and froze for a moment. Then, she walked over. You came here to take the Beastmaster examination. What about Han Qiong? Is she here? Her voice was crisp and moving, but it felt distant and foreign. She didn't come. I came here with another friend. Shenbai Ru pointed at Zhang Xian. Mo Xiaojie glanced at Zhang Xian casually before turning away, as though his presence meant nothing at all. Without saying anything, she walked into the room. Even though they had been disregarded, Zhu Jinhuang and the others didn't seem displeased at all. They hurriedly followed her in. You two know each other. Unbothered with Mo Xiaojie's disregard, he turned to look at Shen Laosher doubtfully. I met her I was here with Han Qiong the previous time. Shenbai Ru nodded her head. Is she really just a talented apprentice beast tamer? Zhang Xian asked. No matter how beautiful that lady was and how talented she was in beast taming, it shouldn't be possible for the princes of 3 great kingdoms to be fawning on her like that. Regardless of whether it was Beichen, Qianyuan, or Hanwu, as Tier 2 kingdoms, they should have a sizable number of beast tamers in their country. As she is a mere apprentice, there was no reason for the princes to talk to her so subserviently. In a Tier 2 kingdom, not even a master-teacher apprentice has such standing. Along with the rise in the tier of the kingdom, the stronger the monarchy becomes. Unless one is a high-tier member of his occupation, he would simply be disregarded by the royal family. Only in small countries like Tianxian Kingdom would an emperor treat a master-teacher apprentice with utmost respect. Indeed, she isn't a mere apprentice beast tamer. I've heard Han Qiong speak of it once. She possesses another identity. The 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom. Shenbai Ru pondered for a moment before replying. The 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom. Zhang Xian finally understood the reason. This is more like it. As a Tier 1 kingdom, Tianwu Kingdom is the dominant power among the surrounding 12 kingdoms. As a princess of Tianwu Kingdom, Mou's identity is much more noble than the royal family of those smaller kingdoms. If they were to marry her, as the prince consort, they would gain a powerful backing in their fight for the throne in their kingdoms. It seems that Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and Yun Tao all have the same idea in mind. However, the fact that she was a princess didn't matter at all to Zhang Xian. In Zhang Xian's view, one should rely on himself. Power granted by others is illusory. The duo walked into the room as they spoke. Contrary to the situation outside, there were only a few people in the room. All 4 of us taking the examination are back. Who do you think will be the one to assess us? Of course it will be the Hall Master. As a 2-star beast tamer, he is the most capable beast tamer in the Beast Hall. Usually, he's the one who acts as the examiner. That's true. I've heard that the Hall Master is extremely strict in his assessment. I wonder if that's the case. Regardless, our prince has already tamed a savage beast and fulfilled the passing criteria. There should be no problem becoming a 1-star beast tamer. Upon walking into the room, Zhang Xian heard some hushed discussions. The 3 princes have each brought a few of their subordinates along, while Mo Xiaojie came on her own. Standing by the side, the cold aura she emanated discouraged anyone from approaching her. Judging from her tone early, is there a conflict between her and Han Laosher? Seeing how the 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom didn't bring along a single servant and her cold behavior, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the conversation between her and Shenbai Ru. Thus, he asked. It can't actually be considered as a conflict. As an apprentice beast tamer, Han Laosher also once stayed at the Beast Hall for a period of time. As they're both beauties, they were often compared to each other, and as time went by, they became rivals. Just that, I didn't expect her to take the beast tamer examination so quickly. She is indeed talented. Shenbai Ru's astonishment was clear to see. Talented? Zhang Xian was puzzled. She is talented just because she took the beast tamer examination. Looks like you don't know of it. This princess Mou has barely learned beast taming for a year. Shenbai Ru said. Barely for a year? Then she's indeed talented. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Even though Zhang Xian didn't have much of an understanding of beast taming, he was a certified apothecary. Given that both occupations were around the same ranking in the upper 9 paths, beast taming was likely to be a highly difficult occupation as well. To become an apprentice, and even undergo the beast tamer examination when she has barely learned for a single year, she was indeed a fearsome genius. More importantly, she is also a 1-star apothecary. Furthermore, she isn't far from reaching 2-star. On top of that, she's also a master teacher apprentice. It said the reason why she came here to learn beast taming is train her mental fortitude. Once her preparations are done, she can take the 1-star master teacher examination upon returning to her land. 1-star apothecary. Master teacher apprentice. Even though she shared a similar situation to him, Zhang Xian knew that the other party was much more talented than him. Luck played a big part in why Zhang Xian could become a 1-star apothecary. Furthermore, he had relied greatly on the power of the Library of Heaven's Path. With his current pill forging proficiency, he can only formulate some basic powder, and forging pills is still way out of his reach. To successfully become a 1-star apothecary through her very own capabilities at such a young age, and not to mention, having become a master teacher apprentice, it was no wonder why others would call her a genius. She was indeed worthy of the title. While the two was speaking, an elder walked in. Silence. I'm in charge of assessing you today. Upon seeing the elder, everyone was taken aback. Beast Tamer Hong. Why is he the one in charge of the assessment? Yun Tao was stunned. Usually, the hall master would be the one who conduct the assessment. Furthermore, the rules state that a 2-star beast master must be present at the assessment. Even though Beast Tamer Hong possess a high standing within the Beast Hall, he's still at 1-star pinnacle. He isn't yet qualified to conduct an assessment. Seeing the doubt on everyone's faces, Beast Tamer Hong said, "The hall master and the other elders have something else to attend to, so today, I'll be conducting the assessment in their place. I will follow the steps strictly and I won't condone any bribery or cheating, so there's no need to worry at all. Besides, there are record crystals all around, and as long as you fulfill the criteria, you will pass the examination and become a member of the Beast Hall." Everyone nodded in assent. Regardless of whether it was for the apothecaries or the beast tamers, all examinations would require record crystals to be ready so that the proceedings can be checked on if something turns out to be amiss. With this object present, no one would dare to cheat. Those here are apprentice beast tamers who have passed the first examination. I believe everyone is well aware of the content of the second examination and the structure it takes, but for the sake of formalities, I shall mention them once more. Beast Tamer Hong glanced at the surroundings. The test requires you to tame a savage beast who's stronger than you. Even though an inceptive taming would be sufficient, different grades can be awarded. The higher the cultivation of the savage beast compared to you, and the more loyal the savage beast is, the higher your grade. There are 3 grades, namely Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3. The higher one's grade is, the better one's results are. I believe that no one here has any disagreements to my words, right? Yes. Yun Tao and the others nodded hurriedly. All right, I'll start the examination then. First, Zhou Xian. Beast Tamer Hong glanced at Zhou Xian. Yes. Zhou Xian stepped forward. What did you tame? Beast Tamer Hong asked. Reporting to Beast Tamer Hong, I tamed that whistling Fong wolf. It is a Pishue realm primary stage savage beast. Zhou Xian pointed to the side. And his subordinates immediately brought a 3-meter-long wolf over. The huge wolf has gray fur, and within its mouth, sharp fangs could be seen. Just by its outer appearance itself, one could almost see how it would brutally tear apart its prey. Nodding his head, Beast Tamer Hong retrieved and passed a crystal ball. This is a Heart Inquisition crystal which tests a savage beast's loyalty. A number will appear on it, and for inceptive taming, the loyalty level would range between 15 to 30. The higher the number, the better the grade. Heart Inquisition crystal. Looking at the object, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Back then, during the Enlightenment trial, that was the object which was used to test Liu Yang's trust level. It seems that the object is more than capable of testing a human's trust, it is able to gauge a savage beast's loyalty as well. But on further contemplation, it made sense. Since it was able to induce lifelike illusions in one's head upon contact, the loyalty or trust level shown should be extremely accurate. Just like the test of trust level, Zhou Xian first dripped a droplet of blood on it before communicating with his savage beast. Soon, a number slowly floated into appearance on the crystal, 20. For its loyalty level to reach 20 within less than half a month, you have passed the inceptive taming prerequisites. Not bad, I'll give you a grade 2. Upon seeing the numbers, Beast Tamer Hong stroked his beard in approval. To find a savage beast, tame it, and raise its loyalty level to this point within half a month, the other party is definitely qualified to become a 1-star beast tamer. His Highness is indeed impressive. It has been long since anyone has been given a grade 2 in the Beast Hall. Indeed, this is incredible. Upon hearing his results, discussions immediately broke out below. For the Beast Tamer examination, grade 3 was already considered as a pass. Those who reached grade 2 were considered as geniuses among the new beast tamers. Grade 2, not bad. However, I won't lose to you. Not expecting Zhou Xian's results to be so good, Zhu Jinhuang was stunned. However, he soon smiled and walked over. It didn't take long for the results to be out. That tiger head beast of his also had a loyalty point of 20 or so, and he was deemed to be at grade 2 as well. It's Mo Xiaojia's turn. Mo Xiaojia tamed an aerial savage beast, which is much harder to tame than any other savage beast. Furthermore, it is at Tongxian realm, so the additional points she receives should be great. You're right. I think her result will probably exceed that of a grade 2. It has been 30 years since the last grade 1 result in the Beast Hall. Do you think that the record will be broken today? Seeing Mo Xiaojia walk up, everyone's anxious gazes immediately fell on her. To be given a grade 1 ranking in the Beast Tamer examination is equivalent to forging a pill reaching perfection in the apothecary examination. Such a beast tamer will be highly valued by the Beast Hall. All kinds of resources would be invested into grooming her. It was already an incredible feat for Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang to receive a grade 2, but Mo Xiaojia was clearly much more skilled than them. Everyone was curious to see if history could be created today. Disregarding the commotion, Mo Xiaojia calmly walked forward. With a beckon, the massive viridescent eagle slowly paced forward as well. Repeating the same actions as the two before her, she soon completed the assessment. Loyalty level, 40. Grade 1. This result definitely warrants for a grade 1. The room immediately burst into commotion. Even though everyone has already guessed that Mo Xiaojia would likely receive a grade 1 ranking, they were still shocked when it came. Hee, Yun Tao, it's your turn. We're all grade 2, and Mo Xiaojia has achieved a grade 1. You spoke so arrogantly previously, so I think it should be impossible for you to show us a grade 3. If I were to get a grade 3, I would be so embarrassed that I would hole myself up in my room. Seeing that it was Yun Tao's turn, Zhu Jinhuang sneered. I think Brother Zhu is overestimating him. Putting aside grade 3, I think that passing the examination may already pose a problem to him. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. This gold-alloyed panther isn't his, so where's the savage beast he tamed? That's true, it can't be that he hadn't tamed any savage beast. If that's the case, it means that he has already failed. The two of them spoke loudly, and their words immediately created an uproar. Even Mo Xiaojia couldn't help but frown. Waving his hand and silencing the discussions, Beast Tamer Hong turned to look at Yun Tao doubtfully. What did you tame? Is it that gold-alloyed panther? That's not it, the panther was tamed by Elder Zhang Xian. Yun Tao scratched his head awkwardly. I tamed a bird. A bird is a Chinese pun, and it also can be interpreted as, the heck that I have tamed anything. It is an offensive way of replying another person's question. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.